The cock. Mycillus. A cock. Me detested bird. May Zeus crunch your every bone. Shrill, envious brute, to wake me from delightful dreams of wealth and magic blessedness with those piercing, deafening notes. Am I not even in sleep to find a refuge from poverty, poverty more vile than your vile self? Why, it cannot be midnight yet, all is hushed. Numbness, sure messenger of approaching dawn, has not yet performed its morning office upon my limbs, and this wakeful brute, one would think he was guarding the golden fleece, starts crowing before night has fairly begun. But he shall pay for it. Yes, only wait till daylight comes, and my stick shall avenge me. I am not going to flounder about after you in the dark. Cock. Why, master, I meant to give you a pleasant surprise. I borrowed what I could from the night, that you might be up early and break the back of your work. Think, if you get a shoe done before sunrise, you are so much the nearer to earning your day's bread. However, if you prefer to sleep, I have done, I will be mute as any fish. Only you may find your rich dreams followed by a hungry awakening. Me. God of portents. Heracles preserve us from the evil to come. My cock has spoken with a human voice. Cock. And what if he has? Is that so very portentous? Me. I should think it was. All gods avert the omen. Cock. Mycillus, I am afraid your education has been sadly neglected. If you had read your Homer, you would know that Achilles' horse Xanthus declined to have anything more to do with neighing, and stood on the field of battle spouting whole hexameters. He was not content with plain prose like me, he even took to prophecy, and foretold to Achilles what should befall him. Nor was this considered anything out of the way. Achilles saw nothing portentous about it, nor did he invoke Heracles on the occasion. What a fuss you would have made, if the keel of the Argo had addressed a remark to you, or the leaves of the Dodonean oak had opened their mouths and prophesied. Or if you had seen ox hides crawling about, and heard the half-cooked flesh of the beasts bellowing on the spit. As for me, considering my connection with Hermes, most loquacious, most argumentative of gods, and my familiar intercourse with mankind, it was only to be expected that I should pick up your language pretty quickly. Nay, there is a still better reason for my conversational powers, which I don't mind telling you, if you will promise to keep quiet about it. Me. Am I dreaming still, or is this bird really talking to me? In Hermes' name then, good creature, out with your better reason, I will be mum, never fear, it shall go no further. Why, who would believe the story, when I told him that I had it from a cock? Cock. Listen. You will doubtless be surprised to learn that not so long ago the cock who stands before you was a man. Me. Why, to be sure, I have heard something like this before about a cock. It was the story of a young man called Alectryon 58. He was a friend of Ares, used to join in his revels and junketings, and give him a hand in his love affairs. Whenever Ares went to pay a sly visit to Aphrodite, he used to take Alectryon with him, and as he was particularly afraid that the sun would see him, and tell Hephaestus, he would always leave Alectryon at the door, so that he might give him warning when the sun was up. But one day Alectryon fell asleep, and unwittingly betrayed his trust. The consequence was that the sun got a peep at the lovers, while Ares was having a comfortable nap, relying on Alectryon to tell him if anyone came. Hephaestus heard of it, and caught them in that cage of his, which he had long had waiting for them. When Ares was released, he was so angry with Alectryon that he turned him into a cock, armor and all, as is shown by his crest. And that is what makes you cocks in such a hurry to crow at dawn, to let us know that the sun is coming up presently. It is your way of apologizing to Ares, though crowing will not mend matters now. Cock. Yes, there is that story too, but that is nothing to do with mine, only became a cock quite lately. Me. But what I want to know is, how did it happen? Cock. Did you ever hear of Pythagoras of Samos, son of Nicarchus? Me. What, that sophist quack, who forbade the eating of meat, and would have banished beans from our tables, no beans, indeed. My favorite food, and who wanted people to go for 5 years without speaking? Cock. And who, I may add, was Euphorbus before he was Pythagoras? Me. He was a knave and a humbug, that Pythagoras, by all accounts. Cock. That Pythagoras, my worthy friend, is now before you in person. Spare his feelings, especially as you know nothing about his real character. Me portent upon portent. A cock philosopher. But proceed, son of Nisarchus, how came you to change from man to bird, from Samos to Tanagra? 59. 'Tis an unconvincing story, I find a difficulty in swallowing it. I have noticed 2 things about you already, which do not look much like Pythagoras. Cock. Yes. Me. For one thing, you are garrulous, I might say noisy. Now, if I am not mistaken, Pythagoras advocated a course of 5 years' silence at a stretch. As for the other, it is rank heresy. You will remember that yesterday, not having anything else to give you, I brought you some beans, and you gobbled them up without thinking twice about it. Either you lied when you told me you were Pythagoras, or else you have sinned against your own laws. In eating those beans, you have as good as bolted your own father's head. Cock. Ah, you don't understand, my Silas. There is a reason for these things, different diets suit different creatures. I was a philosopher in those days, accordingly I abstained from beans. Now, on the contrary, I propose to eat beans, they are an unexceptionable diet for birds. And now if you like I will tell you how from being Pythagoras I have come to be, what you see me, and all about the other lives I have lived, and what were the good points of each. Me tell on, there is nothing I should like better. Indeed, if I were given my choice between hearing your story, and having my late dream of riches over again, I don't know which I should decide on. 'Twas a sweet vision, of joys above all price, yet not above the tale of my cock's adventures. Cock. What, still puzzling over the import of a dream? Still busy with vain phantoms, chasing a visionary happiness through your head, that fleeting joy, as the poet calls it? Me. Ah, cock, I shall never forget it. That dream has left its honeyed spell on my eyelids, 'tis all I can do to open them, they would fain close once more in sleep. As a feather tickles the ear, so did that vision tickle my imagination. Cock. Bless me, you seem to be very hard hit. Dreams are winged, so they say, and their flight circumscribed by sleep. This one seems to have broken bounds, and taken up its abode in wakeful eyes, transferring thither its honeyed spell, its lifelike presence. Tell me this dream of your desire. Me. With all my heart, it is a joy to remember it, and to speak of it. But what about your transformations? Cock. They must wait till you have done dreaming, and wiped the honey from your eyelids. So you begin, I want to see which gates the dream came through, the ivory or the horn. Me. Through neither. Cock. Well, but these are the only 2 that Homer mentions. Me Homer may go hang, what does a babbling poet know about dreams? Pauper dreams may come through those gates, for all I know, that was the kind that Homer saw, and not over clearly at that, as he was blind. But my beauty came through golden gates, golden himself and clothed in gold and bringing gold. Cock. Enough of gold, most gentle Midas, for to a Midas prayer it is that I trace your vision, you must have dreamt whole mindfuls. Me gold upon gold was there, picture if you can that glorious lightning flash. What is it that Pindar says about gold? Can you help me to it? He says water is best, and then very properly proceeds to sing the praises of gold. It comes at the beginning of the book, and a beautiful ode it is. Cock. What about this? Chiefest of all good we hold. Water, even so doth gold. Like a fire that flammeth through the night. Shine mid lordly wealth most lordly bright. Me. The very words, I could fancy that Pindar had seen my vision. And now, my philosophic cock, I will proceed to details. That I did not dine at home last night, you are already aware, the wealthy Eucrates had met me in the morning, and told me to come to dinner after my bath at his usual hour. Cock. Too well do I know it, after starving all day long. It was quite late before you came home, half seas over, and gave me those 5 beans. Rather short commons for a cock who has been an athlete in his day, and contended at Olympia, not without distinction. Me. Well, so when I got back, and had given you the beans, I went to sleep, and through the ambrosial night a dream divine. Ah, divine indeed. Cock. Wait, let us have Eucrates first. What sort of a dinner was it? Tell me all about it. Seize the opportunity, dine once more in waking dream, chew the cud of prandial reminiscence. Me. I thought all that would bore you, however, if you are curious, all right. I had never dined at a great house in my life before, when yesterday, in a lucky hour for me, I fell in with Eucrates. After saluting him respectfully as usual, I was making off, not to bring discredit on him by walking at his side in my shabby clothes, when he spoke to me. My Silas, he said, it is my daughter's birthday today. And I have invited a number of friends to celebrate it. One of them, I hear, is indisposed, and will not be able to come. You can take his place, always provided that I do not hear from him, for at present I do not know whether to expect him or not. I made my bow, and departed, praying that ague, pleurisy, and gout might light upon the invalid whose appetite I had the honor to represent. I thought bath time would never come. I could not keep my eyes off the dial. Where was the shadow now? Could I go yet? At last it really was time. I scraped the dirt off, and made myself smart, turning my cloak inside out, so that the clean side might be uppermost. Among the numerous guests assembled at the door, whom should I see but the very man whose understudy I was to be, the invalid, in a litter. He was evidently in a sad way, groaning and coughing and spitting in the most alarmingly emphatic manner. Ghostly pale, puffy, and not much less, I reckoned, than 60 years old. He was a philosopher, so they said, one of those who fill boys' heads with nonsensical ideas. Certainly his beard was well adapted to the part he played. It cried aloud for the barber. Archibius the doctor asked him what induced him to venture out in that state of health. Oh, says he, a man must not shirk his duties, least of all a philosopher, no matter if 1,000 ailments stand in his way. Eucrates would have taken it as a slight. You're out there, I cried. Eucrates would be only too glad if you would cough out your soul at home instead of doing it at his table. He made as if he had not heard my jest. He was above such things. Presently in came Eucrates from his bath, and seeing Thesmopolis, the philosopher, "Ah, professor," says he, "I am glad to see you here, not that it would have made any difference, even if you had stayed at home. I should have had everything sent over to you." And with that he took the philosopher's hand, and with the help of the slaves, conducted him in. I thought it was time for me to be going about my business. However, Eucrates turned round to me, and seeing how glum I looked, "My Silas," says he, after a good deal of humming and hawing, "you must join us, we shall find room for you. I can send my boy to dine with his mother and the women." It had very nearly turned out a wild goose chase, but not quite. I walked in, feeling rather ashamed of myself for having done the boy out of his dinner. We were now to take our places. Thesmopolis was first hoisted into his, with some difficulty, by 5 stalwart youths, who propped him up on every side with cushions to keep him in his place and enable him to hold out to the end. As no one else was disposed to have him for a neighbor, that privilege was assigned to me without ceremony. And then dinner was brought in, such dainties, Pythagoras, such variety. And everything served on gold or silver. Golden cups, smart servants, musicians, jesters, all together, it was delightful. Thesmopolis, though, annoyed me a good deal. He kept on worrying about virtue, and explaining how 2 negatives make 1 positive, and how when it is day it is not night 60, among other things. He would have it that I had horns 61. I wanted none of his philosophy, but on he went, quite spoiling my pleasure. It was impossible to listen to the music and singing. So that is what the dinner was like. Cock. Not much of a one, especially with that old fool for your neighbor. Me. And now for the dream, which was about no other than Eucrates. How it came about I don't know, but Eucrates was childless, and was on his deathbed. He sent for me and made his will, leaving everything to me, and soon after died. I now came into the property, and ladled out gold and silver by the bucketful from springs that never dried, furniture and plate, clothes and servants, all were mine. I drove abroad, the admiration of all eyes and the envy of all hearts, lolling in my carriage behind a pair of creams, with a crowd of attendants on horseback and on foot in front of me, and a larger crowd behind. Dressed in Eucrates' splendid clothes, my fingers loaded with a score or so of rings, I ordered a magnificent feast to be prepared for the entertainment of my friends. The next moment they were there. It happens so in dreams. Dinner was brought in, the wine splashed in the cups. I was pledging each of my friends in turn in beakers of gold, and the biscuits were just being brought in, when that unlucky crow of yours spoilt all, over went the tables, and away flew my visionary wealth to all the quarters of heaven. Had I not some reason to be annoyed with you? I could have gone on with that dream for 3 nights on end. Cock. Is the love of gold so absorbing a passion? Gold the only thing you can find to admire? The possession of gold the sole happiness? Me. I am not the only one, Pythagoras. Why, you yourself, when you were Euphorbus, used to go to battle with your hair adorned with gold and silver, though iron would have been more to the point than gold under the circumstances. However, you thought differently, and fought with a golden circlet about your brow, which I suppose is why Homer compares your hair to that of the Graces. In gold and silver clasped. No doubt its charm would be greatly enhanced by the glitter of the interwoven gold. After all, though you, my golden-haired friend, were but the son of Pan thus, one can understand your respect for gold. But the father of gods and men, the son of Cronus and Rhea himself, could find no surer way to the heart of his Argive enchantress 62, or to those of her jailers, than this same metal. You know the story, how he turned himself into gold, and came showering down through the roof into the presence of his beloved. Need I say more? Need I point out the useful purposes that gold serves? The beauty and wisdom and strength, the honor and glory it confers on its possessors, at a moment's notice turning obscurity and infamy into worldwide fame? You know my neighbor and fellow craftsman, Simon, who supped with me not long since. 'Twas at the Saturnalia, the day I made that pease pudding, with the 2 slices of sausage in it. Cock. I know, the little snub-nosed fellow, who went off with our pudding basin under his arm, the only one we had, I saw him with these eyes. Me. So it was he who stole that basin. And he swore by all his gods that he knew nothing of it. But you should have called out, and told me how we were being plundered. Cock. I did crow, it was all I could do just then. But what were you going to say about Simon? Me. He had a cousin, Drimulus, who was tremendously rich. During his lifetime, Drimulus never gave him a penny, and no wonder, for he never laid a finger on his money himself. But the other day he died, and Simon has come in for everything. No more dirty rags for him now, no more trencher licking, he drives abroad clothed in purple and scarlet. Slaves and horses are his, golden cups and ivory-footed tables, and men prostrate themselves before him. As for me, he will not so much as look at me. It was only the other day that I met him, and said, "Good day, Simon." He flew into a rage. "Tell that beggar," he said, "not to cut down my name, it is Simonides, not Simon." And that is not all, the women are in love with him too, and Simon is coy and cold, some he receives graciously, but the neglected ones declare they will hang themselves. See what gold can do. It is like Aphrodite's girdle, transforming the unsightly and making them lovely to behold. What say the poets? Happy the hand that grasps thee, gold. And again. Gold hath dominion over mortal men. But what are you laughing at? Cock. Ah, my Silius, I see that you are no wiser than your neighbors. You have the usual mistaken notions about the rich, whose life, I assure you, is far more miserable than your own. I ought to know, I have tried everything, and been poor man and rich man times out of number. You will find out all about it before long. Me. Ah, to be sure, it is your turn now. Tell me how you came to be changed into a cock, and what each of your lives was like. Cock. Very well, and I may remark, by way of preface, that of all the lives I have ever known none was happier than yours. Me than mine. Exasperating foul. All I say is, may you have one like it. Now then, begin from Euphorbus, and tell me how you came to be Pythagoras, and so on, down to the cock. I'll warrant you have not been through all those different lives without seeing some strange sights, and having your adventures. Cock. How my spirit first proceeded from Apollo, and took flight to earth, and entered into a human form, and what was the nature of the crime thus expiated, all this would take too long to tell. Nor is it fitting either for me to speak of such matters or for you to hear of them. I pass to the time when I became Euphorbus. Me wait a minute, have I ever been changed in this way? Cock. You have. Me. Then who was I, do you know? I am curious about that. Cock. Why, you were an Indian ant, of the gold-digging species. Me. What could induce me, misguided insect that I was, to leave that life without so much as a grain of gold dust to supply my needs in this one? And what am I going to be next? I suppose you can tell me. If it is anything good, I'll hang myself this moment from the very perch on which you stand. Cock. That I can on no account divulge. To resume. When I was Euphorbus, I fought at Troy, and was slain by Menelaus. Some time then elapsed before I entered into the body of Pythagoras. During this interval, I remained without a habitation, waiting till Nicarchus had prepared one for me. Me. What, without meat or drink? Cock. Oh yes, these are mere bodily requirements. Me. Well, first I will have about the Trojan War. Did it all happen as Homer describes? Cock. Homer. What should he know of the matter? He was a camel in Bactria all the time. I may tell you that things were not on such a tremendous scale in those days as is commonly supposed. Ajax was not so very tall, nor Helen so very beautiful. I saw her, she had a fair complexion, to be sure, and her neck was long enough to suggest her swan parentage 63, but then she was such an age, as old as Hecuba, almost. You see, Theseus had carried her off first, and she had lived with him at Aphidne. Now Theseus was a contemporary of Heracles, and the former capture of Troy, by Heracles, had taken place in the generation before mine. My father, who told me all this, remembered seeing Heracles when he was himself a boy. Me. Well, and Achilles, was he so much better than other people, or is that all stuff and nonsense? Cock. Ah, I never came across Achilles. I am not very strong on the Greeks, I was on the other side, of course. There is one thing, though, I made pretty short work of his friend Patroclus, ran him clean through with my spear. Me. After which Menelaus settled you with still greater facility. Well, that will do for Troy. And when you were Pythagoras? Cock. When I was Pythagoras, I was, not to deceive you, a sophist, that is the long and short of it. At the same time, I was not uncultured, not unversed in polite learning. I traveled in Egypt, cultivated the acquaintance of the priests, and learnt wisdom from their mouths. I penetrated into their temples and mastered the sacred books of Horus and Isis. Finally, I took ship to Italy, where I made such an impression on the Greeks that they reckoned me among the gods. Me. I have heard all about that. And also how you were supposed to have risen from the dead, and how you had a golden thigh, and favored the public with a sight of it on occasion. But what put it into your head to make that law about meat and beans? Cock. Ah, don't ask me that, my Silas. Me. But why not? Cock. I am ashamed to answer you. Me. Come, out with it. I am your friend and fellow lodger, we will drop the master now. Cock. There was neither common sense nor philosophy in that law. The fact is, I saw that if I did just the same as other people, I should draw very few admirers. My prestige, I considered, would be in proportion to my originality. Hence these innovations, the motive of which I wrapped up in mystery. Each man was left to make his own conjecture, that all might be equally impressed by my oracular obscurity. There now. You are laughing at me, it is your turn this time. Me. I am laughing much more at the folk of Cortona and Metapontum and Tarentum, and the rest of those mute disciples who worshipped the ground you trod on. And in what form was your spirit next clothed, after it had put off Pythagoras? Cock. In that of Aspasia, the Milesian courtesan. Me. Dear, dear. And your versatility has even changed sexes? My gallant cock has positively laid eggs in his time. Pythagoras has carded and spun. Pythagoras the mistress, and the mother, of a Pericles? My Pythagoras no better than he should be. Cock. I do not stand alone. I had the example of Tiresias and of Senius, your jibes touched them as well as me. Me. And did you like being a man best, or receiving the addresses of Pericles? Cock. Ha. The question that Tiresias paid so dearly for answering. Me. Never mind, then, Euripides has settled the point, he says he would rather bear the shock of battle thrice than once the pangs of labor. Cock. Ah, just a word in your ear, those pangs will shortly be your own, more than once, in the course of a lengthy career, you will be a woman. Me. Strangulation on the bird. Does he think we all hail from Miletus or Samos? Yes, I said Samos. Pythagoras has had his admirers, by all accounts, as well as Aspasia. However, what was your sex next time? Cock. I was the Cynic Crates. Me. Castor and Pollux. What a change was there. Cock. Then it was a king. Then a pauper, and presently a satrap, and after that came horse, jackdaw, frog, and I know not how many more, there is no reckoning them up in detail. Latterly, I have been a cock several times. I liked the life. Many is the king, many the pauper and millionaire, with whom I took service in that capacity before I came to you. In your lamentations about poverty, and your admiration of the rich, I find an unfailing source of entertainment. Little do you know what those rich have to put up with. If you had any idea of their anxieties, you would laugh to think how you had been deceived as to the blessedness of wealth. Me. Well, Pythagoras, or is there any other name you prefer? I shall throw you out, perhaps, if I keep on calling you different things. Cock. Euphorbus or Pythagoras, Aspasia or Crates, it is all the same to me, one is as much my name as another. Or stay, not to be wanting in respect to a bird whose humble exterior contains so many souls, you had better use the evidence of your own eyes and call me Cock. Me. Then, Cock, as you have tried well nigh every kind of life, you can next give me a clear description of the lives of rich and poor respectively, we will see if there was any truth in your assertion, that I was better off than the rich. Cock. Well now, look at it this way. To begin with, you are very little troubled with military matters. Suppose there is talk of an invasion, you are under no uneasiness about the destruction of your crops, or the cutting up of your gardens, or the ruin of your vines. At the first sound of the trumpet, if you even hear it, all you have to think of is, how to convey your own person out of harm's way. Well, the rich have got to provide for that too, and they have the mortification into the bargain of looking on while their lands are being ravaged. Is a war tax to be levied? It all falls on them. When you take the field, theirs are the posts of honor, and danger, whereas you, with no worse encumbrance than your wicker shield, are in the best of trim for taking care of yourself. And when the time comes for the general to offer up a sacrifice of thanksgiving for his victory, your presence may be relied on at the festive scene. Then again, In time of peace, you, as one of the commons, march up to the assembly to lord it over the rich, who tremble and crouch before you, and seek to propitiate you with grants. They must labor, that you may be supplied with baths and games and spectacles and the like to your satisfaction. You are their censor and critic, their stern taskmaster, who will not always hear before condemning. Nay, you may give them a smart shower of stones, if the fancy takes you, or confiscate their property. The informer's tongue has no terrors for you, no burglar will scale or undermine your walls in search of gold. You are not troubled with bookkeeping or debt collecting, you have no rascally steward to wrangle with, none of the thousand worries of the rich distract you. No, you patch your shoe, and you take your 10 pence. And at dusk up you jump from your bench, get a bath if you are in the humor for it, buy yourself a haddock or some sprats or a few heads of garlic, and make merry therewith. Poverty, best of philosophers, is your companion, and you are seldom at a loss for a song. And what is the result? Health and strength, and a hardiness that sets cold at defiance. Your work keeps you keen set. The ills that seem insuperable to other men find a tough customer in you. Why, no serious sickness ever comes near you, fever, perhaps, lays a light hand on you now and again. You let him have his way for a day or two, and then you are up again, and shake the pest off. He beats a hasty retreat, not liking the look of a man who drinks cold water at that rate, and has such a short way with the doctors. But look at the rich, name the disease to which these creatures are not subjected by their intemperance, gout, consumption, pneumonia, dropsy, they all come of high feeding. Some of these men are like Icarus, they fly too high, they get near the sun, not realizing that their wings are fastened with wax, and then some day there is a great splash, and they have disappeared headlong into the deep. Others there are who follow Daedalus' example, such minds eschew the upper air, and keep their wax within splashing distance of the sea, these generally get safely to their journey's end. Me shrewd, sensible fellows. Cock. Yes, but among the others you may see some ugly shipwrecks. Croesus is plucked of his feathers, and mounts a pyre for the amusement of the Persians. A tyranny capsizes, and the lordly Dionysius is discovered teaching Corinthian children their alphabet. Me. You tell me, Cock, that you have been a king yourself, now how did you find the life? I expect you had a pleasant time of it, living on the very fat of the land. Cock. Do not remind me of that miserable existence. A pleasant time. So people thought, no doubt, I knew better, it was vexation upon vexation. Me. You surprise me. How should that be? It sounds unlikely. Cock. The country over which I ruled was both extensive and fertile. Its population and the beauty of its cities alike entitled it to the highest consideration. It possessed navigable rivers and excellent harbors. My army was large, my pikemen numerous, my cavalry in a high state of efficiency, it was the same with my fleet, and my wealth was beyond calculation. No circumstance of kingly pomp was wanting. Gold plate in abundance, everything on the most magnificent scale. I could not leave my palace without receiving the reverential greetings of the public, who looked on me as a god, and crowded together to see me pass. Some enthusiasts would even betake themselves to the roofs of the houses, lest any detail of my equipage, clothes, crown or attendants should escape them. I could make allowance for the ignorance of my subjects, but this did not prevent me from pitying myself, when I reflected on the vexations and worries of my position. I was like those colossal statues, the work of Phidias, Myron or Praxiteles, they too look extremely well from outside, 'tis Poseidon with his trident, Zeus with his thunderbolt, all ivory and gold, but take a peep inside, and what have we? One tangle of bars, bolts, nails, planks, wedges, with pitch and mortar and everything that is unsightly, not to mention a possible colony of rats or mice. There you have royalty. Me. But you have not told me what is the mortar, what the bolts and bars and other unsightlinesses that lurk behind a throne. Admiration, dominion, divine honors, these no doubt fit your simile, there is a touch of the godlike about them. But now let me have the inside of your colossus. Cock. And where shall I begin? With fear and suspicion. The resentments of courtiers and the machinations of conspirators. Scant and broken sleep, troubled dreams, perplexities, forebodings. Or again with the hurry of business, fiscal, legal, military. Orders to be issued, treaties to be drawn up, estimates to be formed. As for pleasure, such a thing is not to be dreamt of. No, one man must think for all, toil incessantly for all. The Achaean host is snoring to a man. But sweet sleep came not nigh to Atreus' son, who pondered many things within his heart. Lydian Croesus is troubled because his son is dumb. Persian Artaxerxes, because Clearchus is raising a host for Cyrus, Dionysius, because Dion whispers in Syracusan ears, Alexander, because Parmenio is praised. Perdiccas has no peace for Ptolemy, Ptolemy none for Seleucus. And there are other griefs than these. His favorite is cold, his concubine loves another, there is talk of a rebellion, there has been muttering among a half-dozen of his guards. And the bitterness of it is, that his nearest and dearest are those whom he is most called on to distrust, from them he must ever look for harm. One we see poisoned by his son, another by his own favorite, and a third will probably fare no better. Me few. I like not this, my cock. Methinks there is safety in bent backs and leather cutting, and none in golden loving cups. I will pledge no man in hemlock or in aconite. All I have to fear is that my knife may slip out of the line, and draw a drop or two from my fingers, but your kings would seem to sit down to dinner with death, and to lead dogs' lives into the bargain. They go at last. And then they are more like play actors than anything else, like such a one as you may see taking the part of Cecrops or Sisyphus or Telephus. He has his diadem and his ivory-hilted sword, his waving hair and spangled cloak, but accidents will happen. Suppose he makes a false step, down he comes on the middle of the stage, and the audience roars with laughter. For there is his mask, crumpled up, diadem and all, and his own bloody coxcomb showing underneath it, his legs are laid bare to the knees, and you see the dirty rags inside his fine robe, and the great lumbering buskins. Ha, ha, friend cock, have I learnt to turn a simile already? Well, there are my views on tyranny. Now for the horses and dogs and frogs and fishes, how did you like that kind of thing? Cock. Your question would take a long time to answer. More time than we can spare. But, to sum up my experience in 2 words, every one of these creatures has an easier life of it than man. Their aims, their wants, are all confined to the body. Such a thing as a tax-farming horse or a litigant frog, a jackdaw sophist, a gnat confectioner, or a cock pander, is unknown. They leave such things to humanity. Me. It may be as you say. But, cock, I don't mind making a clean breast of it to you. I have had a fancy all my life for being rich, and I am as bad as ever, nay, worse, for there is the dream, still flaunting its gold before my eyes. And that confounded Simon, too, it chokes me to think of him rolling in luxury. Cock. I'll put that right. It is still dark, get up and come with me. You shall pay a visit to Simon and other rich men, and see how things stand with them. Me. But the doors are locked. Would you have me break in? Cock. Oh no, but I have a certain privilege from Hermes, my patron. You see my longest tail feather, the curling one that hangs down. Me. There are 2 curling ones that hang down. Cock. The one on the right. By allowing anyone to pluck out that feather and carry it, I give him the power, for as long as I like, of opening all doors and seeing everything, himself unseen. Me cock, you are a positive conjurer. Only give me the feather, and it shall not be long before Simon's wealth shifts its quarters. I'll slip in and make a clean sweep. His teeth shall tug leather again. Cock. That must not be. I have my instructions from Hermes, and if my feather is put to any such purpose, I am to call out and expose the offender. Me Hermes, of all people, grudge a man a little thievery? I'll not believe it of him. However, let us start. I promise not to touch the gold, if I can help it. Cock. You must pluck out the feather first. What's this? You have taken both. Me. Better to be on the safe side. And it would look so bad to have one half of your tail gone and not the other. Cock. Well. Where shall we go first? To Simon's? Me. Yes, Simon first. Simonides it is, nowadays, 2 syllables is not enough for him since he has come into money. Here we are, what do I do next? Cock. Apply the feather to the bolt. Me. So. Heracles. It might be a key, the door flies open. Cock. Walk in, you go first. Do you see him? He is sitting up over his accounts. Me. See him. I should think I did. What a light. That lamp wants a drink. And what makes Simon so pale? He is shriveled up to nothing. That comes of his worries, there is nothing else the matter with him, that I have heard of. Cock. Listen, and you will understand. See. That 17,000 in the hole under my bed is safe enough. Not a soul saw me that time. But I believe Soscelus caught me hiding the 4,000 under the manger. He is not the most industrious of grooms, he was never too fond of work, but he lives in that stable now. And I expect that is not all that has gone, by a long way. What was Tibius doing with those fine great kippers yesterday? And they tell me he paid no less a sum than 4 shillings for a pair of earrings for his wife. God help me, it's my money they're flinging about. I'm not easy about all that plate either. What if someone should knock a hole in the wall, and make off with it? Many is the one that envies me, and has an eye on my gold. My neighbor Mycillus is as bad as any of them. Me here. He is as bad as Simon, he walks off with other people's pudding basins under his arm. Cock. Hush. We shall be caught. See. There's nothing like sitting up, and having everything under one's own eye. I'll jump up and go my rounds. You there. You burglar. I see you. Ah, it is but a post, all is well. I'll pull up the gold and count it again. I may have missed something just now. Hark. A step. I knew it, he is upon me. I am beset with enemies. The world conspires against me. Where is my dagger? Only let me catch, I'll put the gold back. Cock. There, now you have seen Simon at home. Let us go on to another house, while there is still some of the night left. Me. The worm. What a life. I wish all my enemies such wealth as his. I'll just lend him a box on the ear, and then I am ready. See. Who was that? Someone struck me. Ah. I am robbed. Me whine away, Simon, and sit up of nights till you are as yellow as the gold you clutch. I should like to go to Niffin the usurers next, it is quite close. Again the door opens to us. Cock. He is sitting up too, look. It is an anxious time with him, he is reckoning his interest. His fingers are worn to the bone. Presently he will have to leave all this, and become a cockroach, or a gnat, or a bluebottle. Me senseless brute. It will hardly be a change for the worse. He, like Simon, is pretty well thinned down by his calculations. Let us try someone else. Cock. What about your friend Eucrates? See, the door stands open, let us go in. Me. An hour ago, all this was mine. Cock. Still the golden dream, look at the hoary old reprobate, with one of his own slaves. Me monstrous. And his wife is not much better, she takes her paramour from the kitchen. Cock. Well. Is the inheritance to your liking? Will you have it all? Me. I will starve first. Goodbye to gold and high living. Preserve me from my own servants, and I will call myself rich on tuppence halfpenny. Cock. Well, well, we must be getting home. See, it is just dawn. The rest must wait for another day. Icaromenippus, an aerial expedition. Menippus and a friend. Me. Let me see, now. First stage, Earth to Moon, 350 miles. Second stage, up to the Sun, 500 leagues. Then the third, to the actual heaven and Zeus's citadel, might be put at a day's journey for an eagle in like marching order. Father, in the name of goodness, Menippus, what are these astronomical sums you are doing under your breath? I have been dogging yon for some time, listening to your suns and moons, queerly mixed up with common earthly stages and leagues. Me. Ah, you must not be surprised if my talk is rather exalted and ethereal. I was making out the mileage of my journey. Father, oh, I see, using stars to steer by, like the Phoenicians. Me. Oh no, traveling among them. Father, well, to be sure, it must have been a longish dream, if you lost yourself in it for whole leagues. Me. Dream, my good man. I am just come straight from Zeus. Dream, indeed. Father, how? What? Our Menippus a literal godsend from heaven? Me. 'Tis even so, from very Zeus I come this day, eyes and ears yet full of wonders. Oh, doubt, if you will. That my fortune should pass belief makes it only the more gratifying. Father, nay, my worshipful Olympian, how should I, a man begotten, treading this poor earth, doubt him who transcends the clouds, denizen of heaven, as Homer says. But vouchsafe to tell me how you were uplifted, and where you got your mighty tall ladder. There is hardly enough of Ganymede in your looks to suggest that you were carried off by the eagle for a cupbearer. Me. I see you are bent on making a jest of it. Well, it is extraordinary, you could not be expected to see that it is not a romance. The fact is, I needed neither ladder nor amorous eagle, I had wings of my own. Father, stranger and stranger. This beats Daedalus. What, you turned into a hawk or a crow on the sly? Me. Now that is not a bad shot, it was Daedalus's wing trick that I tried. Father, well, talk of foolhardiness. Did you like the idea of falling into the sea, and giving us a mare menippium after the precedent of the Icarium? Me. No fear. Icarus's feathers were fastened with wax, and of course, directly the sun warmed this, he molted and fell. No wax for me, thank you. Father, how did you manage, then? I declare I shall be believing you soon, if you go on like this. Me. Well, I caught a fine eagle, and also a particularly powerful vulture, and cut off their wings above the shoulder joint. But no, if you are not in a hurry, I may as well give you the enterprise from the beginning. Father, do, I am wrapped aloft by your words already, my mouth open for your bonne bouche. As you love me, leave me not in those upper regions hung up by the ears. Me. Listen, then, it would be a sorry sight, a friend deserted, with his mouth open, and sus. Per oris. Well, a very short survey of life had convinced me of the absurdity in meanness and insecurity that pervade all human objects, such as wealth, office, power. I was filled with contempt for them, realized that to care for them was to lose all chance of what deserved care, and determined to grovel no more, but fix my gaze upon the great all. Here I found my first problem in what wise men call the universal order. I could not tell how it came into being, who made it, what was its beginning, or what its end. But my next step, which was the examination of details, landed me in yet worse perplexity. I found the stars dotted quite casually about the sky, and I wanted to know what the sun was. Especially the phenomena of the moon struck me as extraordinary, and quite past my comprehension. There must be some mystery to account for those many phases, I conjectured. Nor could I feel any greater certainty about such things as the passage of lightning, the roll of thunder, the descent of rain and snow and hail. In this state of mind, the best I could think of was to get at the truth of it all from the people called philosophers. They of course would be able to give it me. So I selected the best of them. If solemnity of visage, pallor of complexion and length of beard are any criterion, for there could not be a moment's doubt of their soaring words and heaven-high thoughts, and in their hands I placed myself. For a considerable sum down, and more to be paid when they should have perfected me in wisdom, I was to be made an airy metaphysician and instructed in the order of the universe. Unfortunately, so far from dispelling my previous ignorance, they perplexed me more and more, with their daily drenches of beginnings and ends, atoms and voids, matters and forms. My greatest difficulty was that, though they differed among themselves, and all they said was full of inconsistency and contradiction, they expected me to believe them, each pulling me in his own direction. Fr. How absurd that wise men should quarrel about facts, and hold different opinions on the same things. Me. Ah, but keep your laughter till you have heard something of their pretentious mystifications. To begin with, their feet are on the ground. They are no taller than the rest of us, men that walk the earth, they are no sharper sighted than their neighbors, some of them purblind, indeed, with age or indolence. And yet they say they can distinguish the limits of the sky, they measure the sun's circumference, take their walks in the supralunar regions, and specify the sizes and shapes of the stars as though they had fallen from them. Often one of them could not tell you correctly the number of miles from Megara to Athens, but has no hesitation about the distance in feet from the sun to the moon. How high the atmosphere is, how deep the sea, how far it is round the earth, they have the figures for all that. And moreover, they have only to draw some circles, arrange a few triangles and squares, add certain complicated spheres, and lo, they have the cubic contents of heaven. Then, how reasonable and modest of them, dealing with subjects so debatable, to issue their views without a hint of uncertainty, thus it must be and it shall be, contra gentes they will have it so. They will tell you on oath the sun is a molten mass, the moon inhabited, and the stars water drinkers, moisture being drawn up by the sun's rope and bucket and equitably distributed among them. How their theories conflict is soon apparent. Next-door neighbors? No, they are miles apart. In the first place, their views of the world differ. Some say it had no beginning, and cannot end, others boldly talk of its creator and his procedure. What particularly entertained me was that these latter set up a contriver of the universe, but failed to mention where he came from, or what he stood on while about his elaborate task. Though it is by no means obvious how there could be place or time before the universe came into being. Father, you really do make them out very audacious conjurers. Me. My dear fellow, I wish I could give you their lucubrations on ideas and incorporeals, on finite and infinite. Over that point, now, there is fierce battle. Some circumscribe the all, others will have it unlimited. At the same time they declare for a plurality of worlds, and speak scornfully of others who make only one. And there is a bellicose person who maintains that war is the father of the universe. 64. As to gods, I need hardly deal with that question. For some of them God is a number, some swear by dogs and geese and plane trees. 65. Some again banish all other gods, and attribute the control of the universe to a single one. I got rather depressed on learning how small the supply of divinity was. But I was comforted by the lavish souls who not only make many, but classify. There was a first God, and second and third classes of divinity. Yet again, some regard the divine nature as unsubstantial and without form, while others conceive it as a substance. Then they were not all disposed to recognize a providence. Some relieve the gods of all care, as we relieve the superannuated of their civic duties. In fact, they treat them exactly like supernumeraries on the stage. The last step is also taken, of saying that gods do not exist at all, and leaving the world to drift along without a master or a guiding hand. Well, when I heard all this, I dared not disbelieve people whose voices and beards were equally suggestive of Zeus. But I knew not where to turn for a theory that was not open to exception, nor combated by one as soon as propounded by another. I found myself in the state Homer has described. Many a time I would vigorously start believing one of these gentlemen. But then came second thoughts. So in my distress I began to despair of ever getting any knowledge about these things on earth. The only possible escape from perplexity would be to take to myself wings and go up to heaven. Partly the wish was father to the thought. But it was confirmed by Aesop's fables, from which it appears that heaven is accessible to eagles, beetles, and sometimes camels. It was pretty clear that I could not possibly develop feathers of my own. But if I were to wear vultures' or eagles' wings, the only kinds equal to a man's weight, I might perhaps succeed. I caught the birds, and effectually amputated the eagle's right, and the vulture's left wing. These I fastened together, attached them to my shoulders with broad thick straps, and provided grips for my hands near the end of the quill feathers. Then I made experiments, first jumping up and helping the jump by flapping my hands, or imitating the way a goose raises itself without leaving the ground in combines running with flight. Finding the machine obedient, I next made a bolder venture, went up the Acropolis, and launched myself from the cliff right over the theatre. Getting safely to the bottom that time, my aspirations shot up aloft. I took to starting from Parnes or Hymettus, flying to Gerania, thence to the top of the Acrocorinthus, and over Pholo and Erymanthus to Taygetus. The training for my venture was now complete, my powers were developed, and equal to a lofty flight. No more fledgling essays for me. I went up Olympus, provisioning myself as lightly as possible. The moment was come, I soared skywards, giddy at first with that great void below, but soon conquering this difficulty. When I approached the moon, long after parting from the clouds, I was conscious of fatigue, especially in the left or vulture's wing. So I alighted and sat down to rest, having a bird's-eye view of the earth, like the Homeric Zeus. Surveying now the Thracian horseman's land. Now Mysia. And again, as the fancy took me, Greece or Persia or India. From all which I drew a manifold delight. Father, oh well, Menippus, tell me all about it. I do not want to miss a single one of your travel experiences. If you picked up any stray information, let me have that too. I promise myself a great many facts about the shape of the earth, and how everything on it looked to you from your point of vantage. Me. And you will not be disappointed there, friend. So do your best to get up to the moon, with my story for traveling companion and showman of the terrestrial scene. Imagine yourself first descrying a tiny earth, far smaller than the moon looks. On turning my eyes down, I could not think for some time what had become of our mighty mountains and vast sea. If I had not caught sight of the Colossus of Rhodes and the Ferris Tower, I assure you I should never have made out the earth at all. But their height and projection, with the faint shimmer of ocean in the sun, showed me it must be the earth I was looking at. Then, when once I had got my sight properly focused, the whole human race was clear to me, not merely in the shape of nations and cities, but the individuals, sailing, fighting, plowing, going to law. The women, the beasts, and in short every breed that feedeth on earth's foison. Father, most unconvincing and contradictory. Just now you were searching for the earth, it was so diminished by distance, and if the Colossus had not betrayed it, you would have taken it for something else. And now you develop suddenly into a Lynceus, and distinguish everything upon it, the men, the beasts, one might almost say the gnat swarms. Explain, please. Me. Why, to be sure. How did I come to leave out so essential a particular? I had made out the earth, you see, but could not distinguish any details, the distance was so great, quite beyond the scope of my vision, so I was much chagrined and baffled. At this moment of depression, I was very near tears. Who should come up behind me but Empedocles the physicist? His complexion was like charcoal variegated with ashes, as if he had been baked. I will not deny that I felt some tremors at the sight of him, taking him for some lunar spirit. But he said, "Do not be afraid, Menippus. A mortal I, no god, how vain thy dreams. I am Empedocles the physicist. When I threw myself into the crater in such a hurry, the smoke of Etna whirled me off up here, and now I live in the moon, doing a good deal of high thinking on a diet of dew. So I have come to help you out of your difficulty. You are distressed, I take it, at not being able to see everything on the earth. "Thank you so much, you good Empedocles," I said. "As soon as my wings have brought me back to Greece, I will remember to pour libations to you up the chimney, and salute you on the first of every month with 3 moonward yawns." "Endymion be my witness," he replied, "I had no thought of such a bargain, I was touched by the sight of your distress. Now, what do you think is the way to sharpen your sight?" "I have no idea, unless you were to remove the mist from my eyes for me, the sight seems quite bleared." "Oh, you can do without me, the thing that gives sharp sight you have brought with you from earth." "Unconsciously, then, what is it?" "Why, you know that you have on an eagle's right wing." "Of course I do, but what have wings and eyes to do with one another?" "Only this," he said. "The eagle is far the strongest eyed of all living things, the only one that can look straight at the sun. The test of the true royal eagle is, his meeting its rays without blinking." "So I have heard. I wish I had taken out my own eyes when I was starting, and substituted the eagle's. I am an imperfect specimen now I am here, not up to the royal standard at all, but like the rejected bastards." "Well, you can very soon acquire one royal eye. If you will stand up for a minute, keep the vulture wing still, and work the other, your right eye, corresponding to that wing, will gain strength. As for the other, its dimness cannot possibly be obviated, as it belongs to the inferior member." "Oh, I shall be quite content with aquiline vision for the right eye only," I said. "I have often observed that carpenters in ruling there would find one better than 2. So saying, I proceeded to carry out my instructions at once. Empedocles began gradually to disappear, and at last vanished in smoke. I had no sooner flapped the wing than a flood of light enveloped me, and things that before I had not even been aware of became perfectly clear. I turned my eyes down earthwards, and with ease discerned cities, men, and all that was going on, not merely in the open, but in the fancied security of houses. There was Ptolemy in his sister's arms, the son of Lysimachus plotting against his father, Seleucus's son Antiochus making signs to his stepmother Stratonus, Alexander of Pherai being murdered by his wife, Antigonus corrupting his daughter-in-law. The son of Attalus putting the poison in his cup. Arsaces was in the act of slaying his mistress, while the eunuch Arbaces drew his sword upon him. The guards were dragging Spatinus the Mede out from the banquet by the foot, with the lump on his brow from the golden cup. Similar sights were to be seen in the palaces of Libya and Scythia and Thrace, adulteries, murders, treasons, robberies, perjuries, suspicions, and monstrous betrayals. Such was the entertainment afforded me by royalty. Private life was much more amusing, for I could make that out too. I saw Hermodorus the Epicurean perjuring himself for 40 pounds, Agathocles the Stoic suing a pupil for his fees, lawyer Clinias stealing a bull from the temple of Asclepius, and Herophilus the Cynic sleeping in a brothel. Not to mention the multitude of burglars, litigants, usurers, duns. Oh, it was a fine representative show. Father, I must say, Menippus, I should have liked the details here too. It all seems to have been very much to your taste. Me. I could not go through the whole of it, even to please you, to take it in with the eyes kept one busy. But the main divisions were very much what Homer gives from the shield of Achilles, here junketings and marriages, their courts and councils, in another compartment a sacrifice, and hard by a mourning. If I glanced at Getica, I would see the Gedi at war. At Scythia, there were the Scythians wandering about on their wagons. Half a turn in another direction gave me Egyptians at the plough, or Phoenicians chaffering, Cilician pirates, Spartan flagellants, Athenians at law. All this was simultaneous, you understand. And you must try to conceive what a queer jumble it all made. It was as if a man were to collect a number of choristers, or rather of choruses, 66, and then tell each individual to disregard the others and start a strain of his own. If each did his best, went his own way, and tried to drown his neighbor, can you imagine what the musical effect would be? Father, a very ridiculous confusion. Me. Well, friend, such are the earthly dancers. The life of man is just such a discordant performance. Not only are the voices jangled, but the steps are not uniform, the motions not concerted, the objects not agreed upon, until the impresario dismisses them one by one from the stage, with a "not wanted." Then they are all alike, and quiet enough, confounding no longer their undisciplined rival strains. But as long as the show lasts in its marvelous diversity, there is plenty of food for laughter in its vagaries. The people who most amused me, however, were those who dispute about boundaries, or pride themselves on cultivating the plain of Sicyon, or holding the Eno side of Marathon, or 1,000 acres at Acharni. The whole of Greece, as I then saw it, might measure some 4 inches, how much smaller Athens on the same scale. So I realized what sort of sized basis for their pride remains to our rich men. The whitest acred of them all, methought, was the proud cultivator of an Epicurean atom. Then I looked at the Peloponnese, my eyes fell on the Silurian district, and the thought occurred that it was for this little plot, no broader than an Egyptian lentil, that all those Argives and Spartans fell in a single day. Or if I saw a man puffed up by the possession of 7 or 8 gold rings and half as many gold cups, again my lungs would begin to crow. Why, Pangaeus with all its mines was about the size of a grain of millet. Father, you lucky man! What a rare sight you had! And how big, now, did the towns and the people look from there? Me. You must often have seen a community of ants, some of them a seething mass, some going abroad, others coming back to town. One is a scavenger, another a bustling porter loaded with a bit of bean pod or half a wheat grain. They no doubt have, on their modest Myrmesic scale, their architects and politicians, their magistrates and composers and philosophers. At any rate, what men and cities suggested to me was just so many ant hills. If you think the similitude too disparaging, look into the Thessalian legends, and you will find that the most warlike tribe there was the Myrmidons, or ants turned men. Well, when I had had enough of contemplation and laughter, I roused myself and soared. To join the gods, where dwells the Lord of Storms. I had only flown a couple of 100 yards, when Selene's feminine voice reached me. Menippus, do me an errand to Zeus, and I will wish you a pleasant journey. You have only to name it, I said, provided it is not something to carry. It is a simple message of entreaty to Zeus. I am tired to death, you must know, of being slandered by these philosophers. They have no better occupation than impertinent curiosity about me. What am I? How big am I? Why am I halved? Why am I gibbous? I am inhabited, I am just a mirror hung over the sea, I am, whatever their latest fancy suggests. It is the last straw when they say my light is stolen, sham, imported from the sun, and keep on doing their best to get up jealousy and ill-feeling between brother and sister. They might have been contented with making him out a stone or a red-hot lump. These gentry who in the day look so stern and manly, dress so gravely, and are so revered by common men, would be surprised to learn how much I know of their vile nightly abominations. I see them all, though I never tell. It would be too indecent to make revelations, and show up the contrast between their nightly doings and their public performances, so, if I catch one of them in adultery or theft or other nocturnal adventure, I pull my cloud veil over me. I do not want the vulgar to see old men disgracing their long beards and their virtuous calling. But they go on giving tongue and worrying me all the same, and, so help me knight, I have thought many a time of going a long, long way off, out of reach of their impertinent tongues. Will you remember to tell Zeus all this? And you may add that I cannot remain at my post unless he will pulverize the physicists, muzzle the logicians, raise the porch, burn the academy, and put an end to strolling in the Lyceum. That might secure me a little peace from these daily mensurations. I will remember, said I, and resumed my upward flight to heaven, through a region where nor ox nor man had wrought. For the moon was soon but a small object, with the earth entirely hidden behind it. 3 days' flight through the stars, with the sun on my right hand, brought me close to heaven, and my first idea was to go straight in as I was. I should easily pass unobserved in virtue of my half-eagleship, for of course the eagle was Zeus's familiar. On second thoughts, though, my vulture wing would very soon betray me. So, thinking it better not to run any risks, I went up to the door and knocked. Hermes opened, took my name, and hurried off to inform Zeus. After a brief wait I was asked to step in. I was now trembling with apprehension, and I found that the gods, who were all seated together, were not quite easy themselves. The unexpected nature of the visit was slightly disturbing to them, and they had visions of all mankind arriving at my heels by the same conveyance. But Zeus bent upon me a titanic glance, awful, penetrating, and spoke. Who art thou? Where thy city? Who thy kin? At the sound, I nearly died of fear, but remained upright, though mute and paralyzed by that thunderous voice. I gradually recovered, began at the beginning, and gave a clear account of myself, how I had been possessed with curiosity about the heavens, had gone to the philosophers, found their accounts conflicting, and grown tired of being logically rent in twain. So I came to my great idea, my wings, and ultimately to heaven. I added Selene's message. Zeus smiled and slightly unbent his brow. What of Otis and Ephialtes now, he said, here is Menippus scaling heaven. Well, well, for today consider yourself our guest. Tomorrow we will treat with you of your business, and send you on your way. And therewith he rose and walked to the acoustic center of heaven, it being prayer time. As he went, he put questions to me about earthly affairs, beginning with, what was wheat a quarter in Greece? Had we suffered much from cold last winter? And did the vegetables want more rain? Then he wished to know whether any of Phidias's kin were alive, why there had been no Diasia at Athens all these years, whether his Olympium was ever going to be completed, and had the robbers of his temple at Dodona been caught? I answered all these questions, and he proceeded, tell me, Menippus, what are men's feelings towards me? What should they be, Lord, but those of absolute reverence, as to the King of all gods? Now, chaffing as usual, he said. I know their fickleness very well, for all your dissimulation. There was a time when I was their prophet, their healer, and their all. And Zeus filled every street and gathering place. In those days Dodona and Pisa were glorious and far famed, and I could not get a view for the clouds of sacrificial steam. But now Apollo has set up his oracle at Delphi, Asclepius his temple of health at Pergamum, Bendis and Anubis and Artemis their shrines in Thrace, Egypt, Ephesus, and to these all run, there's the festal gatherings and the hecatombs. As for me, I am superannuated, they think themselves very generous if they offer me a victim at Olympia at 4-year intervals. My altars are cold as Plato's laws or Chrysippus's syllogisms. So talking, we reached the spot where he was to sit and listen to the prayers. There was a row of openings with lids like covers, and a chair of gold by each. Zeus took his seat at the first, lifted off the lid and inclined his ear. From every quarter of earth were coming the most various and contradictory petitions, for I too bent down my head and listened. Here are specimens. O Zeus, that I might be king. O Zeus, that my onions and garlic might thrive. Ye gods, a speedy death for my father. Or again, would that I might succeed to my wife's property. Grant that my plot against my brother be not detected. Let me win my suit. Give me an Olympic garland. Of those at sea, one prayed for a north, another for a south wind, the farmer asked for rain, the fuller for sun. Zeus listened, and gave each prayer careful consideration, but without promising to grant them all. Our Father this bestowed, and that withheld. Righteous prayers he allowed to come up through the hole, received and laid them down at his right, while he sent the unholy ones packing with a downward puff of breath, that heaven might not be defiled by their entrance. In one case I saw him puzzled. 2 men praying for opposite things and promising the same sacrifices, he could not tell which of them to favor, and experienced a truly academic suspense of judgment, showing a reserve and equilibrium worthy of Pyrrho himself. The prayers disposed of, he went on to the next chair and opening, and attended to oaths and their takers. These done with, and Hermodorus the Epicurean annihilated, he proceeded to the next chair to deal with omens, prophetic voices, and auguries. Then came the turn of the sacrifice aperture, through which the smoke came up and communicated to Zeus the name of the devotee it represented. After that, he was free to give his wind and weather orders, rain for Scythia today, a thunderstorm for Libya, snow for Greece. The north wind he instructed to blow in Lydia, the west to raise a storm in the Adriatic, the south to take a rest. 1,000 bushels of hail to be distributed over Cappadocia. His work was now pretty well completed, and as it was just dinner time, we went to the banquet hall. Hermes received me, and gave me my place next to a group of gods whose alien origin left them in a rather doubtful position, Pan, the Carabantes, Attis, and Sabazius. I was supplied with bread by Demeter, wine by Dionysus, meat by Heracles, myrtle blossoms by Aphrodite, and sprats by Poseidon. But I also got a sly taste of ambrosia and nectar. Good-natured Ganymede, as often as he saw that Zeus's attention was engaged elsewhere, brought round the nectar and indulged me with a half-pint or so. The gods, as Homer, who I think must have had the same opportunities of observation as myself, somewhere says, neither eat bread nor drink the ruddy wine, they heap their plates with ambrosia, and are nectar-bibbers. But their choicest dainties are the smoke of sacrifice ascending with rich fumes, and the blood of victims poured by their worshippers round the altars. During dinner, Apollo harped, Silenus danced his wild measures, the Muses uprose and sang to us from Hesiod's Birth of Gods, and the first of Pindar's Odes. When we had our fill and had well drunken, we slumbered, each where he was. Slept all the gods, and men with plumed helms. That livelong night, but me kind sleep forsook. For I had much upon my mind, most of all, how came it that Apollo, in all that time, had never grown a beard? And how was night possible in heaven, with the sun always there taking his share of the good cheer? So I had but a short nap of it. And in the morning Zeus arose, and bade summon an assembly. When all were gathered, he thus commenced, the immediate occasion of my summoning you is the arrival of this stranger yesterday. But I have long intended to take counsel with you regarding the philosophers, and now, urged by Selene and her complaints, I have determined to defer the consideration of the question no longer. There is a class which has recently become conspicuous among men, they are idle, quarrelsome, vain, irritable, liquorish, silly, puffed up, arrogant, and, in Homeric phrase, vain cumberers of the earth. These men have divided themselves into bands, each dwelling in a separate word maze of its own construction, and call themselves Stoics, Epicureans, Peripatetics, and more farcical names yet. Then they take to themselves the holy name of virtue, and with uplifted brows and flowing beards exhibit the deceitful semblance that hides immoral lives. Their model is the tragic actor, from whom if you strip off the mask and the gold-spangled robe, there is nothing left but a paltry fellow hired for a few shillings to play a part. Nevertheless, quite undeterred by their own characters, they scorn the human and travesty the divine, they gather a company of guileless youths, and feed them with solemn chatter upon virtue and quibbling verbal puzzles. In their pupils' presence they are all for fortitude and temperance, and have no words bad enough for wealth and pleasure. When they are by themselves, there is no limit to their gluttony, their lechery, their licking of dirty pence. But the head and front of their offending is this, they neither work themselves nor help others work, they are useless drones. Of no avail in council nor in war. Which notwithstanding, they censure others. They store up poisoned words, they con invectives, they heap their neighbors with reproaches, their highest honors are for him who shall be loudest and most overbearing and boldest in abuse. Ask one of these bawling censors, and what do you do? In God's name, what shall we call your contribution to progress? And he would reply, if conscience and truth were anything to him, I consider it superfluous to sail the sea or till the earth or fight for my country or follow a trade, but I have a loud voice and a dirty body. I eschew warm water and go barefoot through the winter, I am a Momus who can always pick holes in other people's coats, if a rich man keeps a costly table or a mistress, I make it my business to be properly horrified. But if my familiar friend is lying sick, in need of help and care, I am not aware of it. Such, your godheads, is the nature of this vermin. There is a special insolence in those who call themselves Epicureans. These go so far as to lay their hands on our character, we take no interest in human affairs, they say, and in fact have nothing to do with the course of events. And this is a serious question for you. If once they infect their generation with this view, you will learn what hunger means. Who will sacrifice to you, if he does not expect to profit by it? As to Selene's complaints, you all heard them yesterday from this stranger's lips. And now decide upon such measures as shall advantage mankind and secure your own safety. Zeus had no sooner closed his speech than clamor prevailed, all crying at once, blast! Burn! Annihilate! To the pit with them! To Tartarus! To the giants! Zeus ordered silence again, and then, your wishes, he said, shall be executed, they shall all be annihilated, and their logic with them. But just at present chastisement is not lawful. You are aware that we are now in the 4 months of the long vacation, the formal notice has lately been issued. In the spring of next year, the baleful Levenbolt shall give them the fate they deserve. He spake, and sealed his word with lowering brows. As to Menippus, he added, my pleasure is this. He shall be deprived of his wings, and so incapacitated for repeating his visit, but shall today be conveyed back to earth by Hermes. So saying, he dismissed the assembly. The Selenian accordingly lifted me up by the right ear, and yesterday evening deposited me in the Ceramicus. And now, friend, you have all the latest from heaven. I must be off to the Poesil, to let the philosophers loitering there know the luck they are in. The Double Indictment. Zeus. Hermes. Justice. Pan. Several Athenians. The Academy. The Porch. Epicurus. Virtue. Luxury. Diogenes. Rhetoric. Assyrian. Dialogue. Zeus. A curse on all those philosophers who will have it that none but the gods are happy. If they could but know what we have to put up with on men's account, they would not envy us our nectar and our ambrosia. They take Homer's word for it all, the word of a blind quack, 'tis he who pronounces us blessed, and expatiates on heavenly glories, he who could not see in front of his own nose. Look at the sun, now. He yokes that chariot, and is riding through the heavens from morn till night, clothed in his garment of fire, and dispensing his rays abroad, not so much breathing space as goes to the scratching of an ear. Once let his horses catch him napping, and they have the bit between their teeth and are off cross-country, with the result that the earth is scorched to a cinder. The moon is no better off, she is kept up into the small hours to light the reveller and the diner out upon their homeward path. And then Apollo, he has his work cut out for him, with such a press of oracular business, it is much if he has any ears left to hear with. He is wanted at Delphi, the next minute, he must be off to Colophon, then away to Xanthus. Then back at a trot to Clarus, then it is Delos, then Branchidae, in short, he is at the beck of every priestess who has taken her draught of holy water, munched her laurel leaf, and made the tripod rock, it is now or never. If he is not there that minute to reel off the required oracle, his credit is gone. The traps they set for him too. He must have a dog's nose for lamb and tortoise in the pot, or his Lydian customer 67 departs, laughing him to scorn. As for Asclepius, he has no peace for his patience, his eyes are acquainted with horror, and his hands with loathsomeness, another's sickness is his pain. To say nothing of the work that the winds have to get through, what with sowing and winnowing in getting the ships along, or of sleep, always on the wing, with dream at his side all night giving a helping hand. Men have to thank us for all this, every one of us contributes his share to their well-being. And the others have an easy time of it, compared to me the king and father of all. The annoyances I have to put up with. The worry of thinking of all these things at once. I must keep an eye on all the rest, to begin with, or they would be making some silly mistake, and as for the work I have to do with my own hands, there is no end to it, such complications. It is all I can do to get through with it. It is not as if I had only the main issues to attend to, the rain and hail and wind and lightning, and as soon as I had arranged them could sit down, feeling that my own particular work was over. No, besides all that, I must be looking every way at once, argicide for theft and perjury, as for sacrifice. The moment a libation has been poured, it is for me to locate the savory smoke that rises, for me it is to hear the cry of the sick man and of the sailor. At one and the same moment, a hecatomb demands my presence at Olympia, a battle in the plain of Babylon, hail is due in Thrace, dinner in Ethiopia, 'tis too much. And do what I may, it is hard to give satisfaction. Many is the time that all besides, both gods and men of plumed helm, have slept the long night through, while unto Zeus sweet slumber has not come nigh. If I nod for a moment, behold, Epicurus is justified, and our indifference to the affairs of earth made manifest, and if once men lend an ear to that doctrine, the consequences will be serious, our temples will go ungarlanded. The streets will be redolent no longer of roast meat, the bowl no longer yield us libation, our altars will be cold, sacrifice and oblation will be at an end, and utter starvation must ensue. Hence like a pilot I stand up at the helm all alone, tiller in hand, while every soul on board is asleep, and probably drunk, no rest, no food for me, while I ponder in my mind and breast on the common safety, and my reward. To be called the Lord of all. I should like to ask those philosophers who assign us the monopoly of blessedness, when they suppose we find time for nectar and ambrosia among our ceaseless occupations. Look at the mildewed, cobwebbed stack of petitions mouldering on their files in our chancery, for want of time to attend to them. Look only at the cases pending between men and the various arts and sciences, venerable relics, some of them. Angry protests against the delays of the law reach me from all quarters. Men cannot understand that it is from no neglect of ours that these judgments have been postponed. It is simply pressure of business, pressure of blessedness, if they will have it so. I myself, Father, have heard a great deal of dissatisfaction expressed on earth, only I did not like to mention it to you. However, as you have introduced the subject yourself, I may say that the discontent is general. Men do not venture to express their resentment openly, but there are mutterings in corners about the delay. It is high time they were all put out of their suspense, for better or for worse. Zeus. And what would you have me do, my boy? Hold a session at once? Or shall we say next year? Oh, at once, by all means. Zeus. To work, then, fly down, and make proclamation in the following terms, all litigant parties to assemble this day on Areopagus, justice to assign them their juries from the whole body of the Athenians. The number of the jury to be in proportion to the amount of damages claimed. Any party doubting the justice of his sentence to have the right of appeal to me. And you, my daughter, take your seat by the side of the dread goddesses 68, cast lots for the order of the trials, and superintend the formation of juries. Just. You would have me return to earth, once more to be driven thence in ignominious flight by the intolerable taunts of injustice. Zeus. Hope for better things. The philosophers have quite convinced every one by this time of your superiority. The son of Sophroniscus was particularly strong on your merits, he laid it down that justice was the highest good. Just. Yes. And very serviceable his dissertations on justice were to him, were they not, when he was handed over to the 11, and thrown into prison, and drank the hemlock? Poor man, he had not even time to sacrifice the cock he owed to Asclepius. His accusers were too much for him altogether, and their philosophy had injustice for its object. Zeus. But in those days philosophy was not generally known, and had but few exponents. It is not surprising that the scale turned in favor of Anytus and Meletus. But now it is different. Look at the number of cloaks and sticks and wallets that are about, everywhere philosophers, long-bearded, book in hand, maintain your cause. The public walks are filled with their contending hosts, and every man of them calls virtue his nurse. Numbers have abandoned their former professions to pounce upon wallet and cloak. These ready-made philosophers, carpenters once or cobblers, now duly tanned to the true Ethiopian hue, are singing your praises high and low. He that falls on shipboard strikes wood, says the proverb. And the eye, wheresoever it fall, will light on philosophers. Just. Yes, Father, but they frighten me, they quarrel so among themselves, and when they talk about me, they only expose their own little minds. And, from what I hear, most of those who make so free with my name show no inclination at all to put my principles into practice. I may count upon finding their doors closed to me. Injustice has been beforehand with me. Zeus. Come, child, they are not all so bad, and if you can find a few honest men it will be something. Now, off with you both, and see if you can't get a few cases settled up today. Well, Justice, yonder is our road, straight in the line for Sunium, to the foot of Hymettus, taking Parnes on our right. You see those two hills? You have quite forgotten the way, I suppose, in all this time. Now, weeping. Why so vexed? There is nothing to fear. Things are quite different in these days. The sirens and Pitiocamptices and Bussarises and Phalarises who used to frighten you so are all dead. Wisdom, the academy, the porch, now hold sway everywhere. They are all your admirers, their talk is all of you, they yearn to see you descend to them once more. Just tell me, Hermes, you if any one must know the truth. You are generally busy either in the gymnasium or else in the market, making proclamation to the assembly. What are the Athenians like now? Shall I be able to live with them? We are brother and sister, it is only right that I should tell you the truth. Well then, philosophy has made a considerable change for the better in most of them. At the worst, their respect for the cloth is some check on their misdeeds. At the same time, not to conceal anything, you will find villains amongst them, and you will find some who are neither quite philosophers nor quite knaves. The fact is, philosophy's dying process is still going on. Some have absorbed the full quantity of dye, these are perfect specimens of her art, and show no admixture of other colors, with them you will find a ready reception. But others, owing to their original impurities, are not yet completely saturated. They are better than the generality of mankind, but they are not all they should be, they are piebald or spotted or dappled. Others again there are who have contented themselves with merely rubbing a fingertip in the soot on the outside of the cauldron, and smearing themselves with that, after which they consider the dyeing process complete. But you, of course, will only live with the best. Meanwhile, here we are, close to Attica, we must now leave Sunium on our right, and diverge towards the Acropolis. Good, terra firma. You had better sit down somewhere here on the Areopagus, in the direction of the Nix, and wait whilst I make Zeus's proclamation. I shall go up into the Acropolis, that will be the easiest way of making everyone hear the summons. Just before you go, Hermes, tell me who this is coming along, a man with horns and a pipe and shaggy legs. Why, you must know Pan, most festive of all Dionysus's followers. He used to live on Mount Parthenius, but at the time of the Persian expedition under Datis, when the barbarians landed at Marathon, he volunteered in the Athenian service. And ever since then he has had the cave yonder at the foot of the Acropolis, a little past the Pelasgicum, and pays his taxes like any other naturalized foreigner. Seeing us so near at hand, I suppose he is coming up to make his compliments. Pan. Hail, Justice and Hermes. Just. Hail, Pan, chief of satyrs in dance and song, and most gallant of Athens soldiers. Pan. But what brings you here, Hermes? Justice will explain, I must be off to the Acropolis on my errand. Just. Zeus has sent me down, Pan, to preside in the law court. And how do you like Athens? Pan. Well, the fact is, I am a good deal disappointed, they do not treat me with the consideration to which I am entitled, after repelling that tremendous barbarian invasion. All they do is to come up to my cave 2 or 3 times a year with a particularly high-scented goat, and sacrifice him. I am permitted to look on whilst they enjoy the feast, and am complimented with a perfunctory dance. However, there is some joking and merrymaking on the occasion, and that I find rather fun. Just. And, Pan, have they become more virtuous under the hands of the philosophers? Pan. Philosophers. Oh. People with beards just like mine. Sepulchral beings, who are always getting together and jabbering. Just. Those are they. Pan. I can't understand a word they say, their philosophy is too much for me. I am mountain bred, smart city language is not in my line. Sophists and philosophers are not known in Arcadia. I am a good hand at flute or pipe, I can mind goats, I can dance, I can fight at a pinch, and that is all. But I hear them all day long, bawling out a string of hard words about virtue, and nature, and ideas, and things incorporeal. They are good enough friends when the argument begins, but their voices mount higher and higher as they go on, and end in a scream. They get more and more excited, and all try to speak at once. They grow red in the face, their necks swell, and their veins stand out, for all the world like a flute player on a high note. The argument is turned upside down, they forget what they are trying to prove, and finally go off abusing one another and brushing the sweat from their brows. Victory rests with him who can show the boldest front and the loudest voice, and hold his ground the longest. The people, especially those who have nothing better to do, adore them, and stand spellbound under their confident bawlings. For all that I could see, they were no better than humbugs, and I was none too pleased at their copying my beard. If there were any use in their noise, if the talking did any good to the public, I should not have a word to say against them, but, to tell you the plain unvarnished truth, I have more than once looked out from my peephole yonder and seen them. Just. Hush, Pan, was not that Hermes making the proclamation? Pan. I thought so. Be it known to all men that we purpose on this 7th day of March to hold a court of justice, and fortune defend the right. All litigant parties to assemble on Areopagus, where justice will assign the juries and preside over the trials in person. The juries to be taken from the whole Athenian people, the pay to be 6 pence for each case. The number of jurors to vary with the nature of the accusation. Any parties who had commenced legal proceedings and have died in the interim to be sent up by Aeacus. Any party doubting the justice of his sentence may appeal. The appeal to he heard by Zeus. Pan. Talk about noise. How they shout. And what a hurry they are in to get here. See how one hails another up the hill. Here comes Hermes himself. Well, I leave you to your juries and your evidence. You are accustomed to it. I will return to my cave, and there play over one of those amorous ditties with which I love to upbraid Echo. As to rhetoric and law pleadings, I hear enough of those every day in this very court of Areopagus. We had better summon the parties, Justice. Just. True. Only look at the crowd, bustling and buzzing about the hilltop like a swarm of wasps. First ADH. I've got you, curse you. Second ADH, pooh. A trumped-up charge. Third ADH. At last. You shall get your deserts this time. Fourth ADH. Your villainy shall be unmasked. Fifth ADH. My jury first, Hermes. Sixth ADH. Come along, into court with you, rascal. Seventh ADH. You needn't throttle me. Just. Do you know what I think we had better do, Hermes? Put off all the other cases for tomorrow, and only take today the charges brought by arts, professions, and philosophies. Pick me out all of that kind. Drink v. The Academy, re Polmon, kidnapped. Just. 7 jurors. Porch versus pleasure. Defendant is charged with seducing Dionysius, plaintiff's admirer. Just. 5 will do for that. Luxury versus virtue, re Aristippus. Just. 5 again. Bank versus Diogenes, alleged to have run away from plaintiff's service. Just. 3 only. Painting versus Pyro. Desertion from the ranks. Just. That will want 9. What about these 2 charges just brought against a rhetorician? Just. No, those can stand over, we must work off the arrears first. Well, these cases are of just the same kind. They are not old ones, it is true, but they are very like those you have taken, and might fairly be heard with them. Just. That looks rather like favoritism, Hermes. However, as you like, only these must be the last, we have got quite enough. What are they? Rhetoric v. Assyrian 69, for neglect, dialogue v. the same, for assault. Just. And who is this Syrian? There is no name given. That is all, the Syrian rhetorician, he can have a jury without having a name. Just. So. Here on Areopagus I am to give juries to outsiders, who ought to be tried on the other side of the Euphrates. Well, give him 11, and they can hear both cases. That's right, it will save a lot of expense. Just. First case, the Academy versus Drink. Let the jury take their seats. Mark the time, Hermes. Drink, open the case. Not a word. Can you do nothing but nod, Hermes? Go and see what is the matter with her. She says she cannot plead, she would only be laughed at, wine has tied her tongue. As you see, she can hardly stand. Just. Well, there are plenty of able counsel present, ready to shout themselves hoarse for sixpence, let her employ one of them. No one will have anything to do with such a client in open court. But she makes a very reasonable proposal. Just. Yes. The Academy is always ready to take both sides, she makes a point of contradicting herself plausibly. Let her speak first on my behalf, says Drink, and then on her own. Just. A novel form of procedure. However, go on, Academy. Speak on both sides, if you find it so easy. Academic. First, gentlemen of the jury, let me state the case for 16 Drink, as her time is now being taken. My unfortunate client, gentlemen, has been cruelly wronged, I have torn from her the one slave on whose loyalty and affection she could rely, the only one who saw nothing censurable in her conduct. I allude to Polemon, whose days, from morning to night, were spent in revel, who in broad daylight sought the publicity of the market in the company of music, girls and singers, ever drunk, ever headachy, ever garlanded. In support of my statements, I appeal to every man in Athens to say whether he had ever seen Polemon sober. But in an evil hour for him, his revels, which had brought him to so many other doors, brought him at length to my own. I laid hands on him, tore him away by brute force from the plaintiff, and made him my own, giving him water to drink, teaching him sobriety, and stripping him of his garlands. He, who should have been sitting over his wine, now became acquainted with the perverse, the harassing, the pernicious quibbles of philosophy. Alas! The ruddy glow has departed from his cheek, he is pale and wasted, his songs are all forgotten. There are times when he will sit far on into the night, tasting neither meat nor drink, while he reels out the meaningless platitudes with which I have so abundantly supplied him. I have even incited him to attack the character of my client, and to utter 1,000 base insinuations against her good fame. The case of Drink is now complete. I proceed to state my own. Let my time be taken. Just. What will the defendant have to say to that, I wonder? Give her the same time allowance. Academic. Nothing, gentlemen of the jury, could sound more plausible than the arguments advanced by my learned friend on her client's behalf. And yet, if you will give me your favorable attention, I shall convince you that the plaintiff has suffered no wrong at my hands. This Polemon, whom plaintiff claims as her servant, so far from having any natural connection with her, is one whose excellent parts entitle him to claim kinship and affinity with myself. He was still a boy, his powers were yet unformed, when plaintiff, aided and abetted by pleasure, ever her partner in crime, seized upon him, and delivered him over into the clutches of debauchery and dissipation. Under whose corrupt influence the unfortunate young man utterly lost all sense of shame. Those very facts that plaintiff supposed to be so many arguments in her favor will be found, on the contrary, to make for my own case. From early morning, as my learned friend has just observed, did the misguided Pullman, with aching head and garlanded, stagger through the open market to the noise of flutes, never sober, brawling with all he met. A reproach to his ancestors and his city, a laughingstock to foreigners. One day he reached my door. He found it open. I was discoursing to a company of my disciples, as is my wont, upon virtue and temperance. He stood there, with the flute girl at his side and the garlands on his head, and sought at first to drown our conversation with his noisy outcry. But we paid no heed to him, and little by little our words produced a sobering effect, for drink had not entire possession of him. He bade the flute girl cease, tore off his garlands, and looked with shame at his luxurious dress. Like one waking from deep sleep, he saw himself as he was, and repented of his past life. The flush of drunkenness faded and vanished from his cheek, and was succeeded by a blush of shame. At last, not, as plaintiff would have you believe, in response to any invitation of mine, nor under any compulsion, but of his own free will, and in the conviction of my superiority, he renounced his former mistress there and then. And entered my service. Bring him into court. You shall see for yourselves, gentlemen, what he has become under my treatment. Behold that Pullman whom I found drunk, unable to speak or stand upright, an object of ridicule. I turned him from his evil ways. I taught him sobriety, and I present him to you, no longer a slave, but a decent and orderly citizen, a credit to his nation. In conclusion, let me say that the change I have wrought in him has won me the gratitude not only of Pullman himself but of all his friends. Which of us has been the more profitable companion for him, it is now for the jury to decide. Come, gentlemen, get up and give your votes. There is no time to be lost, we have other cases coming on. Just. Academy wins, by 6 votes to 1. I am not surprised to find that drink has one adherent. Jurors in the case of Porch v. Pleasure re Dionysius take their seats. The lady of the fresco 70 may begin, her time is noted. Porch. I am not ignorant, gentlemen, of the attractions of my adversary. I see how your eyes turn in her direction. She has your smiles, I your contempt, because my hair is close-cropped, and my expression stern and masculine. Yet if you will give me a fair hearing, I fear her not, for justice is on my side. Nay, it is with these same meretricious attractions of hers that my accusation is concerned. It was by her specious appearance that she beguiled the virtuous Dionysius, my lover, and drew him to herself. The present case is in fact closely allied with that of drink and the Academy, with which your colleagues have just dealt. The question now before you is this: are men to live the lives of swine, wallowing in voluptuousness, with never a high or noble thought, or are they to set virtue above enjoyment, and follow the dictates of freedom and philosophy? Fearing not to grapple with pain, nor seeking the degrading service of pleasure, as though happiness were to be found in a pot of honey or a cake of figs? These are the baits my adversary throws out for fools, and toil the bugbear with which she frightens them. Her artifices seldom fail, and among her victims is this unfortunate whom she has constrained to rebel against my authority. She had to wait till she found him on a sick bed, never while he was himself would he have listened to her proposals. Yet what right have I to complain? She spares not even the gods, she impugns the wisdom of Providence, she is guilty of blasphemy. You have a double penalty to impose, if you would be wise. I hear that she has not even been at the pains of preparing a defense. Epicurus is to speak for her. She does not stand upon ceremony with you, gentlemen. Ask her what Heracles would have been, what your own Theseus would have been, if they had listened to the voice of pleasure, and shrunk back from toil. Their toils were the only check upon wickedness, which else must have overrun the whole earth. And now I have done. I am no lover of long speeches. Yet if my adversary would consent to answer a few questions, her worthlessness would soon appear. Let me remind you, gentlemen, of your oath. Give your votes in accordance with that oath, and believe not Epicurus, when he tells you that the gods take no thought for the things of earth. Stand down, madam. Epicurus will now speak on behalf of pleasure. AP. I shall not detain you long, gentlemen of the jury, there is no occasion for me to do so. If it were true, as the plaintiff asserts, that Dionysius was her lover, and that my client by means of drugs or incantations had constrained him to withdraw his affections from the plaintiff and transfer them to herself, if this were true, then my client might fairly be accused of witchcraft, nor could her wicked practices upon her rival's admirers escape condemnation. On the other hand, if a free citizen of a free state, deciding for himself in a matter where the law is silent, takes a violent aversion to this lady's person, concludes that the blessedness with which she promises to crown his labors is neither more nor less than moonshine, and accordingly makes the best of his way out of her labyrinthine maze of argument into the attractive arms of pleasure, bursts the bonds of verbal subtlety, exchanges credulity for common sense, and pronounces, with great justice, that toil is toilsome, and that pleasure is pleasant, I ask, is this shipwrecked mariner to be excluded from the calm haven of his desire, and hurled back headlong into a sea of toil? Is this poor suppliant at the altar of mercy, in other words of pleasure, is he to be delivered over into the power of perplexity? And all on the chance that his hot climb up the steep hill of virtue may be rewarded with a glimpse of that celebrated lady on the top, and his life of toil followed by a hereafter of happiness. We could scarcely ask for a better judge of the matter than Dionysius himself. He was as familiar with the Stoic doctrines as any man, and held at one time that virtue was the only good, but he presently discovered that toil was an evil. He then chose what seemed to him the better course. He would no doubt observe that those philosophers who had so much to say on the subject of patience and endurance under toil were secretly the servants of pleasure, carefully abiding by her laws in their own homes, though they made so free with her name in their discourses. They cannot bear to be detected in any relaxation, or any departure from their principles, but, poor men, they lead a Tantalus life of it in consequence, and when they do get a chance of sinning without being found out, they drink down pleasure by the bucketful. Depend on it, if some one would make them a present of Gyges' ring of invisibility, or Hades's cap, they would cut the acquaintance of toil without further ceremony, and elbow their way into the presence of pleasure. They would all be Dionysiuses then. As long as Dionysius was well, he thought that there was some good in all this talk about endurance. But when he fell ill, and found out what pain really was, he perceived that his body was of another school than the porch, and held quite other tenets. He was converted, realized that he was flesh and blood, and from that day ceased to behave as if he were made of marble. He knew now that the man who talks nonsense about the iniquity of pleasure, but toys with words, his thoughts are bent elsewhither. And now, gentlemen, I leave you to your vote. Porch. Not yet. Let me ask him a few questions. AP. Yes. I am ready. Porch. You hold toil to be an evil? AP. I do. Porch. And pleasure a good? AP. Unquestionably. Porch. Do you recognize the distinction between differentia and indifferentia? Between preposita and rejecta? AP. Why, certainly. Her. Madam, this discussion must cease, the jury say they do not understand word chopping. They will now give their votes. Porch. Ah, I should have won, if I could have tried him with my third figure of self-evidence. Just. Who wins? Her. Unanimous verdict for pleasure. Porch. I appeal to Zeus. Just. By all means. Next case, Hermes. Her. Luxury versus virtue, re Aristippus. Aristippus must appear in person. Vir. I ought to speak first. Aristippus is mine. His words and his deeds alike proclaim him mine. Lux. On the contrary, anyone who will observe his garlands and his purple robes and his perfumes will agree that he is mine. Just. Peace. This suit must stand over, until Zeus has decided the appeal re Dionysius. The cases are similar. If Porch wins her appeal, Aristippus shall be adjudged to virtue, if not, luxury must have him. Bring the next case. By the way, those jurors must not have their fee, they have not earned it. So the poor old gentlemen have climbed up all this way for nothing. Just. Well, they must be content with a third. Now go away, all of you, and don't be cross. You shall have another chance. Diogenes of Sinope wanted. Bank, it is for you to speak. Diog. Look here, Madam Justice, if she doesn't stop bothering, I shall have assault and battery to answer for before long, instead of desertion. My stick is ready. Just. What is the meaning of this? Bank has run away, and Diogenes after her, with his stick raised. Poor Bank. I am afraid she will be roughly handled. Call Pyro. Here is painting, but Pyro has never come up. I knew how it would be. Just. And what was his reason? He holds that there is no such thing as a true decision. Just. Then judgment goes against him by default. Now for the Syrian advocate. The indictments were only filed a day or two ago. There was no such hurry. However, we will first take the case in which rhetoric is plaintiff. How people crowd in to hear it. Just so, the case has not had time to get stale, you see. It has the charm of novelty, the indictment, as you say, having only been filed yesterday. The prospect, too, of hearing the Syrian defend himself against two such plaintiffs as rhetoric and dialogue, one after the other, is a great attraction. Well, rhetoric, when are you going to begin? Before all things, men of Athens, I pray the gods that you may listen to me throughout this trial with feelings not less warm than those that I have ever entertained towards my country and towards each one of you, my countrymen. And if, further, I pray them so to dispose your hearts that you will suffer me to conduct my case in accordance with my original intention and design, without interruption from my adversary, I shall be asking no more than justice. When I listen to the defendant's words, and then reflect upon the treatment I have received from him, I know not how I am to reconcile the two. You will presently find him holding a language scarcely distinguishable from my own, yet examine into his conduct, and you will see, from the lengths to which he has already gone, that I am justified in taking steps to prevent his going yet further. But enough of preamble, I am wasting time that might be better employed in accusing my adversary. Gentlemen, the defendant was no more than a boy, he still spoke with his native accent, and might at any moment have exhibited himself in the garb of an Assyrian, when I found him wandering up and down Ionia, at a loss for employment. I took him in hand, I gave him an education. And, convinced of his capabilities and of his devotion to me, for he was my very humble servant in those days, and had no admiration to spare for any one else, I turned my back upon the many suitors who sought my hand, upon the wealthy, the brilliant and the highborn, and betrothed myself to this monster of ingratitude. Upon this obscure pauper boy I bestowed the rich dowry of my surpassing eloquence, brought him to be enrolled among my own people, and made him my fellow citizen, to the bitter mortification of his unsuccessful rivals. When he formed the resolution of traveling, in order to make his good fortune known to the world, I did not remain behind, I accompanied him everywhere, from city to city, shedding my luster upon him, and clothing him in honor and renown. Of our travels in Greece and Ionia, I say nothing. He expressed a wish to visit Italy, I sailed the Ionian Sea with him, and attended him even as far as Gaul, scattering plenty in his path. For a long time he consulted my wishes in everything, was unfailing in his attendance upon me, and never passed a night away from my side. But no sooner had he secured an adequate provision, no sooner did he consider his reputation established, than his countenance changed towards me, he assumed a haughty air, and neglected, nay, utterly abandoned me. Having conceived a violent affection for the bearded old person yonder, whom you may know from his dress to be Dialogue, and who passes for a son of philosophy. With this Dialogue, in spite of the disparity of age, he is now living. And is not ashamed to clip the wings of free, high-soaring eloquence, and submit himself to the comedian's fetters of bald question and answer. He, whose thoughts should have found utterance in thundering oratory, is content to weave a puny network of conversation. Such things may draw a smile from his audience, a nod, an unimpassioned wave of the hand, a murmur of approbation, they can never hope to evoke the deafening uproar of universal applause. And this, gentlemen, is the fascination under which he looks coldly upon me. I commend his taste. They say, indeed, that he is not on the best of terms even with his beloved dialogue. Apparently I am not the only victim of his overweening pride. Does not such ingratitude as this render him liable to the penalties imposed by the marriage laws? He leaves me, his lawful wife, to whom he is indebted alike for wealth and reputation, leaves me to neglect, and goes off in pursuit of novelty. And that, at a time when all eyes are turned upon me, when all men write me their protectress. I hold out against the entreaties of countless suitors, they knock, and my doors remain closed to them. They call loudly upon my name, but I scorn their empty clamors, and answer them not. All is in vain, he will not return to me, nor withdraw his eyes from this new love. In heaven's name, what does he expect to get from him? What has dialogue but his cloak? In conclusion, gentlemen, should he attempt to employ my art in his defense, suffer him not thus unscrupulously to sharpen my own sword against me. Bid him defend himself, if he can, with the weapons of his adored dialogue. Now there, madam, you are unreasonable. How can he possibly make a dialogue of it all by himself? No, no. Let him deliver a regular speech, just the same as other people. Syrian. In view, gentlemen, of the indignation that plaintiff has expressed at the idea of my employing her gift of eloquence in order to maintain my cause at large, I shall confine myself to a brief and summary refutation of her charges. And shall then leave the whole matter to your discernment. Gentlemen, all that the plaintiff has said is true. She educated me, she bore me company in my travels, she made a Greek of me. She has each of these claims to a husband's gratitude. I have now to give my reasons for abandoning her, and cultivating the acquaintance of dialogue, and, believe me, no motive of self-interest shall induce me to misrepresent the facts. I found, then, that the discreet bearing, the seemly dress, which had distinguished her in the days of her union with the illustrious demesman of Paeania 71, were now thrown aside. I saw her tricked out and bedizened, rouged and painted like a courtesan. My suspicions were aroused, and I began to watch the direction of her eyes. To make a long story short, our street was nightly infested with the serenades of her tipsy gallants, some of whom, not content with knocking at our doors, threw aside all restraint, and forced their way into the house. These attentions amused and delighted my wife. She was commonly to be seen leaning over the parapet and listening to the loose ditties that were bawled up from below. And when she thought she was unobserved, she would even open the door, and admit the gallant to her shameless embraces. Such things were not to be endured. I was loath to bring her into the divorce court, and accordingly sought the hospitality of Dialogue, who was my near neighbor. Such, gentlemen, are the grievous wrongs that plaintiff has suffered at my hands. Even had the provocation I have described been wanting, my age, I was then nearly 40 years old, called upon me to withdraw from the turmoil of the law courts, and suffer the gentlemen of the jury to rest in peace. Tyrants enough had been arraigned, princes enough been eulogized. It was time to retreat to the walks of Academy or the Lyceum, there to enjoy, in the delightful society of dialogue, that tranquil discourse which aims not at noisy acclamations. I might say much more, but I forbear. You, gentlemen, will give your votes in accordance with the dictates of conscience. Just. Who wins? Her. The Syrian has all votes but one. Just. And that one a rhetorician's, I suppose. Dialogue will now address the same jury. Gentlemen, you will remain and hear this second case, and will receive a double fee. Dia. If I had had my choice, gentlemen, I should have addressed you in the conversational style to which I am accustomed, instead of delivering a long harangue. However, I must conform to the custom of the law courts, though I have neither skill nor experience in such matters. So much by way of exordium, and now for the outrage committed on me by the defendant. In former days, gentlemen, I was a person of exalted character, my speculations turned upon the gods, and nature, and the annus magnus. I trod those aerial plains wherein Zeus on winged car is borne along through the heights. My flight had actually brought me to the heavenly vault. I was just setting foot upon the upper surface of that dome, when this Syrian took it upon himself to drag me down, break my wings, and reduce me to the common level of humanity. Whisking off the seemly tragic mask I then wore, he clapped on in its place a comic one that was little short of ludicrous. His next step was to huddle me into a corner with jest, lampoon, cynicism, and the comedians Eupoles and Aristophanes. Persons with a horrible knack of making light of sacred things, and girding at all that is as it should be. But the climax was reached when he unearthed a barking, snarling old Cynic, Menippus by name, and thrust his company upon me, a grim bulldog, if ever there was one, a treacherous brute that will snap at you while his tail is yet wagging. Could any man be more abominably misused? Stripped of my proper attire, I am made to play the buffoon, and to give expression to every whimsical absurdity that his caprice dictates. And, as if that were not preposterous enough, he has forbidden me either to walk on my feet or to rise on the wings of poesy. I am a ridiculous cross between prose and verse, a monster of incongruity, a literary centaur. Now, Syrian, what do you say to that? Syrian. Gentlemen of the jury, I am surprised. Nothing could be more unexpected than the charge dialogue has brought against me. When I first took him in hand, he was regarded by the world at large as one whose interminable discussions had soured his temper and exhausted his vitality. His labors entitled him to respect, but he had none of the attractive qualities that could secure him popularity. My first step was to accustom him to walk upon the common ground like the rest of mankind. My next, to make him presentable, by giving him a good bath and teaching him to smile. Finally, I assigned him comedy as his yoke fellow, thus gaining him the confidence of his hearers, who until then would as soon have thought of picking up a hedgehog as of venturing into the thorny presence of dialogue. But I know what the grievance is. He wants me to sit and discourse subtle nothings with him about the immortality of the soul, and the exact number of pints of pure homogeneous essence that went to the making of the universe. And the claims of rhetoric to be called a shadow of a fraction of statecraft, or a fourth part of flattery. He takes a curious pleasure in refinements of this kind. It tickles his vanity most deliciously to be told that not every man can see so far into the ideal as he. Evidently he expects me to conform to his taste in this respect. He is still hankering after those lost wings, his eyes are turned upwards, he cannot see the things that lie before his feet. I think there is nothing else he can complain of. He cannot say that I, who pass for a barbarian, have torn off his Greek dress, and replaced it with one like my own. That would have been another matter. To deprive him of his native garb were indeed a crime. Gentlemen, I have made my defense, as far as in me lies. I trust that your present verdict will confirm the former one. Well, I never. All 10 are for you again. Only one dissentient, and he the same one as before. True to his envious principles, he must ever give his vote against his betters. The jurors may now leave the court. The remaining cases will come on tomorrow. The parasite, a demonstration that sponging is a profession. Tychiades. Simon. Tyche. I am curious about you, Simon. Ordinary people, free and slaves alike, have some trade or profession that enables them to benefit themselves and others. You seem to be an exception. See. I do not quite see what you mean, Tychiades, put it a little clearer. Tyche. I want to know whether you have a profession of any sort. For instance, are you a musician? See. Certainly not. Tyche. A doctor? See. No. Tyche. A mathematician? See. No. Tyche. Do you teach rhetoric, then? I need not ask about philosophy, you have about as much to do with that as sin has. See. Less, if possible. Do not imagine that you are enlightening me upon my failings. I acknowledge myself a sinner, worse than you take me for. Tyche. Very well. But possibly you have abstained from these professions because nothing great is easy. Perhaps a trade is more in your way. Are you a carpenter or cobbler? Your circumstances are hardly such as to make a trade superfluous. C. Quite true. Well, I have no skill in any of these. Tie. But in C. An excellent one, in my opinion. If you were acquainted with it you would agree, I am sure. I can claim to be a practical master in the art by this time. Whether I can give an account of my faith is another question. Tyche. What is it? C. No, I do not think I have got up the theory of it sufficiently. For the present, rest assured that I have a profession, and cease your strictures on that head. Its nature you shall know another time. Tyche. No, no, I will not be put off like that. C. Well, I am afraid my profession would be rather a shock to you. Tyche. I like shocks. C. Well, I will tell you some day. Tyche. Now, I say, or else I shall know you are ashamed of it. C. Well, then, I sponge. Tyche. Why, what sane man would call sponging a profession? C. I, for one. And if you think I am not sane, put down my innocence of other professions to insanity, and let that be my sufficient excuse. My lady Insanity, they say, is unkind to her votaries in most respects, but at least she excuses their offences, which she makes herself responsible for, like a schoolmaster or tutor. Tyche. So sponging is an art, eh? C. It is, and I profess it. Tyche. So you are a sponger? C. What an awful reproach. Tyche. What? You do not blush to call yourself a sponger? C. On the contrary, I should be ashamed of not calling myself so. Tyche. And when we want to distinguish you for the benefit of anyone who does not know you, but has occasion to find you out, we must say, the sponger, naturally. C. The name will be more welcome to me than statuary to Phidias. I am as proud of my profession as Phidias of his Zeus. Tyche. Ha, ha, ha. Excuse me, just a particular that occurred to me. C. Namely. Tyche. Think of the address of your letters, Simon the Sponger. C. Simon the Sponger, Dion the Philosopher. I shall like mine as well as he his. Tyche. Well, well, your taste in titles concerns me very little. Come now to the next absurdity. C. Which is? Tyche. The getting it entered on the list of arts. When anyone asks what the art is, how do we describe it? Letters we know, medicine we know, sponging. C. My own opinion is, that it has an exceptionally good right to the name of art. If you care to listen, I will explain, though I have not got this properly into shape, as I remarked before. Tyche. Oh, a brief exposition will do, provided it is true. C. I think, if you agree, we had better examine art generically first. That will enable us to go into the question whether the specific arts really belong under it. Tyche. Well, what is art? Of course you know that. C. Quite well. Tyche. Out with it, then, as you know. C. An art, as I once heard a wise man say, is a body of perceptions regularly employed for some useful purpose in human life. Tyche. And he was quite right. C. So, if sponging has all these marks, it must be an art. Tyche. If, yes. C. Well, now we will bring to bear on sponging each of these essential elements of art, and see whether its character rings true, or returns a cracked note like bad pottery when it is tapped. It has got to be, like all art, a body of perceptions. Well, we find at once that our artist has to distinguish critically the man who will entertain him satisfactorily and not give him reason to wish that he had sponged elsewhere. Now, inasmuch as a saying, which is no more than the power of distinguishing between false and true coin, is a recognized profession, you will hardly refuse the same status to that which distinguishes between false and true men. The genuineness of men is more obscure than that of coins, this indeed is the gist of the wise Euripides' complaint. But among men how tell the base apart? Virtue and vice stamp not the outward flesh. So much the greater the sponger's art, which beats prophecy in the certainty of its conclusions upon problems so difficult. Next, there is the faculty of so directing your words and actions as to effect intimacy and convince your patron of your devotion. Is that consistent with weak understanding or perception? Tyche. Certainly not. C. Then at table one has to outshine other people, and show the difference between amateur and professional. Is that to be done without thought and ingenuity? Tyche. No, indeed. C. Or perhaps you fancy that any outsider who will take the trouble can tell a good dinner from a bad one. Well, the mighty Plato says, if the guest is not versed in cookery, the dressing of the banquet will be but unworthily judged. The next point to be established is, that sponging depends not merely on perceptions, but on perceptions regularly employed. Nothing simpler. The perceptions on which other arts are based frequently remain unemployed by their owner for days, nights, months, or years, without his arts perishing. Whereas, if those of the sponger were to miss their daily exercise, not merely his art would perish, but he with it. There remains the useful purpose in human life. It would take a madman to question that here. I find nothing that serves a more useful purpose in human life than eating and drinking. Without them you cannot live. Tyche. That is true. C. Moreover, sponging is not to be classed with beauty and strength, and so called a quality instead of an art. Tyche. No. C. And, in the sphere of art, it does not denote the negative condition, of unskillfulness. That never brings its owner prosperity. Take an instance, if a man who did not understand navigation took charge of a ship in a stormy sea, would he be safe? Tyche. Not he. C. Why, now? Because he wants the art which would enable him to save his life. Tyche. Exactly. C. It follows that, if sponging was the negative of art, the sponger would not save his life by its means. Tyche. Yes. C. A man is saved by art, not by the absence of it. Tyche. Quite so. C. So sponging is an art. Tyche. Apparently. C. Let me add that I have often known even good navigators and skillful drivers come to grief, resulting with the latter in bruises and with the former in death, but no one will tell you of a sponger who ever made shipwreck. Very well, then, sponging is neither the negative of art, nor is it a quality, but it is a body of perceptions regularly employed. So it emerges from the present discussion an art. Tyche. That seems to be the upshot. But now proceed to give us a good definition of your art. C. Well thought of. And I fancy this will about do. Sponging is the art of eating and drinking, and of the talk by which these may be secured. Its end is pleasure. Tyche. A very good definition, I think. But I warn you that your end will bring you into conflict with some of the philosophers. Saint well, if sponging agrees with happiness about the end, we may be content. And that it does I will soon show you. The wise Homer, admiring the sponger's life as the only blissful enviable one, has this. I say no fairer end may be attained than when the people is attuned to mirth. And groans the festal board with meat and bread, and the cupbearer's ladle from flowing bowl to cup the sweet wine dips. As if this had not made his admiration quite clear enough, he lays a little more emphasis, good man, on his personal opinion. This in my heart I count the highest bliss. Moreover, the character to whom he entrusts these words is not just anyone. It is the wisest of the Greeks. Well now, if Odysseus had cared to say a word for the end approved by the Stoics, he had plenty of chances, when he brought back Philoctetes from Lemnos, when he sacked Troy, when he stopped the Greeks from giving up. Or when he made his way into Troy by scourging himself and putting on rags bad enough for any Stoic. But no, he never said theirs was a fairer end. And again, when he was living an Epicurean life with Calypso, when he could spend idle luxurious days, enjoying the daughter of Atlas and giving the rein to every soft emotion, even then he had not his fairer end. That was still the life of the sponger. Banquetier was the word used for sponger in his day. What does he say? I must quote the lines again, nothing like repetition, the banquetiers in order set, and, groans the festal board with meat and bread. It was a remarkable piece of impudence on Epicurus's part to appropriate the end that belongs to sponging for his system of happiness. That it was a bit of larceny, Epicurus having nothing, and the sponger much, to do with pleasure, I will soon show you. I take it that pleasure means, first, bodily tranquility, and secondly, an untroubled soul. Well, the sponger attains both, Epicurus neither. A man who is busy inquiring into the earth's shape, the infinity of worlds, the sun's size, astronomic distances, the elements, the existence or non-existence of gods. And who is engaged in incessant controversies about the end, he is a prey not merely to human, but to cosmic perturbations. Whereas the sponger, convinced that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds, living secure and calm with no such perplexities to trouble him, eats and sleeps and lies on his back, letting his hands and feet look after themselves. Like Odysseus on his passage home from Scyria. But here is an independent refutation of Epicurus's pretensions to pleasure. Our Epicurus, whoever his wisdom may be, either is, or is not, supplied with victuals. If he is not, so far from having a pleasurable life, he will have no life at all. If he is, does he get them out of his own means, or from someone else? If the latter, he is a sponger, and not what he says he is. If the former, he will not have a pleasurable life. Tyche. How so? See. Why, if his food is provided out of his own means, that way of life has many consequences, reckon them up. You will admit that, if the principle of your life is to be pleasure, all your appetites have to be satisfied? Tyche. I agree. See. Well, a large income may possibly meet that requirement, a scanty one certainly not. Consequently, a poor man cannot be a philosopher, or in other words attain the end, which is pleasure. But neither will the rich, who lavishes his substance on his desires, attain it. And why? Because spending has many worries inseparably attached to it. Your cook disappoints you, and you must either have strained relations with him, or else purchase peace and quiet by feeding badly and missing your pleasure. Then similar difficulties attend your steward's management of the house. You must admit all this. Tyche. Oh, certainly, I agree. See. In fact, something or other is sure to happen and cut off Epicurus from his end. Now the sponger has no cook to be angry with, no farm, steward or money to be annoyed at the loss of. At the same time he lives on the fat of the land, and is the one person who can eat and drink without the worries from which others cannot escape. That sponging is an art, has now been abundantly proved, it remains to show its superiority. And this I shall take in two divisions. First, it has a general superiority to all the arts, and, secondly, it is superior to each of them separately. The general superiority is this: the arts have to be instilled by dint of toil, threats and blows, regrettable necessities, all of them. My own art, of which the acquisition costs no toil, is perhaps the only exception. Who ever came away from dinner in tears? With the schoolroom it is different, or whoever went out to dinner with the dismal expression characteristic of going to school? No, the sponger needs no pressing to get him to table. He is devoted to his profession. It is the other apprentices who hate theirs, to the point of running away, sometimes. And it is worth your notice that a parent's usual reward for a child who makes progress in the ordinary arts is just the thing that the sponger gets regularly. The lad has done his writing well, they say. Let him have something nice, what vile writing. Let him go without. Oh, the mouth is very useful for reward and punishment. Again, with the other arts the result comes only after the learning is done, their fruits alone are agreeable. Long and steep the road thereto. Sponging is once more an exception, in that profit and learning here go hand in hand, you grasp your end as soon as you begin. And whereas all other arts are practiced solely for the sustenance they will ultimately bring, the sponger has his sustenance from the day he starts. You realize, of course, that the farmer's object in farming is something else than farming, the carpenter's something different from abstract carpentering, but the sponger has no ulterior object. Occupation and preoccupation are for him one and the same. Then it is no news to anyone that other professions slave habitually, and get just 1 or 2 holidays a month, states keep some monthly and some yearly festivals. These are their times of enjoyment. But the sponger has 30 festivals a month, every day is a red-letter day with him. Once more, success in the other arts presupposes a diet as abstemious as any invalids. Eat and drink to your heart's content, and you make no progress in your studies. Other arts, again, are useless to their professor unless he has his plant. You cannot play the flute if you have not one to play. Lyrical music requires a lyre, horsemanship a horse. But of ours one of the excellences and conveniences is that no instrument is required for its exercise. Other arts we pay, this we are paid, to learn. Further, while the rest have their teachers, no one teaches sponging, it is a gift from heaven, as Socrates said of poetry. Then do not forget that, while the others have to be suspended during a journey or a voyage, this may be in full swing under those circumstances too. Tyche. No doubt about that. C. Another point that strikes me is that other arts feel the need of this one, but not vice versa. Tyche. Well, but is the appropriation of what belongs to others no offense? C. Of course it is. Tyche. Well, the sponger does that. Why is he privileged to offend? C. Ah, I know nothing about that. But now look here, you know how common and mean are the beginnings of the other arts, that of sponging, on the contrary, is noble. Friendship, that theme of the encomiast, is neither more nor less, you will find, than the beginning of sponging. Tyche. How do you make that out? C. Well, no one asks an enemy, a stranger, or even a mere acquaintance, to dinner. The man must be his friend before he will share bit and sup with him, and admit him to initiation in these sacred mysteries. I know I have often heard people say, friend, indeed. By what right? He has never eaten or drunk with us. You see. Only the man who has done that is a friend to be trusted. Next take a sound proof, though not the only one, that it is the most royal of the arts, at the rest of them men have to work, not to mention toil and sweat, in the sitting or standing posture, which marks them for the absolute slaves of their art. Whereas the sponger is free to recline like a king. As to his happy condition, I need no more than allude to the wise Homer's words, he it is, and he alone, that planteth not, nor ploughs, he reapeth where he hath not ploughed nor sown. Again, while knavery and folly are no bar to rhetoric, mathematics, or copperworking, no knave or fool can get on as a sponger. Tyche. Dear, dear, what an amazing profession. I am almost tempted to exchange my own for it. C. I consider I have now established its superiority to art in general, let us next show how it excels individual arts. And it would be silly to compare it with the trades. I leave that to its detractors, and undertake to prove it superior to the greatest and most honorable professions. Such by universal acknowledgment are rhetoric and philosophy. Indeed, some people insist that no name but science is grand enough for them, so if I prove sponging to be far above even these, a fortiori it will excel the others as Nausicaa her maids. Now, its first superiority it enjoys over philosophy and rhetoric alike, and this is in the matter of real existence, it can claim that, they cannot. Instead of our having a single consistent notion of rhetoric, some of us consider it an art, some the negation of art, some a mere artfulness, and so on. Similarly there is no unity in philosophy's subject, or in its relation to it. Epicurus takes one view, the Stoics another, the Academy, the Peripatetics, others. In fact philosophy has as many definitions as definers. So far at least victory wavers between them, and their profession cannot be called one. The conclusion is obvious, I utterly deny that what has no real existence can be an art. To illustrate, there is one and only one arithmetic, twice two is four whether here or in Persia, Greeks and barbarians have no quarrel over that. But philosophies are many and various, agreed neither upon their beginnings nor their ends. Tyche. Perfectly true, they call philosophy one, but they make it many. C. Well, such a want of harmony might be excused in other arts, they being of a contingent nature, and the perceptions on which they are based not being immutable. But that philosophy should lack unity, and even conflict with itself like instruments out of tune, how can that be tolerated? Philosophy, then, is not one, for I find its diversity infinite. And it cannot be many, because it is philosophy, not philosophies. The real existence of rhetoric must incur the same criticism. That with the same subject matter all professors should not agree, but maintain conflicting opinions, amounts to a demonstration, that which is differently apprehended cannot exist. The inquiry whether a thing is this or that, in place of agreement that it is one, is tantamount to a negation of its existence. How different is the case of sponging. For Greeks or barbarians, one in nature and subject and method. No one will tell you that these sponge this way, and those that, there are no spongers with peculiar principles, to match those of Stoics and Epicureans, that I know of, they are all agreed, their conduct and their end alike harmonious. Sponging, I take it on this showing, is just wisdom itself. Tyche. Yes, I think you have dealt with that point sufficiently. Apart from that, how do you show the inferiority of philosophy to your art? C. I must first mention that no sponger was ever in love with philosophy, but many philosophers are recorded to have set their hearts on sponging, to which they still remain constant. Tyche. Philosophers caring to sponge. Names, please. C. Names. You know them well enough, you only play at not knowing because you regard it as a slur on their characters, instead of as the credit it is. Tyche. Simon, I solemnly assure you I cannot think where you will find your instances. C. Honor bright? Then I conclude you never patronize their biographers, or you could not hesitate about my reference. Tyche. Seriously, I long to hear their names. C. Oh, I will give you a list, not bad names either, the elite, if I am correctly informed. They will rather surprise you. Aeschines the Socratic, now, author of dialogues as witty as they are long, brought them with him to Sicily in the hope that they would gain him the royal notice of Dionysius. Having given a reading of the Miltiades, and found himself famous, he settled down in Sicily to sponge on Dionysius and forget Socratic composition. Again, I suppose you will pass Aristippus of Cyrene as a distinguished philosopher. Tyche. Assuredly. C. Well, he was living there too at the same time and on the same terms. Dionysius reckoned him the best of all spongers, he had indeed a special gift that way, the prince used to send his cooks to him daily for instruction. He, I think, was really an ornament to the profession. Well then, Plato, the noblest of you all, came to Sicily with the same view, he did a few days sponging, but found himself incompetent and had to leave. He went back to Athens, took considerable pains with himself, and then had another try, with exactly the same result, however. Plato's Sicilian disaster seems to me to bear comparison with that of Nicias. Tyche. Your authority for all this, pray. C. Oh, there are plenty of authorities, but I will specify Aristoxenus the musician, a weighty one enough, and himself attached as a sponger to Neleus. Then you of course know that Euripides held this relation to Archelaus till the day of his death, and Anaxarchus to Alexander. As for Aristotle, that tyro in all arts was a tyro here too. I have shown you, then, and without exaggeration, the philosophic passion for sponging. On the other hand, no one can point to a sponger who ever cared to philosophize. But of course, if never to be hungry, thirsty, or cold, is to be happy, the sponger is the man who is in that position. Cold-hungry philosophers you may see any day, but never a cold-hungry sponger. The man would not be a sponger, that is all, but a wretched pauper, no better than a philosopher. Tyche. Well, let that pass. And now what about those many points in which your art is superior to rhetoric and philosophy? See. Human life, my dear sir, has its times and seasons, there is peacetime and there is wartime. These provide unfailing tests for the character of arts and their professors. Shall we take wartime first, and see who will do best for himself and for his city under those conditions? Tyche. Ah, now comes the tug of war. It tickles me, this queer match between sponger and philosopher. See. Well, to make the thing more natural, and enable you to take it seriously, let us picture the circumstances. Sudden news has come of a hostile invasion, it has to be met, we are not going to sit still while our outlying territory is laid waste. The commander-in-chief issues orders for a general muster of all liable to serve, the troops gather, including philosophers, rhetoricians, and spongers. We had better strip them first, as the proper preliminary to arming. Now, my dear sir, have a look at them individually and see how they shape. Some of them you will find thin and white with undefeating, all gooseflesh, as if they were lying wounded already. Now, when you think of a hard day, a stand-up fight with press and dust and wounds, what is it but a sorry jest to talk of such starvelings being able to stand it? Now go and inspect the sponger. Full-bodied, flesh a nice color, neither white like a woman's nor tanned like a slave's, you can see his spirit, he has a keen look, as a gentleman should, and a high, full-blooded one to boot. None of your shrinking feminine glances when you are going to war. A noble pikeman that, and a noble corpse, for that matter, if a noble death is his fate. But why deal in conjecture when there are facts to hand? I make the simple statement that in war, of all the rhetoricians and philosophers who ever lived, most never ventured outside the city walls, and the few who did, under compulsion, take their places in the ranks left their posts and went home. Tyche. A bold extravagant assertion. Well, prove it. See. Rhetoricians, then. Of these, Socrates, so far from serving in war, never even ventured into a law court, he was afraid, because his voice was weak, I understand. Well, then Demades, Aeschines, and Philocrates, directly the Macedonian war broke out, were frightened into betraying their country and themselves to Philip. They simply espoused his interests in Athenian politics. And any other Athenian who took the same side was their friend. As for Hyperides, Demosthenes, and Lycurgus, supposed to be bolder spirits, and always raising scenes in the assembly with their abuse of Philip, how did they ever show their prowess in the war? Hyperides and Lycurgus never went out, did not so much as dare show their noses beyond the gates, they sat snug inside in a domestic state of siege, composing poor little decrees and resolutions. And their great chieftain, who had no gentler words for Philip in the assembly than, the brute from Macedon, which cannot produce even a slave worth buying, well, he did take heart of grace and go to Boeotia the day before. But battle had not been joined when he threw away his shield and made off. You must have heard this before, it was common talk not only at Athens, but in Thrace and Scythia, whence the creature was derived. Tyche. Yes, I know all that. But then these are orators, trained to speak, not to fight. But the philosophers, you cannot say the same of them. See. Oh, yes, they discuss manliness every day, and do a great deal more towards wearing out the word virtue than the orators. But you will find them still greater cowards and shirkers. How do I know, in the first place, can any one name a philosopher killed in battle? No, they either do not serve, or else run away. Antisthenes, Diogenes, Crates, Zeno, Plato, Aeschines, Aristotle, and all their company, never set eyes on a battle array. Their wise Socrates was the solitary one who dared to go out. And in the battle of Delium he ran away from Mount Parnes and got safe to the gymnasium of Taurias. It was a far more civilized proceeding, according to his ideas, to sit there talking soft nonsense to handsome striplings and posing the company with quibbles, than to cross spears with a grown Spartan. Tyche. Well, I have heard these stories before, and from people who had no satirical intent. So I acquit you of slandering them by way of magnifying your own profession. But come now, if you don't mind, to the sponger's military behavior. And also tell me whether there is any sponging recorded of the ancients. C. My dear fellow, the most uneducated of us has surely heard enough of Homer to know that he makes the best of his heroes spongers. The great Nestor, whose tongue distilled honeyed speech, sponged on the king, Achilles was, and was known for, the most upright of the Greeks in form and in mind. But neither for him, for Ajax, nor for Diomed, has Agamemnon such admiring praise as for Nestor. It is not for 10 Ajaxes or Achilleses that he prays, no, Troy would have been taken long ago, if he had had in his host 10 men like that old sponger. Idomeneus, of Zeus's own kindred, is also represented in the same relation to Agamemnon. Tyche. I know the passages, but I do not feel sure of the sense in which they were spongers. C. Well, recall the lines in which Agamemnon addresses Idomeneus. Tyche. How do they go? C. For thee the cup stands ever full. Even as for me, wiener it lists thee drink. When he speaks of the cup ever full, he means not that it is perpetually ready, when Idomeneus is fighting or sleeping, for instance. But that he has had the peculiar privilege all through his life of sharing the king's table without that special invitation which is necessary for his other followers. Ajax, after a glorious single combat with Hector, they brought to lordly Agamemnon, we are told, he, you see, is admitted to the royal table, and high time too, as an honor, whereas Idomeneus and Nestor were the king's regular table companions. At least that is my idea. Nestor I take to have been an exceedingly good and skillful sponger on royalty. Agamemnon was not his first patron, he had served his apprenticeship under Sennius and Nixadius. And but for Agamemnon's death I imagine he would never have relinquished the profession. Tyche. Yes, that was a first-class sponger. Can you give me any more? C. Why, Tychiades, what else was Patroclus's relation to Achilles? And he was as fine a fellow, all round, as any Greek of them all. Judging by his actions, I cannot make out that he was inferior to Achilles himself. When Hector had forced the gates and was fighting inside by the ships, it was Patroclus who repelled him and extinguished the flames which had got a hold on Protesilaus' ship. Yet one would not have said the people aboard her were inefficient. Ajax and Teucer they were, one as good in the melee as the other with his bow. A great number of the barbarians, including Sarpedon the son of Zeus, fell to this sponger. His own death was no common one. It took only one man, Achilles, to slay Hector. Paris was enough for Achilles himself, but 2 men and a god went to the killing of the sponger. And his last words bore no resemblance to those of the mighty Hector, who prostrated himself before Achilles and besought him to let his relations have his body. No, they were such as might be expected from one of his profession. Here they are. But of thy like I would have faced a score. And all the score my spear had given to death. Tyche. Yes, you have proved him a good man, but can you show him to have been not Achilles' friend, but a sponger? C. I will produce you his own statement to that effect. Tyche. What a miracle worker you are. C. Listen to the lines, then. Achilles, lay my bones not far from thine. Thou and thine fed me, let me lie by thee. And a little further on he says. Peleus me received, and nurtured gently, and thy henchman named. That is, gave him the right of sponging. If he had meant to allude to Patroclus as his son's friend, he would not have used the word henchman, for he was a free man. What is a henchman, slaves and friends being excluded? Why, obviously a sponger. Accordingly Homer uses the same word of Marianza's relation to Idomeneus. And by the way, it is not Idomeneus, though he was son of Zeus, that he describes as peer of Ares, it is the sponger Marians. Again, did not Aristogiton, poor and of mean extraction, as Thucydides describes him, sponge on Harmodius? He was also, of course, in love with him, a quite natural relation between the two classes. This sponger it was, then, who delivered Athens from tyranny, and now adorns the marketplace in bronze, side by side with the object of his passion. And now I have given you an example or two of the profession. But what sort of a guess do you make at the sponger's behavior in war? In the first place, he will fight on a full belly, as Odysseus advises. You must feed the man who is to fight, he says, however early in the morning it may happen to be. The time that others spend in fitting on helmet or breastplate with nervous care, or in anticipating the horrors of battle, he will devote to putting away his food with a cheerful countenance. And as soon as business begins you will find him in front. His patron will take his place behind him, sheltering under his shield as Teucer under Ajax's. When missiles begin to fly the sponger will expose himself for his patron, whose safety he values more than his own. Should he fall in battle, neither officer or comrade need feel ashamed of that great body, which now reclines as appropriate an ornament of the battlefield as it once was of the dining room. A pretty sight is a philosopher's body by its side, withered, squalid, and bearded. He was dead before the fight began, poor weakling. Who would not despise the city whose guards are such miserable creatures? Who would not suppose, seeing these pallid, hairy mannikins scattered on the ground, that it had none to fight for it, and so had turned out its jailbirds to fill the ranks? That is how the spongers differ from the rhetoricians and philosophers in war. Then in peacetime, sponging seems to me as much better than philosophy as peace itself than war. Be kind enough to glance first at the scenes of peace. Tyche. I do not quite know what they are, but let us glance at them, by all means. C. Well, you will let me describe as civil scenes the market, the courts, the wrestling schools and gymnasia, the hunting field and the dining room? Tyche. Certainly. C. To market and courts the sponger gives a wide berth. They are the haunts of chicanery, there is no satisfaction to be got out of them. But at wrestling school and gymnasium he is in his element, he is their chief glory. Show me a philosopher or orator who is in the same class with him when he strips in the wrestling school, look at them in the gymnasium, they shame instead of adorning it. And in a lonely place none of them would face the onset of a wild beast. The sponger will, though, and find no difficulty in disposing of it, his table familiarity with it has bred contempt. A stag or a wild boar may put up its bristles, he will not mind, the boar may whet its tusks against him. He only returns the compliment. As for hares, he is more deadly to them than a greyhound. And then in the dining room, where is his match, to jest or to eat? Who will contribute most to entertainment, he with his song and his joke, or a person who has not a laugh in him, sits in a threadbare cloak, and keeps his eyes on the ground as if he was at a funeral and not a dinner? If you ask me, I think a philosopher has about as much business in a dining room as a bull in a china shop. But enough of this. What impression does one get of the sponger's actual life, when one compares it with the other? First it will be found that he is indifferent to reputation, and does not care a jot what people think about him, whereas all rhetoricians and philosophers without exception are the slaves of vanity, reputation, and what is worse, of money. No one could be more careless of the pebbles on the shore than the sponger is of money, he would as soon touch fire as gold. But the rhetoricians and, as if that were not bad enough, the professed philosophers, are beneath contempt in this respect. No need to illustrate in the case of the rhetoricians. But of the philosophers whose repute stands highest at present, one was lately convicted of taking a bribe for his verdict in a lawsuit, and another expects a salary for giving a prince his company. And counts it no shame to go into exile in his old age, and hire himself out for pay like some Indian or Scythian captive. The very name his conduct has earned him calls no blush to his cheek. But their susceptibilities are by no means limited to these. Pain, temper, jealousy, and all sorts of desires, must be added, all of which the sponger is beyond the reach of. He does not yield to temper because on the one hand he has fortitude, and on the other hand he has no one to irritate him. Or if he is by any chance moved to wrath, there is nothing disagreeable or sullen about it, it entertains and amuses merely. As to pain, he has less of that to endure than anybody, one of his profession's recommendations and privileges being just that immunity. He has neither money, house, slave, wife, nor children, those hostages to fortune. He desires neither fame, wealth, nor beauty. Tyche. He will feel pain if the supplies run short, I presume. C. Ah, but you see, he is not a sponger if that happens. A courageous man is not courageous if he has no courage, a sensible one not sensible if he has no sense. He could not be a sponger under those conditions. We are discussing the sponger, not the non-sponger. If the courageous is so in virtue of his courage, the sensible in virtue of his sense, then the sponger is a sponger in virtue of sponging. Take that away, and we shall be dealing with something else, and not with a sponger at all. Tyche. So his supplies will never run short. C. Manifestly. So he is as free from that sort of pain as from others. Then all philosophers and rhetoricians are timorous creatures together. You may generally see them carrying sticks on their walks. Well, of course they would not go armed if they were not afraid. And they bar their doors elaborately, for fear of night attacks. Now our man just latches his room door, so that the wind may not blow it open. If there is a noise in the night, it is all the same to him as if there were none. He will travel a lonely road and wear no sword, he does not know what fear is. But I am always seeing philosophers, though there is nothing to be afraid of, carrying bows and arrows. As for their sticks, they take them to bath or breakfast with them. Again, no one can accuse a sponger of adultery, violence, rape, or in fact of any crime whatsoever. One guilty of such offenses will not be sponging, but ruining himself. If he is caught in adultery, his style thenceforth is taken from his offense. Just as a piece of cowardice brings a man not repute, but disrepute, so, I take it, the sponger who commits an offense loses his previous title and gets in exchange that proper to the offense. Of such offenses on the part of rhetoricians and philosophers, on the other hand, we have not only abundant examples in our own time, but records against the ancients in their own writings. There is an apology of Socrates, of Aeschines, of Hyperides, of Demosthenes, and indeed of most of their kind. There is no sponger's apology extant, and you will never hear of anybody's bringing a suit against one. Now I suppose you will tell me that the sponger's life may be better than theirs, but his death is worse. Not a bit of it, it is a far happier one. We know very well that all or most philosophers have had the wretched fate they deserved, some by poison after condemnation for heinous crimes, some by burning alive, some by strangury, some in exile. No one can adduce a sponger's death to match these. He eats and drinks, and dies a blissful death. If you are told that any died a violent one, be sure it was nothing worse than indigestion. Tyche. I must say, you have done well for your kind against the philosophers. And now look at it from the patron's point of view, does he get his money's worth? It strikes me the rich man does the kindness, confers the favor, finds the food, and it is all a little discreditable to the man who takes them. C. Now, really, Tychiades, that is rather silly of you. Can you not see that a rich man, if he had the gold of Gyges, is yet poor as long as he dines alone, and no better than a tramp if he goes abroad unattended? A soldier without his arms, a dress without its purple, a horse without its trappings, are poor things, and a rich man without his sponger is a mean, cheap spectacle. The sponger gives luster to the patron, never the patron to the other. Moreover, none of the reproach that you imagine attaches to sponging, you refer, of course, to the difference in their degrees, but then it is an advantage to the rich man to keep the other. Apart from his ornamental use, he is a most valuable bodyguard. In battle no one will be over ready to undertake the rich man with such a comrade at his side, and you can hardly, having him, die by poison. Who would dare attempt such a thing, with him tasting your food and drink? So he brings you not only credit, but insurance. His affection is such that he will run all risks, he would never leave his patron to face the dangers of the table alone. No, he would rather eat and die with him. Tyche. You have stated your case without missing a point, Simon. Do not tell me you were unprepared again, you have been trained in a good school, man. But one thing more I should like to know. There is a nasty sound about the word sponger, don't you think? See whether I have a satisfactory answer to that. Oblige me by giving what you consider the right answers to my questions. Sponging is an old word, what does it really mean? Tyche. Getting your dinner at someone else's expense. See. Dining out, in fact. Tyche. Yes. See. And we may call a sponger an outdiner. Tyche. The gravamen's in that, he should dine at home. See. A few more answers, please. Of these pairs, which do you consider the best? Which would you take, if you had the choice, to sail, or to outsail? Tyche. The latter. See. To run or outrun? Tyche. The latter. See. Ride or outride, shoot or outshoot? Tyche. Still the same. See. So I presume an outdiner is better than a diner? Tyche. Indisputable. Henceforward I shall come to you morning and afternoon like a schoolboy for lessons. And I am sure you ought to do your very best for me, as your first pupil. The first child is always the mother's joy, you know. 72. Anacharsis, a discussion of physical training. Anacharsis. Solon. N. Why do your young men behave like this, Solon? Some of them grappling and tripping each other, some throttling, struggling, intertwining in the clay like so many pigs wallowing. And yet their first proceeding after they have stripped I noticed that is to oil and scrape each other quite amicably. But then I do not know what comes over them, they put down their heads and begin to push, and crash their foreheads together like a pair of rival rams. There, look! That one has lifted the other right off his legs, and dropped him on the ground. Now he has fallen on top, and will not let him get his head up, but presses it down into the clay. And to finish him off he twines his legs tight round his belly, thrusts his elbow hard against his throat, and throttles the wretched victim, who meanwhile is patting his shoulder. That will be a form of supplication. He is asking not to be quite choked to death. Regardless of their fresh oil, they get all filthy, smother themselves in mud and sweat till they might as well not have been anointed, and present, to me at least, the most ludicrous resemblance to eels slipping through a man's hands. Then here in the open court are others doing just the same, except that, instead of the clay, they have for floor a depression filled with deep sand, with which they sprinkle one another, scraping up the dust on purpose, like fowls. I suppose they want their interfacings to be tighter, the sand is to neutralize the slipperiness of the oil, and by drying it up to give a firmer grip. And here are others, sanded too, but on their legs, going at each other with blows and kicks. We shall surely see this poor fellow spit out his teeth in a minute, his mouth is all full of blood and sand, he has had a blow on the jaw from the other's fist, you see. Why does not the official there separate them and put an end to it? I guess that he is an official from his purple, but no, he encourages them, and commends the one who gave that blow. Wherever you look, every one busy rising on his toes, jumping up and kicking the air, or something. Now I want to know what is the good of it all. To me it looks more like madness than anything else. It will not be very easy to convince me that people who behave like this are not wrong in their heads. So, it is quite natural it should strike you that way, being so novel, and so utterly contrary to Scythian customs. Similarly, you have no doubt many methods and habits that would seem extraordinary enough to us Greeks, if we were spectators of them as you now are of ours. But be reassured, my dear sir, these proceedings are not madness. It is no spirit of violence that sets them hitting each other, wallowing in clay, and sprinkling dust. The thing has its use, and its delight too, resulting in admirable physical condition. If you make some stay, as I imagine you will, in Greece, you are bound to be either a clay bob or a dust bob before long, you will be so taken with the pleasure and profit of the pursuit. And hands off, please. No, I wish you all joy of your pleasures and your profits, but if any of you treats me like that, he will find out that we do not wear cimeters for ornament. But would you mind giving a name to all this? What are we to say they are doing? So. The place is called a gymnasium, and is dedicated to the Lycian Apollo. You see his statue there, the one leaning on the pillar, with a bow in the left hand. The right arm bent over the head indicates that the god is resting after some great exertion. Of the exercises here, that in the clay is called wrestling. The youths in the dust are also called wrestlers, and those who strike each other standing are engaged in what we call the pancratium. But we have other gymnasiums for boxing, quoit throwing, and high jumping. And in all these we hold contests, the winner in which is honored above all his contemporaries, and receives prizes. And what are the prizes, now? So. At Olympia a wreath of wild olive, at the Isthmus one of pine, at Nemea of parsley, at Pythos some of the gods' sacred apples, and at our Panathenea oil pressed from the temple olives. What are you laughing at, Anacharsis? Are the prizes too small? Oh dear no, your prize list is most imposing, the givers may well plume themselves on their munificence, and the competitors be monstrous keen on winning. Who would not go through this amount of preparatory toil, and take his chance of a choking or a dislocation, for apples or parsley? It is obviously impossible for anyone who has a fancy to a supply of apples, or a wreath of parsley or pine, to get them without a mud plaster on his face, or a kick in the stomach from his competitor. Oh so. My dear sir, it is not the thing's intrinsic value that we look at. They are the symbols of victory, labels of the winners, it is the fame attaching to them that is worth any price to their holders. That is why the man whose quest of honor leads through toil is content to take his kicks. No toil, no honor, he who covets that must start with enduring hardship. When he has done that, he may begin to look for the pleasure and profit his labors are to bring. And which pleasure and profit consists in their being seen in their wreaths by every one, and congratulated on their victory by those who before commiserated their pain. Their happiness lies in their exchange of apples and parsley for toil. So. You certainly do not understand our ways yet. You will revise your opinions before long, when you go to the great festivals and see the crowds gathering to look on, the stands filling up, the competitors receiving their ovations, and the victor being idolized. And why, Solon, that is just where the humiliation comes in. They are treated like this not in something like privacy, but with all these spectators to watch the affronts they endure, who, I am to believe, count them happy when they see them dripping with blood or being throttled. For such are the happy concomitants of victory. In my country, if a man strikes a citizen, knocks him down, or tears his clothes, our elders punish him severely, even though there were only 1 or 2 witnesses, not like your vast Olympic or Isthmian gatherings. However, though I cannot help pitying the competitors, I am still more astonished at the spectators. You tell me the chief people from all over Greece attend, how can they leave their serious concerns and waste time on such things? How they can like it passes my comprehension, to look on at people being struck and knocked about, dashed to the ground and pounded by one another. So. If the Olympia, Isthmia, or Panathenea were only on now, those object lessons might have been enough to convince you that our keenness is not thrown away. I cannot make you apprehend the delights of them by description. You should be there sitting in the middle of the spectators, looking at the men's courage and physical beauty, their marvelous condition, effective skill and invincible strength, their enterprise, their emulation, their unconquerable spirit, and their unwearied pursuit of victory. Oh, I know very well, you would never have been tired of talking about your favorites, backing them with voice and hand. And I dare say, and with laugh and flout too. All the fine things in your list, your courages and conditions, your beauties and enterprises, I see you wasting in no high cause, your country is not in danger, your land not being ravaged, your friends or relations not being haled away. The more ridiculous that such patterns of perfection as you make them out should endure the misery all for nothing, and spoil their beauty and their fine figures with sand and black eyes, just for the triumphant possession of an apple or a sprig of wild olive. Oh, how I love to think of those prizes! By the way, do all who enter get them? So. No, indeed. There is only one winner. And do you mean to say such a number can be found to toil for a remote uncertainty of success, knowing that the winner cannot be more than one, and the failures must be many, with their bruises, or their wounds very likely, for sole reward? So. Dear me, you have no idea yet of what is a good political constitution, or you would never depreciate the best of our customs. If you ever take the trouble to inquire how a state may best be organized, and its citizens best developed, you will find yourself commending these practices and the earnestness with which we cultivate them. Then you will realize what good effects are inseparable from those toils which seem for the moment to tax our energies to no purpose. And well, Solon, why did I come all the way from Scythia, why did I make the long stormy passage of the Euxine, but to learn the laws of Greece, observe your customs, and work out the best constitution? That was why I chose you of all Athenians for my friend and host. I had heard of you. I had been told you were a legislator, you had devised the most admirable customs, introduced institutions of great excellence, and in fact built up what you call a constitution. Before all things, then, teach me, make me your pupil. Nothing would please me more than to sit by your side without bit or sup for as long as you could hold out, and listen open-mouthed to what you have to say of constitution and laws. So. The whole thing can hardly be so shortly disposed of, friend. You must take the different departments, one by one, and find out our views upon the gods, then upon parents, upon marriage, and so for the rest. But I will let you know at once what we think about the young, and how we treat them when higher things begin to dawn upon their intelligence, when their frames begin to set and to be capable of endurance. Then you will grasp our purpose in imposing these exercises upon them and insisting on physical effort. Our view is not bounded by the contests, and directed to their carrying off prizes there, of course only a small proportion of them ever reach that point. No, the indirect benefit that we secure for their city and themselves is of more importance. There is another contest in which all good citizens get prizes, and its wreaths are not of pine or wild olive or parsley, but of complete human happiness, including individual freedom and political independence, wealth and repute, enjoyment of our ancient ritual, security of our dear ones, and all the choicest boons a man might ask of heaven. It is of these materials that the wreath I tell you of is woven, and they are provided by that contest for which this training and these toils are the preparation. And you strange man! You had all these grand prizes up your sleeve, and you told me a tale of apples and parsley and tufts of wild olive and pine. So. Ah, you will not think those such trifles either, when you take my meaning. They are manifestations of the same spirit, all small parts of that greater contest and of the wreath of happiness I told you of. But it is true that instead of beginning at the beginning I was carried away to the meetings at the Isthmus and Olympia and Nemea. However, we have plenty of time, and you profess curiosity. It is a simple matter to go back to the beginning, to that many prized contest which I tell you is the real end of all. And that will be better, we are more likely to prosper on the high road. Perhaps I shall even be cured of my inclination to laugh at any one I see priding himself on his olive or parsley wreath. But I propose that we go into the shade over there and sit down on the benches, not to be interrupted by these rounds of cheering. And indeed I must confess I have had enough of this sun, how it scorches one's bare head. I did not want to look like a foreigner, so I left my hat at home. But the year is at its hottest, the dog star, as you call it, is burning everything up, and not leaving a drop of moisture in the air. And the noonday sun right overhead gives an absolutely intolerable heat. I cannot make out how you at your age, so far from dripping like me, never turn a hair. Instead of looking about for some hospitable shade, you take your sunning quite kindly. So. Anacharsis, these useless toils, these perpetual clay baths, these miseries in the sand and the open air, are prophylactics against the sun's rays. We need no hats to ward off his shafts. But come along. And you are not to regard me as an authority whose statements are to be accepted as matter of faith. Wherever you think I have not made out my case, you are to contradict me at once and get the thing straight. So we shall stand to win. Either you, after relieving your mind of all objections that strike you, will reach a firm conviction, or, failing that, I shall have found out my mistake. And in the latter case, Athens will owe you a debt that she cannot be too quick to acknowledge, for your instructions and corrections of my ideas will redound to her advantage. I shall keep nothing back. I shall produce it all in public, stand up in the assembly and say, Men of Athens, I drew up for you such laws as I thought would most advantage you. But this stranger, and at that word I point to you, Anacharsis, this stranger from Scythia has been wise enough to show me my mistake and teach me better ways. Let his name be inscribed as your benefactors. Set him up in bronze beside your name gods, or by Athene on the citadel. And be assured that Athens will not be ashamed to learn what is for her good from a barbarian and an alien. Now I have a specimen of that Attic irony which I have so often heard of. I am an unsettled wanderer who lives on his cart and goes from land to land, who has never dwelt in a city, nor even seen one till now. How should I lay down a constitution, or give lessons to a people that is one with the soil it lives on 73, and for all these ages has enjoyed the blessings of perfect order in this ancient city? How, above all, instruct that Solon whose native gift all men say it is to know how a state may best be governed, and what laws will bring it happiness? Nevertheless, you shall be my legislator too. I will contradict you, where I think you wrong, for my own better instruction. And here we are, safely covered from the sun's pursuit, and this cool stone invites us to take our ease. Start now and give me your reasons. Why seize upon the rising generation so young, and subject them to such toils? How do you develop perfect virtue out of clay and training? What is the exact contribution to it of dust and somersaults? That and that only is my first curiosity. All the rest you shall give me by degrees as occasion rises later. But, Solon, one thing you must bear in mind, you are talking to a barbarian. What I mean is, you must be simple, and brief. I am afraid I shall forget the beginning, if a very abundant flow follows. So. Why, you had better work the sluice yourself, whenever the word stream is either turbid or diverging into a wrong channel. As for mere continuance, you can cut that up by questions. However, so long as what I have to say is not irrelevant, I do not know that length matters. There is an ancient procedure in the Areopagus, our murder court. When the members have ascended the hill, and taken their seats to decide a case of murder or deliberate maiming or arson, each side is allowed to address the court in turn. Prosecution and defense being conducted either by the principals or by counsel. As long as they speak to the matter in hand, the court listens silently and patiently. But if either prefaces his speech with an appeal to its benevolence, or attempts to stir its compassion or indignation by irrelevant considerations, and the legal profession have numberless ways of playing upon juries, the usher at once comes up and silences him. The court is not to be trifled with or have its food disguised with condiments, but to be shown the bare facts. Now, Anacharsis, I hereby create you a temporary Areopagite. You shall hear me according to that court's practice, and silence me if you find me cajoling you, but as long as I keep to the point, I may speak at large. For there is no sun here to make length a burden to you. We have plenty of shade and plenty of time. And that sounds reasonable. And I take it very kindly that you should have given me this incidental view of the proceedings on the Areopagus. They are very remarkable, quite a pattern of the way a judicial decision should be arrived at. Let your speech be regulated accordingly, and the Areopagite of your appointment shall listen as his office requires. So. Well, I must start with a brief preliminary statement of our views upon city and citizens. A city in our conception is not the buildings, walls, temples, docks, and so forth. These are no more than the local habitation that provides the members of the community with shelter and safety. It is in the citizens that we find the root of the matter. They it is that replenish and organize and achieve and guard, corresponding in the city to the soul in man. Holding this view, we are not indifferent, as you see, to our city's body, that we adorn with all the beauty we can impart to it. It is provided with internal buildings, and fenced as securely as may be with external walls. But our engrossing preoccupation is to make our citizens noble of spirit and strong of body. So they will in peace time make the most of themselves and their political unity, while in war they will bring their city through safe with its freedom and well-being unimpaired. Their early breeding we leave to their mothers, nurses, and tutors, who are to rear them in the elements of a liberal education. But as soon as they attain to a knowledge of good and evil, when reverence and shame and fear and ambition spring up in them, when their bodies begin to set and strengthen and be equal to toil, then we take them over. And appoint them both a course of mental instruction and discipline, and one of bodily endurance. We are not satisfied with mere spontaneous development either for body or soul. We think that the addition of systematic teaching will improve the gifted and reform the inferior. We conform our practice to that of the farmer, who shelters and fences his plants while they are yet small and tender, to protect them from the winds, but, as soon as the shoot has gathered substance, prunes it and lets the winds beat upon it and knock it about, and makes it thereby the more fruitful. We first kindle their minds with music and arithmetic, teach them to write and to read with expression. Then, as they get on, we versify, for the better impressing their memories, the sayings of wise men, the deeds of old time, or moral tales. And as they hear of worship won and works that live in song, they yearn evermore, and are fired to emulation, that they too may be sung and marvelled at by them that come after, and have their Hesiod and their Homer. And when they attain their civil rights, and it is time for them to take their share in governing, but all this, it may be, is irrelevant. My subject was not how we train their souls, but why we think fit to subject them to the toils we do. I will silence myself without waiting for the usher, or for you, my Areopagite, who have been too considerate, methinks, in letting me maunder on out of bounds all this way. Another point of Areopagite procedure, please, Solon. When a speaker passes over essential matters in silence, has the court no penalty for him? So. Why? I do not take you. Why, you propose to pass by the question of the soul, which is the noblest and the most attractive to me, and discuss the less essential matters of gymnasiums and physical exercise. So. You see, my dear sir, I have my eye on our original conditions. I do not want to divert the word stream, it might confuse your memory with its irregular flow. However, I will do what I can in the way of a mere summary for this branch of the subject. As for a detailed examination of it, that must be deferred. Well, we regulate their sentiments partly by teaching them the laws of the land, which are inscribed in large letters and exposed at the public expense for all to read, enjoining certain acts and forbidding others. And partly by making them attend good men, who teach them to speak with propriety, act with justice, content themselves with political equality, eschew evil, ensue good, and abstain from violence. Sophist and philosopher are the names by which these teachers are known. Moreover, we pay for their admission to the theatre, where the contemplation of ancient heroes and villains in tragedy or comedy has its educational effect of warning or encouragement. To the comic writers we further give the license of mockery and invective against any of their fellow citizens whose conduct they find discreditable, such exposure may act both directly upon the culprits, and upon others by way of example. I have seen the tragedians and comedians you speak of, at least if the former are men in heavy stilted shoes, and clothes all picked out with gold bands. They have absurd head pieces with vast open mouths, from inside which comes an enormous voice, while they take great strides which it seems to me must be dangerous in those shoes. I think there was a festival to Dionysus going on at the time. Then the comedians are shorter, go on their own feet, are more human, and smaller voiced, but their headpieces are still more ridiculous, so much so that the audience was laughing at them like one man. But to the others, the tall ones, every one listened with a dismal face. I suppose they were sorry for them, having to drag about those great clogs. So. Oh no, it was not for the actors that they were sorry. The poet was probably setting forth some sad tale of long ago, with fine speeches that appealed to the audience's feelings and drew tears from them. I dare say you observed also some flute players, with other persons who stood in a circle and sang in chorus. These too are things that have their uses. Well, our youth's souls are made susceptible and developed by these and similar influences. Then their bodily training, to which your curiosity was especially directed, is as follows. When their first pithless tenderness is past, we strip them and aim at hardening them to the temperature of the various seasons, till heat does not incommode nor frost paralyze them. Then we anoint them with oil by way of softening them into suppleness. It would be absurd that leather, dead stuff as it is, should be made tougher and more lasting by being softened with oil, and the living body get no advantage from the same process. Accordingly we devise elaborate gymnastic exercises, appoint instructors of each variety, and teach one boxing, another the pancratium. They are to be habituated to endurance, to meet blows halfway, and never shrink from a wound. This method works two admirable effects in them, makes them spirited and heedless of bodily danger, and at the same time strong and enduring. Those whom you saw lowering their heads and wrestling learn to fall safely and pick themselves up lightly, to shove and grapple and twist, to endure throttling, and to heave an adversary off his legs. Their acquirements are not unserviceable either. The one great thing they gain is beyond dispute, their bodies are hardened and strengthened by this rough treatment. Add another advantage of some importance, it is all so much practice against the day of battle. Obviously a man thus trained, when he meets a real enemy, will grapple and throw him the quicker, or if he falls will know better how to get up again. All through we are reckoning with that real test in arms. We expect much better results from our material if we supple and exercise their bodies before the armor goes on, so increasing their strength and efficiency. Making them light and wiry in themselves, though the enemy will rather be impressed with their weight. You see how it will act. Something may surely be expected from those in arms who even without them would be considered awkward customers. They show no inert pasty masses of flesh, no cadaverous skinniness, they are not shade-blighted women. They do not quiver and run with sweat at the least exertion, and pant under their helmets as soon as a midday sun like this adds to the burden. What would be the use of creatures who should be overpowered by thirst and dust, unnerved at sight of blood, and as good as dead before they came within bowshot or spear thrust of the enemy? But our fellows are ruddy and sunburnt and steady-eyed, there is spirit and fire and virility in their looks, they are in prime condition, neither shrunken and withered nor running to corpulence, but well and truly proportioned. The waste superfluity of their tissues they have sweated out, the stuff that gives strength and activity, purged from all inferior admixture, remains part of their substance. The winnowing fan has its counterpart in our gymnastics, which blow away chaff and husks, and sift and collect the clean grain. The inevitable result is sound health and great capacity of enduring fatigue. A man like this does not sweat for a trifle, and seldom shows signs of distress. Returning to my winnowing simile, if you were to set fire on the one hand to pure wheat grain, and on the other to its chaff and straw, the latter would surely blaze up much the quicker. The grain would burn only gradually, without a blaze and not all at once, it would smolder slowly and take much longer to consume. Well, disease or fatigue being similarly applied to this sort of body will not easily find weak spots, nor get the mastery of it lightly. Its interior is in good order, its exterior strongly fortified against such assaults, so that it gives neither admission nor entertainment to the destroying agencies of sun or frost. To any place that begins to weaken under toil comes an accession from the abundant internal heat collected and stored up against the day of need. It fills the vacancy, restores the vital force, and lengthens endurance to the utmost. Past exertion means not dissipation but increase of force, which can be fanned into fresh life. Further, we accustom them to running, both of the long distance and of the sprinting kind. And they have to run not on hard ground with a good footing, but in deep sand on which you can neither tread firmly nor get a good push off, the foot sinking in. Then, to fit them to leap a trench or other obstacle, we make them practice with leaden dumbbells in their hands. And again there are distance matches with the javelin. Yes, and you saw in the gymnasium a bronze disc like a small buckler, but without handle or straps. You tried it as it lay there, and found it heavy and, owing to its smooth surface, hard to handle. Well, that they hurl upwards and forwards, trying who can get furthest and outdo his competitors, an exercise that strengthens the shoulders and braces the fingers and toes. As to the clay and dust that first moved your laughter, I will tell you now why they are provided. In the first place, that a fall may be not on a hard surface, but soft and safe. Secondly, greater slipperiness is secured by sweat and clay combined. You compared them to eels, you remember. Now this is neither useless nor absurd, but contributes appreciably to strength and activity. An adversary in that condition must be gripped tightly enough to baffle his attempts at escape. To lift up a man who is all over clay, sweat, and oil, and who is doing his very best to get away and slip through your fingers, is no light task, I assure you. And I repeat that all these things have their military uses too. You may want to take up a wounded friend and convey him out of danger. You may want to heave an enemy over your head and make off with him. So we give them still harder tasks in training, that they may be abundantly equal to the less. The function we assign to dust is just the reverse, to prevent one who is gripped from getting loose. After learning in the clay to retain their hold on the elusive, they are accustomed in turn to escape themselves even from a firm grasp. Also, we believe the dust forms a plaster that keeps in excessive sweat, prevents waste of power, and obviates the ill effects of the wind playing upon a body when its pores are all relaxed and open. Besides which, it cleanses the skin and makes it glossy. I should like to put side by side one of the white creatures who live sheltered lives and, after washing off his dust and clay, any of the Lyceum frequenters you should select, and then ask you which you would rather resemble. I know you would make your choice at the first glance, without waiting to see what they could do. You would rather be solid and well-knit than delicate and soft and white for want of the blood that had hidden itself away out of sight. Such are the exercises we prescribe to our young men, Anacharsis. We look to find them good guardians of their country and bulwarks of our freedom. Thus we defeat our enemies if they invade us, and so far overawe our immediate neighbors that they mostly acknowledge our supremacy and pay us tribute. During peace also we find our account in their being free from vulgar ambitions and from the insolence generated by idleness. They have these things to fill their lives and occupy their leisure. I told you of a prize that all may win and of a supreme political happiness. These are attained when we find our youth in the highest condition alike for peace and war, intent upon all that is noblest. N. I see, Solon. When an enemy invades, you anoint yourselves with oil, dust yourselves over, and go forth sparring at them. Then they of course cower before you and run away, afraid of getting a handful of your sand in their open mouths, or of your dancing round to get behind them, twining your legs tight round their bellies, and throttling them with your elbows rammed well in under their chin pieces. It is true they will try the effect of arrows and javelins, but you are so sunburnt and full-blooded, the missiles will hurt you no more than if you were statues. You are not chaff and husks, you will not be readily disposed of by the blows you get. Much time and attention will be required before you at last, cut to pieces with deep wounds, have a few drops of blood extracted from you. Have I misunderstood your figure, or is this a fair deduction from it? But perhaps you will take the equipment of your tragedians and comedians. and when you get your marching orders put on those wide-mouthed headpieces, to scare the foe with their appalling terrors. Of course, and you can put the stilted things on your feet, they will be light for running away, if that should be advisable, or, if you are in pursuit, the strides they lend themselves to will make your enemy's escape impossible. Seriously now, are not these refinements of yours all child's play, something for your idle, slack youngsters to do? If you really want to be free and happy, you must have other exercises than these. Your training must be a genuine martial one. No toy contests with friends, but real ones with enemies. Danger must be an element in your character development. Never mind dust and oil, teach them to use bow and javelin, and none of your light darts diverted by a puff of wind. Let it be a ponderous spear that whistles as it flies, to which add stones, a handful each, the axe, the shield, the breastplate, and the helmet. On your present system, I cannot help thinking you should be very grateful to some god for not having allowed you to perish under the attack of any half-armed band. Why, if I were to draw this little dagger at my girdle and run amuck at your collective youth, I could take the gymnasium without more ado. They would all run away and not dare face the cold steel. They would skip round the statues, hide behind pillars, and whimper and quake till I laughed again. We should have no more of the ruddy frames they now display, they would be another color then, all white with terror. That is the temper that deep peace has infused into you. You could not endure the sight of a single plume on an enemy's crest. So. Anacharsis, the Thracians who invaded us with Eumolpus told another tale. So did your women who assailed Athens with Hippolyta, so everyone who has met us in the field. My dear sir, it does not follow from our exercising our youths without arms that we expose them in the same condition to the real thing. The independent bodily development once complete, training in arms follows, and to this they come much the fitter for their previous work. N. Where is your military gymnasium, then? I have been all over Athens, and seen no sign of it. So. But if you stay longer you will find that every man has arms enough, for use at the proper time. You will see our plumes and horse trappings, our horses and horsemen, these last amounting to a quarter of our citizens. But to carry arms and be girded with cinders we consider unnecessary in peacetime. Indeed there is a fine for going armed in town without due cause, or producing weapons in public. You of course may be pardoned for living in arms. The want of walls gives conspiracy its chance. You have many enemies, you never know when somebody may come upon you in your sleep, pull you out of your cart and dispatch you. And then, in the mutual distrust inseparable from an independence that recognizes no law or constitution, the sword must be always at hand to repel violence. And oh ho, you think the wearing of arms, except on occasion, unnecessary. You are careful of your weapons, avoid wear and tear for them, and put them away for use when the time comes, but the bodies of your youth you keep at work even when no danger presses, you knock them about and dissolve them in sweat. Instead of husbanding their strength for the day of need, you expend it idly on clay and dust. How is that? So. I fancy you conceive of force as something similar to wine or water or liquid of some sort. You are afraid of its dribbling away in exercise as those might from an earthenware jar, and by its disappearance leaving the body, which is supposed to have no internal reserves, empty and dry. That is not the case. The greater the drain upon it in the course of exercise, the greater the supply. Did you ever hear a story about the Hydra? Cut off one of its heads, and two immediately sprang up in its place. No, it is the unexercised and fibreless, in whom no adequate store of material has ever been laid up, that will peak and pine under toil. There is a similar difference between a fire and a lamp. The same breath that kindles the former and soon excites it to greater heat will put out the latter, which is but ill provided to resist the blast. It has a precarious tenure, you see. I cannot get hold of all that, Solon. It is too subtle for me, wants exact thought and keen intelligence. But I wish you would tell me, at the Olympic, Isthmian, Pythian, and other games, attended, you tell me, by crowds to see your youth contend, why do you have no martial events? Instead, you put them in a conspicuous place and exhibit them kicking and cuffing one another, and when they win give them apples or wild olive. Now your reason for that would be worth hearing. So. Well, we think it will increase their keenness for exercise to see the champions at it honored and proclaimed by name among the assembled Greeks. It is the thought of having to strip before such a crowd that makes them take pains with their condition. They do not want to be a shameful spectacle, so each does his best to deserve success. And the prizes, as I said before, are not small things, to be applauded by the spectators, to be the mark of all eyes and fingers as the best of one's contemporaries. Accordingly, numbers of spectators, not too old for training, depart with a passion thus engendered for toilsome excellence. Ah, Anacharsis, if the love of fair fame were to be wiped out of our lives, what good would remain? Who would care to do a glorious deed? But as things are you may form your conclusions from what you see. These who are so keen for victory when they have no weapons and only a sprig of wild olive or an apple to contend for, how would they behave in martial array, with country and wives and children and altars at stake? I wonder what your feelings would be if you saw our quail and cock fights, and the excitement they raise. You would laugh, no doubt, especially when you were told that they are enjoined by law, and that all of military age must attend and watch how the birds spar till they are utterly exhausted. And yet it is not a thing to laugh at either. A spirit of contempt for danger is thus instilled into men's souls. Shall they yield to cocks in nobility and courage? Shall they let wounds or weariness or discomfort incapacitate them before there is need? But as for testing our men in arms and looking on while they gash one another, no, thank you. That would be brutality and savagery, besides the bad policy of butchering our bravest, who would serve us best against our enemies. You say you are going to visit the rest of Greece also. Well, if you go to Sparta, remember not to laugh at them either, nor think their labor is all in vain, when they charge and strike one another over a ball in the theater. Or perhaps they will go into a place enclosed by water, divide into two troops, and handle one another as severely as enemies, except that they too have no arms, until the Lycurgites drive the Heraclids, or vice versa, out of the enclosure and into the water. It is all over then, not another blow breaks the peace. Still worse, you may see them being scourged at the altar, streaming with blood, while their parents look on, the mothers, far from being distressed by the sight, actually making them hold out with threats, imploring them to endure pain to the last extremity and not be unmanned by suffering. There are many instances of their dying under the trial. While they had life and their people's eyes were on them, they would not give up, nor concede anything to bodily pain. And you will find their statues there, set up honoris causa by the Spartan state. Seeing these things, never take them for madmen, nor say that, since it is neither a tyrant's bidding nor a conqueror's ordinance, they victimize themselves for no good reason. Lycurgus their lawgiver would have many reasonable remarks to make to you on the subject, and give you his grounds for thus afflicting them. He was not moved by enmity or hatred, he was not wasting the state's young blood for nothing. He only thought it proper that defenders of their country should have endurance in the highest degree and be entirely superior to fear. However, you need no Lycurgus to tell you. You can surely see for yourself that, if one of these men were captured in war, no tortures would wring a Spartan's secret out of him. He would take his scourging with a smile, and try whether the scourger would not be tired sooner than the scourged. And Solon, did Lycurgus take his whippings at the fighting age, or did he make these spirited regulations on the safe basis of superannuation? So. It was in his old age, after returning from Crete, that he legislated. He had been attracted to Crete by hearing that their laws were the best possible, devised by Minos, son of Zeus. Well, and why did you not copy Lycurgus and whip your young men? It is a fine institution quite worthy of yourselves. So. Oh, we were content with our native exercises, we are not much given to imitating other nations. No, you realize what a thing it is to be stripped and scourged with one's hands up, without benefit to oneself or one's country. If I do happen to be at Sparta when this performance is on, I shall expect a public stoning at their hands for laughing at it all, when I see them being whipped like robbers or thieves or such malefactors. Really, I think a state that submits to such ridiculous treatment at its own hands wants a dose of hellebore. So, friend, do not plume yourself on winning an undefended case where you have it all your own way in the absence of your opponents. In Sparta you will find someone to plead properly for their customs. But now, as I have described ours to you, not apparently to your satisfaction, I may fairly ask you to take your turn and tell me how you train your youth in Scythia. What exercises do you bring them up in? How do you make good men of them? And quite a fair demand, Solon, I will give you the Scythian customs, there is no grandeur about them, they are not much like yours. For we would never take a single box on the ears, we are such cowards, but such as they are, you shall have them. We must put off our talk till tomorrow, though, if you do not mind. I want to think quietly over what you have said, and collect materials for what I am to say myself. On that understanding let us go home, for it is getting late. Of morning. The behavior of the average man in a time of bereavement, his own language and the remarks offered him by way of consolation, are things that will reward the attention of a curious observer. The mourner takes it for granted that a terrible blow has fallen both upon himself and upon the object of his lamentations, yet for all he knows to the contrary, and here I appeal to Pluto and Persephone, the departed one, so far from being entitled to commiseration, may find himself in improved circumstances. The feelings of the bereaved party are in fact guided solely by custom and convention. The procedure in such cases, but no, let me first state the popular beliefs on the subject of death itself. We shall then understand the motives for the elaborate ceremonial with which it is attended. The vulgar, as philosophers call the generality of mankind, implicitly taking as their textbook the fictions of Homer and Hesiod and other poets, assume the existence of a deep subterranean hole called Hades. Spacious, murky, and sunless, but by some mysterious means sufficiently lighted to render all its details visible. Its king is a brother of Zeus, one Pluto, whose name, so an able philologer assures me, contains a complimentary allusion to his ghostly wealth. As to the nature of his government, and the condition of his subjects, the authority allotted to him extends over all the dead, who, from the moment that they come under his control, are kept in unbreakable fetters. Shades are on no account permitted to return to earth. To this rule there have been only 2 or 3 exceptions since the beginning of the world, and these were made for very urgent reasons. His realm is encompassed by vast rivers, whose very names inspire awe, Cocytus, Pyriphlegethon, and the like. Most formidable of all, and first to arrest the progress of the newcomer, is Acheron, that lake which none may pass save by the ferryman's boat. It is too deep to be waded, too broad for the swimmer, and even defies the flight of birds deceased. At the very beginning of the descent is a gate of adamant. Here Aeacus, a nephew of the king, stands on guard. By his side is a 3-headed dog, a grim brute. To new arrivals, however, he is friendly enough, reserving his bark, and the yawning horror of his jaws, for the would-be runaway. On the inner shore of the lake is a meadow, wherein grows asphodel. Here, too, is the fountain that makes war on memory, and is hence called Lethe. All these particulars the ancients would doubtless obtain from the Thessalian queen Alcestis and her fellow countryman Protesilaus, from Theseus the son of Aegeus, and from the hero of the Odyssey. These witnesses, whose evidence is entitled to our most respectful acceptance, did not, as I gather, drink of the waters of Lethe, because then they would not have remembered. According to them, the supreme power is entirely in the hands of Pluto and Persephone, who, however, are assisted in the labors of government by a host of underlings. Such are the Furies, the Pains, the Fears. Such too is Hermes, though he is not always in attendance. Judicial powers are vested in 2 satraps or viceroys, Minos and Rhadamanthus, both Cretans, and both sons of Zeus. By them all good and just men who have followed the precepts of virtue are sent off in large detachments to form colonies, as it were, in the Elysian plain, and there to lead the perfect life. Evil-doers, on the contrary, are handed over to the Furies, who conduct them to the place of the wicked, where they are punished in due proportion to their iniquities. What a variety of torments is there presented! The rack, the fire, the gnawing vulture, here Ixion spins upon his wheel, there Sisyphus rolls his stone. I have not forgotten Tantalus, but he stands elsewhere, stands parched on the lake's very brink, like to die of thirst, poor wretch. Then there is the numerous class of neutral characters, these wander about the meadow, formless phantoms, that evade the touch like smoke. It seems that they depend for their nourishment upon the libations and victims offered by us upon their tombs. Accordingly, a shade who has no surviving friends or relations passes a hungry time of it in the lower world. So profoundly have the common people been impressed with these doctrines that, when a man dies, the first act of his relations is to put a penny into his mouth. That he may have wherewithal to pay the ferryman, they do not stop to inquire what is the local currency, whether Attic or Macedonian or Aeginetan. Nor does it occur to them how much better it would be for the departed one if the fare were not forthcoming, because then the ferryman would decline to take him, and he would be sent back into the living world. Lest the Stygian lake should prove inadequate to the requirements of ghostly toilets, the corpse is next washed, anointed with the choicest unguents to arrest the progress of decay, crowned with fresh flowers, and laid out in sumptuous raiment. An obvious precaution, this last. It would not do for the deceased to take a chill on the journey, nor to exhibit himself to Cerberus with nothing on. Lamentation follows. The women wail. Men and women alike weep and beat their breasts and rend their hair and lacerate their cheeks, clothes are also torn on the occasion, and dust sprinkled on the head. The survivors are thus reduced to a more pitiable condition than the deceased, while they in all probability are rolling about and dashing their heads on the ground, he, bravely attired and gloriously garlanded, reposes gracefully upon his lofty bier, adorned as it were for some pageant. The mother, nay, it is the father, as likely as not, now advances from among the relatives, falls upon the bier, to heighten the dramatic effect, we will suppose its occupant to be young and handsome, and utters wild and meaningless ejaculations. The corpse cannot speak, otherwise it might have something to say in reply. His son, the father exclaims, with a mournful emphasis on every word, his beloved son is no more, he is gone, torn away before his hour was come, leaving him alone to mourn. He has never married, never begotten children, never been on the field of battle, never laid hand to the plough, never reached old age, never again will he make merry, never again know the joys of love, never, alas, tipple at the convivial board among his comrades. And so on, and so on. He imagines his son to be still coveting these things, and coveting them in vain. But this is nothing, time after time men have been known to slaughter horses upon the tomb, and concubines, and pages. To burn clothes and other finery, or bury it, in the idea that the deceased will find a profitable use for such things in the lower world. Now the afflicted senior, in delivering the tragic utterances I have suggested above, and others of the same kind, is not, as I understand it, consulting the interests of his son, who he knows will not hear him, though he shout louder than Stentor. Nor yet his own. He is perfectly aware of his sentiments, and has no occasion to bellow them into his own ear. The natural conclusion is, that this tomfoolery is for the benefit of the spectators. And all the time he has not an idea where his son is, or what may be his condition, he cannot even have reflected upon human life generally, or he would know that the loss of it is no such great matter. Let us imagine that the son has obtained leave from Aeacus and Pluto to take a peep into the daylight, and put a stop to these parental maunderings. Confound it, sir, he might exclaim, what is the noise about? You bore me. Enough of hair-plucking and face-scratching. When you call me an ill-fated wretch, you abuse a better man than yourself, and a more fortunate. Why are you so sorry for me? Is it because I am not a bald, bent, wrinkled old cripple like yourself? Is it because I have not lived to be a battered wreck, nor seen 1,000 moons wax and wane, only to make a fool of myself at the last before a crowd? Can your sapience point to any single convenience of life, of which we are deprived in the lower world? I know what you will say, clothes and good dinners, wine and women, without which you think I shall be inconsolable. Are you now to learn that freedom from hunger and thirst is better than meat and drink, and insensibility to cold better than plenty of clothes? Come, I see you need enlightenment, I will show you how lamentation ought to be done. Make a fresh start, thus, alas, my son. Hunger and thirst and cold are his no longer. He is gone, gone beyond the reach of sickness, he fears not fever any more, nor enemies nor tyrants. Never again, my son, shall love disturb your peace, impair your health, make hourly inroads on your purse, oh, heavy change. Never can you reach contemptible old age, never be an eyesore to your juniors. Confess, now, that my lamentation has the advantage of yours, in veracity, as in absurdity. Perhaps it is the pitchy darkness of the infernal regions that runs in your head? Is that the trouble? Are you afraid I shall be suffocated in the confinement of the tomb? You should reflect that my eyes will presently decay, or, if such is your good pleasure, be consumed with fire. After which I shall have no occasion to notice either light or darkness. However, let that pass. But all this lamentation, now, this fluting and beating of breasts, these wholly disproportionate wailings, how am I the better for it all? And what do I want with a garlanded column over my grave? And what good do you suppose you are going to do by pouring wine on it? Do you expect it to filter through all the way to Hades? As to the victims, you must surely see for yourselves that all the solid nutriment is whisked away heavenwards in the form of smoke, leaving us shades precisely as we were, the residue, being dust, is useless. Or is it your theory that shades batten on ashes? Pluto's realm is not so barren, nor asphodel so scarce with us, that we must apply to you for provisions. What with this winding sheet and these woolen bandages, my jaws have been effectually sealed up, or, by Tisiphone, I should have burst out laughing long before this at the stuff you talk and the things you do. And that the word death sealed his lips forever. Thus far our corpse, leaning on one side, supported on an elbow. Can we doubt that he is in the right of it? And yet these simpletons, not content with their own noise, must call in professional assistance, an artist in grief, with a fine repertoire of cut-and-dried sorrows at his command, assumes the direction of this inane choir. And supplies a theme for their woeful acclamations. So far, all men are fools alike, but at this point national peculiarities make their appearance. The Greeks burn their dead, the Persians bury them, the Indian glazes the body, the Scythian eats it, the Egyptian embalms it. In Egypt, indeed, the corpse, duly dried, is actually placed at table, I have seen it done. And it is quite a common thing for an Egyptian to relieve himself from pecuniary embarrassment by a timely visit to the pawnbroker, with his brother or father deceased. The childish futility of pyramids and mounds and columns, with their short-lived inscriptions, is obvious. But some people go further, and attempt to plead the cause of the deceased with his infernal judges, or testify to his merits, by means of funeral games and laudatory epitaphs. The final absurdity is the funeral feast, at which the assembled relatives strive to console the parents, and to prevail upon them to take food. And, heaven knows, they are willing enough to be persuaded, being almost prostrated by a 3 days' fast. How long is this to go on? Someone expostulates. Suffer the spirit of your departed saint to rest in peace. Or if mourn you will, then for that very reason you must eat, that your strength may be proportioned to your grief. At this point, a couple of lines of Homer go the round of the company. Even fair-haired Niobe forgat not food. And not fasting mourn th Bachians for their dead. The parents are persuaded, though they go to work at first in a somewhat shamefaced manner, they do not want it to be thought that after their bereavement they are still subject to the infirmities of the flesh. Such are some of the absurdities that may be observed in mourners, for I have by no means exhausted the list. And all springs from the vulgar error, that death is the worst thing that can befall a man. The Rhetorician's Vade Mecum. See note at end of piece. You ask, young man, how you may become a rhetorician, and win yourself the imposing and reverend style of professor. You tell me life is for you not worth living, if you cannot clothe yourself in that power of the word which shall make you invincible and irresistible, the cynosure of all men's admiration, the desired of all Grecian ears. Your one wish is to be shown the way to that goal. And small blame, youngster, to one who in the days of his youth sets his gaze upon the things that are highest, and knowing not how he shall attain, comes as you now come to me with the privileged demand for counsel. Take then the best of it that I can give, doubting nothing but you shall speedily be a man accomplished to see the right and to give it expression, if you will henceforth abide by what you now hear from me, practice it with assiduity. And go confidently on your way till it brings you to the desired end. The object of your pursuit is no poor one, worth but a moderate endeavor, to grasp it you might be content to toil and watch and endure to the utmost. Mark how many they are who once were but ciphers, but whom words have raised to fame and opulence, aye, and to noble lineage. Yet fear not, nor be appalled, when you contemplate the greatness of your aim, by thought of the thousand toils first to be accomplished. It is by no rough mountainous perspiring track that I shall lead you. Elsewhere I know better than those other guides who point you to the common way, long, steep, toilsome, nay, for the most part desperate. What should commend my counsel to you is even this, a road most pleasant and most brief, a carriage road of downward slope, shall bring you in all delight and ease, at what leisurely effortless pace you will. Through flowery meadows and plenteous shade, to that summit which you shall mount and hold untired and there lie feasting, the while you survey from your height those panting ones who took the other track. They are yet in the first stage of their climb, forcing their slow way amid rough or slippery crags, with many a headlong fall and many a wound from those sharp rocks. But you will long have been up, and garlanded and blessed. You have slept, and waked to find that rhetoric has lavished upon you all her gifts at once. Fine promises, these, are they not? But pray let it not stir your doubts, that I offer to make most easy that which is most sweet. It was but plucking a few leaves from Helicon, and the shepherd Hesiod was a poet, possessed of the muses and singing the birth of gods and heroes. And may not a rhetorician, 'tis no such proud title as that of poet, be quickly made, if one but knows the speediest way? Let me tell you of an idea that came to nothing for want of faith, and brought no profit to the man it was offered to. Alexander had fought Arbela, deposed Darius, and was lord of Persia. His orders had to be conveyed to every part of his empire by dispatch runners. Now from Persia to Egypt was a long journey. To make the necessary circuit round the mountains, cross Babylonia into Arabia, traverse a great desert, and so finally reach Egypt, took at the best full 20 days. And as Alexander had intelligence of disturbances in Egypt, it was an inconvenience not to be able to send instructions rapidly to his lieutenants there. A Sidonian trader came to him and offered to shorten the distance. If a man cut straight across the mountains, which could be done in 3 days, he would be in Egypt without more ado. This was a fact. But Alexander took the man for an impostor, and would have nothing to say to him. That is the reception any surprisingly good offer may expect from most men. Be not like them. A trial will soon show you that you may fly over the mountains from Persia to Egypt, and in a day, in part of a day, take rank as rhetorician. But first I will be your Sebes and give you word pictures of the 2 different ways leading to that rhetoric, with which I see you so in love. Imagine her seated on a height, fair and comely. Her right hand holds an Amalthea's horn heaped high with all fruits, and at her other side you are to see Wealth standing in all his golden glamour. In attendance too are Repute and Might. And all about your lady's person flutter and cling embodied praises like tiny loves. Or you may have seen a painted Nilus. He reclines himself upon a crocodile or hippopotamus, with which his stream abounds, and round him play the tiny children they call in Egypt his cubits, so play the praises about rhetoric. Add yourself, the lover, who long to be straightway at the top, that you may wed her, and all that is hers be yours, for him that weds her she must endow with her worldly goods. When you have reached the mountain, you at first despair of scaling it. You seem to have set yourself the task that Aornus 74 presented to the Macedonians, how sheer it was on every side. It was true, they thought, even a bird could hardly soar that height, to take it would be work for a Dionysus or Heracles. Then in a little while you discern 2 roads. Or no, One is no more than a track, narrow, thorny, rough, promising thirst and sweat. But I need say no more of it. Hesiod has described it long ago. The other is broad, and fringed with flowers and well watered, and, not to keep you back with vain repetitions from the prize even now within your grasp, such a road as I told you of but now. This much, however, I must add, that rough steep way shows not many steps of travelers, a few there are, but of ancient date. It was my own ill fortune to go up by it, expending needless toil. But I could see from far off how level and direct was that other, though I did not use it. In my young days I was perverse, and put trust in the poet who told me that the good is won by toil. He was in error. I see that the many who toil not are more richly rewarded for their fortunate choice of route and method. But the question is now of you. I know that when you come to the parting of the ways you will doubt, you doubt even now, which turn to take. What you must do, then, to find the easiest ascent, and blessedness, and your bride, and universal fame, I will tell you. Enough that I have been cheated into toil, for you let all grow unsown and unpluffed as in the age of gold. A strong severe-looking man will at once come up to you. He has a firm step, a deeply sunburnt body, a decided eye and wide-awake air. It is the guide of the rough track. This absurd person makes foolish suggestions that you should employ him, and points you out the footmarks of Demosthenes, Plato, and others. They are larger than what we make, but mostly half obliterated by time. He tells you you will attain bliss and have rhetoric to your lawful wife, if you stick as closely to these as a rope walker to his rope. But diverge for a moment, make a false step, or incline your weight too much either way, and farewell to your path and your bride. He will exhort you to imitate these ancients, and offer you antiquated models that lend themselves as little to imitation as old sculpture, say the clean-cut, sinewy, hard, firmly outlined productions of Hegesias. Or the school of Critias and Nisiotes. And he will tell you that toil and vigilance, abstinence and perseverance, are indispensable, if you would accomplish your journey. Most mortifying of all, the time he will stipulate for is immense, years upon years. He does not so much as mention days or months. Whole Olympiads are his units. You feel tired at the mere sound of them, and ready to relinquish the happiness you had set your heart upon. And as if this was not enough, he wishes to be paid handsomely for your trouble, and must have a good sum down before he will even put you in the way. So he will talk, a conceited primitive old-world personage. For models he offers you old masters long dead and done with, and expects you to exhume rusty speeches as if they were buried treasures. You are to copy a certain cutler's son 75 or one who called the clerk Atrometus father 76. He forgets that we are at peace now, with no invading Philip or hectoring Alexander to give a temporary value to that sort of eloquence, and he has never heard of our new road to rhetoric, short, easy, and direct. Let him not prevail with you. Heed not him at all. In his charge, if you do not first break your neck, you will wear yourself into a premature old age. If you are really in love, and would enjoy rhetoric before your prime is past, and be made much of by her, dismiss this hairy specimen of ultra-virility, and leave him to climb by himself or with what dupes he can make. Panting and perspiring to his heart's content. Go you to the other road, where you will find much good company, but in especial one man. Is he clever? Is he engaging? Mark the negligent ease of his gait, his neck's willowy curve, his languishing glance. These words are honey, that breath perfume. Was ever head scratched with so graceful a forefinger? And those locks, were there but more of them left, how hyacinthian their wavy order. He is tender as Sardanapalus or Cinyras. 'Tis Agathon's self, loveliest of tragedy makers. Take these traits, that seeing you may know him, I would not have you miss so divine an apparition, the darling of Aphrodite and the Graces. Yet how needless! Were he to come near while your eyes were closed, and unbar those Hymetian lips to the voice that dwells within, you could not want the thought that this was none of us who munched the fruits of earth, but some spirit from afar that on honeydew hath fed, and drunk the milk of paradise. Him seek, trust yourself to him, and you shall be in a trice rhetorician and man of note, and in his own great phrase, king of words, mounted without an effort of your own upon the chariot of discourse. For here is the lore he shall impart to his disciple. But let him describe it himself. For one so eloquent it is absurd that I should speak, my histrionic talent is not equal to so mighty a task, I might trip, and break the heroic mask in my fall. He thus addresses you, then, with a touch of the hand to those scanty curls, and the usual charming delicate smile, you might take him, so engaging is his utterance, for a Glycera, a Malthus, or her comic and meretricious majesty, Thais herself. What has a refined bewitching orator to do with the vulgar masculine? Listen now to his modest remarks. Dear sir, was it Apollo sent you here? Did he call me best of rhetoricians, as when Chaerephon asked and was told who was wisest of his generation? If it has not been so, if you have come directed only by the amazement and applause, the wonder and despair, that attend my achievements, then shall you soon learn whether there is divinity or no in him whom you have sought. Look not for a greatness that may find its parallel in this man or that, a Titius, an Otis, an Ephialtes there may have been, but here is a portent and a marvel greater far than they. You are to hear a voice that puts to silence all others, as the trumpet the flute, as the cicala the bee, as the choir the tuning fork. But you wish to be a rhetorician yourself, well, you could have applied in no better quarter. My dear young friend, you have only to follow my instructions and example, and keep carefully in mind the rules I lay down for your guidance. Indeed you may start this moment without a tremor. Never let it disturb you that you have not been through the laborious preliminaries with which the ordinary system besets the path of fools, they are quite unnecessary. Stay not to find your slippers, as the song has it. Your naked feet will do as well. Writing is a not uncommon accomplishment, but I do not insist upon it, it is one thing, and rhetoric is another. I will first give you a list of the equipment and supplies for your journey that you must bring with you from home, with a view to making your way rapidly. After that, I will show you as we go along some practical illustrations, add a few verbal precepts, and before set of sun you shall be as superior a rhetorician as myself, the absolute microcosm of your profession. Bring then above all ignorance, to which add confidence, audacity, and effrontery. As for diffidence, equity, moderation, and shame, you will please leave them at home, they are not merely needless, they are encumbrances. The loudest voice you can come by, please, a ready falsetto, and a gait modelled on my own. That exhausts the real necessaries, very often there would be no occasion for anything further. But I recommend bright colors or white for your clothes. The Tarentine stuff that lets the body show through is best. For shoes, wear either the Attic woman's shape with the open network, or else the Sicyonians that show white lining. Always have a train of attendants, and a book in your hand. The rest you will take in with your eyes and ears as we go. I will tell you the rules you must observe, if rhetoric is to recognize and admit you, otherwise she will turn from you and drive you away as an uninitiated intruder upon her mysteries. You must first be exceedingly careful about your appearance, your clothes must be quite the thing. Next, you must scrape up some 15 old Attic words, say 20 for an outside estimate. And these you must rehearse diligently till you have them at the tip of your tongue, let us say sundry, whereupon, say you so, in some wise, my masters, that is the sort of thing, these are for general garnish, you understand. And you need not concern yourself about any little dissimilarity, repulsion, discord, between them and the rest, so long as your upper garment is fair and bright, what matter if there is coarse serge beneath it? Next, fill your quiver with queer mysterious words used once or twice by the ancients, ready to be discharged at a moment's notice in conversation. This will attract the attention of the common herd, who will take you for a wonder, so much better educated than themselves. Put on your clothes. Of course not, invest yourself. Will you sit in the porch, when there is a parvis to hand? No earnest money for us, let it be an arl penny. And no breakfast time, pray, but undern. You may also do a little word formation of your own on occasion, and enact that a person good, at exposition shall be known as a clarifier, a sensible one as a cogitant, or a pantomime as a monuactor. If you commit a blunder or provincialism, you have only to carry it off boldly with an instant reference to the authority of some poet or historian, who need not exist or ever have existed. Your phrase has his approval, and he was a wise man and a past master in language. As for your reading, leave the ancients alone, never mind a foolish Isocrates, a tasteless Demosthenes, a frigid Plato, study the works of the last generation. You will find the declamations, as they call them, a plenteous store on which to draw at need. When the time comes for you to perform, and the audience have proposed subjects and invented cases for discussion, you should get rid of the difficult ones by calling them trivial. And complain that there is nothing in this selection that can really test a man's powers. When they have chosen, do not hesitate a moment, but start. The tongue is an unruly member, do not attempt to rule it, never care whether your firstly is logic's firstly, or your secondly and thirdly in the right order, just say what comes. You may grieve your head and helmet your legs, but whatever you do, move, keep going, never pause. If your subject is assault or adultery in Athens, cite the Indians and Medes. Always have your marathon and your cynegiris handy. They are indispensable. Hardly less so are a fleet crossing Mount Athos, an army treading the Hellespont, a sun eclipsed by Persian arrows, a flying Xerxes, an admired Leonidas, an inscriptive Othryades. Salamis, Artemisium, and Plataea, should also be in constant use. All this dressed as usual with our seasoning garnish aforesaid, that persuasive flavor of sundry and methinks, do not wait till these seem to be called for. They are pretty words, quite apart from their relevancy. If a fancy for impassioned recitative comes over you, indulge it as long as you will, and air your falsetto. If your matter is not of the right poetic sort, you may consider yourself to have met the requirements if you run over the names of the jury in a rhythmic manner. Appeal constantly to the pathetic instinct, smite your thigh, mouth your words well, punctuate with loud sighs, and let your very back be eloquent as you pace to and fro. If the audience fails to applaud, take offense, and give your offense words. If they get up and prepare to go out in disgust, tell them to sit down again. Discipline must be maintained. It will win you credit for copiousness. If you start with the Trojan War, you may if you like go right hack to the nuptials of Deucalion and Pyrrha, and thence trace your subject down to today. People of sense, remember, are rare, and they will probably hold their tongues out of charity, or if they do comment, it will be put down to jealousy. The rest are awed by your costume, your voice, gait, motions, falsetto, shoes, and sundry . When they see how you perspire and pant, they cannot admit a moment's doubt of your being a very fine rhetorical performer. With them, your mere rapidity is a miracle quite sufficient to establish your character. Never prepare notes, then, nor think out a subject beforehand, that shows one up at once. Your friends' feet will be loud on the floor, in payment for the dinners you give them. If they observe you in difficulties, they will come to the rescue, and give you a chance, in the relief afforded by rounds of applause, of thinking how to go on. A devoted claque of your own, by the way, is among your requirements. Its use while you are performing I have given, and as you walk home afterwards, discussing the points you made, you should be absolutely surrounded by them as a bodyguard. If you meet acquaintances on the way, talk very big about yourself, put a good value on your merits, and never mind about their feelings. Ask them, where is Demosthenes now? Or wonder which of the ancients comes nearest you. But dear me, I had very nearly passed over the most important and effectual of all aids to reputation, the pouring of ridicule upon your rivals. If a man has a fine style, its beauties are borrowed, if a sober one, it is bad altogether. When you go to a recitation, arrive late, which makes you conspicuous, and when all are listening intently, interject some inappropriate commendation that will distract and annoy the audience. They will be so sickened with your offensive words that they cannot listen. And then do not wave your hand too much, warm approval is rather low, and as to jumping up, never do it more than once or twice. A slight smile is your best expression. Make it clear that you do not think much of the thing. Only let your ears be critical, and you are sure of finding plenty to condemn. In fact, all the qualities needed are easily come by. audacity, effrontery, ready lying, indifference to perjury, impartial jealousy, hatred, abuse, and skillful slander, that is all you want to win you speedy credit and renown. So much for your visible public life. And in private you need draw the line at nothing, gambling, drink, fornication, nor adultery, the last you should boast of, whether truly or not. Make no secret of it, but exhibit your notes from real or imaginary frail ones. One of your aims should be to pass for a pretty fellow, in much favor with the ladies. The report will be professionally useful to you, your influence with the sex being accounted for by your rhetorical eminence. Master these instructions, young man, they are surely simple enough not to overtax your powers, and I confidently promise that you shall soon be a first-class rhetorician like myself. After which I need not tell you what great and what rapid advancement rhetoric will put in your way. You have but to look at me. My father was an obscure person barely above a slave, he had in fact been one south of Zeus and Menippus. My mother a common sempstress. I was myself not without pretensions to beauty in my youth, which earned me a bare living from a miserly ill-conditioned admirer. But I discovered this easy short-cut, made my way to the top, for I had, if I may be bold to say it, all the qualifications I told you of, confidence, ignorance, and effrontery. And at once found myself in a position to change my name of Pothinus to one that levels me with the children of Zeus and Leda. I then established myself in an old dame's house, where I earned my keep by professing a passion for her 70 years and her half-dozen remaining teeth, dentist's gold and all. However, poverty reconciled me to my task. Even for those cold coffin kisses, fame's wascondamentum optimum. And it was by the merest ill luck that I missed inheriting her wealth, that damned slave who peached about the poison I had bought. I was turned out neck and crop, but even so I did not starve. I have my professional position and am well known in the courts, especially for collusion and the corruption agency which I keep for credulous litigants. My cases generally go against me, but the palms at my door 77 are fresh and flower-crowned, springes to catch woodcocks, you know. Then, to be the object of universal detestation, to be distinguished only less for the badness of one's character than for that of one's speeches. To be pointed at by every finger as the famous champion of all-round villainy, this seems to me no inconsiderable attainment. And now you have my advice, take it with the blessing of the great goddess Lubricity. It is the same that I gave myself long ago, and very thankful I have been to myself for it. Ah! Our admirable friend seems to have done. If you decide to take his advice, you may regard yourself as practically arrived at your goal. Keep his rules, and your path is clear, you may dominate the courts, triumph in the lecture room, be smiled on by the fair. Your bride shall be not, like your lawgiver and teachers, an old woman off the comic stage, but lovely Dame Rhetoric. Plato told of Zeus sweeping on in his winged car, you shall use the figure as fitly of yourself. And I? Why, I lack spirit and courage, I will stand out of your way. I will resign, nay, I have resigned, my high place about Our Lady's person to you, for I cannot pay my court to her like the new school. Do your walk over, then, hear your name announced, take your plaudits, I ask you only to remember that you owe the victory not to your speed, but to your discovery of the easy downhill route. Note at end of piece, it is apparent from the later half of this piece that the satire is aimed at an individual. He is generally identified with Julius Pollux. This Pollux, 1, was contemporary, Flaruit AD 183, with Lucian. 2, explains by his name the reference to Leda's children, Castor and Pollux, in section 24. 3, published an onomasticon, or classified vocabulary, cf. section 16, 17. 4, published a collection of declamations, or school rhetorical exercises on set themes, cf. section 17. 5, came from Egypt, cf. section 24, Zeus and Menippus were in that country. 6, is said to have been appointed professor of rhetoric at Athens by Commodus purely on account of his mellifluous voice, cf. section 19. It is supposed that Lexiphanes, in the dialogue of that name, which has much in common with the present satire, is also Julius Pollux. The liar. Tychiades. Philocles. Tyche. Philocles, what is it that makes most men so fond of a lie? Can you explain it? Their delight in romancing themselves is only equaled by the earnest attention with which they receive other people's efforts in the same direction. Phi. Why, in some cases there is no lack of motives for lying, motives of self-interest. Tyche. Ah, but that is neither here nor there. I am not speaking of men who lie with an object. There is some excuse for that, indeed, it is sometimes to their credit, when they deceive their country's enemies, for instance, or when mendacity is but the medicine to heal their sickness. Odysseus, seeking to preserve his life and bring his companions safe home, was a liar of that kind. The men I mean are innocent of any ulterior motive, they prefer a lie to truth, simply on its own merits. They like lying, it is their favorite occupation, there is no necessity in the case. Now what good can they get out of it? Phi. Why, have you ever known anyone with such a strong natural turn for lying? Tyche. Any number of them. Phi. Then I can only say they must be fools, if they really prefer evil to good. Tyche. Oh, that is not it. I could point you out plenty of men of first-rate ability, sensible enough in all other respects, who have somehow picked up this vice of romancing. It makes me quite angry. What satisfaction can there be to men of their good qualities in deceiving themselves and their neighbors? There are instances among the ancients with which you must be more familiar than I. Look at Herodotus, or Ctesias of Cnidus, or, to go further back, take the poets, Homer himself. Here are men of worldwide celebrity, perpetuating their mendacity in black and white. Not content with deceiving their hearers, they must send their lies down to posterity, under the protection of the most admirable verse. Many a time I have blushed for them, as I read of the mutilation of Uranus, the fetters of Prometheus, the revolt of the giants, the torments of hell, enamored Zeus taking the shape of bull or swan, women turning into birds and bears. Pegasuses, chimeras, gorgons, cyclopes, and the rest of it, monstrous medley. Fit only to charm the imaginations of children for whom Mormo and Lamia have still their terrors. However, poets, I suppose, will be poets. But when it comes to national lies, when one finds whole cities bouncing collectively like one man, how is one to keep one's countenance? A Cretan will look you in the face, and tell you that yonder is Zeus's tomb. In Athens, you are informed that Erycthonius sprang out of the earth, and that the first Athenians grew up from the soil like so many cabbages. And this story assumes quite a sober aspect when compared with that of the Sparti, for whom the Thebans claim descent from a dragon's teeth. If you presume to doubt these stories, if you choose to exert your common sense, and leave Triptolemus's winged aerial car, and Pan's Marathonian exploits, and Orithia's mishap, to the stronger digestions of a Charybdis and a Margits, you are a fool and a blasphemer, for questioning such palpable truths. Such is the power of lies. Phi. I must say I think there is some excuse, Tychiades, both for your national liars and for the poets. The latter are quite right in throwing in a little mythology, it has a very pleasing effect, and is just the thing to secure the attention of their hearers. On the other hand, the Athenians and the Thebans and the rest are only trying to add to the luster of their respective cities. Take away the legendary treasures of Greece, and you condemn the whole race of Ciceroni to starvation. Sightseers do not want the truth, they would not take it at a gift. However, I surrender to your ridicule anyone who has no such motive, and yet rejoices in lies. Tyche. Very well, now I have just been with the great Eucrates, who treated me to a whole string of old wives' tales. I came away in the middle of it. He was too much for me altogether, Furies could not have driven me out more effectually than his marvel-working tongue. Phi. What, Eucrates, of all credible witnesses? That venerably bearded sexagenarian, with his philosophic leanings? I could never have believed that he would lend his countenance to other people's lies, much less that he was capable of such things himself. Tyche. My dear sir, you should have heard the stuff he told me. The way in which he vouched for the truth of it all too, solemnly staking the lives of his children on his veracity. I stared at him in amazement, not knowing what to make of it. One moment I thought he must be out of his mind. The next I concluded he had been a humbug all along, an ape in a lion's skin. Oh, it was monstrous. Fie. Do tell me all about it, I am curious to see the quackery that shelters beneath so long a beard. Tyke. I often look in on Eucrates when I have time on my hands, but today I had gone there to see Leonticus. He is a friend of mine, you know, and I understood from his boy that he had gone off early to inquire after Eucrates's health. I had not heard that there was anything the matter with him, but this was an additional reason for paying him a visit. When I got there, Leonticus had just gone away, so Eucrates said, but he had a number of other visitors. There was Cleodemus the Peripatetic and Deinamicus the Stoic, and Ion. You know Ion? He is the man who fancies himself so much on his knowledge of Plato. If you take his word for it, he is the only man who has ever really got to the bottom of that philosopher's meaning, or is qualified to act as his interpreter. There is a company for you, wisdom and virtue personified, the elite of every school, most reverend gentlemen all of them. It almost frightened one. Then there was Antigonus the doctor, who I suppose attended in his professional capacity. Eucrates seemed to be better already. He had come to an understanding with the gout, which had now settled down in his feet again. He motioned me to a seat on the couch beside him. His voice sank to the proper invalid level when he saw me coming, but on my way in I had overheard him bellowing away most lustily. I made him the usual compliments, explained that this was the first I had heard of his illness, and that I had come to him post-haste, and sat down at his side, in very gingerly fashion, lest I should touch his feet. There had been a good deal of talk already about gout, and this was still going on. Each man had his pet prescription to offer. Cleodemus was giving his. In the left hand take up the tooth of a field mouse, which has been killed in the manner described, and attach it to the skin of a freshly flayed lion, then bind the skin about your legs, and the pain will instantly cease. A lion's skin? Says Deinamicus, I understood it was an uncovered hind's. That sounds more likely. A hind has more pace, you see, and is particularly strong in the feet. A lion is a brave beast, I grant you. His fat, his right forepaw, and his beard bristles, are all very efficacious, if you know the proper incantation to use with each, but they would hardly be much use for gout. Ah, yes. That is what I used to think for a long time. A hind was fast, so her skin must be the one for the purpose. But I know better now. A Libyan, who understands these things, tells me that lions are faster than stags. They must be, he says, because how else could they catch them? All agreed that the Libyan's argument was convincing. When I asked what good incantations could do, and how an internal complaint could be cured by external attachments, I only got laughed at for my pains. Evidently they set me down as a simpleton, ignorant of the merest truisms, that no one in his senses would think of disputing. However, I thought Dr. Antigonus seemed rather pleased at my question. I expect his professional advice had been slighted. He wanted to lower Eucrates's tone, cut down his wine, and put him on a vegetable diet. What, Tichiades, says Cleodemus, with a faint grin, you don't believe these remedies are good for anything? I should have to be pretty far gone, I replied, before I could admit that external things, which have no communication with the internal causes of disease, are going to work by means of incantations and stuff. And effect a cure merely by being hung on. You might take the skin of the Nemean lion himself, with a dozen of field mice tacked on, and you would do no good. Why, I have seen a live lion limping before now, hide and all complete. Ah, you have a great deal to learn, cried Deinamicus. You have never taken the trouble to inquire into the operation of these valuable remedies. It would not surprise me to hear you disputing the most palpable facts, such as the curing of tumors and intermittent fevers, the charming of reptiles, and so on, things that every old woman can effect in these days. And this being so, why should not the same principles be extended further? Nail drives out nail, I replied, you argue in a circle. How do I know that these cures are brought about by the means to which you attribute them? You have first to show inductively that it is in the course of nature for a fever or a tumor to take fright and bolt at the sound of holy names and foreign incantations. Till then, your instances are no better than old wives' tales. In other words, you do not believe in the existence of the gods, since you maintain that cures cannot be wrought by the use of holy names. Nay, say not so, my dear Deinamicus, I answered, the gods may exist, and these things may yet be lies. I respect the gods, I see the cures performed by them, I see their beneficence at work in restoring the sick through the medium of the medical faculty and their drugs. Asclepius, and his sons after him, compounded soothing medicines and healed the sick, without the lion-skin and field mouse process. Never mind Asclepius, cried Ion. I will tell you of a strange thing that happened when I was a boy of 14 or so. Someone came and told my father that Midas, his gardener, a sturdy fellow and a good workman, had been bitten that morning by an adder, and was now lying prostrate, mortification having set in the leg. He had been tying the vine branches to the trellis work, when the reptile crept up and bit him on the great toe, getting off to its hole before he could catch it, and he was now in a terrible way. Before our informant had finished speaking, we saw Midas being carried up by his fellow servants on a stretcher. His whole body was swollen, livid and mortifying, and life appeared to be almost extinct. My father was very much troubled about it. But a friend of his who was there assured him there was no cause for uneasiness. I know of a Babylonian, he said, what they call a Chaldean, I will go and fetch him at once, and he will put the man right. To make a long story short, the Babylonian came, and by means of an incantation expelled the venom from the body, and restored Midas to health. Besides the incantation, however, he used a splinter of stone chipped from the monument of a virgin. This he applied to Midas's foot. And as if that were not enough, Midas, I may mention, actually picked up the stretcher on which he had been brought, and took it off with him into the vineyard. And it was all done by an incantation and a bit of stone. The Chaldean followed it up with an exhibition nothing short of miraculous. Early in the morning he went into the field, pronounced 7 names of sacred import, taken from an old book, purified the ground by going thrice round it with sulphur and burning torches, and thereby drove every single reptile off the estate. They came as if drawn by a spell, venomous toads and snakes of every description, asp and adder, cerastes and aconchas. Only one old serpent, disabled apparently by age, ignored the summons. The Chaldean declared that the number was not complete, appointed the youngest of the snakes as his ambassador, and sent him to fetch the old serpent who presently arrived. Having got them all together, he blew upon them. And imagine our astonishment when every one of them was immediately consumed. Ion, said I, about that one who was so old, did the ambassador snake give him an arm, or had he a stick to lean on? Ah, you will have your joke, Cleodemus put in. I was an unbeliever myself once, worse than you. In fact I considered it absolutely impossible to give credit to such things. I held out for a long time, but all my scruples were overcome the first time I saw the flying stranger. A Hyperborean, he was, I have his own word for it. There was no more to be said after that. There was he travelling through the air in broad daylight, walking on the water, or strolling through fire, perfectly at his ease. What, I exclaimed, you saw this Hyperborean actually flying and walking on water? I did. He wore brogues, as the Hyperboreans usually do. I need not detain you with the everyday manifestations of his power, how he would make people fall in love, call up spirits, resuscitate corpses, bring down the moon, and show you Hecate herself, as large as life. But I will just tell you of a thing I saw him do at Glaucias's. It was not long after Glaucias's father, Alexicles, had died. Glaucias, on coming into the property, had fallen in love with Chrysis, Demonidus's daughter. I was teaching him philosophy at the time, and if it had not been for this love affair he would have thoroughly mastered the peripatetic doctrines. At 18 years old that boy had been through his physics, and begun analysis. Well, he was in a dreadful way, and told me all about his love troubles. It was clearly my duty to introduce him to this Hyperborean wizard, which I accordingly did. His preliminary fee, to cover the expenses of sacrifice, was to be £15, and he was to have another £60 if Glaucia succeeded with Chrysis. Well, as soon as the moon was full, that being the time usually chosen for these enchantments, he dug a trench in the courtyard of the house, and commenced operations, at about midnight, by summoning Glaucia's father, who had now been dead for 7 months. The old man did not approve of his son's passion, and was very angry at first. However, he was prevailed on to give his consent. Hecate was next ordered to appear, with Cerberus in her train, and the moon was brought down, and went through a variety of transformations. She appeared first in the form of a woman, but presently she turned into a most magnificent ox, and after that into a puppy. At length the Hyperborean molded a clay Eros, and ordered it to go and fetch Chrysis. Off went the image, and before long there was a knock at the door, and there stood Chrysis. She came in and threw her arms about Glaucia's neck. You would have said she was dying for love of him. And she stayed on till at last we heard cocks crowing. Away flew the moon into heaven, Hecate disappeared underground, all the apparitions vanished, and we saw Chrysis out of the house just about dawn. Now, Tychiades, if you had seen that, it would have been enough to convince you that there was something in incantations. Exactly, I replied. If I had seen it, I should have been convinced. As it is, you must bear with me if I have not your eyes for the miraculous. But as to Chrysis, I know her for a most inflammable lady. I do not see what occasion there was for the clay ambassador and the moon, or for a wizard all the way from the land of the Hyperboreans. Why, Chrysis would go that distance herself for the sum of 20 shillings. 'Tis a form of incantation she cannot resist. She is the exact opposite of an apparition. Apparitions, you tell me, take flight at the clash of brass or iron, whereas if Chrysis hears the chink of silver, she flies to the spot. By the way, I like your wizard. Instead of making all the wealthiest women in love with himself, and getting thousands out of them, he condescends to pick up £15 by rendering Glaucia's irresistible. This is sheer folly, said Ion. You are determined not to believe any one. I shall be glad, now, to hear your views on the subject of those who cure demoniacal possession. The effect of their exorcisms is clear enough, and they have spirits to deal with. I need not enlarge on the subject. Look at that Syrian adept from Palestine. Every one knows how time after time he has found a man thrown down on the ground in a lunatic fit, foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. And how he has got him on to his feet again and sent him away in his right mind, and a handsome fee he takes for freeing men from such horrors. He stands over them as they lie, and asks the spirit whence it is. The patient says not a word, but the spirit in him makes answer, in Greek or in some foreign tongue as the case may be, stating where it comes from, and how it entered into him. Then with adjurations, and if need be with threats, the Syrian constrains it to come out of the man. I myself once saw one coming out. It was of a dark, smoky complexion. Ah, that is nothing for you, I replied. Your eyes can discern those ideas which are set forth in the works of Plato, the founder of your school. Now they make a very faint impression on the dull optics of us ordinary men. Do you suppose, asked Eucrates, that he is the only man who has seen such things? Plenty of people besides Ion have met with spirits, by night and by day. As for me, if I have seen one apparition, I have seen 1,000. I used not to like them at first, but I am accustomed to them now, and think nothing of it, especially since the Arab gave me my ring of gallows iron, and taught me the incantation with all those names in it. But perhaps you will doubt my word too? Doubt the word of Eucrates, the learned son of Dino? Never. Least of all when he unbosoms himself in the liberty of his own house. Well, what I am going to tell you about the statue was witnessed night after night by all my household, from the eldest to the youngest, and any one of them could tell you the story as well as myself. What statue is this? Have you never noticed as you came in that beautiful one in the court, by Demetrius the portrait sculptor? Is that the one with the quoit, leaning forward for the throw, with his face turned back towards the hand that holds the quoit, and one knee bent, ready to rise as he lets it go? Ah, that is a fine piece of work, too, a Myron. But I don't mean that, nor the beautiful Polyclitus next it, the youth tying on the fillet. No, forget all you pass on your right as you come in. The Tyrannicide 78 of Critias and Nesiotes are on that side too, but did you never notice one just by the fountain, bald, pot-bellied, half-naked, beard partly caught by the wind, protruding veins? That is the one I mean. It looks as if it must be a portrait, and is thought to be Pelicus, the Corinthian general. Ah, to be sure, I have seen it, I replied, it is to the right of the Cronus. The head is crowned with fillets and withered garlands, and the breast gilded. Yes, I had that done, when he cured me of the tertian ague, I had been at death's door with it. Bravo, Pelicus! I exclaimed, so he was a doctor too. Not was, but is. Beware of trifling with him, or he may pay you a visit before long. Well do I know what virtue is in that statue with which you make so merry. Can you doubt that he who cures the ague may also inflict it at will? I implore his favor, I cried, may he be as merciful as he is mighty. And what are his other doings, to which all your household are witnesses? At nightfall, said Eucrates, he descends from his pedestal, and walks all round the house. One or other of us is continually meeting with him, sometimes he is singing. He has never done any harm to any one, all we have to do when we see him is to step aside, and he passes on his way without molesting us. He is fond of taking a bath. You may hear him splashing about in the water all night long. Perhaps, I suggested, it is not Pelicus at all, but Talos the Cretan, the son of Minos. He was of bronze, and used to walk all round the island. Or if only he were made of wood instead of bronze, he might quite well be one of Daedalus's ingenious mechanisms. You say he plays truant from his pedestal just like them, and not the work of Demetrius at all. Take care, Tychiades. You will be sorry for this some day. I have not forgotten what happened to the thief who stole his monthly pennies. The sacrilegious villain, cried Ion, I hope he got a lesson. How was he punished? Do tell me, never mind Tychiades. He can be as incredulous as he likes. At the feet of the statue a number of pence were laid, and other coins were attached to his thigh by means of wax. Some of these were silver, and there were also silver plates, all being the thank-offerings of those whom he had cured of fever. Now we had a scamp of a Libyan groom, who took it into his head to filch all this coin under cover of night. He waited till the statue had descended from his pedestal, and then put his plan into effect. Pelicus detected the robbery as soon as he got back, and this is how he found the offender out and punished him. He caused the wretch to wander about in the court all night long, unable to find his way out, just as if he had been in a maze, till at daybreak he was caught with the stolen property in his possession. His guilt was clear, and he received a sound flogging there and then, and before long he died a villain's death. It seems from his own confession that he was scourged every night, and each succeeding morning the wheals were to be seen on his body. Now, Tychiades, let me hear you laugh at Pelicus. I am a dotard, am I not? A relic from the time of Minos? My dear Eucrates, said I, if bronze is bronze, and if that statue was cast by Demetrius of Alopes, who dealt not in gods but in men, then I cannot anticipate any danger from a statue of Pelicus. Even the menaces of the original would not have alarmed me particularly. Here Antigonus, the doctor, put in a word. I myself, he informed his host, have a Hippocrates in bronze, some 18 inches high. Now the moment my candle is out, he goes clattering about all over the house, slamming the door, turning all my boxes upside down, and mixing up all my drugs, especially when his annual sacrifice is overdue. What are we coming to? I cried. Hippocrates must have sacrifices, must he? He must be feasted with all pomp and circumstance, and punctually to the day, or his leechship is angry. Why, he ought to be only too pleased to be complimented with a cup of mead or a garland, like other dead men. Now here, Eucrates went on, is a thing that I saw happen 5 years ago, in the presence of witnesses. It was during the vintage. I had left the laborers busy in the vineyard at midday, and was walking off into the wood, occupied with my own thoughts. I had already got under the shade of the trees, when I heard dogs barking, and supposed that my boy Nason was amusing himself in the chase as usual, and had penetrated into the copse with his friends. However, that was not it. Presently there was an earthquake, I heard a voice like a thunderclap, and saw a terrible woman approaching, not much less than 300 feet high. She carried a torch in her left hand, and a sword in her right. The sword might be 30 feet long. Her lower extremities were those of a dragon, but the upper half was like Medusa. As to the eyes, they were quite awful in their expression. Instead of hair, she had clusters of snakes writhing about her neck, and curling over her shoulders. See here, it makes my flesh creep, only to speak of it. And he showed us all his arm, with the hair standing on end. Ion and Deinamicus and Cleodemus and the rest of them drank down every word. The narrator led them by their venerable noses, and this least convincing of colossal bogies, this 100-yarder, was the object of their mute adorations. And these, I was reflecting all the time, these are the admired teachers from whom our youth are to learn wisdom. Two circumstances distinguish them from babies: they have white hair, and they have beards, but when it comes to swallowing a lie, they are babes and more than babes. Deinamicus, for instance, wanted to know how big were the goddess's dogs. They were taller than Indian elephants, he was assured, and as black, with coarse, matted coats. At the sight of her, I stood stock still, and turned the seal of my Arab's ring inwards. Whereupon Hecate smote upon the ground with her dragon's foot, and caused a vast chasm to open, wide as the mouth of hell. Into this she presently leaped, and was lost to sight. I began to pluck up courage, and looked over the edge. But first I took hold of a tree that grew near, for fear I should be giddy, and fall in. And then I saw the whole of Hades. There was Pyriphlegethon, the lake of Acheron, Cerberus, the shades. I even recognized some of them. I made out my father quite distinctly. He was still wearing the same clothes in which we buried him. And what were the spirits doing? Asked Ion. Doing? Oh, they were just lying about on the asphodel, among their friends and kinsmen, all arranged according to their clans and tribes. There now, exclaimed Ion. After that I should like to hear the Epicureans say another word against the divine Plato and his account of the spiritual world. I suppose you did not happen to see Socrates or Plato among the shades? Yes, I did, I saw Socrates. Not very plainly, though, I only went by the bald head and corpulent figure. Plato I did not make out. I will speak the plain truth, we are all friends here. I had just had a good look at everything, when the chasm began to close up. Some of the servants who came to look for me, Pyrrhus here was among them, arrived while the gap was still visible. Pyrrhus, is that the fact? Indeed it is, says Pyrrhus. What is more, I heard a dog barking in the hole, and if I am not mistaken I caught a glimmer of torchlight. I could not help a smile. It was handsome in Pyrrhus, this of the bark and the torchlight. Your experience, observed Cleodemus, is by no means without precedent. In fact I saw something of the same kind myself, not long ago. I had been ill, and Antigonus here was attending me. The fever had been on me for 7 days, and was now aggravated by the excessive heat. All my attendants were outside, having closed the door and left me to myself. Those were your orders, you know, Antigonus. I was to get some sleep if I could. Well, I woke up to find a handsome young man standing at my side, in a white cloak. He raised me up from the bed, and conducted me through a sort of chasm into Hades. I knew where I was at once, because I saw Tantalus and Titius and Sisyphus. Not to go into details, I came to the judgment hall, and there were Aeacus and Charon and the Fates and the Furies. One person of a majestic appearance, Pluto, I suppose it was, sat reading out the names of those who were due to die, their term of life having lapsed. The young man took me and set me before him, but Pluto flew into a rage. Away with him, he said to my conductor, his thread is not yet out, go and fetch Demolus the smith, he has had his spindleful and more. I ran off home, nothing loath. My fever had now disappeared, and I told everybody that Demolus was as good as dead. He lived close by, and was said to have some illness, and it was not long before we heard the voices of mourners in his house. This need not surprise us, remarked Antigonus. I know of a man who rose from the dead 20 days after he had been buried. I attended him both before his death and after his resurrection. I should have thought, said I, that the body must have putrefied in all that time, or if not that he must have collapsed for want of nourishment. Was your patient a second Epimenides? At this point in the conversation, Eucrates' sons came in from the gymnasium, one of them quite a young man, the other a boy of 15 or so. After saluting the company, they took their seats on the couch at their father's side, and a chair was brought for me. The appearance of the boys seemed to remind Eucrates of something. Laying a hand upon each of them, he addressed me as follows. Tychiades, if what I am now about to tell you is anything but the truth, then may I never have joy of these lads. It is well known to every one how fond I was of my sainted wife, their mother. And I showed it in my treatment of her, not only in her lifetime, but even after her death, for I ordered all the jewels and clothes that she had valued to be burnt upon her pyre. Now on the 7th day after her death, I was sitting here on this very couch, as it might be now, trying to find comfort for my affliction in Plato's book about the soul. I was quietly reading this, when Demonete herself appeared, and sat down at my side exactly as Eucratides is doing now. Here he pointed to the younger boy, who had turned quite pale during this narrative, and now shuddered in childish terror. The moment I saw her, he continued, I threw my arms about her neck and wept aloud. She bade me cease, and complained that though I had consulted her wishes in everything else, I had neglected to burn one of her golden sandals, which she said had fallen under a chest. We had been unable to find this sandal, and had only burnt the fellow to it. While we were still conversing, a hateful little Maltese terrier that lay under the couch started barking, and my wife immediately vanished. The sandal, however, was found beneath the chest, and was eventually burnt. Do you still doubt, Tychiades, in the face of one convincing piece of evidence after another? God forbid! I cried. The doubter who should presume, thus to brazen it out in the face of truth would deserve to have a golden sandal applied to him after the nursery fashion. Arignotus the Pythagorean now came in, the divine Arignotus, as he is called. The philosopher of the long hair and the solemn countenance, you know, of whose wisdom we hear so much. I breathed again when I saw him. Ah, thought I, the very man we want. Here is the axe to hew their lies asunder. The sage will soon pull them up when he hears their cock and bull stories. Fortune has brought a deus ex machina upon the scene. He sat down, Cleodemus rising to make room for him, and inquired after Eucrates' health. Eucrates replied that he was better. And what, Arignotus next asked, is the subject of your learned conversation? I overheard your voices as I came in, and doubt not that your time will prove to have been profitably employed. Eucrates pointed to me. We were only trying, he said, to convince this man of adamant that there are such things as supernatural beings and ghosts, and that the spirits of the dead walk the earth and manifest themselves to whomsoever they will. Moved by the august presence of Arignotus, I blushed, and hung my head. Ah, but, Eucrates, said he, perhaps all that Tychiades means is, that a spirit only walks if its owner met with a violent end, if he was strangled, for instance, or beheaded or crucified, and not if he died a natural death. If that is what he means, there is great justice in his contention. No, no, says Deinamicus, he maintains that there is absolutely no such thing as an apparition. What is this I hear? Asked Arignotus, scowling upon me. You deny the existence of the supernatural, when there is scarcely a man who has not seen some evidence of it. Therein lies my exculpation, I replied. I do not believe in the supernatural, because, unlike the rest of mankind, I do not see it. If I saw, I should doubtless believe, just as you all do. Well, said he, next time you are in Corinth, ask for the house of Eubotides, near the cranium. And when you have found it, go up to Tibius the doorkeeper, and tell him you would like to see the spot on which Arignotus the Pythagorean unearthed the demon, whose expulsion rendered the house habitable again. What was that about, Arignotus? Asked Eucrates. The house, replied the other, was haunted, and had been uninhabited for years. Each intending occupant had been at once driven out of it in abject terror by a most grim and formidable apparition. Finally it had fallen into a ruinous state, the roof was giving way, and in short no one would have thought of entering it. Well, when I heard about this, I got my books together, I have a considerable number of Egyptian works on these subjects, and went off to the house about bedtime, undeterred by the remonstrances of my host, who considered that I was walking into the jaws of death, and would almost have detained me by force when he learnt my destination. I took a lamp and entered alone, and putting down my light in the principal room, I sat on the floor quietly reading. The spirit now made his appearance, thinking that he had to do with an ordinary person, and that he would frighten me as he had frightened so many others. He was pitch black, with a tangled mass of hair. He drew near, and assailed me from all quarters, trying every means to get the better of me, and changing in a moment from dog to bull, from bull to lion. Armed with my most appalling adjuration, uttered in the Egyptian tongue, I drove him spellbound into the corner of a dark room, marked the spot at which he disappeared, and passed the rest of the night in peace. In the morning, to the amazement of all beholders, for every one had given me up for lost, and expected to find me lying dead like former occupants, I issued from the house, and carried to Eubotides the welcome news that it was now cleared of its grim visitant, and fit to serve as a human habitation. He and a number of others, whom curiosity had prompted to join us, followed me to the spot at which I had seen the demon vanish. I instructed them to take spades and pickaxes and dig, they did so. And at about a fathom's depth we discovered a mouldering corpse, of which nothing but the bones remained entire. We took the skeleton up, and placed it in a grave, and from that day to this the house has never been troubled with apparitions. After such a story as this coming as it did from Arignotus, who was generally looked up to as a man of inspired wisdom, my incredulous attitude towards the supernatural was loudly condemned on all hands. However, I was not frightened by his long hair, nor by his reputation. Dear, dear! I exclaimed, so Arignotus, the sole mainstay of truth, is as bad as the rest of them, as full of windy imaginings. Our treasure proves to be but ashes. Now look here, Tychiades, said Arignotus, you will not believe me, nor Deinamicus, nor Cleodemus here, nor yet Eucrates, we shall be glad to know who is your great authority on the other side, who is to outweigh us all. No less a person, I replied, than the sage of Abdera, the wondrous Democritus himself. His disbelief in apparitions is sufficiently clear. When he had shut himself up in that tomb outside the city gates, there to spend his days and nights in literary labors, certain young fellows, who had a mind to play their pranks on the philosopher and give him a fright, got themselves up in black palls and skull masks, formed a ring round him, and treated him to a brisk dance. Was Democritus alarmed at the ghosts? Not he. Come, enough of that nonsense, was all he had to say to them, and that without so much as looking up, or taking pen from paper. Evidently he had quite made up his mind about disembodied spirits. Which simply proves, retorted Eucrates, that Democritus was no wiser than yourself. Now I am going to tell you of another thing that happened to me personally. I did not get the story second-hand. Even you, Tychiades, will scarcely hold out against so convincing a narrative. When I was a young man, I passed some time in Egypt, my father having sent me to that country for my education. I took it into my head to sail up the Nile to Coptus, and thence pay a visit to the statue of Memnon, and hear the curious sound that proceeds from it at sunrise. In this respect, I was more fortunate than most people, who hear nothing but an indistinct voice. Memnon actually opened his lips, and delivered me an oracle in 7 hexameters. It is foreign to my present purpose, or I would quote you the very lines. Well now, one of my fellow passengers on the way up was a scribe of Memphis, an extraordinarily able man, versed in all the lore of the Egyptians. He was said to have passed 23 years of his life underground in the tombs, studying occult sciences under the instruction of Isis herself. You must mean the divine Pancrates, my teacher, exclaimed Arignotus. Tall, clean-shaven, snub-nosed, protruding lips, rather thin in the legs, dresses entirely in linen, has a thoughtful expression, and speaks Greek with a slight accent. Yes, it was Pancrates himself. I knew nothing about him at first, but whenever we anchored I used to see him doing the most marvelous things. For instance, he would actually ride on the crocodiles' backs, and swim about among the brutes. And they would fawn upon him and wag their tails. And then I realized that he was no common man. I made some advances, and by imperceptible degrees came to be on quite a friendly footing with him, and was admitted to a share in his mysterious arts. The end of it was, that he prevailed on me to leave all my servants behind at Memphis, and accompany him alone, assuring me that we should not want for attendance. This plan we accordingly followed from that time onwards. Whenever we came to an inn, he used to take up the bar of the door, or a broom, or perhaps a pestle, dress it up in clothes, and utter a certain incantation, whereupon the thing would begin to walk about, so that every one took it for a man. It would go off and draw water, buy and cook provisions, and make itself generally useful. When we had no further occasion for its services, there was another incantation, after which the broom was a broom once more, or the pestle a pestle. I could never get him to teach me this incantation, though it was not for want of trying. Open as he was about everything else, he guarded this one secret jealously. At last one day I hid in a dark corner, and overheard the magic syllables. They were 3 in number. The Egyptian gave the pestle its instructions, and then went off to the market. Well, next day he was again busy in the market, so I took the pestle, dressed it, pronounced the 3 syllables exactly as he had done, and ordered it to become a water carrier. It brought me the pitcher full. And then I said, "Stop, be water carrier no longer, but pestle as heretofore." But the thing would take no notice of me. It went on drawing water the whole time, until at last the house was full of it. This was awkward. If Pancrates came back, he would be angry, I thought, and so indeed it turned out. I took an axe, and cut the pestle in 2. The result was that both halves took pitchers and fetched water. I had 2 water carriers instead of 1. This was still going on, when Pancrates appeared. He saw how things stood, and turned the water carriers back into wood, and then he withdrew himself from me, and went away, whither I knew not. "And you can actually make a man out of a pestle to this day?" asked Deinonychus. "Yes, I can do that, but that is only half the process. I cannot turn it back again into its original form. If once it became a water carrier, its activity would swamp the house." "Oh, stop!" I cried. "If the thought that you are old men is not enough to deter you from talking this trash, at least remember who is present, if you do not want to fill these boys' heads with ghosts and hobgoblins. Postpone your grotesque horrors for a more suitable occasion. Have some mercy on the lads. Do not accustom them to listen to a tangle of superstitious stuff that will cling to them for the rest of their lives, and make them start at their own shadows." "Ah, talking of superstition, now," says Eucrates, "that reminds me, what do you make of oracles, for instance, and omens? Of inspired utterances, of voices from the shrine, of the priestess's prophetic lines? You will deny all that too, of course. If I were to tell you of a certain magic ring in my possession, the seal of which is a portrait of the Pythian Apollo, and actually speaks to me, I suppose you would decline to believe it. You would think I was bragging. But I must tell you all of what I heard in the temple of Amphilochus at Malus, when that hero appeared to me in person and gave me counsel, and of what I saw with my own eyes on that occasion, and again of all I saw at Pergamum and heard at Patara. It was on my way home from Egypt that the oracle of Malus was mentioned to me as a particularly intelligible and veracious one. I was told that any question, duly written down on a tablet and handed to the priest, would receive a plain, definite answer. I thought it would be a good thing to take the oracle on my way home, and consult the god as to my future. I saw what was coming. This was but the prologue to a whole tragedy of the oracular. It was clear enough that I was not wanted, and as I did not feel called upon to pose as the sole champion of the cause of truth among so many, I took my leave there and then, while Eucrates was still upon the high seas between Egypt and Malus. "I must go and find Leonticus," I explained. I have to see him about something. Meanwhile, you gentlemen, to whom human affairs are not sufficient occupation, may solicit the insertion of divine fingers into your mythologic pie. And with that I went out. Relieved of my presence, I doubt not that they fell to with a will on their banquet of mendacity. That is what I got by going to Eucrates's. And, upon my word, Philicles, my overloaded stomach needs an emetic as much as if I had been drinking new wine. I would pay something for the drug that should work oblivion in me. I fear the effects of haunting reminiscence. Monsters, demons, Hecates, seem to pass before my eyes. Fie! I am not much better off. They tell us it is not only the mad dog that inflicts hydrophobia, his human victim's bite is as deadly as his own, and communicates the evil as surely. You, it seems, have been bitten with many bites by the liar Eucrates, and have passed it on to me. No otherwise can I explain the demoniacal poison that runs in my veins. Tyche. What matter, friend? Truth and good sense, these are the drugs for our ailment, let us employ them, and that empty thing, a lie, need have no terrors for us. F. Dionysus, an introductory lecture. When Dionysus invaded India, for I may tell you a backsheek legend, may I not, it is recorded that the natives so underrated him that his approach only amused them at first. Or rather, his rashness filled them with compassion, he would so soon be trampled to death by their elephants, if he took the field against them. Their scouts had doubtless given them amazing details about his army. The rank and file were frantic mad women crowned with ivy, clad in fawn skins, with little pikes that had no steel about them, but were ivy-wreathed like themselves. And toy bucklers that tinkled at a touch. They took the tambourines for shields, you see, and then there were a few bumpkins among them, stark naked, who danced wildly, and had tails, and horns like a newborn kid's. Their general, who rode on a car drawn by panthers, was quite beardless, with not even a vestige of fluff on his face, had horns, was crowned with grape clusters, his hair tied with a fillet, his cloak purple, and his shoes of gold. Of his lieutenants, one was short, thick-set, paunchy, and flat-nosed, with great upright ears. He trembled perpetually, leant upon a narthex wand, rode mostly upon an ass, wore saffron to his superior's purple, and was a very suitable general of division for him. The other was a half-human hybrid, with hairy legs, horns, and flowing beard, passionate and quick-tempered. With a reed pipe in his left hand, and waving a crooked staff in his right, he skipped round and round the host, a terror to the women, who let their dishevelled tresses fly abroad as he came, with cries of Evo, the name of their lord. Guessed the scouts. Their flocks had suffered, they added, the young had been seized alive and torn piecemeal by the women, they ate raw flesh, it seemed. All this was food for laughter, as well it might be, to the Indians and their king, take the field. Array their hosts against him? No, indeed, at worst they might match their women with his, if he still came on, for themselves such a victory would be a disgrace. A set of mad women, a general and a snood, a little old drunkard, a half-soldier, and a few naked dancers, why should they murder such a droll crew? However, when they heard how the god was wasting their land with fire, giving cities and citizens to the flames, burning their forests, and making one great conflagration of all India, for fire is the backsheek instrument, Dionysus's very birthright. Then they lost no more time, but armed. They girthed, bit, and castled their elephants, and out they marched, not that they had ceased to scorn, but now they were angry too, and in a hurry to crush this beardless warrior with all his host. When the two armies came to sight of one another, the Indians drew up their elephants in front and advanced their phalanx. On the other side, Dionysus held the center, Silenus led his right, and Pan his left wing. His colonels and captains were the satyrs, and the word for the day Evo. Straightway tambourines clattered, cymbals sounded to battle, a satyr blew the war note on his horn, Silenus's ass sent forth a martial bray, and the Maenads leapt shrill-voiced on the foe. Girt with serpents and bearing now the steel of their thyrsus heads. In a moment Indians and elephants turned and fled disordered, before even a missile could carry across, and the end was that they were smitten and led captive by the objects of their laughter. They had learnt the lesson that it is not safe to take the first report, and scorn an enemy of whom nothing is known. But you wonder what all this is about, suspect me, possibly, of being only too fresh from the company of Bacchus. Perhaps the explanation, involving a comparison of myself with gods, will only more convince you of my exalted or my drunken mood. It is, that ordinary people are affected by literary novelties, my own productions, for instance, much as the Indians were by that experience. They have an idea that literary satyr dances, absurdities, pure farce, are to be expected from me, and, however they reach their conception of me, they incline to one of two attitudes. Some of them avoid my readings altogether, seeing no reason for climbing down from their elephants and paying attention to reveling women and skipping satyrs. Others come with their preconceived idea, and when they find that the thyrsus head has a steel point under it, they are too much startled by the surprise to venture approval. I confidently promise them, however, that if they will attend the rite repeatedly now as in days of yore, if my old boon companions will call to mind the revels that once we shared, not be too shy of satyrs and Silenuses, and drink deep of the bowl I bring, the frenzy shall take hold upon them too, till their evos vie with mine. Well, they are free to listen or not, let them take their choice. Meanwhile, we are still in India, and I should like to give you another fact from that country, again a link between Dionysus and our business. In the territory of the Mocleans, who occupy the left bank of the Indus right down to the sea, there is a grove, of no great size, but enclosed both round about and overhead, light being almost excluded by the profusion of ivy and vine. In it are 3 springs of fair pellucid water, called, one of them the Satyr's well, the second Pan's, and the other that of Silenus. The Indians enter this grove once a year at the festival of Dionysus, and taste the wells, not promiscuously, however, but according to age. The Satyr's well is for the young, Pan's for the middle-aged, and Silenus's for those at my time of life. What effect their draught produces on the children, what doings the men are spurred to, pan-ridden, must not detain us, but the behavior of the old under their water intoxication has its interest. As soon as one of them has drunk, and Silenus has possessed him, he falls dumb for a space like one in vinous lethargy, then on a sudden his voice is strong, his articulation clear, his intonation musical, from dead silence issues a stream of talk. The gag would scarce restrain him from incessant chatter, tale upon tale he reels you off. Yet all is sense and order withal, his words are as many, and find their place as well, as those winter snowflakes of Homer's orator. You may talk of his swan song if you will, mindful of his years, but you must add that his chirping is quick and lively as the grasshoppers, till evening comes, then the fit is past, he falls silent, and is his common self again. But the greatest wonder I have yet to tell, if he leave unfinished the tale he was upon, and the setting sun cut him short, then at his next year's draught he will resume it where the inspiration of this year deserted him. Gentlemen, I have been pointing Momus-like at my own foibles, I need not trouble you with the application, you can make out the resemblance for yourselves. But if you find me babbling, you know now what has loosed my tongue. And if there is shrewdness in any of my words, then to Silenus be the thanks. Heracles, an introductory lecture. Our Heracles is known among the Gauls under the local name of Ogmius, and the appearance he presents in their pictures is truly grotesque. They make him out as old can be, the few hairs he has left, he is quite bald in front, are dead white, and his skin is wrinkled and tanned as black as any old salts. You would take him for some infernal deity, for Charon or Iapetus, any one rather than Heracles. Such as he is, however, he has all the proper attributes of that god, the lion's skin hangs over his shoulders, his right hand grasps the club, his left the strung bow, and a quiver is slung at his side. Nothing is wanting to the Heraclean equipment. Now I thought at first that this was just a cut at the Greek gods. That in taking these liberties with the personal appearance of Heracles, the Gauls were merely exacting pictorial vengeance for his invasion of their territory. For in his search after the herds of Geryon he had overrun and plundered most of the peoples of the West. However, I have yet to mention the most remarkable feature in the portrait. This ancient Heracles drags after him a vast crowd of men, all of whom are fastened by the ears with thin chains composed of gold and amber, and looking more like beautiful necklaces than anything else. From this flimsy bondage they make no attempt to escape, though escape must be easy. There is not the slightest show of resistance. Instead of planting their heels in the ground and dragging back, they follow with joyful alacrity, singing their captor's praises the while. And from the eagerness with which they hurry after him to prevent the chains from tightening, one would say that release is the last thing they desire. Nor will I conceal from you what struck me as the most curious circumstance of all. Heracles' right hand is occupied with the club, and his left with the bow. How is he to hold the ends of the chains? The painter solves the difficulty by boring a hole in the tip of the god's tongue, and making that the means of attachment. His head is turned round, and he regards his followers with a smiling countenance. For a long time I stood staring at this in amazement. I knew not what to make of it, and was beginning to feel somewhat nettled, when I was addressed in admirable Greek by a Gaul who stood at my side, and who, besides possessing a scholarly acquaintance with the Gallic mythology, proved to be not unfamiliar with our own. "Sir," he said, "I see this picture puzzles you, let me solve the riddle. We Gauls connect eloquence not with Hermes, as you do, but with the mightier Heracles. Nor need it surprise you to see him represented as an old man. It is the prerogative of eloquence, that it reaches perfection in old age, at least if we may believe your poets, who tell us that youth is the sport of every random gust, whereas old age hath that to say that passes youthful wit. Thus we find that from Nestor's lips honey is distilled, and that the words of the Trojan counselors are compared to the lily, which, if I have not forgotten my Greek, is the name of a flower. Hence, if you will consider the relation that exists between tongue and ear, you will find nothing more natural than the way in which our Heracles, who is eloquence personified, draws men along with their ears tied to his tongue. Nor is any slight intended by the hole bored through that member. I recollect a passage in one of your comic poets in which we are told that there is a hole in every glib tongue's tip. Indeed, we refer the achievements of the original Heracles, from first to last, to his wisdom and persuasive eloquence. His shafts, as I take it, are no other than his words, swift, keen-pointed, true aim to do deadly execution on the soul. And in conclusion he reminded me of our own phrase, winged words. Now while I was debating within myself the advisability of appearing before you, and of submitting myself for a second time to the verdict of this enormous jury, old as I am, and long unused to lecturing, the thought of this Heracles portrait came to my relief. I had been afraid that some of you would consider it a piece of youthful audacity inexcusable in one of my years. Thy force, some Homeric youth might remark with crushing effect, is spent, dull age hath borne thee down. And he might add, in playful allusion to my gouty toes, slow are thy steeds, and weakness waits upon thee. But the thought of having that venerable hero to keep me in countenance emboldens me to risk everything. I am no older than he. Goodbye, then, to bodily perfections, to strength and speed and beauty. Love, when he sees my grey beard, is welcome to fly past, as the poet of Teos 79 has it, with rush of gilded wings. 'Tis all one to Hippocleides. Old age is wisdom's youth, the day of her glorious flower. Let her draw whom she can by the ears, let her shoot her bolts freely, no fear now lest the supply run short. There is the old man's comfort, on the strength of which he ventures to drag down his boat, which has long lain high and dry, provision her as best he may, and once more put out to sea. Never did I stand in more need of a generous breeze, to fill my sails and speed me on my way. May the gods dispose you to contribute thereto. So shall I not be found wanting, and of me, as of Odysseus, it shall be said, how stout a thigh lurked 'neath the old man's rags. Swans and Amber. You have no doubt a proper faith in the amber legend, how it is the tears shed by poplars on the Eridanus for Phaeton, the said poplars being his sisters, who were changed to trees in the course of their mourning, and continue to distill their lachrymal amber. That was what the poets taught me, and I looked forward, if ever fortune should bring me to the Eridanus, to standing under a poplar, catching a few tears in a fold of my dress, and having a supply of the commodity. Sure enough, I found myself there not long ago upon another errand, and had occasion to go up the Eridanus, but, though I was all eyes, I saw neither poplars nor amber, and the natives had not so much as heard of Phaeton. I started my inquiries by asking when we should come to the amber poplars. The boatman only laughed, and requested explanations. I told them the story. Phaeton was a son of Helios, and when he grew up came to his father and asked if he might drive his car, and be the daymaker just that once. His father consented, but he was thrown out and killed, and his mourning sisters, in this land of yours, I said, where he fell on the Eridanus, turned into poplars, and still weep amber for him. What liar took you in like that, sir, they said. We never saw a coachman spilt, and where are the poplars? Why, do you suppose, if it was true, we would row or tow upstream for sixpences? We should only have to collect pamphleteers to be rich men. This truth impressed me a good deal. I said no more, and was painfully conscious of my childishness in trusting the poets. They deal in such extravagant fictions, they come to scorn sober fact. Here was one hope gone. I had set my heart upon it, and was as much chagrined as if I had dropped the amber out of my hands. I had had all my plans ready for the various uses to which it was to be put. However, there was one thing I still thought I really should find there, and that was flocks of swans singing on the banks. We were still on the way up, and I applied to the boatman again. About what time do the swans take post for their famous musical entertainment? Apollo's fellow craftsmen, you know, who were changed here from men to birds, and still sing in memory of their ancient art. But they only jeered at me. Are you going to lie all day about our country in our river, pray? We are always on the water, we have worked all our lives on the Eridanus. Well, we do see a swan now and again in the marshes, and a harsh feeble croak their note is. Crows or jackdaws are sirens to them. As for sweet singing such as you tell of, not a ghost of it. We cannot make out where you folk get all these tales about us. Such disappointments are the natural consequence of trusting picturesque reporters. Well now, I am afraid the newcomers among you, who hear me for the first time, may have been expecting swans and amber from me, and may presently depart laughing at the people who encourage them to look for such literary treasures. But I solemnly aver that no one has ever heard or ever shall hear me making any such claims. Other persons in plenty you may find who are Eridanuses, rich not in amber, but in very gold, and more melodious far than the poet's swans. But you see how plain and unromantic is my material. Song is not in me. Anyone who expects great things from me will be like a man looking at an object in water. Its image is magnified by an optical effect. He takes the reality to correspond to the appearance, and when he fishes it up is disgusted to find it so small. So I pour out the water, exhibit my wares, and warn you not to hope for a large haul. If you do, you have only yourselves to blame. H. The fly, an appreciation. The fly is not the smallest of winged things, on a level with gnats, midges, and still tinier creatures. It is as much larger than they as smaller than the bee. It has not feathers of the usual sort, is not fledged all over like some, nor provided with quill feathers like other birds, but resembles locusts, grasshoppers, and bees in being gauze-winged. This sort of wing being as much more delicate than the ordinary as Indian fabrics are lighter and softer than Greek. Moreover, close inspection of them when spread out and moving in the sun will show them to be peacock-hued. Its flight is accompanied neither by the incessant wing beat of the bat, the jump of the locust, nor the buzz of the wasp, but carries it easily in any direction. It has the further merit of a music neither sullen as with the gnat kind, deep as with the bee, nor grim and threatening as with the wasp. It is as much more tuneful than they as the flute is sweeter than trumpet or cymbals. As for the rest of its person, the head is very slenderly attached by the neck, easily turned, and not all of one piece with the body as in the locust. The eyes are projecting and horny. The chest strong, with the legs springing freely from it instead of lying close like a wasp's. The belly also is well fortified, and looks like a breastplate, with its broad bands and scales. Its weapons are not in the tail as with wasp and bee, but in its mouth and proboscis, with the latter, in which it is like the elephant, it forages, takes hold of things, and by means of a sucker at its tip attaches itself firmly to them. This proboscis is also supplied with a projecting tooth, with which the fly makes a puncture, and so drinks blood. It does drink milk, but also likes blood, which it gets without hurting its prey much. Of its 6 legs, 4 only are for walking, and the front pair serves for hands, you may see it standing on 4 legs and holding up a morsel in these hands, which it consumes in very human fashion. It does not come into being in its ultimate shape, but starts as a worm in the dead body of man or animal. Then it gradually develops legs, puts forth wings and becomes a flying instead of a creeping thing, which generates in turn and produces a little worm, one day to be a fly. Living with man, sharing his food and his table, it tastes everything except his oil, to drink which is death to it. In any case it soon perishes, having but a short span of life allotted to it, but while it lives it loves the light, and is active only under its influence. At night it rests, neither flying nor buzzing, but retiring and keeping quiet. I am able to record its considerable wisdom, shown in evading the plots of its enemy the spider. It is always on the lookout for his ambushes, and in the most circumspect way dodges about, that it may not be caught, netted, and entangled in his meshes. Its valor and spirit require no mention of mine. Homer, mightiest voiced of poets, seeking a compliment for the greatest of heroes, likens his spirit not to a lion's, a panther's, a boar's, but to the courage of the fly, to its unshrinking and persistent assault. Mark, it is not mere audacity, but courage, that he attributes to it. Though you drive it off, he says, it will not leave you, it will have its bite. He is so earnest an admirer of the fly that he alludes to it not once nor twice, but constantly. A mention of it is felt to be a poetic ornament. Now it is its multitudinous descent upon the milk that he celebrates, now he is in want of an illustration for Athene as she wards off a spear from the vitals of Menelaus. So he makes her a mother caring for her sleeping child, and in comes the fly again. Moreover he gives them that pretty epithet, thick, clustering, and nations, is his dignified word for a swarm of them. The fly's force is shown by the fact that its bite pierces not merely the human skin, but that of cattle and horses. It annoys the elephant by getting into the folds of its hide, and letting it know the efficiency of even a tiny trunk. There is much ease and freedom about their love affairs, which are not disposed of so expeditiously as by the domestic fowl. The act of union is prolonged, and is found quite compatible with flight. A fly will live and breathe for some time after its head is cut off. The most remarkable point about its natural history is that which I am now to mention. It is the one fact that Plato seems to me to have overlooked in his discourse of the soul and its immortality. If a little ashes be sprinkled on a dead fly, it gets up, experiences a second birth, and starts life afresh, which is recognized as a convincing proof that its soul is immortal, inasmuch as after it has departed it returns, recognizes and reanimates the body, and enables it to fly. So is confirmed the tale about Hermotimus of Clazomenae, how his soul frequently left him and went off on its own account, and afterwards returning occupied the body again and restored the man to life. It toils not, but lives at its case, profiting by the labors of others, and finding everywhere a table spread for it. For it the goats are milked, for its behoof and man's the honey is stored, to its palate the chef adapts his sauces. It tastes before the king himself, walks upon his table, shares his meal, and has the use of all that is his. Nest, home, local habitation, it has none. Like the Scythians, it elects to lead a wandering life, and where night finds it, there is its hearth and its chamber. But as I said, it works no deeds of darkness, live openly, is its motto. Its principle is to do no villainy that, done in the face of day, would dishonor it. Legend tells how Maia, the fly's ancient name, was once a maiden, exceeding fair, but overgiven to talk and chatter and song, Selene's rival for the love of Endymion. When the young man slept, she was for ever waking him with her gossip and tunes and merriment, till he lost patience, and Selene in wrath turned her to what she now is. And therefore it is that she still, in memory of Endymion, grudges all sleepers their rest, and most of all the young and tender. Her very bite and bloodthirst tell not of savagery, but of love and human kindness. She is but enjoying mankind as she may, and sipping beauty. In ancient times there was a woman of her name, a poetess wise and beautiful, and another a famous Attic courtesan, of whom the comic poet wrote. As deep as to his heart fair Maia bid him. The comic muse, we see, disdained not the name, nor refused it the hospitality of the boards, and parents took no shame to give it to their daughters. Tragedy goes further and speaks of the fly in high terms of praise, as witness the following. Foul shame the little fly, with might courageous. Should leap upon men's limbs, athirst for blood. But men at arms shrink from the foeman's steel. I might add many details about Pythagoras's daughter Maia, were not her story too well known. There are also flies of very large size, called generally soldier flies, or dog flies. These have a hoarse buzz, a very rapid flight, and quite long lives. They last the winter through without food, mostly in sheltered nooks below the roof. The most remarkable fact about these is that they are hermaphrodites. But I must break off. Not that my subject is exhausted, only that to exhaust such a subject is too like breaking a butterfly on the wheel. Remarks addressed to an illiterate book-fancier. Let me tell you, that you are choosing the worst way to attain your object. You think that by buying up all the best books you can lay your hands on, you will pass for a man of literary tastes. Not a bit of it, you are merely exposing thereby your own ignorance of literature. Why, you cannot even buy the right things, any casual recommendation is enough to guide your choice, you are as clay in the hands of the unscrupulous amateur, and as good as cash down to any dealer. How are you to know the difference between genuine old books that are worth money, and trash whose only merit is that it is falling to pieces? You are reduced to taking the worms and moths into your confidence. Their activity is your sole clue to the value of a book, as to the accuracy and fidelity of the copyist, that is quite beyond you. And supposing even that you had managed to pick out such veritable treasures as the exquisite editions of Paulinus, or those of the far-famed Atticus, most conscientious of publishers, what does it profit you? Their beauty means nothing to you, my poor friend. You will get precisely as much enjoyment out of them as a blind lover would derive from the possession of a handsome mistress. Your eyes, to be sure, are open. You do see your books, goodness knows, see them till you must be sick of the sight, you even read a bit here and there, in a scrambling fashion, your lips still busy with one sentence while your eyes are on the next. But what is the use of that? You cannot tell good from bad, you miss the writer's general drift, you miss his subtle arrangements of words, the chaste elegance of a pure style, the false ring of the counterfeit, 'tis all one to you. Are we to understand that you possess literary discernment without the assistance of any study? And how should that be? Perhaps, like Hesiod, you received a laurel branch from the Muses? As to that, I doubt whether you have so much as heard of Helicon, the reputed haunt of those goddesses. Your youthful pursuits were not those of a Hesiod, take not the Muses' names in vain. They might not have any scruples about appearing to a hardy, hairy, sunburnt shepherd, but as for coming near such a one as you will excuse my particularizing further just now, when I appeal to you in the name of the goddess of Lebanon. They would scorn the thought, instead of laurel, you would have tamarisk and mallow leaves about your back. The waters of Almium and Hippocrene are for thirsty sheep and stainless shepherds, they must not be polluted by unclean lips. I grant you a very creditable stock of effrontery, but you will scarcely have the assurance to call yourself an educated man. You will scarcely pretend that your acquaintance with literature is more than skin deep, or give us the names of your teacher and your fellow students. No. You think you are going to work off all arrears by the simple expedient of buying a number of books. But there again, you may get together the works of Demosthenes, and his 8 beautiful copies of Thucydides, all in the orator's own handwriting, and all the manuscripts that Sulla sent away from Athens to Italy. And you will be no nearer to culture at the end of it, though you should sleep with them under your pillow, or paste them together and wear them as a garment. An ape is still an ape, says the proverb, though his trappings be of gold. So it is with you, you have always a book in your hand, you are always reading, but what it is all about, you have not an idea. You do but prick up asinine ears at the liar's sound. Books would be precious things indeed, if the mere possession of them guaranteed culture to their owner. You rich men would have it all your own way then. We paupers could not stand against you, if learning were a marketable commodity, and as for the dealers, no one would presume to contest the point of culture with men who have whole shopfuls of books at their disposal. However, you will find on examination that these privileged persons are scarcely less ignorant than yourself. They have just your vile accent, and are as deficient in intelligence as one would expect men to be who have never learnt to distinguish good from bad. Now you see, you have merely bought a few odd volumes from them, they are at the fountain-head, and are handling books day and night. Judge from this how much good your purchases are likely to do you. Unless you think that your very bookcases acquire a tincture of learning, from the bare fact of their housing so many ancient manuscripts. Oblige me by answering some questions. Or rather, as circumstances will not admit of your answering, just nod or shake your head. If the flute of Timotheus, or that of Ismenias, which its owner sold in Corinth for a couple of £1,000s, were to fall into the hands of a person who did not know how to play the instrument, would that make him a flute player? Would his acquisition leave him any wiser than it found him? You very properly shake your head. A man might possess the instrument of a Marsyas or an Olympus, and still he would not be able to play it if he had never learnt. Take another case. A man gets hold of Heracles' bow and arrows, but he is no Philoctetes, he has neither that marksman's strength nor his eye. What do you say? Will he acquit himself creditably? Again you shake your head. The same will be the case with the ignorant pilot who is entrusted with a ship, or with the unpracticed rider on horseback. Nothing is wanting to the beauty and efficiency of the vessel, and the horse may be a Median or a Thessalian or a Kappa 80. Yet I take it that the incompetence of their respective owners will be made clear, am I right? And now let me ask your assent to one more proposition. If an illiterate person like yourself goes in for buying books, he is thereby laying himself open to ridicule. You hesitate. Yet surely nothing could be clearer. Who could observe such a man at work, and abstain from the inevitable allusion to pearls and swine? There was a wealthy man in Asia, not many years ago, who was so unfortunate as to lose both his feet. I think he had been traveling through snowdrifts, and had got them frostbitten. Well, of course, it was a very hard case. And in ordering a pair of wooden feet, by means of which he contrived to get along with the assistance of servants, he was no doubt only making the best of a bad job. But the absurd thing was, that he would always make a point of having the smartest and newest of shoes to set off his feet, I mean. Now are you any wiser than he, when for the adornment of that hobbling, wooden understanding of yours you go to the expense of such golden shoes as would tax the agility of a sound-limbed intellect? Among your other purchases are several copies of Homer. Get someone to turn up the second book of the Iliad, and read to you. There is only one part you need trouble about, the rest does not apply to your case. I refer to the harangue of a certain ludicrous, maimed, distorted creature called Thersites. Now imagine this Thersites, such as he is there depicted, to have clothed himself in the armor of Achilles. What will be the result? Will he be converted there and then into a stalwart, comely warrior, clearing the river at a bound, and staining its waters with Phrygian blood? Will he prove a slayer of Asteropaeus and Lycaons, and finally of Hector's, he who cannot so much as bear Achilles' spear upon his shoulders? Of course not. He will simply be ridiculous, the weight of the shield will cause him to stagger, and will presently bring him on to his nose, beneath the helmet, as often as he looks up, will be seen that squint. The Achillean greaves will be a sad drag to his progress, and the rise and fall of the breastplate will tell a tale of a humped back. In short, neither the armorer or the owner of the arms will have much to boast of. You are just like Thersites, if only you could see it. When you take in hand your fine volume, purple-cased, gilt-bossed, and begin reading with that accent of yours, maiming and murdering its contents, you make yourself ridiculous to all educated men, your own toadies commend you. But they generally get in a chuckle too, as they catch one another's eye. Let me tell you a story of what happened once at Delphi. A native of Tarentum, Evangelus by name, a person of some note in his own city, conceived the ambition of winning a prize in the Pythian games. Well, he saw at once that the athletic contests were quite out of the question. He had neither the strength nor the agility required. A musical victory, on the other hand, would be an easy matter. So at least he was persuaded by his vile parasites, who used to burst into a roar of applause the moment he touched the strings of his lyre. He arrived at Delphi in great style. Among other things, he had provided himself with gold-bespangled garments, and a beautiful golden laurel wreath, with full-size emerald berries. As for his lyre, that was a most gorgeous and costly affair, solid gold throughout, and ornamented with all kinds of gems, and with figures of Apollo and Orpheus and the Muses, a wonder to all beholders. The eventful day at length arrived. There were 3 competitors, of whom Evangelus was to come second. Thespis the Theban performed first, and acquitted himself creditably. And then Evangelus appeared, resplendent in gold and emeralds, beryls and jacinths, the effect being heightened by his purple robe, which made a background to the gold. The house was all excitement and wondering anticipation. As singing and playing were an essential part of the competition, Evangelus now struck up with a few meaningless, disconnected notes, assaulting his lyre with such needless violence that he broke 3 strings at the start. And when he began to sing with his discordant pipe of a voice, the whole audience was convulsed with laughter, and the stewards, enraged at his presumption, scourged him out of the theatre. Our golden Evangelist now presented a very queer spectacle, as the floggers drove him across the stage, weeping and bloody-limbed, and stooping to pick up the gems that had fallen from the lyre. For that instrument had come in for its share of the castigation. His place was presently taken by one Eumelus of Elis. His lyre was an old one, with wooden pegs, and his clothes and crown would scarcely have fetched 10 shillings between them. But for all that his well-managed voice and admirable execution caused him to be proclaimed the victor, and he was very merry over the unavailing splendors of his rival's gem-studded instrument. Evangelus, he is reported to have said to him, "Yours is the golden laurel, you can afford it, I am a pauper, and must put up with the Delphian wreath. No one will be sorry for your defeat. Your arrogance and incompetence have made you an object of detestation, that is all your equipment has done for you." Here again the application is obvious, Evangelus differing from you only in his sensibility to public ridicule. I have also an old lesbian story which is very much to the point. It is said that after Orpheus had been torn to pieces by the Thracian women, his head and his lyre were carried down the Hebrus into the sea. The head, it seems, floated down upon the lyre, singing Orpheus's dirge as it went, while the winds blew an accompaniment upon the strings. In this manner they reached the coast of Lesbos. The head was then taken up and buried on the site of the present temple of Bacchus, and the lyre was long preserved as a relic in the temple of Apollo. Later on, however, Neanthus, son of the tyrant Pittacus, hearing how the lyre had charmed beasts and trees and stones, and how after Orpheus's destruction it had played of its own accord, conceived a violent fancy for the instrument. And by means of a considerable bribe prevailed upon the priest to give him the genuine lyre, and replace it with one of similar appearance. Not thinking it advisable to display his acquisition in the city in broad daylight, he waited till night, and then, putting it under his cloak, walked off into the outskirts. And there this youth, who had not a note of music in him, produced his instrument and began jangling on the strings, expecting such divine strains to issue therefrom as would subdue all souls, and prove him the fortunate heir to Orpheus's power. He went on till a number of dogs collected at the sound and tore him limb from limb. Thus far, at least, his fate resembled that of Orpheus, though his power of attraction extended only to hostile dogs. It was abundantly proved that the charm lay not in the lyre, but solely in those peculiar gifts of song and music that had been bestowed upon Orpheus by his mother. As to the lyre, it was just like other lyres. But there, what need to go back to Orpheus and Neanthus? We have instances in our own days. I believe the man is still alive who paid £120 for the earthenware lamp of Epictetus the Stoic. I suppose he thought he had only to read by the light of that lamp, and the wisdom of Epictetus would be communicated to him in his dreams, and he himself assumed the likeness of that venerable sage. And it was only a day or two ago that another enthusiast paid down £250 for the staff dropped by the Cynic Proteus 81 when he leaped upon the pyre. He treasures this relic, and shows it off just as the people of Tegea do the hide of the Caledonian boar 82, or the Thebans the bones of Geryon, or the Memphians Isis hair. Now the original owner of this precious staff was one who for ignorance and vulgarity would have borne away the palm from yourself. My friend, you are in a bad way, a stick across the head is what you want. They say that when Dionysius took to tragedy writing he made such sad stuff of it that Philoxenus was more than once thrown into the quarries because he could not control his laughter. Finding that his efforts only made him ridiculous, Dionysius was at some pains to procure the tablets on which Aeschylus had been wont to write. He looked to draw divine inspiration from them. As it turned out, however, he now wrote considerably worse rubbish than before. Among the contents of the tablets I may quote. "'Twas Dionysius' wife, Dori Dion. Here is another. Most serviceable woman. Thou art gone. Genuine tablet that, and the next. Men that are fools are their own follies but. Taken with reference to yourself, by the way, nothing could be more to the point than this last line. Dionysius's tablets deserved gilding, if only for that. What is your idea, now, in all this rolling and unrolling of scrolls? To what end the gluing and the trimming, the cedar oil and saffron, the leather cases and the bosses? Much good your purchases have been to you, one sees that already. Why, your language, no, I am wrong there, you are as dumb as a fish, but your life, your unmentionable vices, make everyone hate the sight of you. If that is what books do, one cannot keep too clear of them. There are two ways in which a man may derive benefit from the study of the ancients. He may learn to express himself, or he may improve his morals by their example and warning. When it is clear that he has not profited in either of these respects, what are his books but a habitation for mice and vermin, and a source of castigation to negligent servants? And how very foolish you must look when anyone finds you with a book in your hand, and you are never to be seen without, and asks you who is your orator, your poet, or your historian. You have seen the title, of course. And can answer that question pat, but then one word brings up another, and some criticism, favorable or the reverse, is passed upon the contents of your volume. You are dumb and helpless. You pray for the earth to open and swallow you, you stand like Bellerophon with the warrant for your own execution in your hand. Once in Corinth Demetrius the Cynic found some illiterate person reading aloud from a very handsome volume, the Bacchae of Euripides, I think it was. He had got to the place where the messenger is relating the destruction of Pentheus by Agave, when Demetrius snatched the book from him and tore it in two. Better, he exclaimed, that Pentheus should suffer one rending at my hands than many at yours. I have often wondered, though I have never been able to satisfy myself, what it is that makes you such an ardent buyer of books. The idea of your making any profitable use of them is one that nobody who has the slightest acquaintance with you would entertain for a moment. Does the bald man buy a comb, the blind a mirror, the deaf a flute player? The eunuch a concubine, the landsman an oar, the pilot a plough? Are you merely seizing an opportunity of displaying your wealth? Is it just your way of showing the public that you can afford to spend money even on things that are of no use to you? Why, even a Syrian like myself knows that if you had not got your name foisted into that old man's will, you would have been starving by this time, and all your books must have been put up to sale. Only one possible explanation remains. Your toadies have made you believe that in addition to your charms of person you have an extraordinary gift for rhetoric, history, and philosophy, and you buy books merely to countenance their flatteries. It seems that you actually hold forth to them at table, and they, poor thirsty frogs, must croak dry-throated applause till they burst, or there is no drink for them. You are a most curiously gullible person, you take in every word they say to you. You were made to believe at one time that your features resembled those of a certain emperor. We had had a pseudo-Alexander, and a pseudo-Philip, the Fuller, and there was a pseudo-Nero as recently as our own grandfather's times. You were for adding one more to the noble army of pseudos. After all, it was nothing for an illiterate fool like you to take such a fancy into his head, and walk about with his chin in the air, aping the gait and dress and expression of his supposed model. even the Epirot King Pyrrhus. Remarkable man that he was in other respects, had the same foible, and was persuaded by his flatterers that he was like Alexander the Great, that is. In point of fact, I have seen Pyrrhus's portrait, and the two, to borrow a musical phrase, are about as much like one another as bass and treble, and yet he was convinced he was the image of Alexander. However, if that were all, it would be rather too bad of me to insult Pyrrhus by the comparison, but I am justified by the sequel, it suits your case so exactly. When once Pyrrhus had got this fancy into his head, every one else ran mad for company, till at last an old woman of Larissa, who did not know Pyrrhus, told him the plain truth, and cured his delusion. After showing her portraits of Philip, Perdiccas, Alexander, Cassander, and other kings, Pyrrhus finally asked her which of these he resembled, taking it as a matter of course that she would fix upon Alexander. However, she considered for some time, and at length informed him that he was most like Batrachian the cook, there being a cook of that name in Larissa who was very like Pyrrhus. What particular theatrical pander you most resemble I will not pretend to decide, all I can state with certainty is that to this day you pass for a raving madman on the strength of this fancy. After such an instance of your critical discernment, we need not be surprised to find that your flatterers have inspired you with the further ambition of being taken for a scholar. But I am talking nonsense. The cause of your bibliomania is clear enough. I must have been dozing, or I should have seen it long ago. This is your idea of strategy, you know the emperor's scholarly tastes, and his respect for culture, and you think it will be worth something to you if he hears of your literary pursuits. Once let your name be mentioned to him as a great buyer and collector of books, and you reckon that your fortune is made. Vile creature! And is the emperor drugged with mandragora that he should hear of this and never know the rest, your daylight iniquities, your tipplings, your monstrous nightly debauches? Know you not that an emperor has many eyes and many ears? Yet your deeds are such as cannot be concealed from the blind or the deaf. I may tell you at once, as you seem not to know it, that a man's hopes of the imperial favor depend not on his book bills, but on his character and daily life. Are you counting upon Atticus and Callinus, the copyists, to put in a good word for you? Then you are deceived. Those relentless gentlemen propose, with the gods' good leave, to grind you down and reduce you to utter destitution. Come to your senses while there is yet time, sell your library to some scholar, and whilst you are about it sell your new house too, and wipe off part of your debt to the slave dealers. You see, you will ride both these hobbies at once. There is the trouble, besides your expensive books you must have your superannuated minions, you are insatiable in these pursuits, and you cannot follow both without money. Now observe how precious a thing is counsel. I recommend you to dispense with the superfluous, and confine your attention to your other foible. In other words, keep your money for the slave dealers, or your private supplies will run short, and you will be reduced to calling in the services of freemen, who will want every penny you possess. Otherwise there is nothing to prevent them from telling how your time is spent when you are in liquor. Only the other day I heard some very ugly stories about you, backed, too, by ocular evidence. The bystanders on that occasion are my witnesses how angry I was on your account. I was in two minds about giving the fellow a thrashing. And the annoying part of it was that he appealed to more than one witness who had had the same experience and told just the same tale. Let this be a warning to you to economize, so that you may be able to have your enjoyments at home in all security. I do not suggest that you should give up these practices, that is quite hopeless. The dog that has gnawed leather once will gnaw leather always. On the other hand, you can easily do without books. Your education is complete, you have nothing more to learn, you have the ancients as it were on the tip of your tongue. All history is known to you, you are a master of the choice and management of words, you have got the true Attic vocabulary, the multitude of your books has made a ripe scholar of you. You love flattery, and there is no reason why I should not indulge you as well as another. But I am rather curious on one point, what are your favorite books among so many? Plato? Antisthenes? Archilochus? Hipponax? Or are they passed over in favor of the orators? Do you ever read the speech of Aeschines against Timarchus? All that sort of thing I suppose you have by heart. And have you grappled with Aristophanes and Eupolis? Did you ever go through the Bapti 83? Well then, you must surely have come on some embarrassing home truths in that play. It is difficult to imagine that mind of yours bent upon literary studies, and those hands turning over the pages. When do you do your reading? In the daytime, or at night? If the former, you must do it when no one is looking, and if the latter, is it done in the midst of more engrossing pursuits, or do you work it in before your rhetorical outpourings? As you reverence Cotito, venture not again into the paths of literature, have done with books, and keep to your own peculiar business. If you had any sense of shame, to be sure, you would abandon that too. Think of Phaedra's indignant protest against her sex. Darkness is their accomplice, yet they fear not. Fear not the chamber walls, their confidants. But no, you are determined not to be cured. Very well, by book upon book, shut them safely up, and reap the glory that comes of possession, only, let that be enough, presume not to touch nor read. Pollute not with that tongue the poetry and eloquence of the ancients. What harm have they ever done to you? All this advice is thrown away, I know that. Shall an Ethiopian change his skin? You will go on buying books that you cannot use, to the amusement of educated men, who derive profit not from the price of a book, nor from its handsome appearance, but from the sense and sound of its contents. You think by the multitude of books to supply the deficiencies of your education, and to throw dust in our eyes. Did you but know it, you are exactly like the quack doctors, who provide themselves with silver cupping glasses, gold-handled lancets, and ivory cases for their instruments. They are quite incapable of using them when the time comes, and have to give place to some properly qualified surgeon, who produces a lancet with a keen edge and a rusty handle, and affords immediate relief to the sufferer. Or here is a better parallel, take the case of the barbers. You will find that the skilled practitioners have just the razor, scissors, and mirror that their work requires. The impostors' razors are numerous, and their mirrors magnificent. However, that does not serve to conceal their incompetence, and the result is most amusing. The average man gets his hair cut by one of their more capable neighbors, and then goes and arranges it before their glasses. That is just what your books are good for, to lend to other people. You are quite incapable of using them yourself. Not that you ever have lent anyone a single volume. True to your dog-in-the-manger principles, you neither eat the corn yourself, nor give the horse a chance. There you have my candid opinion about your books. I shall find other opportunities of dealing with your disreputable conduct in general. End of Volume 3. Volume 4. Slander, a Warning. A terrible thing is ignorance, the source of endless human woes, spreading a mist over facts, obscuring truth, and casting a gloom upon the individual life. We are all walkers in darkness, or say, our experience is that of blind men, knocking helplessly against the real, and stepping high to clear the imaginary, failing to see what is close at their feet. And in terror of being hurt by something that is leagues away. Whatever we do, we are perpetually slipping about. This it is that has found the tragic poets 1,000 themes, labdicids, pelopids, and all their kind. Inquiry would show that most of the calamities put upon the boards are arranged by ignorance as by some supernatural stage manager. This is true enough as a generality. But I refer more particularly to the false reports about intimates and friends that have ruined families, raised cities, driven fathers into frenzy against their offspring, embroiled brother with brother, children with parents, and lover with beloved. Many are the friendships that have been cut short, many the households set by the ears, because slander has found ready credence. By way of precaution against it, then, it is my design to sketch the nature, the origin, and effects of slander, though indeed the picture is already in existence, by the hand of Apelles. He had been traduced in the ears of Ptolemy as an accomplice of Theodotus in the Tyrian conspiracy. As a matter of fact he had never seen Tyre, and knew nothing of Theodotus beyond the information that he was an officer of Ptolemy's in charge of Phoenicia. However, that did not prevent another painter called Antipholus, who was jealous of his court influence and professional skill, from reporting his supposed complicity to Ptolemy, he had seen him at Theododos's table in Phoenicia, whispering in his ear all through dinner. He finally got as far as making Apelles out prime instigator of the Tyrian revolt and the capture of Pelusium. Ptolemy was not distinguished for sagacity, he had been brought up on the royal diet of adulation. And the incredible tale so inflamed and carried him away that the probabilities of the case never struck him. The traducer was a professional rival, a painter's insignificance was hardly equal to the part. And this particular painter had had nothing but good at his hands, having been exalted by him above his fellows. But no, he did not even find out whether Apelles had ever made a voyage to Tyre. It pleased him to fall into a passion and make the palace ring with denunciations of the ingrate, the plotter, the conspirator. Luckily one of the prisoners, between disgust at Antiphilus's effrontery and compassion for Apelles, stated that the poor man had never been told a word of their designs. But for this, he would have paid with his head for his non-complicity in the Tyrian troubles. Ptolemy was sufficiently ashamed of himself, we learn, to make Apelles a present of 25,000 pounds, besides handing Antiphilus over to him as a slave. The painter was impressed by his experience, and took his revenge upon slander in a picture. On the right sits a man with long ears almost of the Midas pattern, stretching out a hand to slander, who is still some way off, but coming. About him are two females whom I take for ignorance and assumption. Slander, approaching from the left, is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, but with a heated, excitable air that suggests delusion and impulsiveness. In her left hand is a lighted torch, and with her right she is hailing a youth by the hair. He holds up hands to heaven and calls the gods to witness his innocence. Showing slander the way is a man with piercing eyes, but pale, deformed, and shrunken as from long illness. One may easily guess him to be Envy. Two female attendants encourage slander, acting as tire women, and adding touches to her beauty. According to the Cicerone, one of these is Malice, and the other Deceit. Following behind in mourning guise, black-robed and with torn hair, comes, I think he named her, Repentance. She looks tearfully behind her, awaiting shamefaced the approach of truth. That was how Apelles translated his peril into paint. I propose that we too execute in his spirit a portrait of slander and her surroundings. And to avoid vagueness let us start with a definition or outline. Slander, we will say, is an undefended indictment, concealed from its object, and owing its success to one-sided half-informed procedure. Now we have something to go upon. Further, our actors, as in Comedy 84, are three, the slanderer, the slandered, and the recipient of the slander. Let us take each in turn and see how his case works out. And first for our chief character, the manufacturer of the slander. That he is not a good man needs no proof, no good man will injure his neighbor. Good men's reputation, and their credit for kindness, is based on the benefits they confer upon their friends, not on unfounded disparagement of others and the ousting of them from their friends' affections. Secondly, it is easy to realize that such a person offends against justice, law, and piety, and is a pest to all who associate with him. Equality in everything, and contentment with your proper share, are the essentials of justice. Inequality in overreaching, of injustice, that every one will admit. It is not less clear that the man who secretly slanders the absent is guilty of overreaching. He is insisting on entire possession of his hearer, appropriating and enclosing his ears, guarding them against impartiality by blocking them with prejudice. Such procedure is unjust to the last degree. We have the testimony of the best lawgivers for that. Solon and Draco made every juror swear that he would hear indifferently, and view both parties with equal benevolence, till the defense should have been compared with the prosecution and proved better or worse than it. Before such balancing of the speeches, they considered that the forming of a conclusion must be impious and unholy. We may indeed literally suppose heaven to be offended, if we license the accuser to say what he will, and then, closing our own ears or the defendant's mouth, allow our judgment to be dictated by the first speech. No one can say, then, that the uttering of slander is reconcilable with the requirements of justice, of law, or of the juror's oath. If it is objected that the lawgivers are no sufficient authority for such extreme justice and impartiality, I fall back on the Prince of Poets, who has expressed a sound opinion, or let me say, laid down a sound law on the subject. Nor give thy judgment, till both sides are heard. He too was doubtless very well aware that, of all the ills that flesh is heir to, none is more grievous or more iniquitous than that a man should be condemned unjudged and unheard. That is precisely what the slanderer tries to effect by exposing the slandered without trial to his hearer's wrath, and precluding defense by the secrecy of his denunciation. Every such person is a skulker and a coward. He will not come into the open, he is an ambuscader shooting from a lurking place, whose opponent cannot meet him nor have it out with him, but must be shot down helplessly before he knows that war is afoot. There could be no clearer proof that his allegations are baseless. Of course a man who knows he is bringing true charges does the exposure in public, challenges inquiry, and faces examination. Just so no one who can win a pitched battle will resort to ambush and deceit. It is in kings' courts that these creatures are mostly found. They thrive in the atmosphere of dominion and power, where envy is rife, suspicions innumerable, and the opportunities for flattery and backbiting endless. Where hopes are higher, their envy is more intense, hatred more reckless, and jealousy more unscrupulous. They all keep close watch upon one another, spying like duelists for a weak spot. Every one would be first, and to that end shoves and elbows his neighbor aside, and does his best to pull back or trip the man in front of him. One whose equipment is limited to goodness is very soon thrown down, dragged about, and finally thrust forth with ignominy. While he who is prepared to flatter, and can make servility plausible, is high in credit, gets first to his end, and triumphs. These people bear out the words of Homer. Impartial war god slayeth him that slew. Convinced that the prize is great, they elaborate their mutual stratagems, among which slander is at once the speediest and the most uncertain. High are the hopes with which this child of envy or hatred is born. Pitiful, gloomy, and disastrous the end to which it comes. Success is by no means the easy simple matter it may be supposed, it demands much skill and tact, with the most concentrated attention. Slander would never do the harm it does, if it were not made plausible, it would never prevail against truth, that strongest of all things, if it were not dressed up into really attractive bait. The chief mark for it is the man who is in favor, and therefore enviable in the eyes of his distanced competitors. They all regard him as standing in their light, and let fly at him. Every one thinks he will be first if he can only dispose of this conspicuous person and spoil him of his favor. You may see the same thing among runners at the games. The good runner, from the moment the barrier falls, simply makes the best of his way, his thoughts are on the winning post, his hopes of victory in his feet, he leaves his neighbor alone and does not concern himself at all with his competitors. It is the ill-qualified, with no prospect of winning by his speed, who resorts to foul play. His one preoccupation is how he may stop, impede, curb the real runner, because failing that his own victory is out of the question. The persons we are concerned with race in like manner for the favor of the great. The one who forges ahead is at once the object of plots, is taken at a disadvantage by his enemies when his thoughts are elsewhere, and got rid of, while they get credit for devotion by the harm they do to others. The credibility of the slander is by no means left to take care of itself, it is the chief object of their solicitude. They are extremely cautious against inconsistencies or contradictions. The usual method is to seize upon real characteristics of a victim, and only paint these in darker colors, which allows verisimilitude. A man is a doctor, they make him out a poisoner, wealth figures as tyranny. The tyrant's ready tool is a ready traitor too. Sometimes, however, the hint is taken from the hearer's own nature, the villains succeed by using a bait that will tempt him. They know he is jealous, and they tell him, he beckoned to your wife at dinner, and sighed as he gazed at her, and Stratinus, well, did not seem offended. Or he writes poetry, and piques himself upon it. Then, Philoxenus had great sport pulling your poem to pieces, said the meter was faulty and the composition vile. A devout religious person is told that his friend is an atheist and a blasphemer, rejects belief and denies providence. That is quite enough, the venom has entered at the ear and inflamed the brain, the man does not wait for confirmation, but abandons his friend. In a word, they invent and say the kind of thing that they know will be most irritating to their hearer, and having a full knowledge of his vulnerable point, concentrate their fire upon it. He is to be too much flustered by rage to have time for investigation. The very surprise of what he is told is to be so convincing to him that he will not hear, even if his friend is willing to plead. That slander, indeed, is especially effective which is unwelcome. Demetrius the Platonic was reported to Ptolemy Dionysius for a water drinker, and for the only man who had declined to put on female attire at the Dionysia. He was summoned next morning, and had to drink in public, dress up in gauze, clash and dance to the cymbals, or he would have been put to death for disapproving the king's life, and setting up for a critic of his luxurious ways. At Alexander's court there was no more fatal imputation than that of refusing worship and adoration to Hephaestion. Alexander had been so fond of him that to appoint him a god after his death was, for such a worker of marvels, nothing out of the way. The various cities at once built temples to him, holy ground was consecrated, altars, offerings and festivals instituted to this new divinity. If a man would be believed, he must swear by Hephaestion. For smiling at these proceedings, or showing the slightest lack of reverence, the penalty was death. The flatterers cherished, fanned, and put the bellows to this childish fancy of Alexander's. They had visions and manifestations of Hephaestion to relate, they invented cures and attributed oracles to him. They did not stop short of doing sacrifice to this god of help and protection. Alexander was delighted, and ended by believing in it all. It gratified his vanity to think that he was now not only a god's son, but a god-maker. It would be interesting to know how many of his friends in those days found that what the new divinity did for them was to supply a charge of irreverence on which they might be dismissed and deprived of the king's favor. Agathocles of Samos was a valued officer of his, who very narrowly escaped being thrown into a lion's cage. The offense reported against him was shedding tears as he passed Hephaestion's tomb. The tale goes that he was saved by Perdiccas, who swore, by all the gods and Hephaestion, that the god had appeared plainly to him as he was hunting, and charged him to bid Alexander spare Agathocles. His tears had meant neither skepticism nor mourning, but been merely a tribute to the friendship that was gone. Flattery and slander had just then their opportunity in Alexander's emotional condition. In a siege, the assailants do not attempt a part of the defenses that is high, precipitous, or solid. They direct all their force at some rotten, low, or neglected point, expecting to get in and effect the capture most easily so. Similarly, the slanderer finds out where the soul is weak or corrupt or accessible, there makes his assault, there applies his engines, or effects an entry at a point where there are no defenders to mark his approach. Once in, he soon has all in flames, fire and sword and devastation clear out the previous occupants. How else should it be when a soul is captured and enslaved? His siege train includes deceit, falsehood, perjury, insinuation, effrontery, and 1,000 other moral laxities. But the chief of them all is flattery, the blood relation, the sister indeed, of slander. No heart so high, so fenced with adamant, but flattery will master it, with the aid of slander undermining and sapping its foundations. That is what goes on outside. But within there are traitorous parties working to the same end, stretching hands of help to the attack, opening the gates, and doing their utmost to bring the capture about. There are those ever-present human frailties, fickleness and satiety. There is the appetite for the surprising. We all delight, I cannot tell why, in whisperings and insinuations. I know people whose ears are as agreeably titillated with slander as their skin with a feather. Supported by all these allies, the attack prevails, victory is hardly in doubt for a moment, there is no defense or resistance to the assault, the hearer surrenders without reluctance, and the slandered knows nothing of what is going on. As when a town is stormed by night, he has his throat cut in his sleep. The most pitiful thing is when, all unconscious of how matters stand, he comes to his friend with a cheerful countenance, having nothing to be ashamed of, and talks and behaves as usual, just as if the toils were not all round him. Then if the other has any nobility or generous spirit of fair play in him, he gives vent to his anger and pours out his soul, after which he allows him to answer, and so finds out how he has been abused. But if he is mean and ignoble, he receives him with a lip smile, while he is gnashing his teeth in covert rage, wrathfully brooding in the soul's dark depth, as the poet describes it. I know nothing so characteristic of a warped slavish nature as to bite the lip while you nurse your spite and cultivate your secret hatred, one thing in your heart and another on your tongue. Playing with the gay looks of comedy a lamentable sinister tragedy. This is especially apt to occur, when the slander comes from one who is known for an old friend of the slandered. When that is the case, a man pays no attention to anything the victim or his apologists may say. That old friendship affords a sufficient presumption of truth. He forgets that estrangements, unknown to outsiders, constantly part the greatest friends. And sometimes a man will try to escape the consequences of his own faults by attributing similar ones to his neighbor and getting his denunciation in first. It may be taken, indeed, that no one will venture to slander an enemy. That is too unconvincing, the motive is so obvious. It is the supposed friend that is the most promising object, the idea being to give your hearer absolute proof of your devotion to him by sacrificing your dearest to his interests. It must be added that there are persons who, if they subsequently learn that they have condemned a friend in error, are too much ashamed of that error to receive or look him in the face again. You might suppose the discovery of his innocence was a personal injury to them. It is not, then, too much to say that life is made miserable by these lightly and incuriously credited slanders. Antia said to Pretis, after she had solicited and been scorned by Bellerophon, "Die thou the death, if thou slay not the man. That so would have enforced my chastity." By the machinations of this lascivious woman, the young man came near perishing in his combat with the Chimera, as the penalty for continence and loyalty to his host. And Phaedra, who made a similar charge against her stepson, succeeded in bringing down upon Hippolytus a father's curse, though God knows how innocent he was. Ah, yes, I fancy some one objecting. But the traducer sometimes deserves credit, being known for a just and a wise man, then he ought to be listened to, as one incapable of villainy. What? Was there ever a juster man than Aristides? Yet he led the opposition to Themistocles and incited the people against him, pricked by the same political ambition as he. Aristides was a just man in all other relations, but he was human, he had a gall, he was open to likes and dislikes. And if the story of Polymedes is true, the wisest of the Greeks, a great man in other respects too, stands convicted of hatching that insidious plot 85, the ties that bind kinsmen, friends, and comrades in danger, had to yield to jealousy. To be a man is to be subject to this temptation. It is superfluous to refer to Socrates, misrepresented to the Athenians as an impious plotter, to Themistocles or Miltiades, suspected after all their victories of betraying Greece. Such examples are innumerable, and most of them familiar. What, then, should a man of sense do, when he finds one friend's virtue pitted against another's truth? Why, surely, learn from Homer's parable of the sirens. He advises sailing past these ear-charmers, we should stuff up our ears. We should not open them freely to the prejudiced, but station there a competent hall porter in the shape of judgment, who shall inspect every vocal visitor, and take it on himself to admit the worthy, but shut the door in the face of others. How absurd to have such an official at our house door, and leave our ears and understandings open to intrusion. So, when anyone comes to you with a tale, examine it on its merits, regardless of the informant's age, general conduct, or skill in speech. The more plausible he is, the greater need of care. Never trust another's judgment, it may be in reality only his dislike, but reserve the inquiry to yourself. Let envy, if such it was, recoil upon the backbiter, your trial of the two men's characters be an open one, and your award of contempt and approval deliberate. To award them earlier, carried away by the first word of slander, why, God bless me, how puerile and mean and iniquitous it all is. And the cause of it, as we started with saying, is ignorance, and the mystery that conceals men's characters. Would some God unveil all lives to us, slander would retire discomfited to the bottomless pit, for the illumination of truth would be over all. The Hall. As Alexander stood gazing at the transparent loveliness of the Cydnus, the thought of a plunge into those generous depths, of the delicious shock of ice-cold waters amid summer heat, was too much for him. And could he have foreseen the illness that was to result from it, I believe he would have had his bath just the same. With such an example before him, can anyone whose pursuits are literary miss a chance of airing his eloquence amid the glories of this spacious hall, wherein gold sheds all its luster, whose walls are decked with the flowers of art, whose light is as the light of the sun? Shall he who might cause this roof to ring with applause, and contribute his humble share to the splendors of the place, shall such a one content himself with examining and admiring its beauties without a word, and so depart, like one that is dumb, or silent from envy? No man of taste or artistic sensibility, none but a dull ignorant boor, would consent thus to cut himself off from the highest of enjoyments, or could need to be reminded of the difference between the ordinary spectator and the educated man. The former, when he has carried his eyes around and upwards in silent admiration, and clasped ecstatic hands, has done all that can be expected of him. He ventures not on words, lest they should prove inadequate to his subject. With the cultured observer, it is otherwise. He, surely, will not rest content with feasting his eyes on beauty. He will not stand speechless amid his splendid surroundings, but will set his mind to work, and as far as in him lies pay verbal tribute. Nor will his tribute consist in mere praise of the building. It was well enough, no doubt, for the islander Telemachus to express his boyish amazement in the palace of Menelaus, and to liken that prince's gold and ivory to the glories of heaven. His limited experience afforded him no earthly parallel, but here, the very use to which the hall is put, and the distinguished quality of the audience, are an essential part of the praise bestowed upon it. Nothing, surely, could be more delightful than to find this noble building thrown open for the reception of eloquent praise, its atmosphere laden with panegyric, its very walls re-echoing, cavern-like, to every syllable, prolonging each cadence, dwelling on each period. Nay, they are themselves an audience, most appreciative of audiences, that stores up the speaker's words in memory, and recompenses his efforts with a meed of most harmonious flattery. Even so do the rocks resound to the shepherd's flute. The notes come ringing back again, and simple rustics think it is the voice of some maid, who dwells among the crags, and from the depths of her rocky haunt makes answer to their songs and their cries. I feel as if a certain mental exaltation resulted from this magnificence. It is suggestive, the imagination is stimulated. It would scarcely be too much to say that through the medium of the eye's beauty is borne in upon the mind, and suffers no thought to find utterance before it has received her impress. We hold it for true that Achilles' wrath was whetted against the Phrygians by the sight of his new armor, and that as he donned it for the first time his lust of battle was uplifted on wings, and why should not a beautiful building similarly be a whet to the zeal of the orator? Luxuriant grass, a fine plane tree in a clear spring, hard by Ilyssus, were inspiration enough for Socrates. In such a spot he could sit bantering Phaedrus, refuting Lysias, and invoking the Muses. Never doubting, indelicate old person, but that those virgin goddesses would grace his retirement with their presence, and take part in his amorous discourse. But to such a place as this we may surely hope that they will come uninvited. We can offer them something better than the shade of a plane tree, though for that upon Ilyssus' bank we should substitute the golden one of the Persian king. His tree had one claim to admiration: it was expensive, but for symmetry and proportion and beautiful workmanship, nothing of that kind was thrown in. The gold was gold, an uncouth manifestation of solid wealth, calculated to excite envy in the beholder, and to procure congratulations for the possessor, but far from creditable to the artist. The line of the Arsacidae cared nothing for beauty. They did not appeal to men's taste, not how may I win approval, but how may I dazzle, was the question they asked themselves. The barbarian has a keen appreciation of gold, to the treasures of art he is blind. But I see about me in this hall beauties that were never designed to please barbarians, nor to gratify the vulgar ostentation of Persian monarchs. Poverty is not here the sole requirement of the critic, taste is also necessary. Nor will the eyes deliver judgment without the assistance of reason. The Eastern aspect, procuring us, as in the temples of old, that first welcome peep of the sun in his newborn glory, and suffering his rays to pour in without stint through the open doors, the adaptation of length to breadth and breadth to height. The free admission of light at every stage of the sun's course, all is charmingly contrived, and redounds to the credit of the architect. What admirable judgment has been shown, too, in the structure and decoration of the roof. Nothing wanting, yet nothing superfluous, the gilding is exactly what was required to achieve elegance without empty display. It is precisely that little touch of adornment with which a beautiful and modest woman sets off her loveliness. It is the slender necklace about her neck, the light ring upon her finger, the earrings, the brooch, the fillet that imprisons her luxuriant hair, and, like the purple stripe upon a robe, enhances its beauty. Contrast with this the artifices of courtesans, and particularly of the most unlovely among them, whose robes are all of purple, and their necks loaded with golden chains, who hope to render themselves attractive by their extravagance, and by external adornments to supply the deficiencies of nature. Their arms, they think, will look more dazzlingly white if gold glitters upon them, a clumsy foot pass unobserved if hidden in a golden sandal, and the face be irresistible that appears beneath a halo of gold. The modest house, far from resorting to such meretricious charms, uses as little gold as may be. I think she knows that she would have no cause to blush, though she should display her beauty stripped of all adornment. And so it is with this hall. The roof, the head, as I may say, comely in itself, is not without its golden embellishments, yet they are but as the stars, whose fires gleam here and there, pranked in the darkness of the sky. Were that sky all fire, it would be beautiful to us no longer, only terrible. Observe, too, that the gold is not otiose, not merely an ornament among ornaments, put there to flatter the eye, it diffuses soft radiance from end to end of the building, and the walls are tinged with its warm glow. Striking upon the gilded beams, and mingling its brightness with theirs, the daylight glances down upon us with a clearness and a richness not all its own. Such are the glories overhead, whose praises might best be sung by him who told of Helen's high-vaulted chamber, and Olympus' dazzling peak. And for the rest, the frescoed walls, with their exquisite coloring, so clear, so highly finished, so true to nature, to what can I compare them but to a flowery meadow in spring? Even so the comparison halts. Those flowers wither and decay and shed their beauty, but here is one eternal spring, this meadow fades not, its flowers are everlasting, for no hand is put forth to pluck away their sweetness, only the eye feeds thereon. And what eye would not delight to feed on joys so varied? What orator would not feel that his credit was at stake, and be fired with ambition to surpass himself, rather than be found wanting to his theme? The contemplation of beautiful objects is of all things the most inspiring, and not to men only. I think even a horse must feel some increase of pleasure in galloping over smooth, soft fields, that give an easy footing, and ring back no defiance to his hoofs. It is then that he goes his best. The beauty of his surroundings puts him on his mettle, he will not be beaten, if pace counts for anything. And look at the peacock. Spring has just begun. Never are flowers a gladder sight than now. It is as if they were really brighter, their hues more fresh, than at other times. Watch the bird, as he struts forth into some meadow, he spreads his feathers, and displays them to the sun, up goes his tail, a towered circle of flowery plumage. For with him too it is spring, and the meadow challenges him to do his utmost. See how he turns about, and shows forth his gorgeous beauty. As the sun's rays strike upon him, the wonder grows, there is a subtle transmutation of colors, one glory vanishing in giving place to another. The change is nowhere more apparent than in those rainbow rings at the ends of his feathers. Here a slight movement turns bronze to gold, and, such is the potency of light, purple becomes green, because sun is exchanged for shadow. As for the sea, I need not remind you how inviting, how attractive, is its appearance on a calm day. The veriest landlubber must long to be upon it, and sail far away from the shore. As he marks how the light breeze fills the sails and speeds the vessel on its gentle gliding course over the crests of the waves. The beauty of this hall has a similar power over the orator, encouraging him, stimulating him to fresh effort, enlarging his ambition. The spell was irresistible, I have yielded to it, and come hither to address you, as though drawn by Rhynex or by Siren's charm. Nor am I without hope that my words, bald though they be in themselves, may yet borrow something from that atmosphere of beauty in which they are here clothed as in a garment. Scarcely have I pronounced these last words, when a certain theory, and a very sound one, too, if we can take its own word for it, which has been interrupting me all along, and doing its best to break my speech off, informs me that there is no truth in my statements, and expresses its surprise at my assertion that gilding and mural decoration are favorable to the display of rhetorical skill. The very contrary, it maintains, is the case. On second thoughts, it may as well come forward and plead its own cause. You, gentlemen, will kindly serve as jury, and hear what it has to say in favor of the cheap and nasty in architecture, considered as rhetorical conditions. My own sentiments on this subject you have already heard, nor is there any occasion for me to repeat them. The theory is therefore at liberty to speak. I will withdraw for a while, and hold my tongue. Gentlemen of the jury, it begins, a splendid tribute has been paid to this hall by the last speaker, and I for my part am so far from having any fault to find with the building, that I propose to supply the deficiencies of his encomium. For by magnifying its glories, I am so much the nearer to proving my point, which is, its unsuitableness to the purposes of the orator. And first I shall ask your permission to avail myself of his simile of feminine adornments. In my opinion, it is not enough to say that lavish ornament adds nothing to feminine beauty, it actually takes away from it. Dazzled by gold and costly gems, how should the beholder do justice to the charms of a clear complexion, to neck, and eye, and arm, and finger? Sards and emeralds, bracelets and necklaces, claim all his attention, and the lady has the mortification of finding herself eclipsed by her own jewels, whose engrossed admirers can spare no words, and barely a casual glance for herself. The same fate, it seems to me, awaits the orator who exhibits his skill amid these wondrous works of art. His praises are obscured, quite swallowed up, in the splendor of the things he praises. It is as if a man should bring a wax light to feed a mighty conflagration, or set up an ant for exhibition on a camel's or an elephant's back. That is one pitfall for the orator. And there is another, the distracting influence of that resonant music that echoes through the hall, making voluminous answer to his words, nay, drowning them in the utterance. Surely as trumpet quells flute, or the seer o'er the boatswain's pipe, if he presume to contend with the crash of waves, so surely shall the orator's puny voice be overmastered by this mighty music, and seem like silence. Then again, my opponent spoke of the stimulating, the encouraging effect produced on the speaker by architectural beauty. I should have said that the effect was rather dispiriting than otherwise. The speaker's thoughts are scattered, and his confidence shaken, as he reflects on the disgrace that must attach to mean words uttered beneath a noble roof. There could be no more crushing ignominy. He is precisely in the position of a warrior in brilliant armor who sets the example of flight, and whose cowardice is only emphasized by his splendid equipment. To this principle I should refer the conduct of Homer's model orator, who, so far from attaching any importance to externals, affected the bearing of a man that was altogether witless. His design was to bring his eloquence into stronger relief by the studied ungracefulness of his attitude. The orator's mind, too, is so engrossed with what he sees, that it is absolutely impossible for him to preserve the thread of his discourse. He cannot think of what he is saying, so imperatively do the sights around him claim his attention. It is not to be expected that he will do himself justice, he is too full of his subject. And I might add that his supposed hearers, when they come into such a building as this, are no longer hearers of his eloquence, but spectators of its beauties. He must be a Thamyris, an Amphion, an Orpheus among orators who could gain their attention in such circumstances. Once let a man cross this threshold, and a blaze of beauty envelopes his senses. He is all eyes, and to the orator is, as one that marketh not, unless, indeed, he be altogether blind, or take a hint from the court of Areopagus, and give audience in the dark. Compare the story of the Sirens with that of the Gorgons, if you would know how insignificant is the power of words in comparison with that of visible objects. The enchantments of the former were at the best a matter of time. They did but flatter the ear with pleasing songs. If the mariner landed, he remained long on their hands, and it has even happened to them to be disregarded altogether. But the beauty of the Gorgons, irresistible in might, won its way to the inmost soul, and wrought amazement and dumbness in the beholder. Admiration, so the legend goes, turned him to stone. All that my opponent has just said about the peacock illustrates my point, that bird charms not the ear, but the eye. Take a swan, take a nightingale, and set her singing, now put a silent peacock at her side, and I will tell you which bird has the attention of the company. The songstress may go hang now, so invincible a thing is the pleasure of the eyes. Shall I call evidence? A sage, then, shall be my witness, how far mightier are the things of the eye than those of the ear. Usher, call me Herodotus, son of Lixus, of Halicarnassus. Ah, since he has been so obliging as to hear the summons, let him step into the box. You will excuse the Ionic dialect, it is his way. Gentlemen of the jury, the theory hath spoken sooth. Give good heed to that he saith, how sight is a better thing than hearing, for a man shall sooner trust his eyes than his ears. You hear him, gentlemen? He gives the preference to sight, and rightly. For words have wings. They are no sooner out of the mouth than they take flight and are lost, but the delight of the eyes is ever present, ever draws the beholder to itself. Judge, then, the difficulty the orator must experience in contending with such a rival as this hall, whose beauty attracts every eye. But my weightiest argument I have kept till now. You, gentlemen, throughout the hearing of this case, have been gazing with admiration on roof and wall, scanning each picture in its turn. I do not reproach you, you have done what every man must do, when he beholds workmanship so exquisite, subjects so varied. Here are works whose perfect technique, applied as it is to the illustration of all that is useful in history and mythology, holds out an irresistible challenge to the judgment of the connoisseur. Now I would not have your eyes altogether glued to those walls, I would fain have some share of your attention. Let me try, therefore, to give you word pictures of these originals. I think it may not be uninteresting to you to hear a description of those very objects which your eyes view with such admiration. And you will perhaps count it a point in my favor, that I, and not my antagonist, have hit upon this means of doubling your pleasure. It is a hazardous enterprise, I need not say, without materials or models to put together picture upon picture. This word painting is but sketchy work. On our right as we enter, we have a story half Argive, half Ethiopian. Perseus slays the sea monster, and sets Andromeda free. It will not be long ere he leads her away as his bride. An episode, this, in his Gorgon expedition. The artist has given us much in a small space. Maiden modesty, girlish terror, are here portrayed in the countenance of Andromeda, who from her high rock gazes down upon the strife, and marks the devoted courage of her lover. The grim aspect of his bestial antagonist. As that bristling horror approaches, with awful gaping jaws, Perseus in his left hand displays the Gorgon's head, while his right grasps the drawn sword. All of the monster that falls beneath Medusa's eyes is stone already. And all of him that yet lives the cinder hews to pieces. In the next picture, a tale of retributive justice is dramatically set forth. The painter seems to have taken his hint from Euripides or Sophocles. Each of them has portrayed this incident. The two young men are friends, Pylades of Phocis, and Orestes, who is thought to be dead. They have stolen into the palace unobserved, and together they slay Aegisthus. Clytemnestra has already been dispatched, her body lies, half naked, upon a bed, all the household stand aghast at the deed, some cry out, others look about for means of escape. A fine thought of the painters, the matricide is but slightly indicated, as a thing achieved. With the slaying of the paramour, it is otherwise, there is something deliberate in the manner in which the lads go about their work. Next comes a more tender scene. We behold a comely god, and a beautiful boy. The boy is Brancus, sitting on a rock, he holds out a hare to tease his dog, who is shown in the act of jumping for it. Apollo looks on, well pleased, half of his smile is for the dog's eagerness, and half for the mischievous boy. Once more Perseus, an earlier adventure, this time. He is cutting off Medusa's head, while Athene screens him from her sight. Although the blow is struck, he has never seen his handiwork, only the reflection of the head upon the shield. He knows the price of a single glance at the reality. High upon the middle wall, facing the door, a shrine of Athene is modeled. The statue of the goddess is in white marble. She is not shown in martial guise, it is the goddess of war in time of peace. We have seen Athene in marble, next we see her in painting. She flies from the pursuit of amorous Hephaestus. It was to this moment that Erichthonius owed his origin. The next picture deals with the ancient story of Orion. He is blind, and on his shoulder carries Sedalion, who directs the sightless eyes towards the east. The rising sun heals his infirmity, and there stands Hephaestus on Lemnos, watching the cure. Then we have Odysseus, seeking by feigned madness to avoid joining the expedition of the Atridae, whose messengers have already appeared to summon him. Nothing could be more convincing than his plough chariot, his ill-assorted team, and his apparent unconsciousness of all that is going forward. But his paternal feeling betrays him. Polymedes, penetrating his secret, seizes upon Telemachus, and threatens him with drawn sword. If the other can act madness, Hetson act anger. The father in Odysseus is revealed, he is frightened into sanity, and throws aside the mask. Last of all is Medea, burning with jealousy, glaring askance upon her children, and thinking dreadful thoughts. See, the sword even now is in her hand, and there sit the victims, smiling, they see the sword, yet have no thought of what is to come. Need I say, gentlemen, how the sight of all these pictures draws away the attention of the audience upon them, and leaves the orator without a single hearer? If I have described them at length, it was not in order to impress you with the headstrong audacity of my opponent, involuntarily thrusting himself upon an audience so ill-disposed. I seek not to call down your condemnation nor your resentment upon him, nor do I ask you to refuse him a hearing, rather I would have you assist his endeavors, listen to him, if you can, with closed eyes. And remember the difficulty of his undertaking. When you, his judges, have become his fellow workers, he will still have much ado to escape the imputation of bringing discredit upon this magnificent hall. And if it seems strange to you that I should plead thus on my antagonist's behalf, you must attribute it to my fondness for this same hall, which makes me anxious that every man who speaks in it should come off creditably, be he who he may. Patriotism. It is a truism with no pretensions to novelty that there is nothing sweeter than one's country. Does that imply that, though there is nothing pleasanter, there may be something grander or more divine? Why, of all that men reckon grand and divine, their country is the source and teacher, originating, developing, inculcating. For great and brilliant and splendidly equipped cities many men have admiration, but for their own all men have love. No man, not the most enthusiastic sightseer that ever was, is so dazzled by foreign wonders as to forget his own land. He who boasts that he is a citizen of no mean city misses, it seems to me, the true patriotism. He suggests that it would be a mortification to him to belong to a state less distinguished. It is country in the abstract that I delight rather to honor. It is well enough when you are comparing states to investigate the questions of size or beauty or markets, but when it is a matter of choosing a country, no one would exchange his own for one more glorious. He may wish that his own resembled those more highly blessed, but he will choose it, defects and all. It is the same with loyal sons, or good fathers. A young man who has the right stuff in him will honor no man above his father. Nor will a father set his affections on some other young man to the neglect of his son. On the contrary, fathers are so convinced of their children's being better than they really are, that they reckon them the handsomest, the tallest, the most accomplished of their generation. Anyone who does not judge his offspring thus I cannot allow to have the father's eye. The fatherland. It is the first and the nearest of all names. It is true there is nothing nearer than a father. But a man who duly honors his father, according to the dictates of law and nature, will yet be right to honor his fatherland in still higher degree, for that father himself belongs to the fatherland. So does his father's father, and all his house back and back, till the line ends with the gods our fathers. The gods too love the lands of their nativity. Though they may be supposed to concern themselves with human affairs in general, claiming the whole of earth and sea as theirs, yet each of them honors above all other lands the one that gave him birth. That state is more majestic which a god calls his country, that all has an added sanctity in which poesy affirms that one was born. Those are acceptable offerings, which a man has come to their respective homes to make. And if gods are patriotic, shall not men be more so? For it was from his own country that every man looked his first upon the sun. That God, though he be common to all men, yet each reckons among his country gods, because in that country he was revealed to him. Their speech came to him, the speech that belonged to that soil, and there he got knowledge of the gods. If his country be such that to attain true culture he must seek another, yet even for that culture let him thank his country. The word state he could never have known, had not his country shown him that states existed. And surely men gather culture and learning, that they may thereby render themselves more serviceable to their country, they amass wealth that they may outdo their neighbors in devoting it to their country's good. And 'tis no more than reason. It is not for those who have received the greatest of all benefits to prove thankless, if we are grateful, as we doubtless should be, to the individual benefactor, much more ought we to give our country her due. Against neglect of parents the various states have laws, we should account our country the common mother of us all, and recompense her who bred us, and taught us that there were laws. The man was never known who so forgot his country as to be indifferent to it when established in another state. All who fare ill abroad are perpetually thinking how country is the best of all good things. And those who fare well, whatever their general prosperity, are ever conscious of the one thing lacking: they do not live at home, but are exiles, and exile is a reproach. Those again whose sojourn has brought them distinction by way of garnered wealth or honorable fame, acknowledged culture, or approved courage, all of them, you will find, yearn for their native land. Where are the spectators of their triumphs that they would most desire? A man's longing for home is indeed in direct proportion to his credit abroad. Even the young have the patriotic sentiment, but in the old it is as much more keen as their sense is greater. Every old man directs his efforts and his prayers to ending his life in his own land, where he began to live, there would he lay his bones, in the soil that formed him, and join his fathers in the grave. It is a dread fate to be condemned to exile even in death, and lie in alien earth. But if you would know the true man's feeling for his country, it is in the born citizen that you must study it. The merely naturalized are a sort of bastards ever ready for another change. They know not nor love the name of country, but think they may find what they need in one place as well as another. Their standard of happiness is the pleasures of the belly. Those whose country is their true mother love the land whereon they were born and bred, though it be narrow and rough and poor of soil. If they cannot vaunt the goodness of the land, they are still at no loss for praises of their country. If they see others making much of bounteous plains and meadows variegated with all plants that grow, they too can call up their country's praise. Another may breed good horses, what matter? Theirs breeds good men. A man is fain to be at home, though the home be but an islet, though he might have fortune among strangers, he will not take immortality there. To be buried in his own land is better. Brighter to him the smoke of home than the fire of other lands. In such honor everywhere is the name of country that you will find legislators all the world over punishing the worst offenses with exile, as the heaviest penalty at their command. And it is just the same with generals on service. When the men are taking their places for battle, no such encouragement as to tell them they are fighting for their country. No one will disgrace himself after that if he can help it. The name of country turns even a coward into a brave man. It is a truism with no pretensions to novelty that there is nothing sweeter than one's country. Does that imply that, though there is nothing pleasanter, there may be something grander or more divine? Why, of all that men reckon grand and divine, their country is the source and teacher, originating, developing, inculcating. For great and brilliant and splendidly equipped cities many men have admiration, but for their own all men have love. No man, not the most enthusiastic sightseer that ever was, is so dazzled by foreign wonders as to forget his own land. He who boasts that he is a citizen of no mean city misses, it seems to me, the true patriotism. He suggests that it would be a mortification to him to belong to a state less distinguished. It is country in the abstract that I delight rather to honor. It is well enough when you are comparing states to investigate the questions of size or beauty or markets, but when it is a matter of choosing a country, no one would exchange his own for one more glorious. He may wish that his own resembled those more highly blessed, but he will choose it, defects and all. It is the same with loyal sons, or good fathers. A young man who has the right stuff in him will honor no man above his father. Nor will a father set his affections on some other young man to the neglect of his son. On the contrary, fathers are so convinced of their children's being better than they really are, that they reckon them the handsomest, the tallest, the most accomplished of their generation. Anyone who does not judge his offspring thus I cannot allow to have the father's eye. The fatherland. It is the first and the nearest of all names. It is true there is nothing nearer than a father. But a man who duly honors his father, according to the dictates of law and nature, will yet be right to honor his fatherland in still higher degree, for that father himself belongs to the fatherland. So does his father's father, and all his house back and back, till the line ends with the gods our fathers. The gods too love the lands of their nativity. Though they may be supposed to concern themselves with human affairs in general, claiming the whole of earth and sea as theirs, yet each of them honors above all other lands the one that gave him birth. That state is more majestic which a god calls his country, that all has an added sanctity in which poesy affirms that one was born. Those are acceptable offerings, which a man has come to their respective homes to make. And if gods are patriotic, shall not men be more so? For it was from his own country that every man looked his first upon the sun. That God, though he be common to all men, yet each reckons among his country gods, because in that country he was revealed to him. Their speech came to him, the speech that belonged to that soil, and there he got knowledge of the gods. If his country be such that to attain true culture he must seek another, yet even for that culture let him thank his country. The word state he could never have known, had not his country shown him that states existed. And surely men gather culture and learning, that they may thereby render themselves more serviceable to their country, they amass wealth that they may outdo their neighbors in devoting it to their country's good. And 'tis no more than reason. It is not for those who have received the greatest of all benefits to prove thankless, if we are grateful, as we doubtless should be, to the individual benefactor, much more ought we to give our country her due. Against neglect of parents the various states have laws, we should account our country the common mother of us all, and recompense her who bred us, and taught us that there were laws. The man was never known who so forgot his country as to be indifferent to it when established in another state. All who fare ill abroad are perpetually thinking how country is the best of all good things. And those who fare well, whatever their general prosperity, are ever conscious of the one thing lacking, they do not live at home, but are exiles, and exile is a reproach. Those again whose sojourn has brought them distinction by way of garnered wealth or honorable fame, acknowledged culture, or approved courage, all of them, you will find, yearn for their native land. Where are the spectators of their triumphs that they would most desire? A man's longing for home is indeed in direct proportion to his credit abroad. Even the young have the patriotic sentiment, but in the old it is as much more keen as their sense is greater. Every old man directs his efforts and his prayers to ending his life in his own land, where he began to live, there would he lay his bones, in the soil that formed him, and join his fathers in the grave. It is a dread fate to be condemned to exile even in death, and lie in alien earth. But if you would know the true man's feeling for his country, it is in the born citizen that you must study it. The merely naturalized are a sort of bastards ever ready for another change, they know not nor love the name of country, but think they may find what they need in one place as well as another. Their standard of happiness is the pleasures of the belly. Those whose country is their true mother love the land whereon they were born and bred, though it be narrow and rough and poor of soil. If they cannot vaunt the goodness of the land, they are still at no loss for praises of their country. If they see others making much of bounteous plains and meadows variegated with all plants that grow, they too can call up their country's praise. Another may breed good horses, what matter? Theirs breeds good men. A man is fain to be at home, though the home be but an islet, though he might have fortune among strangers, he will not take immortality there. To be buried in his own land is better. Brighter to him the smoke of home than the fire of other lands. In such honor everywhere is the name of country that you will find legislators all the world over punishing the worst offenses with exile, as the heaviest penalty at their command. And it is just the same with generals on service. When the men are taking their places for battle, no such encouragement as to tell them they are fighting for their country. No one will disgrace himself after that if he can help it. The name of country turns even a coward into a brave man. H. Dipsas, the thirst snake. The southern parts of Libya are all deep sand and parched soil, a desert of wide extent that produces nothing, one vast plain destitute of grass, herb, vegetation, and water. Or if a remnant of the scanty rain stands here and there in a hollow place, it is turbid and evil-smelling, undrinkable even in the extremity of thirst. The land is consequently uninhabited. Savage, dried up, barren, droughty, how should it support life? The mere temperature, an atmosphere that is rather fire than air, and a haze of burning sand, make the district quite inaccessible. On its borders dwell the Garamantians, a lightly clad, agile tribe of tent-dwellers subsisting mainly by the chase. These are the only people who occasionally penetrate the desert, in pursuit of game. They wait till rain falls, about the winter solstice, mitigating the excessive heat, moistening the sand, and making it just passable. Their quarry consists chiefly of wild asses, the giant ostrich that runs instead of flying, and monkeys, to which the elephant is sometimes added. These are the only creatures sufficiently proof against thirst and capable of bearing that incessant fiery sunshine. But the Garamantians, as soon as they have consumed the provisions they brought with them, instantly hurry back, in fear of the sands recovering its heat and becoming difficult or impassable, in which case they would be trapped. And lose their lives as well as their game. For if the sun draws up the vapor, dries the ground rapidly, and has an access of heat, throwing into its rays the fresh vigor derived from that moisture which is its aliment, there is then no escape. But all that I have yet mentioned, heat, thirst, desolation, barrenness, you will count less formidable than what I now come to, a sufficient reason in itself for avoiding that land. It is beset by all sorts of reptiles, of huge size, in enormous numbers, hideous and venomous beyond belief or cure. Some of them have burrows in the sand, others live on the surface, toads, asps, vipers, horned snakes and stinging beetles, land snakes, reversible snakes 86, dragons, and 2 kinds of scorpion. One of great size and many joints that runs on the ground, the other aerial, with gauzy wings like those of the locust, grasshopper, or bat. With the multitude of flying things like these, that part of Libya has no attraction for the traveler. But the direst of all the reptiles bred in the sand is the dipsas or thirst snake. It is of no great size, and resembles the viper. Its bite is sharp, and the venom acts at once, inducing agonies to which there is no relief. The flesh is burnt up and mortified, the victims feel as if on fire, and yell like men at the stake. But the most overpowering of their torments is that indicated by the creature's name. They have an intolerable thirst, and the remarkable thing is, the more they drink, the more they want to drink, the appetite growing with what it feeds on. You will never quench their thirst, though you give them all the water in Nile or Danube, water will be fuel, as much as if you tried to put out a fire with oil. Doctors explain this by saying that the venom is originally thick, and gains in activity when diluted with the drink, becoming naturally more fluid and circulating more widely. I have not seen a man in this condition, and I pray heaven I never may behold such human sufferings. I am happy to say I have not set foot upon Libyan soil. But I have had an epitaph repeated to me, which a friend assured me he had read on the grave of a victim. My friend, going from Libya to Egypt, had taken the only practicable land route by the Great Syrtis. He there found a tomb on the beach at the sea's very edge, with a pillar setting forth the manner of death. On it a man was carved in the attitude familiar in pictures of Tantalus, standing by a lakeside scooping up water to drink. The dipsas was wound about his foot, in which its fangs were fastened, while a number of women with jars were pouring water over him. Hard by were lying eggs like those of the ostrich hunted, as I mentioned, by the Garamantians. And then there was the epitaph, which it may be worth while to give you. See the envenomed cravings Tantalus could find no thirst-assuaging charm to still. The cask that daughter brood of Danaus, forever filling, might not ever fill. There are 4 more lines about the eggs, and how he was bitten while taking them, but I forget how they go. The neighboring tribes, however, do collect and value these eggs, and not only for food. They use the empty shells for vessels and make cups of them, for, as there is nothing but sand for material, they have no pottery. A particularly large egg is a find, bisected, it furnishes 2 hats big enough for the human head. Accordingly the dipsas conceals himself near the eggs, and when a man comes, crawls out and bites the unfortunate, who then goes through the experiences just described, drinking and increasing his thirst and getting no relief. Now, gentlemen, I have not told you all this to show you I could do as well as the poet Nicander, nor yet by way of proof that I have taken some trouble with the natural history of Libyan reptiles. That would be more in the doctor's line, who must know about such things with a view to treatment. No, it is only that I am conscious, and now pray do not be offended by my going to the reptiles for my illustration, I am conscious of the same feelings towards you as a dipsa's victim has towards drink. The more I have of your company, the more of it I want, my thirst for it rages uncontrollably, I shall never have enough of this drink. And no wonder, where else could one find such clear sparkling water? You must pardon me, then, if, bitten to the soul, most agreeably and wholesomely bitten, I put my head under the fountain and gulp the liquor down. My only prayer is that the stream that flows from you may never fail. Never may your willingness to listen run dry and leave me thirstily gaping. On my side there is no reason why drinking should not go on forever. The wise Plato says that you cannot have too much of a good thing. H. A word with Hesiod. Lycinus. Hesiod. Lie. As to your being a first-rate poet, Hesiod, we do not doubt that, any more than we doubt your having received the gift from the Muses, together with that laurel branch. It is sufficiently proved by the noble inspiration that breathes in every line of your works. But there is one point on which we may be excused for feeling some perplexity. You begin by telling us that your divine gifts were bestowed upon you by heaven in order that you might sing of the glories that have been, and tell of that which is to come. Well, now, 1/2 of your duties you have admirably performed. You have traced back the genealogy of the gods to Chaos and Gu and Uranus and Eros, you have specified the feminine virtues. And you have given advice to the farmer, adding complete information with reference to the Pleiades, the seasons suitable for plowing, reaping, and sailing, and I know not what besides. But that far diviner gift, which would have been of so much more practical utility to your readers, you do not exercise at all, the soothsaying department is entirely overlooked. We find no parallel in your poems to those prophetic utterances which Calchas, and Telemus, and Polyidus, and Phineus, persons less favored by the Muses than yourself, were wont to dispense freely to all applicants. Now in these circumstances, you must plead guilty to one of 3 charges. Either the alleged promise of the Muses to disclose the future to you was never given, and you are, excuse the expression, a liar, or it was given, and fulfilled, but you, niggard, have quietly pocketed the information, and refuse to impart it to them that have need, or, thirdly, you have composed a number of prophetic works, but have not yet given them to the world. They are reserved for some more suitable occasion. I do not presume to suggest, as a 4th possibility, that the Muses have only fulfilled half of their promise, and revoked the other, which, observe, is recorded first in your poem. Now, if you will not enlighten me on this subject, who can? As the gods are givers of good, so you, their friends and pupils, should impart your knowledge frankly, and set our doubts at rest. My poor friend, there is one very simple answer to all your questions. I might tell you that not one of my poems is my own work, all is the Muses, and to them I might refer you for all that has been said and left unsaid. For what came of my own knowledge, of pasturage, of milking, of driving a field, and all that belongs to the herdsman's art, I may fairly be held responsible, but for the goddesses, they give whatso they will to whom they will. Apart from this, however, I have the usual poet's apology. The poet, I conceive, is not to be called to account in this minute fashion, syllable by syllable. If in the fervor of composition a word slip in unawares, search not too narrowly. Remember that with us metre and euphony have much to answer for, and then there are certain amplifications, certain elegances, that insinuate themselves into a verse, one scarce knows how. Sir, you would rob us of our highest prerogative, our freedom, our unfettered movement. Blind to the flowers of poetry, you are intent upon its thorns, upon those little flaws that give a handle to malicious criticism. But there. You are not the only offender, nor I the only victim. In the trivial defects of Homer, my fellow craftsman, many a carping spirit has found material for similar hair-splitting disquisitions. Come, now, I will meet my accuser on fair ground, face to face. Read, fellow, in my works and days, mark the inspired prophecies there set forth, the doom foretold to the negligent, the success promised to him that labors aright and in due season. One basket shall suffice to store thy grain, and men shall not regard thee. Could there be a more timely warning, balanced as it is by the prospect of abundance held out to him that follows the true method of agriculture? Lie. Admirable. And spoken like a true herdsman. There is no doubting the divine afflatus after that, left to yourself, you cannot so much as defend your own poems. At the same time, this is not quite the sort of thing we expect of Hesiod and the Muses combined. You see, in this particular branch of prophecy, you are quite outclassed by the farmers. They are perfectly qualified to inform us that if the rain comes there will be a heavy crop, and that a drought, on the other hand, will inevitably be followed by scarcity. That midsummer is not a good time to begin plowing if you wish your seed to do anything, and that you will find no grain in the ear if you reap it when it is green. Nor do we want a prophet to tell us that the sower must be followed by a laborer armed with a spade, to cover up the seed, otherwise, the birds will come and consume his prospective harvest. Call these useful suggestions, if you like, but they are very far from my idea of prophecy. I expect a prophet to penetrate into secrets wholly hidden from our eyes. The prophet informs Minos that he will find his son drowned in a jar of honey. He explains to the Achaeans the cause of Apollo's resentment, he specifies the precise year in which Troy will be captured. That is prophecy. But if the term is to be so extended, then I shall be glad to have my own claims recognized without loss of time. I undertake, without the assistance of Castalian waters, laurel branches, or Delphian tripods, to foretell and prognosticate, that if a man walk out on a cold morning with nothing on, he will take a severe chill. And particularly if it happens to be raining or hailing at the time. And I further prophesy, that his chill will be accompanied by the usual fever, together with other circumstances which it would be superfluous to mention. No, Hesiod, your defense will not do, nor will your prophecies. But I dare say there is something in what you said at first, that you knew not what you wrote, by reason of the divine afflatus versifying within you. And that afflatus was no such great matter, either. Afflatuses should not promise more than they mean to perform. F. The ship, or, the wishes. Lycinus. Timolaus. Samippus. Adamantus. Lie. Said I not well? More easily shall a corpse lie mouldering in the sun, and the vulture mark it not, than any strange sight escape Timolaus, no matter though he must run all the way to Corinth at a stretch for it. Indefatigable sightseer. T. Well, Lycinus, what do you expect? One has nothing to do, and just then one hears that a great monster of an Egyptian corn ship has put into Piraeus. What is more, I believe you and Samippus came down on precisely the same errand. Lie. So we did, and Adamantus with us, only he has got lost somewhere in the crowd of spectators. We came all together to the ship. And going on board you were in front, Menippus, if I remember, and Adeimantus next, and I was behind, hanging on to him for dear life. He gave me a hand all up the gangway, because I had never taken my shoes off, and he had. But I saw no more of him after that, either on board or when we came ashore. You see when it was we lost him, Licinus? It must have been when that nice-looking boy came up from the hold, you know, with the beautiful clean linen, and his hair parted in the middle and done up in a knot behind. If I know anything of Adeimantus, he no sooner saw that charming sight, than he said good-bye to the Egyptian shipwright who was showing us round, and now stands urging his tearful suit. You know his way. Tears come natural to him in these affairs of the heart. Well, but, Menippus, this boy was nothing great, that he should make such a conquest. Adeimantus has the beauties of Athens at his beck. Nice gentlemanly boys, with good Greek on their tongues, and the mark of the gymnasium on every muscle, a man may languish under their rigors with some credit. As for this fellow, to say nothing of his dark skin, and protruding lips, and spindle shanks, his words came tumbling out in a heap, one on the top of another. It was Greek, of course, but the voice, the accent were Egyptian-born. And then his hair, no freeman ever had his hair tied up in a knot behind like that. Oh, but that is a sign of noble birth in Egypt, Licinus. All gentlemen's sons wear their hair done up till they reach manhood. It was the other way with our ancestors. The topknot, and the golden grasshopper to keep it together, were the proper thing for old men in their time. Very much to the point, Timolaus. You allude to the remarks in Thucydides's preface about our old luxurious habits, as preserved in the Asiatic colonies. Of course. I remember now where it was we lost Adeimantus. It was when we were standing all that time looking up at the mast, counting the layers of hides, and watching that marvelous fellow going up the shrouds, and running along the yards, perfectly comfortable, with just a hand on the yard tackling. So it was. Well, now what are we to do? Shall we wait for him here, or do you think I had better go back on board? No, let us walk on. He has probably gone tearing off home, not being able to find us. Anyhow, he knows the way. He will never get lost for one of us to take care of him. It is rather a shame, perhaps, to go off and leave one's friend to shift for himself. However, I agree, if Menippus does. Certainly I do. We may find the gymnasium open still. I say, though, what a size that ship was. 180 feet long, the man said, and something over a quarter of that in width, and from deck to keel, the maximum depth, through the hold, 44 feet. And then the height of the mast, with its huge yard. And what a forestay it takes to hold it. And the lofty stern with its gradual curve, and its gilded beak, balanced at the other end by the long rising sweep of the prow, and the figures of her name goddess, Isis, on either side. As to the other ornamental details, the paintings, and the scarlet topsail, I was more struck by the anchors, and the capstans and windlasses, and the stern cabins. The crew was like a small army. And they were saying she carried as much corn as would feed every soul in Attica for a year. And all depends for its safety on one little old atomy of a man, who controls that great rudder with a mere broomstick of a tiller. He was pointed out to me, Heron was his name, I think, a woolly-pated fellow, half-bald. He is a wonderful hand at it, so the crew say, a very Proteus in sea cunning. Did they tell you how he brought them here, and all their adventures? How they were saved by a star? No, you can tell us about that now. I had it from the master, a nice intelligent fellow to talk to. They set sail with a moderate wind from Pharis, and sighted Acamas on the 7th day. Then a west wind got up, and they were carried as far east as Sidon. On their way thence they came in for a heavy gale, and the 10th day brought them through the straits to the Celadon Isles, and there they very nearly went to the bottom. I have sailed past the Chelidons myself, and I know the sort of seas you get there, especially if the wind is SW, by S. It is just there, of course, that the division takes place between the Lycian and Pamphylian waters. And the surge caused by the numerous currents gets broken at the headland, whose rocks have been sharpened by the action of the water till they are like razors. The result is a stupendous crash of waters, the waves often rising to the very top of the crags. This was the kind of thing they found themselves in for, according to the master, and on a pitch-dark night. However, the gods were moved by their distress, and showed them a fire that enabled them to identify the Lycian coast, and a bright star, either Castor or Pollux, appeared at the masthead, and guided the ship into the open sea on their left. Just in time, for she was making straight for the cliff. Having once lost their proper course, they sailed on through the Aegean, bearing up against the Etesian winds, until they came to anchor in Piraeus yesterday, being the 70th day of the voyage. You see how far they had been carried out of their way, whereas if they had taken Crete on their right, they would have doubled Malea, and been at Rome by this time. Lie. A pretty pilot this Heron, and no mistake, to get so far out in his reckoning. A man after Nereus's heart, but look. That is surely Adeimantus. Adeimantus it is. Let us hail him. Adeimantus. Son of Strombichus. Of the Demi of Marinus. He must be offended with us, or else he is deaf, it is certainly he. Lie. I can make him out quite clearly now, his cloak, his walk, his cropped head. Let us mend our pace, and catch him up. We shall have to pull you by the cloak, and compel you to turn round, Adeimantus, you will take no notice of our shouts. You seem like one wrapped in contemplation, you are pondering on matters of no light import. Oh, it is nothing serious. An idle fancy, that came to me as I walked, and engrossed my attention, so that I never heard you. Lie. And the fancy? Tell us without reserve, unless it is a very delicate matter. And even if it is, you know, we have all been through the mysteries, we can keep a secret. No, I had rather not tell you, you would think it so childish. Lie. Can it be a love affair? Speak on, those mysteries too are not unknown to us, we have been initiated in full torchlight. Oh dear, no, nothing of that kind. No. I was making myself an imaginary present of a fortune, that vain, deluding joy, as it has been called. I had just reached the pinnacle of luxury and affluence when you arrived. Lie. Then all I have to say is, halves. Come, out with your wealth. We are Adeimantus's friends, let us share his superfluities. Well, I lost sight of you at once on the ship, the moment I had got you safely up, Lycinus. I was measuring the thickness of the anchor, and you disappeared somewhere. However, I went on and saw everything, and then I asked one of the sailors how much the vessel brought in to her owner in an average year. 3,000 pounds, he said, was the lowest reckoning. So afterwards, on the way back, I was thinking, suppose some god took it into his head to make me a present of that ship, what a glorious life I should have of it, and my friends too. Sometimes I could make the trip myself, at other times I could send my men. On the strength of that 3,000, I had already built myself a house, nicely situated just above the Poesil. I would have nothing more to say to my ancestral abode on the banks of the Ilissus. And was in treaty for my wardrobe and slaves and chariots and stable. And now behold me on board, the envy of every passenger, and the terror of my crew, who regarded me as next thing to a king. I was getting matters shipshape, and taking a last look at the port in the distance, when up comes Lycinus, capsizes the vessel, just as she is scudding before a wishing wind, and sends all my wealth to the bottom. Lie. Well, you are a man of spirit, lay hands on me, and away with me to the governor, for the buccaneer that I am. A flagrant case of piracy, on the high roads, too, between Athens and Piraeus. Stay, though, perhaps we can compound the matter. What do you say to 5 ships, larger and finer ones than your Egyptian, above all, warranted not to sink, each to bring you, shall we say, 5 cargoes of corn per annum? Though I foresee that you will be the most unbearable of shipowners when you have got them. The possession of this one made you deaf to our salutations. Give you 5 more, 3 masters all of them, and imperishable, and the result is obvious, you will not know your friends when you see them. And so, good voyage to your worship. We will establish ourselves at Piraeus, and question all who land from Egypt or Italy, as to whether they came across Adeimantus's great ship, the Isis, anywhere. Add. There now, that was why I refused to tell you about it at first. I knew you would make a jest and a laughingstock of my wish. So now I shall stop here till you have got on ahead, and then I shall go another voyage on my ship. I like talking to my sailors much better than being jeered at by you. Lie. That will never do. We shall hang about, and go on board too. Add. I shall go on first, and haul up the gangway. Lie. Then we shall swim across and board you. You seem to think there will be no difficulty about your acquiring these great ships without building them or paying for them. Why should not we obtain from the gods the privilege of swimming for an indefinite distance without getting tired? You made no objection to our company the other day, you know, when we all went across together to Aegina, to see the rites of Hecate, in that tiny little boat, at 6 pence a head, and now you are furious at the idea of our going on board with you. You go on ahead, and haul up the gangway. You forget yourself, my shipowner, you wax fat and kick, you withhold from Nemesis her due. See what comes of houses in fashionable quarters, and great retinues. Well, please remember to bring us back some of those exquisite smoked fish from the Nile, or some myrrh from Canopus, or an ibis from Memphis. I suppose you would scarcely have room for a pyramid? T. That is enough, Licinus. Spare his blushes. You have quite swamped his ship, she is laughter-logged, and can weather it no longer. Now, we have still some distance before us, let us break it up into 4 parts, and each have so many furlongs, in which he may demand of the gods what he will. This will lighten our journey, and amuse us into the bargain, we shall revel in a delightful waking dream of unlimited prosperity. For each of us will have full control of his own wish, and it will be understood that the gods must grant everything, however impracticable. Above all, it will give us an idea who would make the best use of the supposed wealth. We shall see what kind of a man it would have made of him. Sa. A good idea. I am your man, I undertake to wish when my turn comes. We need not ask Adeimantus whether he agrees, he has 1 foot on board already. We must have Licinus's sanction, however. Lie. Why, let us to our wealth, if so it must be. Where all is prosperity, I would not be thought to cast an evil eye. Add. Who begins? Lie. You, and then Semippus, and then Timolaus. I shall only want the last 100 yards or so before the gate for mine, and a quick 100, too. Add. Well, I stick to my ship still, only I shall wish some more things, as it is allowed. May the god of luck say yes to all. I will have the ship, and everything in her, the cargo, the merchants, the women, the sailors, and anything else that is particularly nice to have. Sa. You forget one thing you have on board. Add. Oh, the boy with the hair, yes, him too. And instead of the present cargo of wheat, I will have the same bulk of coined gold, all sovereigns. Lie. Hullo. The ship will sink. Wheat and gold to the same bulk are not of the same weight. Add. Now, don't make envious remarks. When your turn comes, you can have the whole of Parnes turned into a mass of gold if you like, and I shall say nothing. Lie. Oh, I was only thinking of your safety. I don't want all hands to go down with the golden cargo. It would not matter so much about us, but the poor boy would be drowned, he can't swim. T. Oh, that will be all right. The dolphins will pick him up and get him to shore. Shall a paltry musician be rescued by them for a song's sake, a lifeless melicertes be carried on their backs to the isthmus, and Adamantus's latest purchase find never an amorous dolphin at his need? Add. Timolaus, you are just as bad as Licinus, with your superfluous sneers. You ought to know better, it was all your idea. T. You should make it more plausible. Find a treasure under your bed. That would save unloading the gold, and getting it up to town. Add. Oh yes. It shall be dug up from under the Hermes in our court, 1,000 bushels of coined gold. Well. My first thought has been for a handsome house, the homestead first and chiefest, says Hesiod, and my purchases in the neighborhood are now complete, there remains my property at Delphi, and the seafront at Eleusis. And a little something at the isthmus, I might want to stop there for the games, and the plain of Sicyon, and in short every scrap of land in the country where there is nice shade, or a good stream, or fine fruit, I reserve them all. We will eat off gold plate, and our cups shall weigh 100 pounds apiece, I will have none of the flimsy ware that appears on Echecrates' table. Lie. I dare say. And how is your cupbearer going to hand you a thing of that weight, when he has filled it? And how will you like taking it from him? It would tax the muscles of a Sisyphus, let alone a cupbearer's. Add. Oh, don't keep on picking holes in my wish. I shall have tables and couches of solid gold, if I like. And servants too, if you say another word. Lie. Well, take care, or you will be like Midas, with nothing but gold to eat and drink, and die of a right royal hunger, a martyr to superabundance. Add. Your turn will come presently, Licinus, and then you can be as realistic as you like. To proceed, I must have purple raiment, and every luxury, and sleep as late as I like. With friends to come and pay court to me, and every one bowing down to the ground, and they will all have to wait about at my doors from early morning, the great Cleonidas and Democritus among them. Oh yes, and when they come and try to get in before every one else, 7 great foreign giants of porters shall slam the door in their faces, just as theirs do now. And as soon as I feel inclined, I shall peep out like the rising sun, and some of that set I shall simply ignore. But if there is some poor man there, like me before I got the treasure, I shall have a kind word for him, you must come and have dinner with me, after your bath, you know my hour. The great men will all choke with envy when they see my chariots and horses, and my handsome slaves, 2,000 choice ones, of all ages. Well, so the dinner service is to be of gold, no silver for me, it is much too cheap, and I shall have smoked fish from Spain, wine from Italy, oil from Spain again, our own honey, but it must be clarified without heat, delicacies from all quarters. Wild boars, hares, all sorts of birds, pheasants, Indian peacocks, Numidian capons, and special cooks for everything, artists in sauce and seasoning. And when I call for a beaker or goblet to pledge any one, he shall take it home with him. As to the people who now pass for rich, they, I need not say, will be paupers to me. Dionychus will give up displaying his silver plate and cup in processions, when he sees that my slaves eat off nothing but silver. I should set apart something for the public service, too, a monthly distribution of 4 pounds a head to citizens, and half that to foreigners, and the most beautiful theatres and baths you can imagine. And the sea should be brought along a great canal up to the double gates, and there would be a harbour close by, so that my ship could be seen lying at anchor from the Ceramicus. And of you who are my friends, Menippus should have 20 bushels of coined gold paid out to him by my steward, Timolaus, 5 quarts, and Licinus 1 quart, strict measure, because he talks too much, and sneers at my wish. That is how I would live, revelling in every luxury without stint, superlatively rich. I have done. Hermes bring it all to pass. Lie. Have you realized on what a slender thread all this wealth depends? Once let that break, and all is gone. Your treasure is but dust and ashes. Add. How so? Lie. Why, it is not clear how long this life of affluence is to last. Who knows? You may be sitting one day at your solid gold table, just putting out your hand for a slice of that peacock or capon, when, at that very moment, off flies Animula vagula, and Adeimantus after her, leaving his all a prey to crows and vultures. Need I enumerate instances? There have been rich men who have died before they knew what it was to be rich, others have lived to be robbed of their possessions by some malign spirit who waits upon wealth. The cases of Croesus and Polycrates are familiar to you. Their riches were greater far than yours, yet at one stroke they lost all. But leaving them out of the case, do you consider that you have good security for the continuance of your health? Look at the number of rich men whose lives are made miserable by their infirmities. Some are crippled, others are blind, others have internal diseases. Say what you will, I am sure that for double your wealth you would not consent to be a weakling like rich Phonomachus, not to mention the artful designs, the robberies, the envy, and the unpopularity that are inseparable from wealth. See what troubles your treasure will land you in. Add. You are always against me, Licinus. I shall cancel your court now, for this last piece of spite. Lie. That is so like a rich man, to draw back and break his promise, a good beginning. Now, Samippus, it is your turn to wish. Sa. Well, I am a landsman, I come from Mantinia, you know, in Arcadia, so I shall not ask for a ship, I could make no show with that in my country. Nor will I insult the generosity of the gods by asking for so much gold down. I understand there is no boon so great, but their power and Timolaus's law can compass it, we are to wish away without ceremony, he says, they will refuse us nothing. Well then, I wish to be a king. But I will not succeed to a hereditary throne, like Alexander of Macedon, Ptolemy, Mithridates, and the rest of them. No, I will begin as a brigand, in a troop of 30 or so, brisk companions ready at need. Then little by little we shall grow to be 300, then 1,000, and presently 10,000. And at last we shall total 50,000 heavy armed, and 5,000 horse. I shall be elected their chieftain by general consent, having shown myself to be the best qualified for the command and conduct of their affairs. Already, you see, I have the advantage of ordinary kings, I am elected to the command on my own merits. I am no hereditary monarch, reaping the fruits of my predecessors' labors. That would be like Adeimantus, with his treasure, but there is much more satisfaction in knowing that your power is the work of your own hands. Lie. Now really, this is a wish, and no mistake, the very acme of blessedness, to be commander of that vast company, chosen on your own merits by 50,000 men. A genius, a master of strategy and kingcraft has been quietly growing up in Mantinia, and we not a whit the wiser. But I interrupt. Proceed, O king, at the head of your troops, dispose your forces, infantry and cavalry. Whither, I wonder, goes this mighty host, issuing from Arcadia? Who are to be the first victims? Sa. I'll tell you, or you can come with us, if you like. I will put you in command of the cavalry. Lie. Why, as to that, your majesty, I am much beholden to you for the honor, accept my most oriental prostrations, and manuflections. But, with all respect to your diadem, and the perpendicularity of your tiara, you would do well to take one of these stout fellows instead. I am sadly deficient in horsemanship, indeed, I was never on a horse in my life. I am afraid that when the trumpet sounded to advance, I might fall off, and be trampled, in the general confusion, under some of those numerous hoofs. Or again, my spirited charger might get the bit between his teeth, and carry me right into the midst of the enemy. If I am to remain in possession of saddle and bridle, I shall have to be tied on. Add. All right, Samippus, I will command the cavalry, Licinus can have the right wing. I have the first claim on you, after all those bushels of sovereigns. Sa. Let us see what my troopers think of you for a leader. All in favor of Adeimantus, hold up their hands. Add. All hands go up, look. Sa. You command the cavalry, then, and Licinus the right wing. Timolaus will have the left wing. I am in the center, like the Persian monarchs when they take the field in person. Well, after due observance paid to Zeus, King of Kings, we advance along the hill road to Corinth. Greece being now subjugated, for no resistance will be offered to our enormous host, we shall merely walk over, we get our troops on to the galleys. And the horses on to the transports, arrangements having been made at Cenchreae for the requisite number of vessels, with adequate provision and so on, cross the Aegean, and land in Ionia. Here we sacrifice to Artemis, and finding the various cities unfortified, take easy possession of them, put in governors, and march on in the direction of Syria. On the way we pass through Caria, Lycia, Pamphylia, Pisidia, the mountains and seaboard of Cilicia, and so at last reach the Euphrates. Lie. If your majesty has no objection, I will stay behind and be Pasha of Greece. I am a poor-spirited fellow. To go all that way from home is not to my liking at all. You evidently meditate an attack upon the Parthians and Armenians, warlike folk, and unerring shots. Let someone else have the right wing, and let me play Antipater here at home. Some arrow, from the walls of Susa or Bactra, might find a chink in my armor, and let daylight through me, and there would be a melancholy end of my strategic career. Sa. O coward, to desert your post. The penalty for that is decapitation. We are now at the Euphrates, and have thrown our bridge across. All is secured in our rear by the subordinates whom I have placed in charge of the various districts. Officers have also been dispatched for the reduction of Phoenicia and Palestine, and, subsequently, of Egypt. Now, Lycinus, you cross first, with the right wing, I next, and Timolaus after me. Last comes Adamantus with the cavalry. We have now crossed Mesopotamia, and no enemy has yet shown himself, town after town has voluntarily given itself up, we reach Babylon, we enter its gates without warning, and the city is ours. The Persian king meanwhile is at Ctesiphon. He hears of our approach and withdraws to Seleucia, where he proceeds to muster his full strength of cavalry, bowmen, and slingers. Our scouts report that the force already collected numbers something like 1,000,000, including 200,000 mounted bowmen, and the Armenian, Caspian, and Bactrian contingents are still to come. Only the neighboring districts, the suburbs, as it were, of the empire, have contributed as yet. With such ease does the Persian monarch raise 1,000,000 of men. It is now time for us to think what we are to do next. Add. Well, I say that you should all march for Ctesiphon, leaving me to secure Babylon with the cavalry. Sa. Are you going to show the white feather too, Adamantus, now that the danger is near? Timolaus, what is your advice? T. We must march upon the enemy in full force, before they have had time to strengthen their hands with the reinforcements that are pouring in from all quarters. Let us engage them whilst they are still making their several ways to Seleucia. Sa. There is something in that. What do you recommend, Lycinus? Lie. Well, we have all been on our legs till we are tired out, there was the early walk down, and we must be a good 3 miles now on the way home. And the sun is extremely powerful, it is just about noon, how would it be to sit down for a bit on that ruined column under the olive trees, till we are sufficiently restored to complete the journey? Sa. O Sancta Simplicitas! Did you think that you were at Athens all this time? You are in the plain before Babylon, in a great camp, engaged in a council of war. Lie. Why, so I am. I forgot, we are drunk, of course, it is against rules to talk sense. Sa. Well, now, please, to the attack. Bear yourselves gallantly in this hour of danger, be not less than Greeks. See, the enemy are upon us. Our watchword is, Lord of Battles. The moment the trumpet sounds, raise the war cry, clash spear upon shield, and lose no time in coming to close quarters, out of danger of their arrows, otherwise the bowmen will give us a warm reception. No sooner do we get to work than Timolaus with his left wing routs their right, in the center the conflict is even, for I have the native Persian troops against me, and the king is in their midst. The whole strength of their cavalry bears down upon our right wing, play the man, therefore, Lycinus, and encourage your troops to receive the charge. Lie. Just my luck. Every single trooper of them is making straight for me, as if I were the only foeman worthy of their steel. If they go on like this, I think I shall have to turn tail and make for the gymnasium, and leave you to fight it out. Saw. Nonsense. You have almost beaten them already. Now, observe, the king challenges me to single combat, honor forbids that I should draw back, I accordingly engage him. Lie. To be sure, and are promptly wounded. No king should omit to receive a wound, when empire is at stake. Saw. Well, yes, I do get just a scratch, it is well out of sight, however, so the scar will be no disfigurement. On the other hand, observe the fury of my charge, I send my spear through horse and rider at one stroke, cut off the royal head, remove the diadem therefrom, and am saluted as king with universal prostrations. That applies only to the barbarians. From you who are Greeks I shall have merely the usual title of commander-in-chief. You may imagine the rest, the Samopopolises I shall found, the cities I shall storm and destroy for slighting my supremacy. The wealthy Cedius will come in for the largest share of my attention, I have not forgotten his gradual encroachments on my property, in the days when we were neighbors. Lie. Stop there, Menippus. After such a victory, it is high time you retired to Babylon, to keep festival. 3/4 of a mile is your allowance of dominion, as I reckon it. Timolaus now selects his wish. Saw. Well, tell me what you think of mine. Lie. It seems to me, most sapient monarch, to involve considerably more trouble and annoyance than that of Adamantus. While he lives luxuriously, and hands about gold cups, 100-pounders, to his guests, you are sustaining wounds in single combat. From morning till night, all is worry and anxiety with you. You have not only the public enemies to fear, there are the numberless conspiracies, the envy and hatred of your courtiers, you have flatterers enough, but not one friend. Their seeming goodwill is the work of fear or ambition. As to enjoyment, you can never dream of such a thing. You have to content yourself with glory and gold embroidery and purple, with the victor's garland, and the king's bodyguard. Beyond these there is nothing but intolerable toil and continual discomfort. You are either negotiating with ambassadors, or judging cases, or issuing mandates to your subjects. Here a tribe revolts, there an enemy invades. All is fear and suspicion. The world may think you happy, but you know better. And surely it is a very humiliating circumstance that you should be apt to fall ill, just like ordinary people. Fevers seem not to understand that you are a king. Nor does death stand in any awe of your bodyguard, when the fancy takes him, he comes, and carries you off lamenting, what cares he for the diadem? Fallen from your high estate, dragged from your kingly throne, you go the same road as the rest of us, there is no benefit of royalty among the timid flock of shades. You leave behind you upon earth some massive tomb, some stately column, some pyramid of noble outline, but it will be too late then for vanity to enjoy these things. And the statues and temples, the offerings of obsequious cities, nay, your great name itself, all will presently decay, and vanish, and be of no further account. Take it at the best, let all endure for ages, what will it profit your senseless clay? And it is for this that you are to live uneasy days, ever scheming, fearing, toiling, Timolaus, the wish is with you. We shall expect better things from your judgment and experience. T. See if you can find anything questionable or reprehensible in what I propose. As to treasure heaps and bushels of coin, I will have none of them, nor monarchy, with the wars and terrors it involves. You rightly censured such things, precarious as they are, exposed to endless machinations, and bringing with them more vexation than pleasure. No, my wish is that Hermes should appear and present me with certain rings, possessed of certain powers. One should ensure its wearer continual health and strength, invulnerability, insensibility to pain. Another, like that of Gyges, should make me invisible. A third should give me the strength to pick up with ease a weight that 10,000 men could barely move. Then I must be able to fly to any height above the earth, a ring for that. Again, I shall want to be able to put people to sleep upon occasion, and at my approach all doors must immediately fly open, all bolts yield, all bars withdraw. One ring may secure these points. There remains yet one, the most precious of them all. For with it on my finger I am the desire of every woman and boy, I, of whole nations, not one escapes me, I am in all hearts, on all tongues. Women will hang themselves for the vehemence of their passion, boys will go mad. Happy will those few be reckoned on whom I cast a glance, and those whom I scorn will pine away for grief. Hyacinth, Hylas, Phaon, will sink into insignificance beside me. And all this I hold on no brief tenure. The limitations of human life are not for me. I shall live 1,000 years, ever renewing my youth, and casting off the slough of old age every time I get to 17. With these rings I shall lack nothing. All that is another's is mine, for can I not open his doors, put his guards to sleep, and walk in unperceived? Instead of sending to India or to the Hyperboreans for their curiosities, their treasures, their wines or their delicacies, I can fly thither myself, and take my fill of all. The phoenix of India, the griffin, that winged monster, are sights unknown to others, I shall see them. I alone shall know the sources of the Nile, the lands that are uninhabited, the antipodes, if such there be, dwelling on the other side of the earth. Nay, I may learn the nature of the stars, the moon, the sun itself, for fire cannot harm me. And think of the joy of announcing the Olympian victor's name in Babylon, on the day of the contest. Or of having one's breakfast in Syria, and one's dinner in Italy. Had I an enemy, I could be even with him, thanks to my invisibility, by cracking his skull with a rock. My friends, on the other hand, I might subsidize with showers of gold as they lay asleep. Have we some overweening tyrant, who insults us with his wealth? I carry him off a couple of miles or so, and drop him over the nearest precipice. I could enjoy the company of my beloved without let or hindrance, going secretly in after I had put every one else in the house to sleep. What a thing it would be to hover overhead, out of range, and watch contending armies. If I liked, I could take the part of the vanquished, send their conquerors to sleep, rally the fugitives and give them the victory. In short, the affairs of humanity would be my diversion, all things would be in my power. Mankind would account me a god. Here is the perfection of happiness, secure and indestructible, backed as it is by health and longevity. What faults have you to find, Lycinus? Lie. None. It is not safe to thwart a man who has wings, and the strength of 10,000. I have only one question to ask. Did you ever, among all the nations you passed in your flight, meet with a similar case of mental aberration? A man of mature years riding about on a finger ring, moving whole mountains with a touch, bald and snub-nosed, yet the desire of all eyes? Ah, there was another point. What is to prevent one single ring from doing all the work? Why go about with your left hand loaded, a ring to every finger? Nay, they overflow, the right hand must be forced into the service. And you have left out the most important ring of all, the one to stop your drivelling at this absurd rate. Perhaps you consider that a stiffish dose of hellebore would serve the turn. Now, positively, Lycinus, you must have a try yourself. You find fault with everybody else. This time we should like to hear your version of a really unexceptionable wish. Lie. What do I want with a wish? Here we are at the gates. What with the valiant Menippus's single combat at Babylon, and your breakfasts in Syria and dinners in Italy, you have used up my ground between you, and you are heartily welcome. I have no fancy for a short-lived visionary wealth, with the humiliating sequel of barley bread and no butter. That will be your fate presently. Your bliss and your wealth will take wings. You will wake from your charming dreams of treasure and diadems, to find that your domestic arrangements are of quite another kind, like the actors who take the king's part in tragedies. Their late Majesties King Agamemnon and King Creon usually return to very short commons on leaving the theatre. Some depression, some discontent at your existing arrangements, is to be expected on the occasion. You will be the worst off, Timolaus. Your flying machine will come to grief, like that of Icarus, you will descend from the skies, and foot it on the ground, and all those rings will slip off and be lost. As for me, I am content with the exquisite amusement afforded me by your various wishes, I would not exchange it for all the treasure in the world, Babylon included. And you call yourselves philosophers. F. Dialogues of the Hetairai. I. Glycera. Thais. Gly. Thais, that Acarnanian soldier, who used to be so fond of Abrodanum, and then fell in love with me, he was decorated, and wore a military cloak. Do you know the man I mean? I suppose you have forgotten him. Th. Oh no, dear, I know, why, he shared our table last harvest festival. Well. You look as if you had something to tell me about him. Gly. That wicked Gorgona, such a friend of mine, to be sure. She has stolen him away from me. Th. What? He has given you up, and taken her in your place. Gly. Yes, dear, isn't it horrid of her? Th. Well, Glycera darling, it is wicked, of course, but it is not very surprising. It is what all we poor girls do. You mustn't be too much vexed, I shouldn't blame her, if I were you. Abrodanum never blamed you about him, you know, and you were friends, too. But I cannot think what he finds in her. Where are his eyes? Has he never found out how thin her hair is? What a lot of forehead she shows. And her lips. All livid, they might be a dead woman's, and that scraggy neck, veined all over, and what an amount of nose. I grant you she is tall and straight. And she has quite a nice smile. Gly. Oh, Thais, you don't think it was her looks caught him? Don't you know? Her mother Chrysarium is a witch, she knows Thessalian charms, and can draw down the moon, they do say she flies nights. It was she bewitched him with drugs in his drink, and now they are making their harvest out of him. Th. Ah well, dear, you will get a harvest out of someone else, never mind him. H. 2. Mertium. Pamphilus. Doris. Mere. Well, Pamphilus. So I hear you are to marry Phido the shipmaster's daughter, if you have not done so already. And this is the end of your vows and tears. All is over and forgotten. And I so near my time. Yes, that is all I have to thank my lover for. That, and the prospect of having a child to bring up, and you know what that means to us poor girls. I mean to keep the child, especially if it is a boy, it will be some comfort to me to call him after you. And perhaps some day you will be sorry, when he comes to reproach you for betraying his poor mother. I can't say much for the lady's looks. I saw her only the other day, with her mother, at the Thesmophoria. Little did I know then that she was to rob me of my Pamphilus. Hadn't you better see what she is like first? Take a good look at her eyes, and try not to mind the color, and the cast, she has such a squint. Or no, there is no need for you to see her, you have seen Phido, you know what a face he has. Pah! How much more nonsense are you going to talk about shipowners and marriages? What do I know about brides, ugly or pretty? If you mean Phido of Alipis, I never knew he had a grown-up daughter at all. Why, now I think of it, he is not even on speaking terms with my father. They were at law not long ago, something about a shipping contract. He owed my father a talent, I think it was, and refused to pay, so he was had up before the Admiralty Court, and my father never got paid in full, after all, so he said. Do you suppose if I wanted to marry I should pass over Demise's daughter in favor of Phido's? Demise was general last year, and she is my cousin on the mother's side. Who has been telling you all this? Is it just a cobweb spun in that jealous little brain of yours? Mere. Pamphilus. You mean to say you are not going to be married? Pah! Are you mad, or what is the matter with you? We did not have much to drink yesterday. Mere. Ask Doris. It is all her fault. I sent her out to buy some wool, and to offer up prayer to Artemis for me. And she said that she met Lesbia, and Lesbia, Doris, tell him what Lesbia said, unless you invented it all yourself. Dor. May I die, miss, if I said a word more than the truth. Just by the town hall Lesbia met me, and, Doris, says she, smiling, your young gentleman is to marry Fido's daughter. And if you don't believe me, says she, look up their street, and you will see everything crowned with garlands, and a fine bustle going on, flutes playing, and people singing the wedding song. Pa. Well, and you did? Dor. That I did, sir. And it was all as Lesbia had said. Pa. Ah, now I see. You have told your mistress nothing but the truth, and there was some ground for what Lesbia told you. However, it is a false alarm. The wedding is not at our house. I remember now. When I went back home yesterday, after leaving you, Pamphilus, said my mother, here is neighbor Aristonides' son, Charmides, who is no older than you, just going to marry and settle down, when are you going to turn over a new leaf? And then I dropped off to sleep. I went out early this morning, so that I saw nothing of all that Doris has seen. If you doubt my word, Doris can go again, and look more carefully this time, Doris. Mark the house, not the street only, and you will find that the garlands are next door. Mere. I breathe again. Pamphilus, if it had been true, I should have killed myself. Pa, true, indeed. Am I mad, that I should forget Mertium, so soon to become the mother of my child? F. 3. Philina. Her mother. Mother. You must be mad, Philina, what was the matter with you at the dinner last night? Diphilus was in tears this morning when he came and told me how he had been treated. You were tipsy, he said, and made an exhibition of yourself, dancing when he asked you not to. Then you kissed his friend Lamprias, and when Diphilus did not like that, you left him and went and put your arms round Lamprias, and he choking with rage all the time. And afterwards you would not go near him, but let him cry by himself, and kept singing and teasing him. Phi. Ah, mother, he never told you how he behaved. If you knew how rude he was, you would not take his part. He neglected me and made up to Thais, Lamprias's girl, before Lamprias came. I was angry, and let him see what I thought of him, and then he took hold of Thais's ear, bent her neck back and gave her, oh, such a kiss. I thought it would never end. So I began to cry, but he only laughed, and kept whispering to her, about me, of course, Thais was looking at me and smiling. However, when they heard Lamprias coming, and had had enough of each other at last, I did take my place by him all the same, not to give him an excuse for a fuss afterwards. It was Thais got up and danced first, showing her ankles ever so much, as if no one else had pretty ones. And when she stopped, Lamprias never said a word, but Diphilus praised her to the skies, such perfect time. Such varied steps. Foot and music always right, and what a lovely ankle. And so on, it might have been the Sosandra of Calamus he was complimenting, and not Thais, what she is really like, you know well enough. And how she insulted me, too. If someone is not ashamed of her spindle shanks, she said, she will get up and dance now. Well, that is all, mammy, of course I did get up and dance. What was I to do? Take it quietly and make her words seem true and let her be queen. Mother. You are too touchy, my lass, you should have taken no notice. But go on. Phi. Well, the others applauded, but Diphilus lay on his back and looked up at the ceiling, till I was tired and gave up. Mother. But what about kissing Lamprias? Is that true? And going across and embracing him? Well, why don't you speak? Those are things I cannot forgive. Phi. I wanted to pay him out. Mother. And then not sitting near him. Singing while he was in tears. Think how poor we are, girl. You forget how much we have had from him, and what last winter would have been if Aphrodite had not sent him to us. Fie. I dare say. And I am to let him outrage my feelings just for that? Mother. Oh, be as angry as you like, but no tit for tat. You ought to know that if a lover's feelings are outraged his love ends, and he finds out his folly. You have always been too hard on the lad, pull too tight and the rope breaks, you know. H. 4. Melita. Bacchies. Me. Bacchies, don't you know any of those old women? There are any number of them about, Thessalians, they call them, they have incantations, you know, and they can make a man in love with you, no matter how much he hated you before. Do go and bring me one, there's a dear. I'd give the clothes off my back, jewelry and all, to see Carinus here again, and to have him hate Simiche as he hates me at this moment. Bah! Melita. You mean to tell me that Carinus has gone off after Simiche, and that after making his people so angry because he wouldn't marry the heiress, all for your sake? She was to have brought him 5 talents, so they said. I have not forgotten what you told me about that. Me. Oh, that is all over now, I have not had a glimpse of him for the last 5 days. No, he and Simiche are with his friend Pamines enjoying themselves. Bah! Poor darling. But it can't have been a trifle that drove him away, what was it all about? Me. I don't know exactly. All I can say is, that he came back the other day from Piraeus, his father had sent him there to collect some money, and wouldn't even look at me. I ran to meet him, expecting him to take me in his arms, instead of which he pushed me away. Go to Hermotimus the shipowner, he said, go and read what is written on the column in the Ceramicus, you will find your name there, and his. Hermotimus? Column? What do you mean, said I. But he would tell me nothing more. He went to bed without any dinner, and never gave me so much as a look. I tried everything, I lavished all my endearments on him, and did all I could to make him look at me. Nothing would soften him, all he said was, if you keep on bothering, I shall go away this minute, I don't care what time it is. Bah! But you did know Hermotimus, I suppose? Me. My dear, if I ever so much as heard of a Hermotimus who was a shipowner, may I be more wretched than I am now. Next morning, at cockcrow, Carinus got up, and went off. I remembered his saying something about my name being written up in the Ceramicus, so I sent Asses to have a look, and all she found was just this, chalked up close by the Dipolus, on the right as you come in, Melita loves Hermotimus. And again a little lower down, Hermotimus the shipowner loves Melita. Bah! Ah, mischievous boys! I see what it is. Someone must have written it up to tease Carinus, knowing how jealous he is. And he took it all in at once. I must speak to him if I see him anywhere. He is a mere child, quite unsophisticated. Me. If you see him, yes, but you are not likely to. He has shut himself up with Simiche, his people have been asking for him, they think he is here still. No, Bacchies, I want one of those old women, she would put all to rights. Bah! Well, love, I know a capital witch, she comes from Syria, such a brisk, vigorous old thing. Once when Phanias had quarrelled with me in the same way, all about nothing, she brought us together again, after 4 whole months, I had quite given him up, but her spells drew him back. Me. What was her fee? Do you remember? Bah! Oh, she was most reasonable, 1 drachma, and a loaf of bread. Then you have to provide salt, of course, and sulphur, and a torch, and 7 pennies. And besides this, you must mix her a bowl of wine, which she has to drink all by herself. And then there must be something belonging to the man, his coat, or his shoes, or a lock of hair, or something. Me. I have got his shoes. Bah! She hangs them up on a peg, and fumigates them with the sulphur, throwing a little salt into the fire, and muttering both your names. Then she brings out her magic wheel, and spins it, and rattles off an incantation, such horrid, outlandish words. Well, she had scarcely finished, when, sure enough, in came Phanias, Phoebe's, that was the girl he was with, had begged and implored him not to go, and his friends declared it was a shame, but the spell was too strong for them. Oh yes, and she taught me a splendid charm against Phoebe's. I was to mark her footsteps and rub out the last of them, putting my right foot into her left footprint, and my left into her right, and then I was to say, my foot on thy foot. I trample thee down. I did it exactly as she told me. Me. Oh, Bacchus, dear, do be quick and fetch the witch. Asses, you see to the bread and sulphur and things. F. 7. Musarium. Her mother. Mother. Well, child, if we get another gallant like Chaereas, we must make some offerings. The earthly Aphrodite shall have a white kid, the heavenly one in the gardens a heifer, and Our Lady of Windfalls a garland. How well off we shall be, positively rolling in wealth. You see how much this boy brings in, not an obol, not a dress, not a pair of shoes, not a box of ointment, has he ever given you. It is all professions and promises and distant prospects. Always, if my father should, and I should inherit, everything would be yours. And according to you, he swears you shall be his wife. Moo. Oh yes, mother, he swore it, by the two goddesses 87 and Polias. Mother. And you believe it, no doubt. So much so that the other day, when he had a subscription to pay and nothing to pay with, you gave him your ring without asking me, and the price of it went in drink. Another time it was the pair of Ionian necklaces that Praxias the Chian captain got made in Ephesus and brought you, 2 derricks apiece they weighed, a club dinner with the men of his year it was that time. As for shirts and linen, those are trifles and not worth mention. A mighty catch he has been, to be sure. Moo. He is so handsome with his smooth chin, and he loves me, and cries as he tells me so. And he is the son of Laches the Areopagite and Dinomache, and we shall be his real wife and mother-in-law, you know, we have great expectations, if only the old man would go to bye-bye. Mother. So when we want shoes, and the shoemaker expects to be paid, we are to tell him we have no money, but take a few expectations. And the baker the same. And on rent day we shall ask the man to wait till Laches of Colydus is dead. He shall have it after the wedding. Well, I should be ashamed to be the only pretty girl that could not show an earring or a chain or a bit of lace. Moo. Oh well, mother, are the rest of them happier or better looking than I am? Mother. No. But they have more sense, they know their business better than to pin their faith to the idle words of a boy with a mouthful of lovers' oaths. But you go in for constancy and true love, and will have nothing to say to anybody but your Chaereas. There was that farmer from Acharni the other day, his chin was smooth too, and he brought the 2 mina he had just got for his father's wine, but oh dear me no. You send him away with a sneer, none but your Adonis for you. Moo. Mother, you could not expect me to desert Chaereas and let that nasty working man, Fa, come near me. Poor Chaereas. He is a pet and a duck. Mother. Well, the Acharnian did smell rather of the farm. But there was Antiphon, son to Menecrates, and a whole mina, why not him? He is handsome, and a gentleman, and no older than Chaereas. Moo. Ah, but Chaereas vowed he would cut both our throats if he caught me with him. Mother. The first time such a thing was ever threatened, I suppose. So you will go without your lovers for this, and be as good a girl as if you were a priestess of Demeter instead of what you are. And if that were all, but today is harvest festival. And where is his present? Moo. Mammy dear, he has none to give. Mother. They don't all find it so hard to get round their fathers, why can't he get a slave to wheedle him? Why not tell his mother he will go off for a soldier if she doesn't let him have some money? Instead of which he haunts and tyrannizes over us, neither giving himself nor letting us take from those who would. Do you expect to be 18 all your life, Musarium? Or that Chaereas will be of the same mind when he has his fortune, and his mother finds a marriage that will bring him another? You don't suppose he will remember tears and kisses and vows, with 5 talents of dowry to distract him? Moo. Oh yes, he will. They have done everything to make him marry now, and he wouldn't. That shows. Mother. I only hope it shows true. I shall remind you of all this when the time comes. H. 8. Ampullus. Crisis. A.M. Well, but, crisis, I don't call a man in love at all, if he doesn't get jealous, and storm, and slap one, and clip one's hair, and tear one's clothes to pieces. Ch. Is that the only way to tell? A.M. To tell a serious passion, yes. The kisses and tears and vows, the constant attendance, all that only shows that he's beginning to be in love, it's still coming on. But the real flame is jealousy, pure and simple. So if Gorgias is jealous, and slaps you, as you say, you may hope for the best, pray that he may always go on as he has begun. Ch. Go on slapping me? A.M. No, no. But getting angry if you ever look at anyone else. If he were not in love with you, why should he mind your having another lover? Ch. Oh, but I haven't. It's all a mistake. He took it into his head that old Moneybags had been paying me attentions, because I just happened to mention his name once. A.M. Well, that's very nice, too. You want him to think that there are rich men after you. It will make him all the more angry, and all the more liberal, he'll be afraid of being cut out by his rivals. Ch. But Gorgias never gives me anything. He only storms and slaps. A.M. Oh, you wait. Nothing tames them like jealousy. Ch. Ampullus, I believe you want me to be slapped. A.M. Nonsense. All I mean is this, if you want to make a man wildly in love with you, let him see that you can do without him. When he thinks that he has you all to himself, he is apt to cool down. You see, I've had 20 years' experience, whereas you, I suppose, are about 18, perhaps not that. Come now, I'll tell you what happened to me, not so many years ago. Demophantus was my admirer in those days. The usurer, you know, at the back of the poecile. He had never given me more than 5 drachmae at a time, and he wanted to have everything his own way. The fact was, my dear, his love was only skin deep. There were no sighs or tears with him. No knocking me up at unearthly hours, he would spend an evening with me now and then, very occasionally, and that was all. But one day when he called, I was not at home, I had Callides the painter with me, he had given me 10 drachmae. Well, at the time Demophantus said some very rude things, and walked off. However, the days went by, and I never sent to him. And at last, finding that Callides had been with me again, even Demophantus began to catch fire, and to get into a passion about it, so one day he stood outside, and waited till he found the door open, my dear, I don't know what he didn't do. Cried, beat me, vowed he would murder me, tore my clothes dreadfully. And it all ended with his giving me a talent, after which I saw no one else for 8 months on end. His wife told everybody that I had bewitched him with some drug. 'Twas easy to see what the drug had been, jealousy. Now you should try the same drug upon Gorgias. The boy will have money, if anything happens to his father. F. 9. Dorcas. Panicus. Philostratus. Polmon. Door. Oh, miss, we are lost, lost. Here is Polmon back from the wars, a rich man, they say. I saw him myself in a mantle with a purple border and a clasp, and a whole train of men at his back. His friends when they caught sight of him crowded round to get their greetings in. I made out in the train his man who went abroad with him. So I said how d'ye do, and then asked, do tell me, Parmenon, how you got on, have you made anything to repay you for all your fighting? Pa. Ah, you should not have begun with that. Thanks to all the gods you were not killed, you ought to have said, and most of all to Zeus who guards the stranger and Athene who rules the battle. My mistress was always trying to find out how you were doing and where you were. And if you had added that she was always weeping and talking of Pullman, that would have been still better. Door. Oh, I said all that right at the beginning, but I never thought of telling you that. I wanted to get on to the news. This was how I began to Parmenon. Did you and your master's ears burn, Parmenon? I said, mistress was always talking of him and crying. And when anyone came back from the last battle and reported that many had been killed, she would tear her hair and beat her breast, and grieve so every time. Pa. Ah, that was right, Dorcas. Door. And then after a little while I went on to the other questions. And he said, oh, yes, we have come back great men. Pa. What, straight off like that? Never a word of how Pullman had talked or thought of me, or prayed he might find me alive. Door. Yes, he said a good deal of that. But his real news was enormous riches, gold, raiment, slaves, ivory. As for the money, they didn't count it, but measured it by the bushel, and it took some time that way. On Parmenon's own finger was a huge queer-shaped ring with one of those three-colored stones, the outer part red. I left him when he wanted to give me the history of how they crossed the Halys and killed somebody called Tiridates, and how Pullman distinguished himself in the battle with the Pisidians. I ran off to tell you, and give you time to think. Suppose Pullman were to come, and you may be sure he will, as soon as he has got rid of his company, and find when he asked after you that Philostratus was here, what would he do? Pa. Oh, Dorcas, we must find some way out of it. It would be shabby to send Philostratus about his business so soon after having that talent from him, and he is a merchant, and if he keeps all his promises. And on the other hand, it is a pity not to be at home to Pullman now he is come back such a great man. Besides, he is so jealous. When he was poor, there was no getting on with him for it, and what will he be like now? Door. Here he comes. Pa. Oh, Dorcas, what am I to do? I shall faint, how I tremble. Door. Why, here is Philostratus too. Pa. Oh, what will become of me? Oh, that the earth would swallow me up. Fie. Well, my dear, where is that wine? Pa, now he has gone and done it. Ah, Pullman, so you are back at last, are you well? Pa. Who is this person coming to you? What, no answer. Oh, mighty fine, Panicus. Here have I come on the wings of love, the whole way from Thermopylae in 5 days, and all for a woman like this. But I deserve it, I ought to be grateful, I shall not be plundered any more, that is something. Fie. And who may you be, good sir? Pa. Pullman, Demisteria, tribe Pandiones, will that do for you? Late colonel, now general of division, and Panicus's lover, so long as he supposed a mere man was good enough for her. Fie. At present, however, Sir Freelance, Panicus is mine. She has had one talent, and will have another as soon as my cargoes are disposed of. Come along, Panicus, the colonel can keep his colonelling for the Odrysians. Door. She is a free woman, it is for her to say whether she will come along or not. Pa. What shall I do, Dorcas? Door. Better go in, Pullman is too angry to talk to now, and a little jealousy will only whet his appetite. Pa. Well, if you think so, let us go in. Pa. I give you both fair warning that you drink your last drink today, I ought to know by this time how to part soul from body. Parmenon, the Thracians. Full armor, battle array, this alley blocked. Pikemen in the center, slingers and archers on the flanks, and the remainder in the rear. Fie. You take us for babies, Mr. Mercenary, to judge from your appeal to our imaginations. Now I wonder whether you ever shed as much blood as runs in a cock's veins, or ever looked on war, to stretch a point in your favor. I dare say you may have been corporal in charge of a bit of wall somewhere. Puh. You will know ere long, when you look upon our serried ranks of glittering steel. Fie. Oh, pack up your traps and come, by all means. I and my Tibius, I have only one man, you see, will scatter you so wide with a few stones and bricks that you shall never find one another again. H. 11. Tryphonina. Charmides. Try. Well, to be sure. Get a girl to keep company with you, and then turn your back on her. Nothing but tears and groans. The wine was not good enough, I suppose, and you didn't want a tête-à-tête dinner. Oh yes, I saw you were crying at dinner too. And now it is one continued wail like a baby's. What is it all about, Charmides? Do tell me, let me get that much out of my evening with you. Love is killing me, Tryphonina, I can stand it no longer. Try. It is not love for me, that is clear. You would not be so cold to me, and push me away when I want to put my arms round you. It really is not fair to keep me off like this. Never mind, tell me who it is, perhaps I may help you to her, and no one ought to make oneself useful. Oh, you two know each other quite well, she is quite a celebrity. Try. Name, Charmides. Well then, Philomatium. Try. Which? There are two of them, one in Piraeus, who has only just come there. Demillus the governor's son is in love with her, is it that one? Or the other, the one they call the trap? Yes, that is she has caught me and got me tight, poor mouse. Try. And the tears were all for her. Even so. Try. Is this recent? Or how long has it been going on? Oh, it is nothing new. I saw her first at the Dionysia, that makes 7 months. Try. Had you a full view of her, or did you just see her face and as much as a woman of 45 likes to show? Oh, come. I have her word for it she will be 22 next birthday. Try. Well, which are you going to trust, her word, or your own eyes? Just take a careful look at her temples some day, that is the only place where her own hair shows, all the rest is a thick wig. But at the temples, when the dye fades a little, you can easily detect the gray. But that is nothing, insist on seeing more than her face. Oh, but I am not favored so far as that. Try. No, I should think not. She knows what the effect would be, why, she is all over, oh, talk of leopard skins. And it was she made you cry like that, was it? I dare say, now, she was very cruel and scornful. Yes, she was, dear, and such a lot of money as she has from me. Just now she wants 1,000 drachmas, well, I am dependent on my father, and he is very close, and I could not very well get it, so she is at home to Moskian, and will not see me. That is why you are here, I thought it might vex her. Try. Well, I'm sure I never would have come if I had been told what it was for, just to vex somebody else, and that somebody old coffin-right Philomatium. I shall go away, for that matter the third cockcrow is past. No, not so fast, Tryphonina. If it is all true, the wig, the dye, and the leopard skin, I shall hate the sight of her. Try. If your mother has ever seen her at the bath, ask her. As to the age, you had better ask your grandfather about that, if he is alive. Well, as that is what she is like, come up close to me. Give me your arms, and your lips, and let us be friends. Philomatium be hanged. H. 12. Josa. Pythias. Lysias. Joe. Cross boy. But I deserve it all. I ought to have treated you as any other girl would do, bothered you for money, and been engaged when you called, and made you cheat your father or rob your mother to get presents for me. Instead of which, I have always let you in from the very first time, and it has never cost you a penny, Lysias. Think of all the lovers I have sent away, ethicals, now a chairman of committees, and Passion the shipowner, and young Melissus, who had just come into all his father's money. I would not have a word to say to one of them. I kept myself for you, hard-hearted Phaon that you are. I was fool enough to believe all your vows, and have been living like a Penelope for your sake. Mother is furious about it, and is always talking at me to her friends. And now that you feel sure of me, and know how I dote on you, what is the consequence? You flirt with Lycaena under my very eyes, just to vex me. You sit next to me at dinner, and pay compliments to Megidium, a mere music girl, and hurt my feelings, and make me cry. And that wine party the other day, with Thraso and Diphilus, when Cymbalium the flute girl was there, and Pyralis, you know how I hate that girl. As for Cymbalium, whom you kissed no less than 5 times, I didn't mind so much about that. It must have been sufficient punishment in itself, but the way in which you were always making signs to Pyralis to notice your cup, and whispering to the boy, when you gave it back to him, that he was not to fill it for any one but Pyralis. And that piece of apple that you bit off and shot across right into her lap, when you saw that Diphilus was occupied with Thraso, you never even tried to conceal it from me. And she kissed it, and hid it away beneath her girdle. What is the meaning of it all? What have I ever done to you? Did I ever displease you? Ever look at any other man? Do I not live for you alone? A brave thing, is it not, Lysias, to vex a poor weak woman who loves you to distraction? There is a Nemesis who watches such deeds. You will be sorry some day, perhaps, when you hear of my hanging myself, or jumping head first into a well, for die I will, one way or another, rather than live to be an eyesore to you. There will be an achievement for you to boast of. You need not look at me like that, nor gnash your teeth. If you have anything to say against me, here is Pythias, let her judge between us. Oh, you are going away without a word? You see what I have to put up with, Pythias. Py. Monster. He cares nothing for her tears. He must be made of stone instead of flesh and blood. But the truth is, my dear, you have spoilt him, by letting him see how fond you are of him. It is a great mistake to make so much of them, they get uppish. Don't cry, dear, take my advice, and shut him out once or twice, it will be his turn to dote on you then. Joe. Shut him out. Don't breathe a word of such a thing. I only wish he would wait till I turned him out. Py. Why, here he is back again. Joe. Pythias. What have you done? If he should have overheard that about shutting him out. Lie. I am coming back on your account, Pythias, not on hers. I will never look at her again, after what she has done, but I don't want you to think badly of me. It shall not be said that Lysias was hard-hearted. Py. Exactly what I was saying. Lie. But what would you have me do? This girl, who is so tearful now, has been disloyal to me, and received another lover. I actually found them together. Py. Well, after all. But when did you make this discovery? Lie. It must have been something like 5 days ago. Yes, it was, because it was on the 2nd, and today is the 7th. My father had found out about this precious Josa, and how long it had been going on, and he locked me in, and gave the porter orders not to open to me. Well, I wasn't going to be kept away from her, so I told Dramo to slip along the courtyard to the lowest part of the wall, and then let me mount on his back. I knew I could easily get over that way. To make a long story short, I got out, and came here. It was midnight, and I found the door carefully barred. Instead of knocking, I quietly lifted the door off its hinges. It was not the first time I had done so, and passed noiselessly in. Everyone was asleep. I groped my way along the wall, and stopped at the bedside. Joe. Good heavens! What is coming? I am in torment. Lie. I perceived from the breathing that there was more than one person there, and thought at first that Lyde must be sleeping with her. Pythias, I was mistaken. My hands passed over a smooth, beardless man's face. The fellow was close-cropped, and reeked of scent like any woman. I had not brought my sword with me, or you may be sure I should have known what to do with it. What are you both laughing at? Is it so amusing, Pythias? Joe. Oh, Lysias. Is that all? Why, it was Pythias who was sleeping with me. Py. Josa, don't tell him. Joe. Why not? Lysias, dear, it was Pythias. I had asked her to come and sleep with me, I was so lonely without you. Lie. Pythias. Then her hair has grown pretty fast in 5 days. Joe. She has been ill, and her hair was falling off, and she had to have it cropped. And now she has got false hair. Pythias, show him that it is so. Behold your rival, Lysias. This is the young gentleman of whom you were jealous. Lie. And what lover would not have been jealous? I had the evidence of my hands, remember. Joe. Well, you know better now. Suppose I were to return you evil for evil? What should you say to that? It is my turn to be angry with you now. Lie. No, you mustn't be angry. We will have some wine, and Pythias must join us, the truce cannot be ratified without her. Joe. Of course not. A pretty scrape you have led me into, Pythias, you nice young man. Py. The nice young man has led you out of it again too, so you must forgive him. I say, Lysias, you need not tell any one, about my hair, you know. F. 13. Leonticus. Canidas. Hymnus. Lu. And then that battle with the Galatians. Tell her about that, Canidas, how I rode out in front on the grey, and the Galatians, brave fellows, those Galatians, too, but they ran away directly they saw me, not a man stood his ground. That time, you know, I used my lance for a javelin, and sent it through their captain and his horse as well. And then, as some of them were left, the phalanx was broken up, you see, but a certain number had rallied. Well, I pulled out my trusty blade, rode at them as hard as I could go. Knocked over 6 of the front rank with the mere rush of my horse, brought down my sword on one of the officers, and clove his head in 2 halves, helmet and all. The rest of you came up shortly, you remember, when they were already running. Che. Oh, but that duel of yours with the satrap in Paphlagonia. That was a fine display, too. Lu. Well remembered, yes, that was not so bad either. A great big fellow that satrap was, supposed to be a champion fighter too, thought nothing of Greek science. Out he came, and challenged all comers to single combat. There was consternation among our officers, from the lowest to the general himself, though he was a pretty good man. Aristichmus the Aetolian he was, very strong on the javelin, I was only a colonel then. However, I was not afraid. I shook off the friends who clung to me, they were anxious about me when they saw the barbarian resplendent in his gilded armor, towering high with his terrible plume and brandishing his lance. Che. Yes, I was afraid that time. You remember how I clung to you and besought you not to sacrifice yourself, life would not have been worth living, if you had fallen. Lu. I ventured it, though. Out I went, as well armed as the Paphlagonian, all gold like him. What a shout there was on both sides. The barbarians recognized me too, they knew my buckler and medals and plume. Who was it they all compared me to, Canidas? Che. Why, who should it be? Achilles, of course. The son of Peleus and Thetis, of course. Your helmet was so magnificent, your purple so rich, your buckler so dazzling. Lu. We met. The barbarian drew first blood, just a scratch with his lance a little above the knee. But my great spear drove through his shield and right into the breastbone. Then I ran up, just sliced his head off with my sword, and came back carrying his arms, the head spiked on my spear dripping gore upon me. Ichwim. How horrid, Leonticus. What disgusting frightful tales you tell about yourself. What girl would look at a man who likes such nastiness, let alone drink or sleep with him. I am going away. Lu. Pooh. I double your pay. Ichwim. No, nothing shall induce me to sleep with a murderer. Lu. Don't be afraid, my dear. All that was in Paphlagonia. I am a man of peace now. Ichwim. No, you are unclean, the blood of the barbarian's head on the spear has dripped over you. I embrace and kiss a man like that. The graces forbid. He is no better than the executioner. Lu. I am certain you would be in love with me if you had seen me in my armor. Ichwim. I tell you it makes me sick and frightened even to hear of such things. I see the shades and ghosts of the slain, that poor officer with his head cloven. What would it be if I saw the thing done, and the blood, and the bodies lying there? I am sure I should die. I never saw a chicken killed, even. Lu. Such a coward, girl. So poor of heart. I thought you would like to hear it. Ichwim. Well, try the Lemnian women, or the daughters of Danaus, if you want to please with that sort of tale. I shall run home to my mother, while there is some daylight left. Come along, Grandmiz. Goodbye, mightiest of colonels, and murderer of however many it is. Lu. Stay, girl, stay. Why, she is gone. Che. Well, Leonticus, you frightened the simple little thing with your nodding plumes and your incredible exploits. I saw her getting pale as far back as the officer story. Her face was all puckered up and quivering when you split his head. Lu. I thought it would make me more attractive. Well, but it was your fault too, you started the duel. Che. Well, I had to chime in when I saw what you were bragging for. But you laid it on so thick. Past the cutting off the wretched Paphlagonian's head, what did you want to spike it on a spear for, and let the blood run down on you? Lu. That was a bit too strong, I admit, the rest was rather well put together. Well, go and persuade her to come back. Che. Shall I tell her you lied to make her think you a fine fellow? Lu. Oh, plague upon it. Che. It's the only way. Choose, a mighty champion, and loathed, or a confessed liar, and hymness. Lu. Bad is the best, but I say hymness. Go to her, then, Canidas, and say I lied, in parts. H. 14. Dorion. Myrtale. Do. So, Myrtale. You ruin me first, and then close your doors on me. It was another tale when I brought you all those presents. I was your love, then, your lord, your life. But you have squeezed me dry now, and have got hold of that Bithynian merchant. So I am left to whimper on the wrong side of the door, while he, the favored lover, enjoys your embraces, and is to become a father soon, so you tell him. Mere. Come, Dorion, that is too much. Ruined you, indeed. A lot you ever gave me. Let us go through the list of your presents, from the very beginning. Do. Very well, let us. First, a pair of shoes from Sicyon, 2 drachmae. Remember 2 drachmae. Mere. Ah, but you were here for 2 nights. Do. A box of Phoenician ointment, when I came back from Syria, the box of alabaster. The same price, as I'm a seaman. Mere. Well, and when you sailed again, didn't I give you that waistcoat, that you might have something to wear when you were rowing? It was Epicurus the boatswain's, that waistcoat, he left it here one night by mistake. Do. Epicurus recognized it, and took it away from me in Samos, only the other day, and a rare tussle we had before he got it. Then there were those onions I brought you from Cyprus, and 5 haddocks and 4 perch, the time we came back from the Bosphorus. Oh, and a whole basket of ship's bread, 8 loaves of it, and a jar of figs from Corea. Another time it was a pair of slippers from Patara, gilded ones, you ungrateful girl. Ah, and I was forgetting that great cheese from Gythium. Mere. Say 5 drachmae the lot. Do. It was all that my pay would run to, Mertale. I was but a common seaman in those days. I have risen to be mate now, my haughty miss. And didn't I put down a solid drachma for you at the feet of Aphrodite's statue, when it was her feast the other day? Then I gave your mother 2 drachmae to buy shoes with, and lied there, many is the copper I have slipped into her hand, by 2s and 3s. Put all that together, and it makes a seaman's fortune. Mere onions and haddocks. Do. Yes. 'Twas all I had. If I were rich, I should not be a sailor. I have never brought my own mother so much as a head of garlic. I should like to know what sort of presents the Bithynian makes you. Mere. Look at this dress, he bought it me. And this necklace, the thick one. Do. Pooh, you have had that for years. Mere. No, the one you knew was much lighter, and it had no emeralds. My earrings were a present of his too, and so was that rug. And he gave me 2 miney the other day, besides paying our rent. Rather different from Patera slippers, and Gythium cheeses and stuff. Do. And how do you like him for a lover? You say nothing about that. He is 50 years old if he is a day. His hair is all gone in front, and he has the complexion of a lobster. Did you ever notice his teeth? And so accomplished too. It is a treat to hear him when he sings and tries to make himself agreeable. What is it they tell me about an ass that would learn the lyre? Well, I wish you joy of him, you deserve no better luck, and may the child be like his father. As for me, I'll find some Delphis or Cymbalium that's more in my line. Your neighbor, perhaps, the flute girl, anyhow, I shall get someone. We can't all afford necklaces and rugs and 2 miney presents. Mere. How I envy the lucky girl who gets you, Dorian. What onions she will have from Cyprus. What cheeses next time you come from Gythium. F. 15. Cockless. Parthenes. Company. Crying, Parthenes. What is it? How do your pipes come to be broken? Par. Oh. Oh. I have been beaten by Crocal's lover, that tall Aetolian soldier. He found me playing at Crocal's, hired by his rival Gorgas. He broke in while they were at dinner, smashed my pipes, upset the table, and emptied out the wine bowl. Gorgas, the country fellow, you know, he pulled out of the dining room by the hair of his head, and the 2 of them, Deinamicus, I think they call him, and a fellow soldier, stood over thumping him. Oh, cockless, I doubt whether he will live. There was a great rush of blood from his nostrils, and his face is all swollen and livid. Company. Is the man mad? Or was it just a drunken freak? Par. All jealousy, my dear, love run wild. Crocal had asked 2 talents, I believe, if Deinamicus wanted her all to himself. He refused, so she shut the door in his face, I was told, and would not let him in at all. Instead of him she took Gorgas of Eno, a well-to-do farmer and a nice man, they were drinking together, and she had got me in to play the pipes. Well, the wine was going, I was striking up one of those Lydian tunes, the farmer standing up to dance, Crocal clapping, and all as merry as could be. Suddenly there was a noise and a shout, crash went the front door, and a moment after in burst 8 great strong men, that brute among them. Everything was upside down directly, Gorgas on the ground, as I told you, being thumped and kicked. Crocal got away somehow and took refuge with Thespias next door. Deinamicus boxed my ears, and, go to blazes, he said, throwing me the broken pipes. I am running to tell master about it now. And the farmer is going to find some of his friends in town and get the brute summoned in the police court. Company. Yes, bruises and the courts, that is all we get out of the military. They tell you they are generals and colonels, and then when it comes to paying, oh, wait for settling day, they say, then I shall get my pay, and put everything right. I wish they were all dead, they and their bragging. But I never have anything to do with them, it is the best way. Give me a fisherman or a sailor or farmer no better than myself, with few compliments and plenty of money. These plume-tossing word warriors. They are nothing but noise, Parthenes. H. The Death of Peregrine. Lucian to Cronius. Greeting. Poor dear Peregrine, or Proteus, as he loved to call himself, has quite come up to his namesake in Homer. We have seen him under many shapes, countless have been his transformations for glory's sake, and now, 'tis his last appearance, we see him in the shape of fire. So vast was his ambition. Yes, Cronius. All that is left of the best of men is a handful of ashes. It's just like Empedocles, only with a difference. That philosopher would fain have sneaked into his crater unobserved, not so our high-souled friend. He bides his time till all Greece is mustered in full force, constructs a pyre of the largest dimensions, and jumps on top in the eyes of all the world, having briefly addressed the nation a few days before on the subject of his daring enterprise. I fancy I see you chuckling away at the old dotard, or rather I hear you blurting out the inevitable comments, mere imbecility, mere claptrap, mere everything else that we are accustomed to attribute to these gentry. But then you are far enough off to be comparatively safe. Now I made my remarks before a vast audience, in the very moment of cremation, and before it for that matter, exciting thereby the indignation of all the old fool's admirers. Though there were a few who joined in the laugh against him. I can tell you, I was within an ace of being torn limb from limb by the Cynics, like Actaeon among the dogs, or his cousin Pentheus among the Maenads. But I must sketch you the whole drama in detail. As to our author, I say nothing. You know the man, you know the sublime utterances that marked his earthly course, outvoicing Sophocles and Aeschylus. Well, the first thing I did when I got to Elis was to take a turn in the gymnasium, listening the while to the discordant yells of some cynic or other, the usual platitudes, you know. Ringing commendations of virtue, indiscriminate slaughter of characters, finally, a peroration on the subject of Proteus. I must try and give you the exact words, as far as I can remember them. You will recognize the true cynic yell, I'll be bound. You have heard it before. Proteus, he cried, Proteus vainglorious. Who dares name the word? Earth. Sun. Seas. Rivers. God of our fathers, Heracles. Was it for this that he suffered bondage in Syria? That he forgave his country a debt of 1,000,000 odd? That he was cast out of Rome, he whose brilliance exceeds the sun, fit rival of the Lord of Olympus? 'Tis his good will to depart from life by fire, and they call it vainglory. What other end had Heracles? 'Twas the thunderbolt, methinks, that slew Asclepius, Dionysius 88. 'Twas in the crater that Empedocles sought death. Diogenes, our friend with the lungs, had got thus far, when I asked one of the bystanders what all this meant about fire, and what Heracles and Empedocles had got to do with Proteus. Proteus, he replied, will shortly cremate himself, at the Olympic Games. But how, I asked, and why? He did his best to explain, but the cynic went on bawling, and it was quite out of the question to attend to anything else. I waited on to the end. It was one torrent of wild panegyric on Proteus. The sage of Sinope, Antisthenes his master, nay, Socrates himself, none of them were so much as to be compared with him. Zeus was invited to contend for the preeminence. Subsequently, however, it seemed advisable to leave the two on some sort of equality. The world, he cried in conclusion, has seen but two works of surpassing excellence, the Olympian Zeus, and Proteus. The one we owe to the creative genius of Phidias, the other is nature's handiwork. And now, this godlike statue departs from among mankind, borne upon wings of fire, he seeks the heavens, and leaves us desolate. He had worked himself up into a state of perspiration over all this, and when it was over he was very absurd, and cried, and tore his hair, taking care not to pull too hard. And was finally taken away by some compassionate cynics, sobbing violently all the time. Well, after him, up jumped somebody else, before the crowd had time to disperse, pouring his libation upon the glowing embers of the previous sacrifice. He commenced operations with a loud guffaw, there was no doubting its sincerity, after which he addressed us as follows. Diogenes, heaven forgive him, concluded his vile rant with the tears of Heraclitus. I, on the other hand, propose to begin with the laughs of Democritus. Another hearty guffaw, in which most of us were fain to join. One simply can't help it, he remarked, pulling himself together, when one hears such sad stuff talked, and sees old men practically standing on their heads for the public amusement, and all to keep their grubby little reputations alive. Now, if you want to know all about this statue, which proposes to cremate itself, I'm your man. I have marked his career from the first, and followed his intellectual development. And I learnt a good deal from his fellow citizens, and others whose authority was unquestionable. To begin then, this piece of perfect workmanship, straight from nature's mold, this type of true proportion, had barely come of age, when he was caught in adultery, in Armenia this was. He received a brisk drubbing for his pains, and finally made a jump of it from the roof, and so got off. His next exploit was the corruption of a handsome boy. This would have brought him before the governor, by rights. But the parents were poor, and he bought them off to the tune of £120. But perhaps it is hardly worth while mentioning trifles of this kind. Our clay, you see, is yet unwrought, the perfect workmanship is still to come. That business about his father makes rather good hearing, only you know all about that, how the old fellow would hang on, though he was past 60 already, till Proteus could stand it no longer, and put a noose about his neck. Well, this began to be talked about, so he passed sentence of banishment on himself, and wandered about from place to place. It was now that he came across the priests and scribes of the Christians, in Palestine, and picked up their queer creed. I can tell you, he pretty soon convinced them of his superiority, prophet, elder, ruler of the synagogue, he was everything at once, expounded their books, commented on them, wrote books himself. They took him for a god, accepted his laws, and declared him their president. The Christians, you know, worship a man to this day, the distinguished personage who introduced their novel rites, and was crucified on that account. Well, the end of it was that Proteus was arrested and thrown into prison. This was the very thing to lend an air to his favorite arts of claptrap and wonder-working, he was now a made man. The Christians took it all very seriously, he was no sooner in prison, than they began trying every means to get him out again, but without success. Everything else that could be done for him they most devoutly did. They thought of nothing else. Orphans and ancient widows might be seen hanging about the prison from break of day. Their officials bribed the jailers to let them sleep inside with him. Elegant dinners were conveyed in, their sacred writings were read. And our old friend Peregrine, as he was still called in those days, became for them the modern Socrates. In some of the Asiatic cities, too, the Christian communities put themselves to the expense of sending deputations, with offers of sympathy, assistance, and legal advice. The activity of these people, in dealing with any matter that affects their community, is something extraordinary, they spare no trouble, no expense. Peregrine, all this time, was making quite an income on the strength of his bondage. Money came pouring in. You see, these misguided creatures start with the general conviction that they are immortal for all time, which explains the contempt of death and voluntary self-devotion which are so common among them. And then it was impressed on them by their original lawgiver that they are all brothers, from the moment that they are converted, and deny the gods of Greece, and worship the crucified sage, and live after his laws. All this they take quite on trust, with the result that they despise all worldly goods alike, regarding them merely as common property. Now an adroit, unscrupulous fellow, who has seen the world, has only to get among these simple souls, and his fortune is pretty soon made, he plays with them. To return, however, to Peregrine. The governor of Syria perceived his mental warp, he must make a name, though he die for it. Now philosophy was the governor's hobby, he discharged him, wouldn't hear of his being punished, and Peregrine returned to Armenia. He found it too hot to hold him. He was threatened from all quarters with prosecutions for parricide. Then again, the greater part of his property had disappeared in his absence, nothing was left but the land, which might be worth a matter of £4,000. The whole estate, as the old man left it, would come perhaps to 8,000. Diogenes was talking nonsense when he said 1,000,000 odd. Why, the whole city, with its 5 nearest neighbors thrown in, men, cattle, and goods of every description, would never fetch that sum. Meanwhile, indictments and accusations were brewing, an attack might be looked for at any moment. As for the common people, they were in a state of furious indignation and grief at the foul butchery of a harmless old man, for so he was described. In these trying circumstances, observe the ingenuity and resource of the sagacious Proteus. He makes his appearance in the assembly, his hair, even in these early days, is long, his cloak is shabby. At his side is slung the philosopher's wallet, his hand grasps the philosopher's staff, truly a tragic figure, every inch of him. Thus equipped, he presents himself before the public, with the announcement that the property left him by his father of blessed memory is entirely at their disposal. Being a needy folk, with a keen eye to charity, they receive the information with ready applause. Here is true philosophy, true patriotism, the spirit of Diogenes and Crates is here. As for his enemies, they were dumb. And if any one did venture an allusion to parricide, he was promptly stoned. Proteus now set out again on his wanderings. The Christians were meat and drink to him. Under their protection he lacked nothing, and this luxurious state of things went on for some time. At last he got into trouble even with them. I suppose they caught him partaking of some of their forbidden meats. They would have nothing more to do with him, and he thought the best way out of his difficulties would be, to change his mind about that property, and try and get it back. He accordingly sent in a petition to the emperor, suing for its restitution. But as the people of Parium sent up a deputation to remonstrate, nothing came of it all. He was told that as he had been under no compulsion in making his dispositions, he must abide by them. Pilgrimage number 3, to Egypt, to see Agathobulus. Here he went through a most interesting course of discipline, shaved half his head bare, anointed his face with mud, grossly exposed himself before a large concourse of spectators, as a practical illustration of Stoic indifference. Received castigation with a birch rod, administered the same, and mystified the public with a number of still more extravagant follies. Thus prepared, he took ship to Italy, and was scarcely on dry land again when he began abusing everybody, especially the emperor, on whose indulgence and good nature he knew that he could safely rely. The emperor, as you may suppose, was not greatly concerned at his invectives, and it was his theory that no one in the garb of philosophy should be called to account for his words, least of all a specialist in scandal. Proteus's reputation throve upon neglect. The crack-brained philosopher became the cynosure of unsophisticated eyes. And he grew at last to be so unbearable that the city prefect judiciously expelled him. "We do not require philosophers of your school," he explained. Even this made for his notoriety. He was in everyone's mouth as the philosopher who was banished for being too outspoken, and saying what he thought. He took rank with Musonius, Dion, Epictetus, and others who have been in the same predicament. Finally, Proteus arrives in Greece, and what does he do there? He makes himself offensive in Elis, he instigates Greece to revolt against Rome. He finds a man of enlarged views and established character 89, a public benefactor in general, and in particular the originator of the water supply to Olympia, which saved that great assembly from perishing of thirst, and he has nothing but hard words for him. Greece is demoralized, he cries, the spectators of the games should have done without water, and died if need be, and so many of them would have done, from the violence of the epidemics then raging in consequence of the drought. And all the time Proteus was drinking of that very water. At this there was a general rush to stone him, which pretty nearly succeeded. It was all our magnanimous friend could do, for the time being, to find salvation at the altar of Zeus. He spent the 4 following years in composing a speech, which he delivered in public at the next Olympic Games. It consisted of encomiums on the donor of the water supply and explanations of his flight on the former occasion. But by this time people had lost all curiosity about him, his prestige was quite gone. Everything fell flat, and he could devise no more novelties for the amazement of chance-comers, nor elicit the admiration and applause for which he had always so passionately longed. Hence this last bold venture of the funeral pyre. So long ago as the last Olympic Games he published his intention of cremating himself at the next. That is what all this mystification is about, this digging of pits we hear of, and collecting of firewood. These glowing accounts of fortitude hereafter to be shown. Now, in the first place, it seems to me that a man has no business to run away from life, he ought to wait till his time comes. But if nothing else will serve, if positively he must away, still there is no need of pyres and such like solemn paraphernalia, there are plenty of ways of dying without this, let him choose one of them, and have done with it. Or if a fiery end is so attractively Heraclean, what was to prevent his quietly selecting some well-wooded mountain top, and doing his cremation all by himself, with Diogenes or somebody to play Philoctetes to his Heracles? But no. He must roast in full concourse, at Olympia, as it might be on a stage, and, so help me Heracles, he is not far out, if justice is to be done on all parricides and unbelievers. Nay, if we look at it that way, this is but dilatory work, he might have been packed into Phalaris's bull years ago, and he would have had no more than his deserts, a mouthful of flame and sudden death is too good for him. For by all I can learn burning is the quickest of deaths, a man has but to open his mouth, and all is over. But I suppose what runs in his mind is the imposing spectacle of a man being burnt alive in the holy place, in which ordinary mortality may not so much as be buried. There was another man, once on a time, who wanted to be famous. I dare say you have heard of him. When he found there was no other way, he set fire to the temple of Artemis at Ephesus. Proteus's design reminds me of that. The passion for fame must wholly possess him, body and soul. He says, of course, that it is all for the benefit of the human race, to teach them to scorn death, and to show fortitude in trying circumstances. Now I should just like to ask you a question, it is no use asking him. How would you like it, if the criminal classes were to profit by his lesson in fortitude, and learn to scorn death, and burning, and so on? You would not like it at all. Then how is Proteus going to draw the line? How is he going to improve the honest men, without hardening and encouraging the rogues? Suppose it even to be practicable that none should be present at the spectacle but such as will make a good use of it. Again I ask, do you want your sons to conceive an ambition of this sort? Of course not. However, I need not have raised that point, not a soul, even among his own disciples, will be caught by his enthusiasm. That is where I think Diogenes is so much to blame. In all else he is a zealous adherent, yet when his master sets out to be with Heracles, he stops behind, he won't go. Though it is but a single header into the flames, and in a moment endless felicity is his. It is not zeal, to have the same kind of stick and coat and scrip as another man, any one can do that, it is both safe and easy. Zeal must appear in the end, in the consummation, let him get together his pyre of fig tree faggots, as green as may be, and gasp out his last amid the smoke. For as to merely being burnt, Heracles and Asclepius have no monopoly there, temple robbers and murderers may be seen experiencing the same fate in the ordinary course of law. Smoke is the only death, if you want to have it all to yourselves. Besides, if Heracles really ever did anything so stupendous at all, he was driven to it by frenzy, he was being consumed alive by the centaur's blood, so the play tells us. But what point is there in Proteus's throwing himself into the fire? Ah, of course, he wants to set an example of fortitude, like the Brahmins, to whom Diogenes thought it necessary to compare him. Well, I suppose there may be fools and empty-headed enthusiasts in India as elsewhere. Anyhow, he might stick to his models. The Brahmins never jump straight into the fire, only Socrates, Alexander's pilot, saw Calenus burn himself, and according to him, when the pyre has been got ready, they stand quietly roasting in front of it, and when they do get on top, there they sit, smouldering away in a dignified manner, never budging an inch. I see nothing so great in Proteus's just jumping in and being swallowed by the flames. As likely as not he would jump out when he was half done, only, as I understand, he is taking care to have the pyre in a good deep hole. Some say that he is beginning to think better of it, that he reports certain dreams, to the effect that Zeus will not suffer the holy place to be profaned. Let him be easy on that score. I dare swear that not a god of them will have any objection to a rogue's dying a rogue's death. To be sure, he won't easily get out of it now. His cynic friends egg him on and thrust him pyrewards, they keep his ambition aglow. There shall be no flinching, if they can help it. If Proteus would take a couple of them with him in the fatal leap, it would be the first good action he has ever performed. Not even Proteus will serve now, they were saying, he has changed his name to Phoenix, that Indian bird being credited with bringing a prolonged existence to an end upon a pyre. He tells strange tales too, and quotes oracles, guaranteed old, to the effect that he is to be a guardian spirit of the night. Evidently he has conceived a fancy for an altar, and looks to have his statue set up, all of gold. And upon my word it is as likely as not that among the simple vulgar will be found some to declare that Proteus has cured them of the ague, and that in the darkness they have met with the guardian spirit of the night. And as the ancient Proteus, the son of Zeus, the great original, had the gift of prophecy, I suppose these precious disciples of the modern one will be for getting up an oracle and a shrine upon the scene of cremation. Mark my words, we shall find we have got Protean priests of the scourge, priests of the branding iron, priests of some strange thing or other, or, who knows, nocturnal rites in his honor, with a torchlight procession about the pyre. I heard but now, from a friend, of Diogenes's producing a prophecy of the Sibyl on this subject. He quoted the very words. What time the noblest of the Cynic host within the Thunderer's court shall light a fire, and leap into its midst, and thence ascend to great Olympus, then shall all mankind who eat the furrow's fruit, give honor due to the night wanderer. His seat shall be hard by Hephaestus and Lord Heracles. That's the oracle that Diogenes says he heard from the Sibyl. Now I'll give him one of Bacchus's on the same subject. Bacchus speaks very much to the point as follows. What time the Cynic many-named shall leap, stirred in his heart with mad desire for fame, into hot fire, then shall the fox-dogs all his followers go hence as went the wolf, and him that shuns Hephaestus' fiery might. Achaeans all shall straightway slay with stones, lest, cool in courage, he essay warm words, stuffing with gold of usury his scrip. For in fair Patre he hath thrice 5 talents. What say you, friends? Can Bacchus turn an oracle too, as well as the Sibyl? Apparently it is time for the esteemed followers of Proteus to select their spots for evaporation, as they call burning. A universal shout from the audience greeted this conclusion, away with them to the fire. 'Tis all they are good for. The orator descended, beaming. But Nestor marked the uproar. The shouts no sooner reached Diogenes's ears, than he was back on the platform, bawling out all manner of scandal against the last speaker. I don't know what this capital fellow was called. However, I left Diogenes there, bursting with indignation, and went off to see the games, as I heard the stewards were already on the course. So much for Elis. On our arrival at Olympia, we found the vestibule full of people, all talking about Proteus. Some were inveighing against him, others commended his purpose. And most of them had come to blows about it when, just after the herald's contest, in came Proteus himself, with a multitudinous escort, and gave us a speech, all about himself. The life he had lived, the risks he had run, the trials he had undergone in the cause of philosophy. He had a great deal to say, but I heard very little of it, there was such a crowd. Presently I began to think I should be squeezed to death in the crush. I saw this actually happen to several people, so off I went, having had enough of this sophist in love with death, and his anticipatory epitaph. Thus much I heard, however. Upon a golden life he desired to set a golden crown. He had lived like Heracles he must die, and mingle with the upper air. 'Tis my aim, he continued, to benefit mankind, to teach them how contemptible a thing is death. To this end, the world shall be my Philoctetes. The simpler souls among his audience wept, crying, Live, Proteus, live for Greece. Others were of sterner stuff, and expressed hearty approval of his determination. This discomposed the old man considerably. His idea had been that they would never let him go near the pyre, that they would all cling about him and insist on his continuing a compulsory existence. He had the complexion of a corpse before, but this wholly unexpected blow of approbation made him turn several degrees paler, he trembled, and broke off. Conceive my amusement. Pity it was impossible to feel for such morbid vanity. Among all who have ever been afflicted with this scourge, Proteus stands preeminent. However, he had a fine following, and drank his fill of notoriety, as he gazed on the host of his admirers. Poor man! He forgot that criminals on the way to the cross, or in the executioner's hands, have a greater escort by far. And now the games were over. They were the best I had ever seen, though this makes my 4th visit to Olympia. In the general rush of departure, I got left behind, finding it impossible to procure a conveyance. After repeated postponements, Proteus had finally announced a late hour of the night for his exhibition. Accordingly, at about midnight I got up, I had found lodgings with a friend, and set out for Hopine, for here was the pyre, just 2.5 miles from Olympia, going east along the racecourse. We found on arrival that the pyre had been placed in a hole, about 6 feet deep. To ensure speedy ignition, it had been composed chiefly of pine torches, with brushwood stuffed in between. As soon as the moon had risen, for her presence too was required at the glorious spectacle, Proteus advanced, in his usual costume, accompanied by the chiefs of the Cynics. Conspicuous among them came the pride of Patre, torch in hand. Nobly qualified for the part he was to play. Proteus too had his torch. They drew near to the pyre, and kindled it at several points. As it contained nothing but torches and brushwood, a fine blaze was the result. Then Proteus, are you attending, Cronius? Proteus threw aside his scrip, and cloak, and club, his club of Heracles, and stood before us in scrupulously unclean linen. He demanded frankincense, to throw upon the fire. Being supplied he first threw it on, then, turning to the south, another tragic touch, this of the south, he exclaimed, Gods of my mother, gods of my father, receive me with favor. And with these words he leapt into the pyre. There was nothing more to be seen, however, the towering mass of flames enveloped him completely. Again, sweet sir, you smile over the conclusion of my tragedy. As for me, I saw nothing much in his appealing to his mother's gods, but when he included his father's in the invocation, I laughed outright. It reminded me of the parricide story. The Cynics stood dry-eyed about the pyre, gazing upon the flames in silent manifestation of their grief. At last, when I was half dead with suppressed laughter, I addressed them. Intelligent sirs, I said, let us go away. No pleasure is to be derived from seeing an old man roasted, and there is a horrible smell of burning. Are you waiting for some painter to come along and take a sketch of you, to match the pictures of Socrates in prison, with his companions at his side? They were very angry and abusive at first, and some took to their sticks, but when I threatened to pick a few of them up and throw them on to the fire to keep their master company, they quieted down and peace was restored. Curious reflections were running in my mind, Cronius, as I made my way back. How strange a thing is this same ambition. I said to myself, 'tis the one irresistible passion. Irresistible to the noblest of mankind, as we account them, how much more to such as Proteus, whose wild, foolish life may well end upon the pyre. At this point I met a number of people coming out to assist at the spectacle, thinking to find Proteus still alive. For among the various rumors of the preceding day, one had been, that before entering the fire he was to greet the rising sun, which to be sure is said to be the Brahmin practice. Most of them turned back when I told them that all was over. All but those enthusiasts who could not rest without seeing the identical spot, and snatching some relic from the flames. After this, you may be sure, my work was cut out for me. I had to tell them all about it, and to undergo a minute cross-examination from everybody. If it was someone I liked the look of, I confined myself to plain prose, as in the present narrative, but for the benefit of the curious simple, I put in a few dramatic touches on my own account. No sooner had Proteus thrown himself upon the kindled pyre, than there was a tremendous earthquake, I informed them, the ground rumbled beneath us. And a vulture flew out from the midst of the flames, and away into the sky, exclaiming in human accents, I rise from earth, I seek Olympus. They listened with amazement and shuddering reverence. Did the vulture fly east or west? They wanted to know. I answered whichever came uppermost. On getting back to Olympia, I stopped to listen to an old man who was giving an account of these proceedings. A credible witness, if ever there was one, to judge by his long beard and dignified appearance in general. He told us, among other things, that only a short time before, just after the cremation, Proteus had appeared to him in white raiment. And that he had now left him walking with serene countenance in the colonnade of echoes, crowned with olive. And on the top of all this he brought in the vulture, solemnly swore that he had seen it himself flying away from the pyre, my own vulture, which I had but just let fly, as a satire on crass stupidity. Only think what work we shall have with him hereafter. Significant bees will settle on the spot, grasshoppers beyond calculation will chirrup, crows will perch there, as over Hesiod's grave, and all the rest of it. As for statues, several, I know, are to be put up at once, by Elis and other places, to which, I understand, he had sent letters. These letters, they say, were dispatched to almost all cities of any importance. They contained certain exhortations and schemes of reform, as it were a legacy. Certain of his followers were specially appointed by him for this service. Couriers to the grave and grand deputies of the shades were to be their titles. Such was the end of this misguided man. One who, to give his character in a word, never to his last day suffered his gaze to rest on truth, whose words, whose actions had but one aim, notoriety and vulgar applause. 'Twas the love of applause that drove him to the pyre, where applause could no longer reach his ears, nor gratify his vanity. One anecdote, and I have done, it will keep you in amusement for some time to come. I told you long ago, on my return from Syria, how I had come on the same ship with him from Troas, and what airs he put on during the voyage, and about the handsome youth whom he converted to cynicism, by way of having an Alcibiades all of his own. And how he woke up one night in mid-ocean to find a storm breaking on us, and a heavy sea rolling, and how the superb philosopher, for whom death had no terrors, was found wailing among the women. All that you know. But a short time before his death, about a week or so, he had a little too much for dinner, I suppose, and was taken ill in the night, and had a sharp attack of fever. Alexander was the physician called in to attend him, and it was from him I got the story. He said he found Proteus rolling on the ground, unable to endure the fever, and making passionate demands for water. Alexander said no to this, and he told him that if he really wanted to die, here was death, unbidden, at his very door, he had only to attend the summons, there was no need of a pyre. No, no, says Proteus, anyone may die that way. There's no distinction in it. So much for Alexander. I myself, not so long ago, saw Proteus with some irritant rubbed on his eyes to purge them of rheum. Evidently we are to infer that there is no admission for blear eyes in the kingdom of Aeacus. 'Twas as if a man on the way to be crucified were to concern himself about a sprained finger. Think if Democritus had seen all this. How would he have taken it? The laughing philosopher might have done justice to Proteus. I doubt, indeed, whether he ever had such a good excuse for his mirth. Be that as it may, you, my friend, shall have your laugh, especially when you hear Proteus's name mentioned with admiration. F. The Runaways. Apollo. Zeus. Philosophy. Heracles. Hermes. Three masters. An innkeeper. Orpheus. Innkeeper's wife. Three runaway slaves. Apollo. Father, is this true, about a man's publicly throwing himself upon a pyre, at the Olympian Games? He was quite an old man, it seems, and rather a good hand at anything in the sensational line. Celine told us about it. She says she actually saw him burning. Zeus. Quite true, my boy, only too true. Apol. Oh. The old gentleman deserved a better fate. Zeus. Why, as to that, I dare say he did. But I was alluding to the smell, which incommoded me extremely. The odor of roast man, I need hardly tell you, is far from pleasant. I made the best of my way to Arabia at once, or, upon my word, those awful fumes would have been the death of me. Even in that fragrant land of frankincense and spices I could scarcely get the villainous stench out of my nostrils. The mere recollection of it makes me feel queer. Apol. But what was his object, father? Was there anything to be got by jumping on to a pyre, and being converted to cinders? Zeus. Ah, if you come to that, you must call Empedocles to account first. He jumped into a crater, in Sicily. Apol. Poor fellow. He must have been in a sad way. But what was the inducement in the present case? Zeus. I'll quote you his own words. He made a speech, explaining his motives to the public. As far as I remember, he said, but who comes here in such haste? There must be something wrong, she is crying, someone has been ill-treating her. Why, it is philosophy, in a sad way, calling out to me. Why are you crying, child? And what brings you here, away from the world? More misdeeds of the ignorant herd? A repetition of the Socrates and Anytus affair? Is that it? Fie. No, father, nothing of that kind. The common people have been most polite and respectful, they are my most devout admirers, worshippers, I might almost say, not that they understand much of what I tell them. No. It was those I don't know what to call them but the people who pretend to be on such friendly terms with me, and are always using my name, the wretches. Zeus. Oh, it's the philosophers who have been misbehaving themselves. Fie. No, no, father. They have been just as badly treated as I have. Zeus. Then if it is neither the philosophers nor the common people, who is it that you complain of? Fie. There are some people who are between the two, they are not philosophers, and yet they are not like the rest of mankind. They are got up to look like philosophers, they have the dress, the walk, the expression. They call me mistress, write philosopher after their names, and declare themselves my disciples and followers, but they are evil men, made up of folly and impudence and wickedness, a disgrace to my name. It was their misconduct that drove me away. Zeus. Poor child. It is too bad of them. And what have they been doing to you exactly? Fie. Judge for yourself whether the provocation was a slight one. When formerly you looked down upon the world, and saw that it was filled with iniquity and transgression, and was become the troubled abode of sin and folly, you had compassion on the frailty of ignorant mankind. And sent me down to them, you bade me see to it, that wickedness and violence and brutality should cease from among them. I was to lift their eyes upwards to the truth, and cause them to live together in unity. Remember your words on that occasion, behold, my daughter, the misdeeds of mankind, behold how ignorance has wrought upon them. I feel compassion for them, and have chosen you from among all the gods to heal their ills, for who else should heal them? Zeus. I said that, and more. Yes. And how did they receive you at your first descent? And what is the trouble now? Fie. My first flight was not directed towards Greece. I thought it best to begin with the hardest part of my task, which I took to be the instruction of the barbarians. With the Greeks I anticipated no difficulty. I had supposed that they would accept my yoke without hesitation. First, then, I went to the Indians, the mightiest nation upon earth. I had little trouble in persuading them to descend from their elephants and follow me. The Brahmins, who dwell between Oxydraci in the country of the Necrii, are mine to a man, they live according to my laws, and are respected by all their neighbors, and the manner of their death is truly wonderful. Zeus. Ah, to be sure, the gymnosophists. I have heard a great deal of them. Among other things, they ascend gigantic pyres, and sit quietly burning to death without moving a muscle. However, that is no such great matter. I saw it done at Olympia only the other day. You would be there, no doubt, when that old man burned himself? Fie. No, father, I was afraid to go near Olympia, on account of those hateful men I was telling you of. I saw that numbers of them were going there, to make their barking clamor heard in the temple, and to abuse all comers. Accordingly I know nothing of this cremation. But to continue, after I had left the Brahmins, I went straight to Ethiopia, and thence to Egypt, where I associated with the priests and prophets, and taught them of the gods. Then to Babylon, to instruct the Chaldeans and mages. Next came Scythia, and after Scythia, Thrace. Here Eumolpus and Orpheus were my companions. I sent them on into Greece before me. Eumolpus, whom I had thoroughly instructed in theology, was to institute the sacred mysteries, Orpheus to win men by the power of music. I followed close behind them. On my first arrival, the Greeks received me without enthusiasm. They did not, however, wholly reject my advances. By slow degrees I gained over 7 men to be my companions and disciples, and Samos, Ephesus, and Abdera, 90 each added one to the little company. And then there sprang up I scarce know how the tribe of sophists, men who had but little of my spirit, yet were not wholly alien to me, a motley centaur breed, in whom vanity and wisdom meeting were moulded into one incongruous whole. They clung not entirely to ignorance, but theirs was not the steady eye that could meet the gaze of philosophy. And if at moments my semblance flashed phantom-like across their dulled vision, they held that in that dim shadow they had seen all that was to be seen. It was this pride that nourished the vain, unprofitable science that they mistook for invincible wisdom, the science of quaint conceits, ingenious paradoxes, and labyrinthine dilemmas. My followers would have restrained them, and exposed their errors, but they grew angry, and conspired against them, and in the end brought them under the power of the law, which condemned them to drink of hemlock. Doubtless I should have done well to renounce humanity there and then, and take my flight, but Antisthenes and Diogenes, and after them Crates, and our friend Menippus, prevailed upon me to tarry yet a little longer. Would that I had never yielded! I should have been spared much pain in the sequel. Zeus. But, my dear, you are merely giving way to your feelings, instead of telling me what your wrongs were. Fie. Then hear them, father. There is a vile race upon the earth, composed for the most part of serfs and menials, creatures whose occupations have never suffered them to become acquainted with philosophy. Whose earliest years have been spent in the drudgery of the fields, in learning those base arts for which they are most fitted, the fuller's trade, the joiner's, the cobbler's, or in carding wool, that housewives may have ease in their spinning, and the thread be fit for warp and woof. Thus employed, they knew not in their youth so much as the name of philosophy. But they had no sooner reached manhood, than they perceived the respect paid to my followers. How men submitted to their blunt speech, valued their advice, deferred to their judgment, and cowered beneath their censure, all this they saw, and held that here was a life for a king. The learning, indeed, that befits a philosopher would have taken them long to acquire, if it was not utterly out of their reach. On the other hand, their own miserly handicrafts barely rewarded their toil with a sufficiency. To some, too, servitude was in itself an oppression. They knew it, in fact, for the intolerable thing it is. But they bethought them that there was still one chance left, their sheet anchor, as sailors say. They took refuge with my Lady Folly, called in the assistance of boldness, ignorance, and impudence, ever their untiring coadjutors, and provided themselves with a stock of brand-new invectives. These they have ever ready on their tongues. 'Tis their sole equipment, noble provision, is it not, for a philosopher? Nothing could be more plausible than the philosophic disguise they now assume, reminding one of the fabled ass of Syme, in Aesop, who clothed himself in a lion's skin, and, stoutly braying, sought to play the lion's part. The beast, I doubt not, had his adherents. The externals of philosophy, as you know, are easily aped. it is a simple matter to assume the cloak and wallet, walk with a stick, and ball, and bark, and bray, against all corners. They know that they are safe, their cloth protects them. Liberty is thus within their grasp, no need to ask their master's leave, should he attempt to reclaim them, their sticks are at his service. No more short commons for them now, no more of crusts whose dryness is mitigated only by herbs or salt fish, they have choice of meats, drink the best of wines, and take money where they will, shearing the sheep, as they call it when they levy contributions, in the certainty that many will give, from respect to their garb or fear of their tongues. They foresee, of course, that they will be on the same footing as genuine philosophers, so long as their exterior is conformable, no one is likely to make critical distinctions. They take care not to risk exposure, at the first hint of a rational argument, they shout their opponent down, withdraw into the stronghold of personal abuse, and flourish their ever-ready cudgels. Question their practice, and you will hear much of their principles, offer to examine those principles, and you are referred to their conduct. The city swarms with these vermin, particularly with those who profess the tenets of Diogenes, Antisthenes, and Crates. Followers of the dog, they care little to excel in the canine virtues. They are neither trusty guardians nor affectionate, faithful servants, but for noise and greed and thievery and wantonness, for cringing, fawning cupboard love, there, indeed, they are perfect. Before long you will see every trade at a standstill, the workmen all at large, for every man of them knows that, whilst he is bent over his work from morning to night, toiling and drudging for a starvation wage. Idle impostors are living in the midst of plenty, commanding charity where they will, with no word of thanks to the giver, and a curse on him that withholds the gift. Surely, he will say to himself, the golden age is returned, and the heavens shall rain honey into my mouth. And would that that were all. But they have other ways of bringing discredit upon us, besides the baseness of their origin. When beauty comes within the reach of these grave and reverend gentlemen, they are guilty of excesses that I will not pollute my lips with mentioning. They have been known, like Trojan Paris, to seduce the wives of their own hosts, and to quote the authority of Plato for leaving these fair converts at the disposal of all their acquaintance. They little knew the true meaning of that inspired philosopher's community of women. I will not tire you with a description of their drunken orgies. Observe, however, that these are the men who preach against drunkenness and adultery in avarice and lewdness. Could any contrast be greater than that presented by their words and their deeds? They speak their detestation of flattery, Anathenides and Astruthias are less fulsome than they. They bid men tell the truth, yet their own tongues cannot move but to utter lies. To hear them, you would say they were at war with pleasure, and Epicurus their bitterest foe, yet nothing do they do but for pleasure's sake. Querulous, irritable, passionate as cradled babes, they are a derision to the beholder. The veriest trifle serves to move their ire, to bring the purple to their cheeks, ungoverned fury to their eyes, foam call it rather venom to their lips. Preserve me from their turbid rantings. Gold I ask not, nor silver. Be 1 penny all my wealth, to purchase beans withal. And for my drink, a river, a spring, shall furnish me. But presently it turns out that what they want is not pence, nor shillings, but whole fortunes. He must be a thriving merchant, whose cargoes will bring him in such profits as these men suck out of philosophy. They are sufficiently provided at last, and then off goes the hated uniform, lands and houses are bought, and soft raiment, and comely pages. Inquire of them now for Crates' wallet, Antisthenes' cloak, Diogenes' tub, they know nothing of the matter. When men see these things, they spit in the face of philosophy, they think that all philosophers are the same, and blame me their teacher. It is long since I have won over any to my side. I toil like Penelope at the loom, and one moment undoes all that I have done. Ignorance and wickedness watch my unavailing labors, and smile. Zeus. Really, philosophy has been shamefully treated. We must take some measures with these rascals. Let us think what is to be done. The single stroke of the thunderbolt is too quick a death. Apol. Father, I have a suggestion to make. By their neglect of the Muses, these vile quacks have incurred my own resentment as well as Philosophies. They are not worthy to die by your hand. Instead, I would advise your sending Hermes to them, with full authority to punish them at his discretion. With his forensic experience, he will be at no loss to distinguish between the true philosopher and the false. The former will receive merited praise, on the latter he will inflict such chastisement as the circumstances demand. Zeus. A sensible proposal. Heracles, you can go too, take philosophy with you, and lose no time. Think, this will make your 13th labor, and a creditable one too, the extermination of these reptiles. Hera. Rather than meddle with them, I would give the Augean stables a second clean-out. However, let us be starting, philosophy. Phi. If I must, I must. Her. Yes, come along, and we will polish off a few today. Which way, philosophy? You know where they are to be found. Somewhere in Greece, of course. Phi. Oh no, the few that there are in Greece are genuine philosophers. Attic poverty is not at all to the liking of the impostors, we must look for them in places where gold and silver mines abound. Her. Straight to Thrace, then. Hera. Yes, Thrace, and I will show you the way. I know every inch of Thrace. I have been there so often. Look here, this is our route. Her. Yes. Hera. You see those two magnificent mountains, the big one is Hemus, and the other Rhodope, and the fertile plain that spreads between them, running to the very foot of either. These three grand, rugged crests that stand out so proudly yonder form as it were a triple citadel to the city that lies beneath. You can see it now, look. Her. Superb. A queen among cities, her splendors reach us even here. And what is the great river that flows so close beneath the walls? Hera. The Hebrus, and the city was built by Philip. Well, we have left the clouds behind us now, let us try our fortune on terra firma. Her. Very good, and what comes next? How do we hunt our vermin down? Hera. Ah, that is where you come in, Mr. Crier, oblige us by crying them without loss of time. Her. There is only one objection to that, I do not know what they are called. What names am I to say, philosophy? And how shall I describe them? Phi. I am not sure of their names, as I have never come into contact with them. To judge from their grasping propensities, however, you can hardly go wrong with Tiso, Tisippus, Tesicles, Euctemon, Polyctetus 91. Her. To be sure. But who are these men? They seem to be looking for something too. Why, they are coming up to speak to us. Innkeeper and masters. Excuse us, madam, and gentlemen, but have you come across a company of three rascals conducting a woman, a very masculine-looking female, with hair cut short in the Spartan fashion? Phi. Ha. The very people we are looking for. Masters. Indeed, madam. But these are three runaway slaves. The woman was kidnapped by them, and we want to get her back. Her. Our business with them I will tell you afterwards. For the present, let us make a joint proclamation. Disappeared. A Paphlagonian slave, formerly of Sinope. Any person giving information as to his whereabouts will be rewarded, the amount of the reward to be fixed by the informant. Description. Name, begins with CTE. Complexion, sallow. Hair, close-cropped, with long beard. Dress, a coarse cloak with wallet. Temper, bad. Education, none. Voice, harsh. Manner, offensive. First master. Why, what is all this about? His name used to be Canthras when he was with me. He had long hair, and no beard, and was apprentice to my trade. I am a fuller, and he was in my shop, dressing cloth. Phi. Yes, it is the same, but he has dressed to some purpose this time, and has become a philosopher. First Master. Canthorus a philosopher. I like that. And where do I come in? Second and third masters. Oh well, we shall get them all now. This lady knows all about them, it seems. Phi. Heracles, who is this comely person with a lyre? Hera. It is Orpheus. I was on the Argo with him. He was the best of boatswains, it was quite a pleasure to row to his singing. Welcome, my musical friend, you have not forgotten Heracles, I hope. Or. And welcome to all of you, Philosophy, Heracles, Hermes. I should like my reward, please, I can lay my finger on your man. Her. Then show us the way. It is useless, of course, to offer gold to the gifted son of Calliope. Or. Oh, quite, I will show you the house, but not the man. His tongue might avenge him, scurrility is his strong point. Her. Lead on. Or. It is this house close by. And now I shall leave you, I have no wish to set eyes on him. Her. Hush. Was that a woman's voice, reciting Homer? Phi. It was. Let us listen. Innkeeper's wife. More than the gates of hell I hate that man. Who, loving gold, cloaketh his love with lies. Her. At that rate, madam, you will have to quarrel with Canthorus. He with his kindly host hath dealt amiss. Innkeeper. That's me. I took him in, and he ran away with my wife. Ink. Wife. Wine-witted knave, dear-hearted and dog-eyed. Thersites, babbler loose, that not availest. In council, not in arms. Most valiant daw. That with thine aimless chatter chidest kings. First Master. My rascal to A.T. Ink. Wife. The dog in thee for thou art dog and goat. And lion doth a blasting fury breathe. Innkeeper. Wife, wife. The dogs have been too many for you, aye, and for your virtue, so men say. Her. Hope for the best, some little Cerberus or Geryon shall call you father, and Heracles have employment again, no need to knock, here they come. First Master. Ha, Canthorus, have I got you? What, nothing to say for yourself? Let us see what you have in that wallet, beans, no doubt, or a crust of bread. Her. Bread, indeed. Gold, a purseful of it. Hera. That need not surprise you. In Greece, you see, he was a cynic, but here he is all for golden Chrysippus. Next you will see him dangling, Cleanthes like 92, by his beard, and serve the dirty fellow right. Second Master. Ha, you rascal there, am I mistaken, or are you my lost Lacithio? Lacithio it is. What a figure. Lacithio a philosopher. I'll believe anything after this. Her. Does none of you know anything about this other? Third Master. Oh yes, he is mine. But he may go hang for me. Her. And why is that? Third Master. Ah, he is a sadly leaky vessel, is Rosolio, as we used to call him. Her. Gracious Heracles. Did you hear that? Rosolio with wallet and stick, friend, here is your wife again. Innkeeper. Thank you for nothing. I'll have no woman brought to bed of an old book in my house. Her. How am I to understand that? Innkeeper. Why, the three-headed dog is a book, master. Her. Aye, and so was the man with the 3 hats, for that matter. Masters. We leave the rest to you, sir. Her. This is my judgment. Let the woman return beneath her husband's roof, or many-headed monsters will come of it. These 2 truant sparks I hand over to their owners, let them follow their trades as heretofore, Lacithio wash clothes, and Rosolio patch them, not, however, before his back has felt the mallowstalk. And for Cantharus, first let the men of pitch take him, and plaster him without mercy, and be their pitch the vilest procurable. Then let him be led forth to stand upon the snowy slopes of Hemus, naked and fettered. Can mercy have mercy on me? Ah me! I am undone. First Master. So tragic. Come, follow me to the plasterers, and off with that lion's skin, lest you be taken for other than an ass. F. Saturnalia. Cronus. His priest. Pr. Cronus, you are in authority just now, I understand, to you our sacrifices and ceremonies are directed. Now, what can I make surest of getting if I ask it of you at this holy season? Crow. You had better make up your own mind what to pray for, unless you expect your ruler to be a clairvoyant and know what you would like to ask. Then, I will do my best not to disappoint you. Pro, I have done that long ago. No originality about it. The usual thing, please, wealth, plenty of gold, landed proprietorship, a train of slaves, gay soft raiment, silver, ivory, in fact everything that is worth anything. Best of Cronuses, give me some of these. Your priest should profit by your rule, and not be the one man who has to go without all his life. Crow. Of course. Ultra vires, these are not mine to give. So do not sulk at being refused, ask Zeus for them. He will be in authority again soon enough. Mine is a limited monarchy, you see. To begin with, it only lasts a week, that over, I am a private person, just a man in the street. Secondly, during my week the serious is barred, no business allowed. Drinking and being drunk, noise and games and dice, appointing of kings and feasting of slaves, singing naked, clapping of tremulous hands, an occasional ducking of corked faces in icy water, such are the functions over which I preside. But the great things, wealth and gold and such, Zeus distributes as he will. Pr. He is not very free with them, though, Cronus. I am tired of asking for them, as I do at the top of my voice. He never listens. He shakes his aegis, gets the thunderbolt ready for action, puts on a stern look and scares you out of worrying him. He does consent now and then, and make a man rich, but his selection is most casual. He will pass over the good and sensible, and set fools and knaves up to the lips in wealth, jailbirds or debauches most of them. But I want to know what are the things you can do. Crow. Oh, they are not to be sneezed at. It does not come to so very little, if you make allowance for my general limitations. Perhaps you think it a trifle always to win at dice, and be able to count on the sice when the ace is the best the others can throw. Anyhow, there are plenty who get as much as they can eat just because the die likes them and does what it can for them. Others you may see naked, swimming for their lives, and what was the reef that wrecked them, pray? That little die. Or again, to enjoy your wine, to sing the best song at table, at the slaves' feast to see the other waiters 93 ducked for incompetence, while you are acclaimed victor and carry off the sausage prize is all that nothing. Or you find yourself absolute monarch by favor of the knucklebone, can have no ridiculous commands laid on you, and can lay them on the rest, one must shout out a libel on himself, another dance naked. Or pick up the flute girl and carry her thrice round the house. How is that for a sample of my open-handedness? If you complain that the sovereignty is not real nor lasting, that is unreasonable of you, you see that I, the giver of it, have a short-lived tenure myself. Well, anything that is in my power drafts, monarchy, song, and the rest I have mentioned you can ask, and welcome, I will not scare you with aegis and thunderbolt. Pr. Most kind Titan, such gifts I require not of you. Give me the answer that was my first desire, and then count yourself to have repaid my sacrifice sufficiently, ye shall have my receipt in full. Crow. Put your question. An answer you shall have, if my knowledge is equal to it. Pr. First, then, is the common story true? Used you to eat the children Rhea bore you? And did she steal away Zeus, and give you a stone to swallow for a baby? Did he when he grew to manhood make victorious war upon you and drive you from your kingdom, bind and cast you into Tartarus, you and all the powers that ranged themselves with you? Crow. Fellow, were it any but this festive season, when 'tis lawful to be drunken, and slaves have license to revile their lords, the reward for thy question, for this thy rudeness to a grey-haired aged god, had been the knowledge that wrath is yet permitted me. It is not my story, you know, Cronus, it is Homer's and Hesiod's, I might say, only I don't quite like to, that it is the belief of the generality. Crow. That conceited shepherd 94. You do not suppose he knew anything worth knowing about me? Why, think. Is a man conceivable, let alone a god who would devour his own children, wittingly, I mean? Of course he might be a Thyestes and have a wicked brother, that is different. However, even granting that, I ask you whether he could help knowing he had a stone in his mouth instead of a baby. I envy him his teeth, that is all. The fact is, there was no war, and Zeus did not depose me. I voluntarily abdicated and retired from the cares of office. That I am not in fetters or in Tartarus you can see for yourself, or you must be as blind as Homer. But what possessed you to abdicate? Crow. Well, the long and short of it is, as I grew old and gouty, that last, by the way, accounts for the fetters of the story. I found the men of these latter days getting out of hand. I had to be forever running up and down swinging the thunderbolt and blasting perjurers, temple robbers, oppressors. I could get no peace, younger blood was wanted. So I had the happy thought of abdicating in Zeus's favor. Independently of that, I thought it a good thing to divide up my authority. I had sons to take it on and to have a pleasant easy time, free of all the petition business and the embarrassment of contradictory prayers. No thundering or lightning to do, no lamentable necessity for sending discharges of hail. None of that now. I am on the shelf, and I like it, sipping neat nectar and talking over old times with Iapetus and the others that were boys with me. And he is king, and has troubles by the thousand. But it occurred to me to reserve these few days for the employments I have mentioned. During them I resume my authority, that men may remember what life was like in my days, when all things grew without sowing or ploughing. Of there's no ears of corn, but loaves complete and meat ready cooked, when wine flowed in rivers. And there were fountains of milk and honey. All men were good and all men were gold. Such is the purpose of this my brief reign. Therefore the merry noise on every side, the song and the games, therefore the slave and the free as one. When I was king, slavery was not. Dear me, now. And I accounted for your kindness to slaves and prisoners from the story again. I thought that, as you were a slave yourself, you were paying slaves a compliment in memory of your own fetters. Crow. Cease your ribald jests. Quite so, I will. But here is another question, please. Used mortals to play draughts in your time? Crow. Surely, but not for hundreds or thousands of pounds like you. Nuts were their highest stake. A man might lose without a sigh or a tear, when losing could not mean starvation. Wise men. Though, as they were solid gold themselves, they were out of temptation. It occurred to me when you mentioned that suppose any one were to import one of your solid gold men into our age and exhibit him, what sort of a reception would the poor thing get? They would tear him to pieces, not a doubt of it. I see them rushing at him like the Maenads at Pentheus, the Thracian women at Orpheus, or his hounds at Actaeon, trying which could get the biggest bit of him. Even in the holidays they do not forget their avarice. Most of them regard the holy season as a sort of harvest, in which persuasion some of them loot their friends' tables, others complain, quite unreasonably, of you, or smash their innocent dice in revenge for losses due to their own folly. But tell me this, now, as you are such a delicate old deity, why pick out the most disagreeable time, when all is wrapped in snow, and the north wind blows, everything is hard frozen, trees dry and bare and leafless. Meadows have lost their flowery beauty, and men are hunched up cowering over the fire like so many octogenarians. Why this season of all others for your festival? It is no time for the old or the luxurious. Crow. Fellow, your questions are many, and no good substitute for the flowing bowl. You have filched a good portion of my carnival with your impertinent philosophizings. Let them go, and we will make merry and clap our hands and take our holiday license, play draughts for nuts in the good old way, elect our kings and do them fealty. I am minded to verify the saw, that old age is second childhood. Pr. Now dry be his cup when he thirsts, to whom such words come amiss. Cronus, a bowl with you. 'Tis enough that you have made answer to my former questions. By the way, I think of reducing our little interview to writing, my questions and your so affable answers, for submission to those friends whose discretion may be trusted. H. Chronosolon. The words of Chronosolon, priest and prophet of Cronus, and holiday lawgiver. The regulations to be observed by the poor I have sent expressly to them in another scroll, and am well assured that they will abide by the same, failing which, they will be obnoxious to the heavy penalties enacted against the disobedient. And you, ye rich, see to it that ye transgress not nor disregard the instructions following. Be it known to him that shall so do, that he scorneth not me the lawgiver, but Cronus' self, who hath appeared, in no dream, but these 2 days gone to my waking senses, and appointed me to give holiday laws. No bondsman was he, nor foul to look upon, as painters have limned him after poets' foolish tales. His sickle was indeed full sharp, but he was cheerful of countenance, strong of limb, and royally arrayed. Such was his semblance. And his words, wherein too was divinity, it is fitting you hear. He beheld me pacing downcast, meditative, and straightway knew as how should a god not know the cause of my sorrow, and how I was ill content with poverty and with the unseasonable thinness of my raiment. For there was frost and north wind and ice and snow, and I but ill fenced against them. The feast was moreover at hand, and I might see others making ready for sacrifice and good cheer, but for me things looked not that way. He came upon me from behind and touched and thrilled my ear, as is the manner of his approach, and spake, O Chronosolon, wherefore this troubled mien? Is there not a cause, Lord, I said, when I look on pestilent loathly fellows passing rich, engrossing all luxury, but I and many another skilled in liberal arts have want and trouble to our bedfellows? And thou, even thou, Lord, wilt not say it shall not he, nor order things anew and make us equal. In common life, then said he, 'tis no light matter to change the lots that Clotho and her sister Fates have laid upon you. But as touching the feast, I will set right your poverty, and let the settling be after this manner. Go, O Chronosolon, indict me certain laws for observance in the feast days, that the rich feast not by themselves, but impart of their good things to you. Then said I know not how. But I, quoth he, will teach you. And therewith he began and taught me. And when I was perfect, and certify them, he said, that if they do not hereafter, this sharp sickle that I bear is no toy. 'Twere odd if I could maim therewith Uranus my father, but not do as much for the rich that transgress my laws, they shall be fitted to serve the mother of the gods with almsbox and pipe and timbrel. Thus he threatened. Wherefore ye will do well to observe his decrees. First Table of the Laws. All business, be it public or private, is forbidden during the feast days, save such as tends to sport and solace and delight. Let none follow their avocations saving cooks and bakers. All men shall be equal, slave and free, rich and poor, one with another. Anger, resentment, threats, are contrary to law. During the feast days, no man shall be called to account of his stewardship. No man shall in these days count his money nor inspect his wardrobe, nor make an inventory. Athletic training shall cease. No discourse shall be either composed or delivered, except it be witty and lusty, conducing to mirth and jollity. Second Table of the Laws. In good time against the feast every rich man shall inscribe in a table book the names of his several friends, and shall provide money to a tithe of his yearly incomings, together with the superfluity of his raiment. And such whereas is too coarse for his own service, and a goodly quantity of silver vessels. These shall be all in readiness. On the eve of the feast the rich shall hold a purification, and drive forth from their houses parsimony, avarice and covetousness and all other such leanings that dwell with the most of them. And their houses being purged they shall make offering to Zeus the Enricher, and to Hermes the Giver, and to Apollo the Generous. And at afternoon the table book of their friends shall be read to them. Then shall they with their own hands allot to each friend his fitting share, and send it before set of sun. And the carriers shall be not more than 3 or 4, the trustiest of a man's servants, and well on in years. And let him write in a letter what is the gift, and its amount, that the carriers be not suspect to giver or receiver. And the said servants shall drink 1 cup each man, and depart, and ask no more. To such as have culture let all be sent in double measure, it is fitting that they have 2 portions. The message that goeth with a gift shall be modest and brief, let no man humble his friend, nor commend his own gift. Rich shall not send gifts to rich, nor entertain his peer at the feast. Of the things made ready for sending, none shall be reserved, let no man give and ungive. He that by absence missed his share of yesteryear shall now receive that too. Let the rich discharge debts for their friends that are poor, and their rent if they owe and cannot pay it. Let it be their care above all to know in time the needs of every man. The receiver for his part should be not over-curious, but account great whatsoever is sent him. Yet are a flask of wine, a hare, or a fat fowl, not to be held sufficient gifts, rather they bring the feast into mockery. For the poor man's return gift, if he have learning, let it be an ancient book, but of good omen and festive humor, or a writing of his own after his ability. And the rich man shall receive the same with a glad countenance, and take and read it forthwith. If he reject or fling it aside, be it known to him that he hath incurred that penalty of the sickle, though he himself hath sent all he should. For the unlearned, let him send a garland or grains of frankincense. If a poor man send, to one that is rich, raiment or silver or gold beyond his means, the gift shall be impounded and sold, and the price thereof cast into the treasury of Cronus. And on the morrow the poor man shall receive from the rich stripes upon his hands with a rod not less than 12 Laws of the board. The bath hour shall be noon, and before it nuts and draughts. Every man shall take place as chance may direct, dignities and birth and wealth shall give no precedence. All shall he serve with the same wine, the rich host shall not say, for my colic, or for my megrims, I must drink the better. Every man's portion of meat shall be alike. The attendants shall favor none, nor yet in their serving shall they be deaf to any, nor pass any by before his pleasure be known. They shall not set great portions before him, and small before him, nor give this one a dainty and that one refuse, but all shall be equal. Let the butler have a quick eye and ear for all from his point of vantage, and heed his master least. And be the cups large or small at choice. It shall be any man's right to call a health, and let all drink to all if they will, when the host has set the wine a-going. But no man shall be bound to drink, if he be no strong toper. It shall not be free to any who will to bring an unpractised dancer or musician to the dinner. Let the limit to jesting be, that the feelings of none be wounded. The stake at draughts shall be nuts alone. If any play for money, he shall fast on the morrow. When the rich man shall feast his slaves, let his friends serve with him. These laws every rich man shall engrave on a brazen pillar and set them in the center of his hall and there read them. And be it known that, so long as that pillar stands, neither famine nor sickness nor fire nor any mischance shall come upon the house. But if it be removed which God avert, then evil shall be that house's doom. H. Saturnalian Letters. I to Cronus, greeting. I have written to you before telling you of my condition, how poverty was likely to exclude me from the festival you have proclaimed. I remember observing how unreasonable it was that some of us should be in the lap of wealth and luxury, and never give a share of their good things to the poor, while others are dying of hunger with your holy season just upon them. But as you did not answer, I thought I might as well refresh your memory. Dear good Cronus, you ought really to remove this inequality and pool all the good things before telling us to make merry. The world is peopled with camels and ants now, nothing between the two. Or, to put it another way, kindly imagine an actor, with one foot mounted on the tragic stilt and the other bare. If he walks like that, he must be a giant or a dwarf according to the leg he stands on. Our lives are about as equal as his heights. Those who are taken on by manager fortune and supplied with stilts come the hero over us, while the rest padded on the ground, though you may take my word for it we could rant and stalk with the best of them if we were given the same chance. Now the poets inform me that in the old days when you were king it was otherwise with men, earth bestowed her gifts upon them unsown and unpluffed, every man's table was spread automatically, rivers ran wine and milk and honey. Most wonderful of all, the men themselves were gold, and poverty never came near them. As for us, we can hardly pass for lead, some yet meaner material must be found. In the sweat of our face the most of us eat bread. Poverty, distress, and helplessness, sighs and lamentations and pinings for what is not, such is the staple of man's life, the poor man's at least. All which, believe me, would be much less painful to us, if there were not the felicity of the rich to emphasize it. They have their chests of gold and silver, their stored wardrobes, their slaves and carriages and house property and farms, and, not content with keeping to themselves their superfluity in all these, they will scarce fling a glance to the generality of us. Ah, Cronus, there is the sting that rankles beyond endurance, that one should loll on cloth of finest purple, overload his stomach with all delicacies, and keep perpetual feast with guests to wish him joy. While I and my like dream over the problematic acquisition of a sixpence to provide us a loaf white or brown, and send us to bed with a smack of cress or thyme or onion in our mouths. Now, good Cronus, either reform this altogether and feed us alike, or at the least induce the rich not to enjoy their good things alone, from their bushels of gold let them scatter a poor pint among us. The raiment that they would never feel the loss of though the moth were to consume it utterly, seeing that in any case it must perish by mere lapse of time. Let them devote to covering our nakedness rather than to propagating mildew in their chests and drawers. Further let them entertain us by fours and fives, and not as they now do, but more on principles of equality, let us all share alike. The way now is for one to gorge himself on some dainty, keeping the servant waiting about him till he is pleased to have done. But when it reaches us, as we are in the act of helping ourselves it is whisked off, and we have but that fleeting glimpse of the entree or fag end of a sweet. Or in comes a sucking pig, half of it, including the head, falls to the host. The rest of us share the bones, slightly disguised. And pray charge the butlers not to make us call unto 7 times, but bring us our wine when we ask for it first, and let it be a full-sized cup and a bumper, as it is for their masters. And the same wine, please, for every one at table. Where is the legal authority for my hosts growing mellow on the choicest bouquet while my stomach is turned with mere must? These things if you correct and reform, you will have made life, and your feast a feast. If not we will leave the feasting to them, and just kneel down and pray that as they come from the bath the slave may knock down and spill their wine, the cook smoke their sauce and absent-mindedly pour the pea soup over the caviar. The dogs steal in while the scullions are busy and make away with the whole of the sausage and most of the pastry. Boar and buck and sucking pigs, may they rival in their roasting Homer's oxen of the sun. Only let them not confine themselves to crawling 95, but jump up and make off to the mountains with their spit sticking in them. And may the fat fowls, all plucked and trussed, fly far away and rob them of their unsociable delights. But we can touch them more closely than that. May Indian gold ants 96 come by night, unearth their hoards and convey them to their own state treasury. May their wardrobe keepers be negligent, and our good friends the mice make sieve work of their raiment, fit for nothing but tunny nets. May every pretty curled minion, every hyacinth and Achilles and Narcissus they keep, turn bald as he hands the cup. Let his hair fall off and his chin grow bristly, till he is like the peak-bearded fellows on the comic stage, hairy and prickly on cheek and temple, and on the top smooth and bare. These are specimens of the petitions we will send up, if they will not moderate their selfishness, acknowledge themselves trustees for the public, and let us have our fair share. 2. Cronus to his well-beloved me, greeting. My good man, why this absurdity of writing to me about the state of the world, and advising redistribution of property? It is none of my business, the present ruler must see to that. It is an odd thing you should be the only person unaware that I have long abdicated. My sons now administer various departments, of which the one that concerns you is mainly in the hands of Zeus. My own charge is confined to draughts and merrymaking, song and good cheer, and that for 1 week only. As for the weightier matters you speak of, removal of inequalities and reducing of all men to one level of poverty or riches, Zeus must do your business for you. On the other hand, if any man is wronged or defrauded of his holiday privileges, that is a matter within my competence. And I am writing to the rich on the subject of dinners, and that pint of gold, and the raiment, directing them to send you what the season requires. The poor are reasonable there. It is right and proper for the rich to do these things, unless it turns out that they have good reasons to the contrary. Speaking generally, however, I must tell you that you are all in error. It is quite a misconception to imagine the rich in perfect bliss. They have no monopoly of life's pleasures because they can eat expensive food, drink too much good wine, revel in beauty, and go in soft raiment. You have no idea of how it works out. The resulting anxieties are very considerable. A ceaseless watch must be kept, or stewards will be lazy and dishonest, wine go sour, and grain be weevilled, the burglar will be off with the rich man's plate. Agitators will persuade the people that he is meditating a coup d'état. And these are but a minute fraction of their troubles. If you could know their apprehensions and cares, you would think riches a thing to be avoided at all costs. Why, look at me, if wealth and dominion were good things, do you suppose I should have been fool enough to relinquish them, make room for others, and sit down like a common man content with a subordinate position? No, it was because I knew all the conditions the rich and powerful cannot escape that I had the sense to abdicate. You made a great fuss in your letter about their gorging on boar's head and pastry while your festival consists of a mouthful of cress or thyme or onion. Now, what are the facts? As to the immediate sensation, on the palate, there is little to choose between the two diets, not much to complain of in either, but with the after effects it is quite otherwise. You get up next morning without either the headache the rich man's wine leaves behind, or the disgusting queasiness that results from his surfeit of food. To these effects he adds those of nights given to lust and debauchery, and as likely as not reaps the fruit of his luxury in consumption, pneumonia, or dropsy. It is quite a difficult matter to find a rich man who is not deathly pale. Most of them by the time they are old men use 8 legs belonging to other people instead of their own 2, they are gold without and rags within, like the stage hero's robes. No fish dinners for you, I admit, you hardly know what fish tastes like. But then observe, no gout or pneumonia either, nor other ailments due to other excesses. Apart from that, though, the rich themselves do not enjoy their daily overindulgence in these things. You may see them as eager, and more, for a dinner of herbs as ever you are for game. I say nothing of their other vexations. One has a disreputable son, another a wife who prefers his slave to himself, another realizes that his minion yields to necessity what he would not to affection. There are numberless things, in fact, that you know nothing about, you only see their gold and purple, or catch sight of them behind their high-steppers, and open your mouths and abase yourselves before them. If you left them severely alone, if you did not turn to stare at their silver-plated carriages, if you did not while they were talking eye their emerald rings, or finger their clothes and admire the fineness of the texture. If you let them keep their riches to themselves, in short, I can assure you they would seek you out and implore the favor of your company. You see, they must show you their couches and tables and goblets, the sole good of which is in the being known to possess them. You will find that most of their acquisitions are made for you. They are not for their own use, but for your astonishment. I am one that knows both lives, and I write this for your consolation. You should keep the feast with the thought in your minds that both parties will soon leave this earthly scene, they resigning their wealth, and you your poverty. However, I will write to them as I promised, and am confident that they will not disregard what I say. H. 3. Cronus to the rich, greeting. I lately received a letter from the poor, complaining that you give them no share of your prosperity. They petitioned me in general terms to institute community of goods and let each have his part. It was only right that equality should be established, instead of one's having a superfluity while another was cut off from pleasure altogether. I told them that had better be left to Zeus, but their particular festival grievances I considered to belong to my own jurisdiction, and so I undertook to write to you. These demands of theirs are moderate enough, it seems to me. How can we possibly keep the feast, they ask, when we are numb with frost and pinched with hunger? If I meant them to participate, I must compel you to bestow on them any clothes that you do not require, or find too heavy for your own use, and also to vouchsafe them just a slight sprinkling of gold. If you do this, they engage not to dispute your right to your property any further in the court of Zeus. Otherwise they will demand redistribution the next time he takes his seat upon the bench. Well, this is no heavy call, considering the vast property on the possession of which I congratulate you. They also requested me to mention the subject of dinners. You were to ask them to dinner, instead of closing your doors and living daintily by yourselves. When you do entertain a few of them at long intervals, they say you make it rather a humiliation than an enjoyment. Everything is done to degrade them, that monstrous piece of snobbishness, for instance, the giving different people different wines. It is really a little discreditable to them that they do not get up and walk out in such a case, leaving you in sole possession. But that is not all, they tell me there is not enough to drink either. Your butler's ears are as impervious as those of Odysseus's crew. Other vulgarities I can hardly bring myself to name. The helpings and the waiters are complained of. The latter linger about you till you are full to repletion, but post by your poor guests at a run with other meannesses hardly conceivable in the house of a gentleman. For mirth and good fellowship it is essential that all the company be on the same footing. If your carver does not secure equality, better not have one, but a general scramble. It rests with you to obviate these complaints and secure honor and affection. A liberality that costs you nothing appreciable will impress itself permanently by its timeliness on the memory of recipients. Why, your cities would not be habitable, if you had not poor fellow citizens to make their numberless contributions to your well-being. You would have no admirers of your wealth if you lived alone with it in the obscurity of isolation. Let there be plenty to see it and to marvel at your silver and your exquisite tables. Let them drink to your health, and as they drink examine the goblet, feel and guess at its weight, enjoy its storied workmanship enhanced by and enhancing the preciousness of the material. So you may not only gain a reputation for goodness and geniality, but also escape envy, that is a feeling not directed against people who let others participate in their prosperity to a reasonable extent. Every one prays that they may live long to enjoy it. Your present practice results in an unsatisfying life, with none to see your happiness, but plenty to grudge you your wealth. It is surely not so agreeable to gorge yourself alone, like a lion or an old wolf that has deserted the pack, as to have the company of well-bred people who do their best to make things pleasant. In the first place they banish dull silence from your table, and are ready with a good story, a harmless jest, or some other contribution to entertainment. That is the way to please the gods of wine and love and beauty. And secondly they win you love by spreading abroad next morning your hospitable fame. These are things that would be cheap at a considerable price. For I put it to you whether, if blindness were a regular concomitant of poverty, fancy is free, you would be indifferent to the want of any one to impress with your purple clothes and attendant crowds and massive rings. I will not dwell on the certainty that plots and ill-feeling will be excited against you by your exclusiveness, suffice it to say that the curses they threaten to imprecate upon you are positively horrible. God forbid they should really be driven to it. You would never taste sausage or pastry more. If the dog's depredations stopped short of completeness, you would still find a fishy flavor in your soup. The boar and the buck would effect an escape to the mountains from off the very roasting jack. And your birds, no matter for their being plucked, would be off with a whiz and a whir to the poor men's tables. Worst of all, your pretty cupbearers would turn bald in a twinkling, the wine, by the way, having previously all been spilt. I now leave you to make up your minds on the course that the festival proprieties and your own safety recommend. These people are extremely poor, a little relief will gain you friends worth having at a trifling cost. H. 4. The rich to Cronus, greeting. Do you really suppose, sire, that these letters of the poor have gone exclusively to your address? Zeus is quite deaf with their clamor, their appeals for redistribution, their complaints of destiny for her unfairness and of us for refusing them relief. But Zeus is Zeus. He knows where the fault lies, and consequently pays them very little attention. However, as the authority is at present with you, to you we will address our defense. Having before our eyes all that you have laid down on the beauty of assisting out of our abundance those who are in want, and the delight of associating and making merry with the poor. We adopted the principle of treating them on such equal terms that a guest could not possibly have anything to complain of. On their side, they started with professions of wanting very little indeed, but that was only the thin edge of the wedge. Now, if their demands are not instantly and literally satisfied, there is bad temper and offense and talk. Their tales may be as false as they will, every one believes them, they have been there, they must know. Our only choice was between a refusal that meant detestation, and a total surrender that meant speedy ruin and transfer to the begging class for ourselves. But the worst is to come. At table that filling of the stomach, of which we have by no means the monopoly, does not so completely occupy them but that, when they have drunk a drop too much, they find time for familiarities with the attendants or saucy compliments to the ladies. Then, after being ill at our tables, they go home, and next day reproach us with the hunger and thirst they feelingly describe. If you doubt the accuracy of this account, we refer you to your own quondam guest Ixion, who being hospitably received by you and treated as one of yourselves distinguished himself by his drunken addresses to Hera. For these among other reasons we determined to protect ourselves by giving them the outre no longer. But if they engage under your guarantee to make only the moderate demands they now profess, and to abstain from outraging their host's feelings, what is ours shall be theirs, we shall be only too glad of their company. We will comply with your suggestions about the clothes and, as far as may be, about the gold, and in fact will do our duty. We ask them on their side to give up trading on our hospitality, and to be our friends instead of our toadies and parasites. If only they will behave themselves, ye shall have no reason to complain of us. H. A Feast of Lapithae. Philo. Licinus. Phi. Ah, Licinus, I hear you had a very varied entertainment dining with Aristonides last night, a philosophic debate followed by a sharp difference of opinion, I understand. If Carinus's information was correct, it went as far as blows, and the conference had a bloody end. Lie. Carinus? He was not there, what can he know about it? Phi. Dionicus the doctor had told him, he said, he was one of you, was he not? Lie. Yes, but only later on, he came when the fray was already a promising one, though no blows had yet been struck. I doubt whether he could have any intelligible account to give, as he had not followed the beginning of the rivalry that was to end in bloodshed. Phi. Just so, Carinus told me to apply to you, if I wanted a true description of all the details. Dionicus had mentioned that he had not been there all through, but said you knew the whole of the facts, and would remember the arguments too, as you are a real student and take more than an outside interest in that sort of thing. So no more ceremony, please, but spread me this most tempting of banquets. Its attractions are enhanced by the fact that we shall enjoy it soberly, quietly, without bloodshed or danger, whatever regrettable words or deeds the old men's weak heads or the young men's vinous exaltation may have led them into. Lie. What an indiscreet demand, Philo. What, make the story public. Give a full description of what men do in their cups. A veil should be drawn over such things, they should be ascribed to Dionysus. I am not at all sure that he will pardon the man who holds aloof from his mystic influence. I should like to be sure that it does not betray an evil nature if you dwell too curiously on what you should forget as you leave the dining room. Babble wet, but dry forget, goes the rhyme. It was not right of Dionicus to blab to Carinus, bespattering great philosophers with stale wine rinsings. No, get thee behind me, my lips are sealed. Fie. Coquette. And you have mistaken your man too. I am quite aware that you are more eager to tell than I to hear. I believe, if you had no one to listen, you would find a pillar or statue and out with the whole tale to it in one torrent. If I try to make off now, you will never let me go till I have done my listening, you will hold on to me and pursue me and solicit me. Then it will be my turn to coquette. Oh, very well, do not trouble to tell me, goodbye. I will get it out of someone else. Lie. Oh, you needn't be so hasty. I will tell you, if you are so set upon it, only don't repeat it to everybody. Fie. If I know anything whatever of you, you will take good care of that. You will not leave me many to repeat it to. Now begin with telling me what Aristonides was giving the banquet for. Was it his boy Zeno's wedding? Lie. No, his girl Cleanthes to the son of Eucritus the banker, a student of philosophy. Fie. I know, a fine lad, only a lad, though, old enough to marry. Lie. Well, he was the most suitable to be had, I suppose. He is a well-behaved youngster, has taken up philosophy, and is sole heir to a rich father, so he was the selected bridegroom. Fie. Ah, no doubt Eucritus's money is a consideration. Well, and who were the guests? Lie. Why, I need not give you the whole list, what you want is the philosophers and men of letters. There was the old Stoic Xenothimus, and with him Labyrinth Diphilus, Aristonides' son Zeno is his pupil. The Peripatetics were represented by Cleodemus the ready, argumentative person, you know him. Sword, and Cleaver, his disciples call him. And then there was Hermann the Epicurean. Directly he came in, there were queer looks and edgings away in the Stoic contingent. He might have been a parricide or an outlaw, by the way they treated him. These had been asked as Aristonides' personal friends and intimates, under which had come also Histiaeus the literary man and Dionysodorus the rhetorician. Then Charias, that is the bridegroom's name, was responsible for his tutor Ion the Platonic, a grave reverend man remarkable for the composure of his expression. He is generally spoken of as the standard, so infallible is his judgment. As he walked up the room, everybody got out of his way and saluted him like some higher being. The great Ion's presence is like an angel's visit. When nearly all the guests had arrived, and we were to take our places, the ladies occupied the whole of the table to the right of the entrance. There were a good many of them, surrounding the closely veiled bride. The table at the far end accommodated the general company, in due precedence. At the one opposite the ladies, Eucritus had the first place, with Aristonides next him. Then a doubt arose whether the next was Xenothimus the Stoics, in virtue of his years, or Hermann the Epicureans, who is priest of the twin gods 97, and also of the noblest blood in the land. Xenothimus found the solution. Aristonides, he said, if you place me below this Epicurean, I need not use worse language than that, I at once leave the room, and calling his servant he made as if to depart. Have your way, Xenothimus, said Hermann, though, whatever your contempt for Epicurus, etiquette would have suggested your giving way to my priesthood, if I had no other claims. Priest and Epicurean. That is a good joke, retorted Xenothimus, and took the place, with Hermann next him, however. Then came Cleodemus the Peripatetic, Ion with the bridegroom, myself, Diphilus and his pupil Zeno, then Dionysodorus the rhetorician and Histiaeus the literary man. Fie. Upon my word, a very temple of the Muses, peopled mainly with the learned. I congratulate Aristonides on choosing for his guests on so auspicious an occasion these patterns of wisdom. He skimmed the cream off every sect in a most Catholic spirit. Lie. Oh, yes, he is not one's idea of the rich man at all. He cares for culture, and gives most of his time to those who have it. Well, we fell to, quietly at first, on the ample and varied fare. But you do not want a catalogue of soups and pastry and sauces, there was plenty of everything. At this stage Cleodemus bent down to Ion, and said, do you see how the old man, this was Xenothimus. I could overhear their talk, is stuffing down the good things his dress gets a good deal of the gravy and what a lot he hands back to his servant. He thinks we cannot see him, and does not care whether there will be enough to go round. Just call Licinus's attention to him. This was quite unnecessary, as I had had an excellent view of it for some time. Just after Cleodemus had said this, in burst Alcidamas the Cynic. He had not been asked, but put a good face upon it with the usual, no summons Menelaus waits. The general opinion clearly was that he was an impudent rogue, and various people struck in with what came to hand. What, Menelaus, art distraught? Or, it liked not Agamemnon, Atreus' son, and other neat tags suited to the occasion, but these were all asides, no one ventured to make them audible to him. Alcidamas is a man uncommonly good at the war cry. He will bark you louder than any dog of them all, literal or metaphorical. My gentlemen all knew he was their better, and lay low. Aristonides told him he was quite right to come, would he take a chair and sit behind Histiaeus and Dionysodorus? Stuff, he said, a soft womanish trick, to sit on a chair or a stool. One might as well loll at one's food half on one's back, like all of you on this soft couch with purple cushions under you. As for me, I will take my dinner standing and walking about the room. If I get tired, I will lay my old cloak on the ground and prop myself on my elbow like Heracles in the pictures. Just as you please, said Aristonides. And after that Alcidamas fed walking round, shifting his quarters like the Scythians according to where pasturage was richest, and following the servants up as they carried the dishes. However, he did not let feeding interrupt his energetic expositions of virtue and vice, and his scoffs at gold and silver. What was the good of this multitude of wonderful cups, he wanted to know, when earthenware would serve the purpose? Aristonides got rid of his obtrusiveness for the moment by signing to his servant to hand the Cynic a huge goblet of potent liquor. It seemed a happy thought, but he little knew the woes that were to flow from that goblet. When Alcidamas got it, he was quiet for a while, throwing himself on the ground in dishabille as he had threatened, with his elbow planted vertically, just in the attitude of the painter's Heracles with Pholus. By this time the wine was flowing pretty freely everywhere, healths were drunk, conversation was general, and the lights had come in. I now noticed the boy standing near Cleodemus, a good-looking cupbearer, to have an odd smile on. I suppose I am to give you all the byplay of the dinner, especially any tender incidents. Well, so I was trying to get at the reason for the smile. In a little while he came to take Cleodemus's cup from him. He gave the boy's fingers a pinch, and handed him up a couple of shillings, I think it was, with the cup. The smile appeared again in response to the pinch, but I imagine he failed to notice the coins, he did not get hold of them. They went ringing on the floor, and there were two blushing faces to be seen. Those round, however, could not tell whose the money was, the boy saying he had not dropped it, and Cleodemus, at whose place it had been heard to fall, not confessing to the loss. So the matter was soon done with. Hardly anyone had grasped the situation, only Aristonides, as far as I could gather. He shifted the boy soon after, effecting the transfer without any fuss, and assigned Cleodemus a strong grown-up fellow who might be a mule or horse groom. So much for that business. It would have seriously compromised Cleodemus if it had attracted general attention, but it was smothered forthwith by Aristonides's tactful handling of the offense. Alcidamas the Cynic, who had now emptied his goblet, after finding out the bride's name, called for silence. He then faced the ladies, and cried out in a loud voice, "Clean this, I drink to you in the name of my patron Heracles." There was a general laugh, upon which, "You vile scum," says he, "you laugh, do you, because I invoke our god Heracles as I toast the bride? Let me tell you that, if she will not pledge me, she shall never bear a son as brave of spirit, as free of judgment, as strong of body, as myself." And he proceeded to show us more of the said body, till it was scarcely decent. The company irritated him by laughing again. He stood there with a wandering wrathful eye, and looked as if he were going to make trouble. He would probably have brought down his stick on somebody's head, but for the timely arrival of an enormous cake, the sight of which mollified him, he quieted down, and accompanied its progress, eating hard. The rest were mostly flushed with wine by this time, and the room was full of clamor. Dionysodorus the rhetorician was alternately delivering speeches of his own composition and receiving the plaudits of the servants behind. Histiaeus, the literary man below him, was making an eclectic mixture of Pindar, Hesiod, and Anacreon, whose collaboration produced a most remarkable ode, some of it really prophetic of what was soon to come. Then Hyde met stubborn Hyde. For instance, and uprose the wailings and the prayers of men. Xenophamus too had taken a scroll in small writing from his servant, which he was reading aloud. Now came one of the usual slight breaks in the procession of dishes. And Aristonides, to avoid the embarrassment of a blank, told his jester to come in and talk or perform, by way of putting the company still more at their ease. So in came an ugly fellow with a shaven head, just a few hairs standing upright on the crown. He danced with dislocations and contortions, which made him still more absurd, then improvised and delivered some anapests in an Egyptian accent, and wound up with witticisms on the guests. Most of them took these in good part. But when it came to Alcidamas's turn, and he called him a Maltese poodle 98, Alcidamas, who had shown signs of jealousy for some time and did not at all like the way he was holding everyone's attention, lost his temper. He threw off his cloak and challenged the fellow to a bout of pancratium, otherwise he would let him feel his stick. So poor Satyrian, as the jester was called, had to accept the challenge and stand up. A charming spectacle, the philosopher sparring and exchanging blows with a buffoon. Some of us were scandalized and some amused, till Alcidamas found he had his belly full, being no match for the tough little fellow. They gave us a good laugh. It was now, not long after this match, that Dionychus the doctor came in. He had been detained, he said, by a brain fever case. The patient was Polypropon the piper, and thereby hung a tale. He had no sooner entered the room, not knowing how far gone the man was, when he jumped up, secured the door, drew a dagger, and handed him the pipes, with an order to play them. And when Dionychus could not, he took a strap and inflicted chastisement on the palms of his hands. To escape from this perilous position, Dionychus proposed a match, with a scale of forfeits to be exacted with the strap. He played first himself, and then handed over the pipes, receiving in exchange the strap and dagger. These he lost no time in sending out of window into the open court, after which it was safe to grapple with him and shout for help. The neighbors broke open the door and rescued him. He showed us his wealed hands and some scratches on his face. His story had as distinguished a success as the jester before. He then squeezed himself in by Histiaeus and dined on what was left. His coming was providential, and he most useful in the sequel. There now appeared a messenger who said he brought a communication from Hetoimicles the Stoic, which his master had directed him to read publicly, and then return. With Aristonides's permission he took it to the lamp, and began reading. Phi. The usual thing, I suppose, a panegyric on the bride, or an epithalamium. Lie. Just what we took it for. However, it was quite another story. Here are the contents. Hetoimicles the philosopher to Aristonides, greeting. My views on dining are easily deducible from my whole past life. Though daily importuned by far richer men than you to join them, I invariably refuse. I know too well the tumults and follies that attend the wine-cup. But if there is one whose neglect I may fairly resent, it is yourself. The fruit of my long and unremitting attentions to you is to find myself not on the roll of your friends. I, your next-door neighbor, am singled out for exclusion. The sting of it is in the personal ingratitude. Happiness for me is not found in a plate of wild boar or hare or pastry. These I get in abundance at the houses of people who understand the proprieties. This very day I might have dined, and well, by all accounts, with my pupil Pamines, but he pressed me to no purpose. I was reserving myself, poor fool, for you. But you pass me by, and feast others. I ought not to be surprised. You have not acquired the power of distinguishing merit. You have no apprehensive imagination. I know whence the blow comes. It is from your precious philosophers, Xenophamus and the Labyrinth, whose mouths, though I would not boast, I could stop with a single syllogism. Let either of them tell me, what is philosophy? Or, not to go beyond the merest elements, how does condition differ from constitution? For I will not resort to real puzzles, as the horns thesaurites, or the reaper 99. Well, I wish you joy of their company. As for me, holding as I do that nothing is good but what is right, I shall get over a slight like this. You will be kind enough not to resort later to the well-worn excuse of having forgotten in the bustle of your engagements. I have spoken to you twice today, in the morning at your house, and later when you were sacrificing at the Anaceum. This is to let your guests know the rights of the case. If you think it is the dinner I care about, reflect upon the story of Ennius. You will observe that, when he omitted Artemis alone from the gods to whom he offered sacrifice, she resented it. Homer's account of it states that he forgot or ne'er bethought him woeful blindness. Euripides's begins. This land of Calydon, across the gulf. From Pelops' land, with all its fertile plains. And Sophocles's. Upon the tilth of Ennius Leto's child. Far-darting goddess, loosed a monstrous boar. I quote you but these few of the many passages upon the incident, just to suggest the qualities of him whom you have passed over, to entertain, and to have your son taught by, Diphilus. Natural enough. Of course, the lad fancies him, and finds him an agreeable master. If tale-telling were not beneath me, I would add a piece of information that, if you choose, you can get confirmed by the boy's attendant Zopyrus. But a wedding is not a time for unpleasantness or denunciations, especially of offences so vile. Diphilus deserves it richly at my hands, indeed 2 pupils he has stolen from me, but for the good name of philosophy I will hold my hand. My man has instructions, if you should offer him a portion of wild boar or venison or sesame cake to bring me in lieu of my dinner, to refuse it. I would not have you find the motive of my letter in such desires. My dear fellow, I went all hot and cold as this was read. I was praying that the earth might swallow me up when I saw everybody laughing at the different points. The most amused were those who knew Heteroimicles and his white hair and reverend looks. It was such a surprise to find the reality behind that imposing beard and serious countenance. I felt sure Aristonides had passed him over not in neglect, but because he supposed he would never accept an invitation or have anything to do with festivities. He had thought it out of the question, and not worth trying. As soon as the man stopped reading, all eyes were turned on Zeno and Diphilus, who were pale with apprehension, and confirmed by their embarrassment the insinuations of Heteroimicles. Aristonides was uneasy and disturbed, but urged us to drink, and tried to smooth the matter over with an attempt at a smile. He told the man he would see to it, and dismissed him. Zeno disappeared shortly after. His attendant had signed to him, as from his father, to retire. Cleodemus had been on the lookout for an opportunity. He was spoiling for a fight with the Stoics, and chafing over the difficulty of starting the subject, but the letter had struck the right key, and off he went. Now we see the productions of your fine Chrysippus, your glorious Zeno, your Cleanthes, a few poor catchwords, some fruitless posers, a philosophic exterior, and a large supply of Heteroimocleses. What ripe wisdom does this letter reveal, with its conclusion that Aristonides is an Ennius, and Heteroimicles an Artemis. How auspicious, how suitable to the occasion, its tone. To be sure, chimed in Hermann, his left-hand neighbor. He had no doubt heard that Aristonides had bespoken a wild boar, and thought the introduction of the one at Calydon appropriate. Aristonides, I adjure you by the domestic altar, let hint taste the victim, or we shall have the old man starving, and withering away like his Meleager. Though indeed it would not be so very hard on him. Such a fate is one of Chrysippus's things indifferent. Here Xenophaemus woke up and thundered out, Chrysippus. You name that name. Because a pretender like Heteroimicles comes short of his profession, you argue from him to the real sages, to Cleanthes and Zeno. And who are the men, pray, who hold such language? Why, Hermann, who shore the curls, the solid golden curls, of the Dioscuri, and who will yet receive his barber's fee from the executioner. And Cleodemus, who was caught in adultery with his pupil Sostratus's wife, and paid the shameful penalty. Silence would better become the owners of such consciences. Who trades in his own wife's favors? Retorted Cleodemus, I do not do that, and I do not undertake to keep my foreign pupil's purse and then swear by Polias the deposit was never made. I do not lend money at 50%, and I do not hail my pupils into court if fees are not paid to the day. You will hardly deny, though, said Xenophamus, that you supplied Crito with the poison for his father. And therewith, his cup being in his hand, about half full of wine, he emptied it over the pair, and Ion, whose worst guilt was being their neighbor, came in for a good deal of it. Hermann bent forward, dried his head, and entered a protest. Cleodemus, having no wine to reply with, leant over and spat at Xenophamus. At the same time he clutched the old man's beard with his left hand, and was aiming a blow which would have killed him, when Aristonides arrested it, stepped over Xenophamus, and lay down between the two, making himself a buffer in the interests of peace. All this time, Philo, my thoughts were busy enough with the old commonplace, that after all it is no use having all theory at your fingers' ends, if you do not conform your conduct to the right. Here were these masters of precept making themselves perfectly ridiculous in practice. Then it was borne in upon me that possibly the vulgar notion is right, and culture only misleads the people who are too much wrapped up in books and bookish ideas. Of all that philosophic company there was not a man not so much as an accidental exception who could pass muster, if his conduct did not condemn him, his words did yet more fatally. I could not make the wine responsible, either. The author of that letter was fasting and sober. Things seemed to go by contraries. You might see the ordinary people behaving quite properly at table, no rioting and disorder there. The most they did was to laugh at and, no doubt, censure the others, whom they had been accustomed to respect and to credit with the qualities their appearance suggested. It was the wise men who made beasts of themselves, abused each other, overfed, shouted and came to blows. I thought one could find no better illustration for our dinner than the poet's story of Eris. When she was not invited to Peleus's nuptials, she threw that apple on the table which brought about the great Trojan War. Hetoemicles' letter was just such an apple, woeful Iliad and all. For buffer Aristonides had proved ineffectual, and the quarrel between Xenophamus and Cleodemus was proceeding. For the present, said the latter, I am satisfied with exposing your ignorance. Tomorrow I will give you your deserts more adequately. Pray explain, Xenophamus, or the reputable Diphilus for you, how it is that you Stoics class the acquisition of wealth among the things indifferent, and then concentrate your whole efforts upon it, hang perpetually about the rich to that end. Lend money, screw out your usury, and take pay for your teaching. Or again, if you hate pleasure and condemn the Epicureans, how comes it that you will do and endure the meanest things for it? You resent it if you are not asked out. And when you are, you eat so much, and convey so much more to your servants' keeping. And he interrupted himself to make a grab at the napkin that Xenophamus's boy was holding, full of all sorts of provender. He meant to get it away and empty the contents on the floor, but the boy held on too tight. Quite right, Cleodemus, said Hermann, let them tell us why they condemn pleasure, and yet expect more of it than anyone else. No, no, says Xenophamus. You give us your grounds, Cleodemus, for saying wealth is not a thing indifferent. No, I tell you, let us have your case. So the seesaw went on, till Ion came out of his retirement and called a truce. I will give you, he said, a theme worthy of the occasion, and you shall speak and listen without trying for personal triumphs. Take a leaf from our Plato this time. Here, from the company, especially from Aristonides and Eucritus, who hailed this escape from unpleasantness. The former now went back to his own place, confident of peace. The frapast, as they call it, had just made its appearance. Each guest was served with a bird, a slice of wild boar, a portion of hare, a fried fish, some sesame cakes and sweetmeats, all these to be taken home if the guest chose. Every man had not a separate dish, however. Aristonides and Eucritus shared one little table, from which each was to take what belonged to him, so Xenophamus the Stoic and Hermann the Epicurean, Cleodemus and Ion had the third table, the bridegroom and I the next. Diphilus had a double portion, by the absence of Zeno. Remember these details, Philo, you will find they bear on the story. Phi. Trust me. Lie. Ion proceeded, I will start, then, if you wish it. He reflected a moment, and then, with so much talent in the room, no less a subject might seem indicated than ideas 100, incorporeals, and the immortality of the soul. On the other hand, our divergent views might make that too controversial. So I will take the question of marriage, and say what seems appropriate. The counsel of perfection here would be to dispense with it, and be satisfied, according to the prescription of Plato and Socrates, with contemplating male beauty. So, and only so, is absolute virtue to be attained. But if marriage is admitted as a practical necessity, then we should adopt the Platonic system of holding our wives in common, thus obviating rivalry. The unseasonableness of these remarks raised a laugh. And Dionysodorus had another criticism, spare us these provincialisms, he said, or give us your authority for rivalry. Such carpings are beneath contempt, was the polite reply. Dionysodorus was about to return the compliment with interest, when our good man of letters intervened. Stop, said Histiaeus, and let me read you an epithalamium. He at once went off at score. And I think I can reproduce the effusion. Or like, in Aristonides' hall. Clean this, softly nurtured bright princess. Surpassing other beauties virginal. Cythera's queen, or Helen's loveliness. Bridegroom, the best of your contemporaries. Nereus's and Achilles' peer, rejoice. While we in hymeneal voluntaries. Over the pair keep lifting up our voice. By the time the laughter that not unnaturally followed had subsided, it was time to pack up our repasts. Aristonides and Eucritus took each his intended portion, Charias and I, Ion and Cleodemus, did likewise. But as Zeno was not there, Diphilus expected to come in for his share too. He said everything on that table was his, and disputed possession with the servants. There was a tug of war between them just like that over the body of Patroclus. At last he was worsted and had to let go, to the huge amusement of all, which he heightened by taking the thing as a most serious wrong. As I told you, Hermann and Xenothimus were neighbors, the latter having the upper place. Their portions were equal enough except in one respect, and the division was peaceful until that was reached. But the bird on Hermann's side was by chance, no doubt the fatter. The moment came for them to take their respective birds. At this point now attend carefully, please, Philo, here is the kernel of the whole affair. At this point Xenothimus let his own bird lie, and took the fatter one before Hermann. But Hermann was not going to be put upon, he laid hold of it too. Then their voices were lifted up, they closed, belabored each other's faces with the birds, clutched each other's beards, and called for assistance, Hermann appealing to Cleodemus, Xenothimus to Alcidamas and Diphilus. The allies took their sides, Ion alone preserving neutrality. The hosts engaged. Xenothimus lifted a goblet from the table where it stood before Aristonides, and hurled it at Hermann. And him it missed, but found another mark. Laying open the bridegroom's skull with a sound deep gash. This opened the lips of the ladies. Most of them indeed jumped down into the battle's interspace, led by the young man's mother. As soon as she saw his blood flowing, the bride too was startled from her place by terror for him. Meanwhile Alcidamas was in his glory maintaining the cause of Xenothimus. Down came his stick on Cleodemus's skull, he injured Hermann's jaw, and severely wounded several of the servants who tried to protect them. The other side were not beaten, however. Cleodemus with leveled finger was gouging out Xenothimus's eye, not to mention fastening on his nose and biting a piece off it. And when Diphilus came to Xenothimus's rescue, Hermann pitched him head first from the couch. Histiaeus too was wounded in trying to part the pair. It was a kick in the teeth, I think, from Cleodemus, who took him for Diphilus. So the poor man of letters lay disgorging blood, as his own Homer describes it. It was a scene of tumult and tears. The women were hanging over Charias and wailing, the other men trying to restore peace. The great center of destruction was Alcidamas, who after routing the forces immediately opposed to him was striking at whatever presented itself. Many a man had fallen there, be sure, had he not broken his stick. I was standing close up to the wall watching the proceedings in which I took no part. Histiaeus's fate had taught me the dangers of intervention. It was a sight to recall the Lapithae and Centaur's tables upside down, blood in streams, bowls hurtling in the air. At last Alcidamas upset the lamp, there was a great darkness, and confusion was worse confounded. It was not so easy to procure another light, and many a horrid deed was done in the dark. When some one came at last with a lamp, Alcidamas was discovered stripping and applying compulsion to the flute girl, and Dionysodorus proved to have been as incongruously engaged. As he stood up, a goblet rolled out of his bosom. His account of the matter was that Ion had picked it up in the confusion, and given it him to save it from damage. For which piece of carefulness Ion was willing to receive credit. So the party came to an end, tears being resold in the laughter at Alcidamas, Dionysodorus and Ion. The wounded were borne off in sad case, especially old Xenothemis, holding one hand on his nose and the other on his eye, and bellowing out that the agony was more than he could bear. Hermann was in poor condition himself, having lost a couple of teeth, but he could not let this piece of evidence go. Bear in mind, Xenothemis, he called out, that you do not consider pain a thing indifferent. The bridegroom, who had been seen to by Dionychus, was also taken off with his head in bandages in the carriage in which he was to have taken his bride home. It had been a sorry wedding feast for him, poor fellow. Dionychus had done what he could for the rest, they were taken home to bed, and very ill most of them were on the way. Alcidamas stayed where he was. It was impossible to get rid of him, as he had thrown himself down anyhow across a couch and fallen asleep. And now you know all about the banquet, my dear Philo. A tragedy epilogue seems called for. Hidden power sways each hour. Men propose, the gods dispose. Fail surmises, come surprises. It was the unexpected that came to pass here, at any rate. Well, live and learn. I know now that a quiet man had better keep clear of these feasts of reason. H. Demosthenes, an encomium. A little before noon on the 16th, I was walking in the porch. It was on the left-hand side as you go out, when Thersagoras appeared. I dare say he is known to some of you, short, hook-nosed, fair-complexioned, and virile. He drew nearer, and I spoke, Thersagoras the poet. Whence, and whither? From home, hither, he replied. Just a stroll. I asked. Why, I do need a stroll too, he said. I got up in the small hours, impressed with the duty of making a poetic offering on Homer's birthday. Very proper, said I, a good way of paying for the education he has given you. That was how I began, he continued, and time has glided by till now it is just upon noon. That was what I meant by saying I wanted a stroll. However, I wanted something else much more, an interview with this gentleman, and he pointed to the Homer, you know, the one on the right of the Ptolemy's shrine, with the hair hanging loose. I came to greet him, and to pray for a good flow of verse. Ah, I sighed, if prayers would do it. In that case I should have given Demosthenes a worrying for assistance against his birthday. If prayers availed, I would join my wishes to yours. For the boons we desire are the same. Well, I put down to Homer, he replied, my facility of this night and morning, ardors divine and mystic have possessed me. But you shall judge. Here are my tablets, which I have brought with designs upon any idle friend I might light upon, and you, I rejoice to see, are idle. Ah, you lucky man! I exclaimed. You are like the winner of the 3 miles, who had washed off the dust, and could amuse himself for the rest of the day. He was minded to crack a story with the wrestler, when the wrestling was next on the program. But the wrestler asked him whether he had felt like cracking stories when he towed the line just now. You have won your poetic 3 miles, and want me to minister to your amusement just as I am shivering at the thought of my 100 yards. He laughed. Why, how will it make things worse for you? Ah, you probably consider Demosthenes of much less account than Homer. You are very proud of your eulogy on Homer, and is Demosthenes a light matter to me? A trumped-up charge, he exclaimed. I am not going to sow dissension between these two mighty ones, though it is true my own allegiance is rather to Homer. Good, I said, and you must allow me to give mine to Demosthenes. But, though you do not disqualify my subject, I am sure you think poetry the only real treatment, you feel about mere rhetoric what the cavalryman feels as he gallops past the infantry. I hope I am not so mad as that, he said, though a considerable touch of madness is required of him who would pass the gates of poetry. If you come to that, prose cannot do without some divine inspiration either, if it is not to be flat and common. He admitted that at once. I often delight myself with comparing passages from Demosthenes and other prose writers with Homer in point of vehemence, pungency, fire. Flown with wine, I pair off against the revellings and dancings and debauchery of Philip. One presage that ne'er fails 101, finds its counterpart in, it is for brave men, founding themselves upon brave hopes. How would old Peleus, lord of steeds, repine, is matched by, what a cry of lamentation would go up from the men of those days who laid down their lives for glory and freedom. Fluent Python reminds me of Odysseus's snowflake speech. If 'twere our lot neither to age nor die, I illustrate by, for every man's life must end in death, though he shut himself up in a narrow chamber for safer keeping. In fact the instances are numberless in which they attack their meaning by the same road. I love too to study his feelings and moods and transitions, the variety with which he combats weariness, his resumptions after digression, the charm of his opportune illustrations, and the never-failing native purity of his style. It has often struck me about Demosthenes, for I will tell the whole truth out, that looser of the bonds of speech rebukes Athenian slackness with a dignity that is lacking in the Greekesses used by Homer of the Greeks. And again he maintains the tragic intensity proper to the great Hellenic drama more consistently than the poet who inserts speeches at the very crisis of battle and allows energy to evaporate in words. As often as I read Demosthenes, the balanced clauses, the rhythmic movement and cadence, make me forget that this is not my beloved poetry, for Homer too abounds in contrast and parallel, in figures startling or simple. It is a provision of nature, I suppose, that each faculty should have its proper equipment attached to it. How should I scorn your muse? I know her powers too well. None the less, I consider my task of a Homeric encomium twice as difficult as your praise of Demosthenes, not because it must be in verse, but from the nature of the material. I cannot lay down a foundation of fact to build the edifice of praise upon, there is nothing but the poems themselves. Everything else is uncertain: his country, his family, his time. If there had been any uncertainty about them, debate and strife had not divided men, but as it is, they give him for a country Ios or Colophon or Cumae, Chios, Smyrna, or Egyptian Thebes, or 100 other places. His father may be Macon the Lydian, or he may be a river, his mother is now Melanope, and now in default of satisfactory human descent a Dryad. His time is the heroic age, or else perhaps it is the Ionic. There is no knowing for certain whether he was before or after Hesiod, even, and no wonder, considering that some object to his very name, and will have him Melesigenes instead. So too with his poverty, and his blindness. However, all these questions are best left alone. So you see the arena open to my panegyric is extremely limited. My theme is a poet and not a man of action. I can infer and collect his wisdom only from his verses. Your work, now, can be reeled smoothly off out of hand. You have your definite known facts, the butcher's meat is there, only needing to be garnished with the sauce of your words. History supplies you with the greatness and distinction of Demosthenes. It is all known, his country was Athens, the splendid, the famous, the bulwark of Hellas. Now if I could have laid hands on Athens, I might have used the poet's right to introduce the loves and judgments and sojourns there of the gods, the gifts they lavished on it, the tale of Eleusis. As for its laws and courts and festivals, its Piraeus and its colonies, the memorials set up in it of victory by land and sea, Demosthenes himself is the authority for saying that no words could do justice to them. My material would have been inexhaustible, and I could not have been accused of hanging up my true theme. The formula of panegyric includes the arraying of the man in the splendors of his country. So too Socrates ekes out his Helen by introducing Theseus. It is true that poets have their privileges, and perhaps you have to be more careful about your proportions. There must not be too much sack to the proverbial halfpennyworth of bread. Well then, let Athens go, but your discourse at once finds another support in his father's wealth, that golden base, which Pindar likes, for to be responsible for providing a worship was to be among the richest Athenians in those days. And though he died while Demosthenes was quite a child, we are not to count his orphan state a disaster. It led to the distinction that brought his splendid gifts into notice. Tradition gives us no hint of how Homer was educated or developed his powers. The panegyrist must plunge straight into his works, and can find nothing to talk about in his breeding and training and pupillage. He has not even the resource of that Hesiotic sprig of bay which could make a facile poet out of a shepherd. But think of your abundance in this branch of the subject. There is Callistratus and all the mighty roll of orators, Alcidamas, Isocrates, Isius, Eubulides. Then again, at Athens even those who were subject to paternal control had countless temptations to indulgence. Youth is the susceptible time, a neglected ward could have lived as irregular a life as he chose. And yet the objects that Demosthenes set up for himself were philosophy and patriotism, and the doors they took him to not Phrynes, but those of Aristotle and Theophrastus, Xenocrates and Plato. And so, my dear sir, your way is open to a disquisition upon the two kinds of human love, the one sprung of a desire that is like the sea, outrageous, fierce, stormily rocking the soul. It is a true sea wave, which the earthly Aphrodite sets rolling with the tempestuous passions of youth, but the other is the steady drawing of a golden cord from heaven. It does not scorch and pierce and leave festering wounds. It impels towards the pure and unsullied ideal of absolute beauty, and is a sane madness in those souls which yet hold of Zeus and nurse the spark divine. Love will find out the way, though that way involve a shaven head, a cavern dwelling, a discouraging mirror and punitive sword, a disciplining of the tongue, a belated apprenticeship to the actor's art, a straining of the memory, a conquest over clamor, and a borrowing of night hours to lengthen toilsome days. 102. All this your Demosthenes endured, and who knows not what an orator it made of him. His speech packed with thought and terse of language, himself convincing in his knowledge of human nature, as splendid in the elevation as mighty in the force of his sentiments, the master and not the slave of his words and his ideas. Ever fresh with the graces of his art. He is the one orator whose speech has, in the bold phrase of Leosthenes, at once the breath of life and the strength of wrought iron. Callisthenes remarked of Aeschylus that he wrote his tragedies in wine, which lent vigor and warmth to his work. With Demosthenes it was otherwise. He composed not on wine but on water, whence the witticism of Demades, that most men's tongues are regulated by water. 103, but Demosthenes's pen was subject to the same influence. And Pythias detected the smell of the midnight oil in the very perfection of the speeches. Well, there is much in common between your subject and mine, so far as this branch of them is concerned. On Homer's poems I was no worse off than you are. But when you come to your hero's acts of humanity, his pecuniary sacrifices, his grand political achievements, and he was going on in full swing to the rest of the catalogue, when I interrupted. With a laugh, must I be doused with the remainder of your canful, good bathman? Most certainly, he retorted, and went straight on. The public entertainments he gave, the public burdens he assumed, the ships, the wall, the trench he contributed to, the prisoners he ransomed, the girls he portioned, his admirable policy, the embassies he served on, the laws he got passed, the mighty issues he was concerned in. Why, then I cannot but laugh to see your contracted brows. As if a recital of the exploits of Demosthenes could lack matter. I believe you think, my good man, I protested, that I have never had the deeds of Demosthenes drummed into me. I should be singular among rhetoricians, then. It was on the assumption, he said, implied by you, that we want assistance. But perhaps your case is a very different one. Is the light so bright that you cannot manage to fix your eyes on the dazzling glory of Demosthenes? Well, I was rather like that about Homer at first. Indeed, I came very near turning mine away, thinking I could not possibly face my subject. However, I got over it somehow or other. became gradually inured, as it were, superior to the weakness of vision that would have condemned me for a bastard eagle and no true son of Homer. But now here is another great advantage that I consider you have over me. The poetic faculty has a single aim, from which it follows that Homer's glory must be laid hold of at once and as a whole. You on the other hand, if you were to attempt dealing with the whole Demosthenes all at once, would never know what to say. You would waver and not be able to set your thoughts to work. You would be like the gourmand at a Sicilian banquet, or the aesthete who has 1,000 delightful sights and sounds presented to him at once. They do not know which way to turn for their conflicting desires. I suspect that you too are distracted and find concentration impossible. All round you are the varied attractions: his magnanimity, his fire, his orderly life, his oratorical force and practical courage, the endless opportunities of gain that he scorned, his justice, humanity, honor, spirit, sagacity. And each of all his great services to his country. It may well be that, when you behold on this side decrees, ambassadors, speeches, laws, on the other, fleets, Euboea, Boeotia, Chios, Rhodes, the Hellespont, Byzantium, you are pulled to and fro among these too numerous invitations, and cannot tell which to accept. Pindar once found himself in a similar difficulty with an overabundant theme. Ismenus? Melia's distaff golden bright? Cadmus? The race from dragon's teeth that came? Thebe's dark circlet? The all-daring might of Heracles? Great Bacchus' merry fame? White-armed Harmonia's bridal, aye, but which? My muse, we, poor in that we are too rich. You, I dare say, are in the same quandary. Logic and life, rhetoric and philosophy, popularity and death, but which? The maze is quite easy to escape from, though, you have only to take hold of one single clue, no matter which is oratory, if you will, so that it is taken by itself, and stick to that one throughout your present discourse. You will have ample material. His oratory is not of the Periclean type. Pericles could lighten and thunder, and he could hit the right nail on the head, so much tradition tells us. But we have nothing to judge for ourselves by, no doubt because, beyond the momentary impression produced, there was in his performances no element of permanence, nothing that could stand the searching test of time. But with Demosthenes's work well, that it will be your province to deal with, if your choice goes that way. Or if you prefer his character, or his policy, it will be well to isolate some particular detail. If you are greedy you may pick out 2 or 3 which will give you quite enough to go upon, so great was he at every point. And for such specializing we have Homer's example. The compliments he pays his heroes are attached to parts of them, their feet, their heads, their hair, even their shields or something they have on. And the gods seem to have had no objection to poets basing their praises merely on a distaff, a bow, or the aegis. A limb or a quality must pass still more easily, and as for good actions, it is impossible to give an exhaustive list of them. Demosthenes accordingly will not blame you for confining your eulogy to one of his merits, especially as to celebrate the whole of them worthily would be beyond even his powers. When Thersagoras had finished this harangue, I remarked, "Your intention is plain. I am to be convinced that you are more than a good poet, so you have constructed your prose Demosthenes as a pendant to your verse Homer." "No, no," he said. "What made me run on so long was the idea that, if I could ease your mind by showing how light your task was, I should have secured my listener. Then let me tell you that your object has not been furthered, and my case has only been aggravated." "A fine doctor I seem to be," he said. Not knowing where the difficulty lies, I continued, "You are a doctor who mistakes his patient's ailment and treats him for another." "How so?" "You have been prescribing for the troubles that would attend a first attempt. Unfortunately it is years and years since I got through that stage, and your remedies are quite out of date." "Why, then," he exclaimed, "the cure is complete. Nobody is nervous about a road of which he knows every inch." "Ah, but then I have set my heart upon reversing the feat that Anaxagoras of Cyrene exhibited to Plato and his friends. To show what a fine driver he was, he drove round the academy time after time exactly in his own track, which looked after it as if it had only been traversed once. Now my endeavor is just the opposite, to avoid my old tracks. And it is by no means so easy to keep out of the ruts. Pausans is the trick for you, he said. What is that? I never heard of it. Pausan the painter was commissioned to do a horse rolling. He painted one galloping in a cloud of dust. As he was at work upon it, his patron came in, and complained that this was not what he had ordered. Pausan just turned the picture upside down and told his man to hold it so for inspection. There was the horse rolling on its back. You dear innocent! I said, do you suppose I have kept my picture turned the same way all these years? It has been shifted and tilted at every conceivable angle, till I begin to have apprehensions of ending like Proteus. And how was that? Oh, I mean the issue of his attempts to evade human observation, when he had exhausted all shapes of animals and plants and elements, finding no metamorphosis left him, he had to be Proteus again. You have more shifts than ever Proteus had, he said, to get off hearing my poem. Oh, do not say that, said I, off goes my burden of care, and I am at your service. Perhaps when you have got over your own pains of childbirth you will show more feeling for my delicate state. He liked the offer, we settled down on a convenient stone step, and I listened to some excellent poetry. In the middle of reading he was seized with an idea, did up his tablets, and said, You shall have your hearer's fee, as well deserved as an Athenian's after a day in court or assembly. Thank me, please. I do, before I know what for. But what may it be? It was in the Macedonian royal archives that I came across the book. I was delighted with it at the time, and took considerable trouble to secure it. It has just come into my head that I have it at home. It contains, among details of Antipater's management of the household, facts about Demosthenes that I think you will find worth your best attention. You shall have payment on the spot, I said, in the shape of an audience for the rest of your verses, and moreover I shall not part with you till your promise is fulfilled. You have given me a luscious Homer birthday dinner. And it seems you are to be at the charges of the Demosthenes one too. He read to the end, we stayed long enough for me to give the poem its meed of praise, and then adjourned to his house, where after some search the book was found. I took it away with me, and on further acquaintance was so much impressed by it that I shall do no editing, but read it utotidem verbis. Asclepius is not less honored if his worshippers, in default of original compositions, have the hymns of Isodemus or Sophocles performed before him. There is a failure nowadays in the supply of new plays for Dionysus. But those who produce the works of old masters at the proper season have the credit all the same of honoring the god. This book, then, the part of the state records that concerns us is the conversation I shall give you. The book informs us that Archias's name was announced to Antipater. In case any of my younger hearers should not know the fact already, this Archias had been charged with the arrest of all exiles. In particular, he was to get Demosthenes from Caloria into Antipater's presence, but rather by persuasion than by force. Antipater was excited about it, hoping that Demosthenes might arrive any day. So, hearing that Archias was come from Caloria, he gave orders for his instant admittance. When he entered, but you shall have the conversation as it stands. Archias. Antipater. Ar. Is it well with you, Antipater? Ant. It is well, if you have brought Demosthenes. Ar. I have brought him as I might. I have the urn that holds his remains. Ant ha. My hopes are dashed. What avail ashes and urns, if I have not Demosthenes? Ar. The soul, O king, may not be prisoned in a man's own despite. Ant. Why took you him not alive? Ar. We took him. Ant. And he has died on the way. Ar. He died where he was, in Caloria. Ant. Your neglect is to blame, you took not due care of him. Ar nay, it lies not at our door. Ant. What mean you? These are riddles, Archias, you took him alive, and you have him not. Ar was it not your charge that we should use no force at first? Yet indeed we should have fared no better if we had. We did intend it. Ant. You did not well, even in the intention, it may be your violence killed him. Ar. No, we killed him not, but if we could not persuade him, there was nothing for it but force. But, O king, how had you been the better off, if he had come alive? You could have done no more than kill him. And peace, Archias. Methinks you comprehend neither the nature of Demosthenes, nor my mind. You think there is no more in the finding of Demosthenes than in the hunting down such scoundrels as Hymerius or Aristonicus or Eucrates. These are like swollen torrents, mean fellows in themselves, to whom a passing storm gives brief importance. They make a brave show while the disturbance lasts, but they are as sure to vanish soon as the wind to fall at evening. The recreant Hyperides is another a selfish demagogue, who took no shame to curry favor with the mob by libeling Demosthenes, and make himself its instrument for ends that his dupes soon wished they had never attained. For the libels had not long borne their fruit before the libelled was reinstated with more honor than Alcibiades himself. But what wreaked Hyperides? He scrupled not to use against what had once been dearest to him the tongue that he deserved, even by that iniquity, to lose. Ar. How? Was Demosthenes not our enemy of enemies? Ant. Not in the eyes of one who cares for an honorable nature, and loves a sincere consistent character. The noble is noble, though it be in an enemy, and virtue has no country. Am I meaner than Xerxes? He could admire Bules and Sperches the Spartans, and release them when they were in his power. No man that ever lived do I admire more than Demosthenes. Twice I was in his company at Athens, in hurried times, it is true, and I have heard much from others, and there is his work to judge by. And what moves me is not his skill in speech. You might well suppose so. Python was nothing, matched with him, and the Attic orators but babes in comparison with his finish and intensity, the music of his words, the clearness of his thoughts, his chains of proof, his cumulative blows. We found our mistake when we listened to Python and his promises. We had gathered the Greeks to Athens to see the Athenians confuted, it was Demosthenes who confuted us. But no words of mine can describe the power of his eloquence. Yet to that I give but a secondary place, as a tool the man used. It was the man himself I marveled at, his spirit and his wisdom, and the steadiness of soul that steered a straight course through all the tempests of fortune with never a craven impulse. And Philip was of my mind about him. When a speech of his before the Athenian assembly against Philip was reported, Parmenio was angry, and made some bitter jest upon him. But Philip said, Ah, Parmenio, he has a right to say what he pleases. He is the only popular orator in all Greece whose name is missing in my secret service accounts, though I would far rather have put myself in his hands than in those of clerks and third-rate actors. All the tribe of them are down for gold, timber, rents, cattle, land, in Boeotia if not in Macedonia 104, but the walls of Byzantium are not more proof against the battering ram than Demosthenes against gold. This is the way I look at it, Parmenio. An Athenian who speaking in Athens prefers me to his country shall have of my money, but not of my friendship. As for one who hates me for his country's sake, I will assault him as I would a citadel, a wall, a dock, a trench, but I have only admiration for his virtue, and congratulations for the state that possesses him. The other kind I should like to crush as soon as they have served my purpose, but him I would sooner have here with us than the Illyrian and Tribalian horse and all my mercenaries. Arguments that carry conviction, weight of intellect, I do not put below force of arms. That was to Parmenio, and he said much the same to me. At the time of the Athenian expedition under Diogenes, I was very anxious, but Philip laughed at me heartily, and said, Are you afraid of these town-bred generals and their men? Their fleet, their Piraeus, their docks, I snap my fingers at them. What is to be looked for from people whose worship is of Dionysus, whose life is in feasting and dancing? If Demosthenes, and not a man besides, had been subtracted from Athens, we should have had it with less trouble than Thebes or Thessaly. Deceit and force, energy and corruption, would soon have done the thing. But he is ever awake, he misses no occasion, he makes move for move and counters every stroke. Not a trick of ours, not an attempt begun or only thought of, but he has intelligence of it. In a word, he is the obstacle that stands between us and the swift attainment of our ends. It was little fault of his that we took Amphipolis, that we won Olynthus, Phocis, Thermopylae, that we are masters of the Hellespont. He rouses his reluctant countrymen out of their opiate sleep, applies to their indolence the knife and cautery of frank statement, and little he cares whether they like it or not. He transfers the revenues from state theatre to state armament, recreates with his navy bill a fleet disorganized to the verge of extinction, restores patriotism to the place from which it had long been ousted by the passion for legal fees. Uplifts the eyes of a degenerate race to the deeds of their fathers in emulation of Marathon and Salamis, and fits them for Hellenic leagues and combinations. You cannot escape his vigilance, he is not to be wheedled, you can no more by him than the Persian king could by the great Aristides. This is the direction your fears should take, Antipater, never mind all the warships and all the fleets. What Themistocles and Pericles were to the Athens of old, that is Demosthenes to Athens today, as shrewd as Themistocles, as high of soul as Pericles. He it was that gained them the control of Euboea and Megara, the Hellespont and Boeotia. It is well indeed that they give the command to such as Chores or Diopiths or Proxenus, and keep Demosthenes to the platform at home. If they had given into his hands their arms and ships and troops, their strategy, and their money, I doubt he would have put me on my mettle to keep Macedonia. Even now that he has no weapon but his decrees, he is with us at every turn, his hand is upon us, the ways and means are of his finding, the force of his gathering. It is he that sends armadas afar, he that joins power to power, he that meets our every change of plan. This was his tone about Demosthenes on many other occasions too. He put it down as one of his debts to fortune that armies were never led by the man whose mere words were so many battering rams and catapults worked from Athens to the shattering and confounding of his plans. As to Chaeronea, even the victory made no difference, he continued to impress upon us how precarious a position this one man had contrived for us. Things went unexpectedly well. Their generals were cowards and their troops undisciplined, and the caprice of fortune, which has so often served us well, brought us out victorious, but he had reduced me to hazarding my kingdom and my life on that single throw. He had brought the most powerful cities into line, he had united Greece, he had forced Athens and Thebes and all Boeotia, Corinth, Euboea, Megara the might of Greece, in short to play the game out to its end. And had arrested me before I reached Attic soil. He never ceased to speak thus about Demosthenes. If anyone told him the Athenian democracy was a formidable rival, Demosthenes, he would say, is my only rival, Athens without him is no better than Aenians or Thessalians. Whenever Philip sent embassies to the various states, if Athens had sent anyone else to argue against his men, he always gained his point with ease. But when it was Demosthenes, he would tell us the embassy had come to naught, there was not much setting up of trophies over speeches of Demosthenes. Such was Philip's opinion. Now I am no Philip at the best, and do you suppose, Archias, that if I could have got a man like Demosthenes, I should have found nothing better to do with him than sending him like an ox to the slaughter? Or should I have made him my right-hand man in the management of Greece and of the empire? I was instinctively attracted long ago by his public record, and attraction heightened by the witness of Aristotle. He constantly assured both Alexander and myself that among all the vast number of his pupils he had found none comparable to Demosthenes in natural genius and persevering self-development, none whose intellect was at once so weighty and so agile. None who spoke his opinions so freely or maintained them so courageously. But you, said Aristotle, confuse him with an Eubulus, a Phrynon, a Philocrates, and think to convert with gifts a man who has actually lavished his inheritance half on needy Athenians and half on Athens. You vainly imagine that you can intimidate one who has long ago resolved to set his life upon his country's doubtful fortunes. If he arraigns your proceedings, you try denunciation, why, the nearer terrors of the assembly find him unmoved. You do not realize that the mainspring of his policy is patriotism, and that the only personal advantage he expects from it is the improvement of his own nature. All this it was, Archias, that made me long to have him with me, to hear from his own lips what he thought about the state of things, and be able at any time of need, abandoning the flatterers who infest us. To hear the plain words of an independent mind and profit by sincere advice. And I might fairly have drawn his attention to the ungrateful nature of those Athenians for whom he had risked all when he might have had firmer and less unconscionable friends. Ar. O king, your other ends you might have gained, but that you would have told him to no purpose. His love of Athens was a madness beyond cure. Ant. It was so indeed, 'twere vain to deny it. But how died he? Ar. O king, there is further wonder in store for you. We who have had the scene before our eyes are as startled and as unbelieving yet as when we saw it. He must long ago have determined how to die, his preparation shows it. He was seated within the temple, and our arguments of the days before had been spent on him in vain. And what were they? Ar. Long and kindly I urged him, with promises on your part, not that I looked to see them kept, for I knew not then, and took you to be wroth with him, but in hopes they might prevail. Ant. And what hearing did he give them? Keep nothing back. I would I were there now, hearing him with my own ears, failing which, do you hide nothing from me. 'Tis worth much to learn the bearing of a true man in the last moments of his life, whether he gave way and played the coward, or kept his course unfaltering even to the end. Ar. Ah, in him was no bending to the storm, how far from it. With a smiling allusion to my former life, he told me I was not actor enough to make your lies convincing. Ha. He left life for want of belief in my promises. Ar. Not so, hear to the end, and you will see his distrust was not all for you. Since you bid me speak, O king, he told me there was no oath that could bind a Macedonian. It was nothing strange that they should use against Demosthenes the weapon that had won them Amphipolis, and Olynthus, and Oropus. And much more of the like. I had writers there, that his words might be preserved for you. Archias, he said, the prospect of death or torture would be enough to keep me out of Antipater's presence. And if you tell me true, I must be on my guard against the worst danger of receiving life itself as a present at his hands, and deserting, to serve Macedonia, that post which I have sworn to hold for Greece. Life were a thing to be desired, Archias, were it purchased for me by the power of Piraeus, a warship, my gift, has floated there, by the wall and trench of which I bore the cost, by the tribe Pandiones whose festival charges I took upon me. By the spirit of Solon and Draco, by unmuzzled statesmen and a free people, by martial levies and naval organization, by the virtues and the victories of our fathers, by the affection of fellow citizens who have crowned me many a time. And by the might of a Greece whose guardian I have never ceased to be. Or again, if life is to be owed to compassion, though it be mean enough, yet compassion I might endure among the kindred of the captives I have ransomed, the fathers whose daughters I have helped to portion. And the men whose debts I have joined in paying. But if the island empire and the sea may not save me, I ask my safety from the Poseidon at whose altar and under whose sanctuary I stand. And if Poseidon's power avails not to keep his temple inviolate, if he scorns not to surrender Demosthenes to Archias, then welcome death, I will not transfer my worship to Antipater. I might have had Macedonia more at my devotion than Athens, might be now a partaker in your fortunes, if I would have ranged myself with Calymedon, and Pythias, and Demades. When things were far gone, I might yet have made a shift, if I had not had respect to the daughters of Erectus and to Codrus. Fortune might desert, I would not follow her. For death is a haven of safety, which he who reaches will do no baseness more. Archias, I will not be at this late day a stain upon the name of Athens, I will not make choice of slavery, be my winding sheet the white one of liberty. Sir Actor, let me recall to you a fine passage from one of your tragedies 105. But even at the point of death, she forethought took to fall in seemly wise. She was but a girl. And shall Demosthenes choose an unseemly life before a seemly death, and forget what Xenocrates and Plato have said of immortality? And then he was stirred to some bitter speech upon men puffed up by fortune. What remains to tell? At last, as I now besought and now threatened, mingling the stern and mild, had I been Archias, he said, I had yielded, but seeing that I am Demosthenes, your pardon, good sir, if my nature recoils from baseness. Then I was minded to hale him off by force. Which when he observed, I saw him smile and glance at the god. Archias, he said, believes that there is no might, no refuge for the human soul, but arms and warships, walls and camps. He scorns that equipment of mine which is proof against Illyrians and Triballi and Macedonians, surer than that wooden wall 106 of old, which the god averred none should prevail against. Secure in this I ever took a fearless course. Fearless I braved the might of Macedonia, little I cared for Euctemon or Aristogiton, for Pythias and Callimedon, for Philip in the old days, for Archias today. And then, lay no hand upon me. Be it not mine to bring outrage upon the temple. I will but greet the god, and follow of my free will. And for me, I put reliance upon this, and when he lifted his hand to his mouth, I thought it was but to do obeisance. And it was indeed. We put his servant to the question later, and learned from her that he had long had poison by him, to give him liberty by parting soul from body. He had not yet passed the holy threshold, when he fixed his eye on me and said, Take this to Antipater, Demosthenes you shall not take, no, by, and methought he would have added, by the men that fell at Marathon. And with that farewell he parted. So ends, O king, the siege of Demosthenes. And Archias, that was Demosthenes. Hail to that unconquerable soul! How lofty the spirit, how republican the care, that would never be parted from their warrant of freedom. Enough. The man has gone his way, to live the life they tell of in the isles of the heroic blessed, or to walk the paths that, if tales be true, the heaven-bound spirits tread, he shall attend, surely, on none but that Zeus who is named of freedom. For his body, we will send it to Athens, a nobler offering to that land than the men that died at Marathon. H. The gods in council. Zeus. Hermes. Momus. Zeus. Now, gentlemen, enough of that muttering and whispering in corners. You complain that our banquets are thrown open to a number of undesirable persons. Very well, the assembly has been convened for the purpose of dealing with this very point, and every one is at liberty to declare his sentiments openly, and bring what allegations he will. Hermes, make formal proclamation to that effect. All duly qualified divinities are hereby invited to address the assembly on the subject of foreigners and immigrants. M.O. Have I your permission to speak, sir? Zeus. It is not needed, you have heard the proclamation. M.O. I desire, then, to protest against the insufferable vanity of some among us who, not content with their own promotion to Godhead, would introduce their dependents and underlings here as our equals. Sir, I shall express myself on this subject with that blunt sincerity which is inseparable from my character. I am known to the world as one whose unfettered tongue cannot refrain from speech in the presence of wrongdoing. As one who probes matters to the bottom, and says what he thinks, without concealment, without fear, and without scruple. My frankness is burdensome to the generality of gods, who mistake it for censoriousness. I have been termed by such the accuser general. But I shall none the less avail myself of the freedom accorded to me by the proclamation and by your permission, sir, to speak my mind without reserve. There are, I repeat it, many persons who, despite their mixed origin, have been admitted to our feasts and councils upon terms of equality. And who, not satisfied with this, have brought hither their servants and satellites, and enrolled them among the gods, and these menials now share in our rations and sacrifices without ever so much as paying the customary tax. Zeus. These are riddles. Say what you mean in so many words, and let us have the names. Generalities of this kind can only give ground for random conjecture, they might apply to any one. You are a friend to sincerity, speak on, then, without hesitation. M.O. This is really most gratifying. Such encouragement is precisely what I should have expected of a king of your exalted spirit. I will mention the name. I refer, in fact, to Dionysus. Although the mother of this truly estimable demigod was not only a mortal, but a barbarian, and his maternal grandfather a tradesman in Phoenicia, one Cadmus, it was thought necessary to confer immortality upon him. With his own conduct since that time, I am not concerned. I shall have nothing to say on the subject of his snood, his inebriety, or his manner of walking. You may all see him for yourselves, an effeminate, half-witted creature, reeking of strong liquor from the early hours of the day. But we are indebted to him for the presence of a whole tribe of his followers, whom he has introduced into our midst under the title of gods. Such are Pan, Silenus, and the satyrs. Coarse persons, of frisky tendencies and eccentric appearance, drawn chiefly from the goat-herd class. The first mentioned of these, besides being horned, has the hindquarters of a goat, and his enormous beard is not unlike that of the same animal. Silenus is an old man with a bald head and a snub nose, who is generally to be seen riding on a donkey. He is of Lydian extraction. The satyrs are Phrygians, they too are bald, and have pointed ears, and sprouting horns, like those of young kids. When I add that every one of these persons is provided with a tail, you will realize the extent of our obligation to Dionysus. And with these theological curiosities before their eyes, we wonder why it is that men think lightly of the gods. I might have added that Dionysus has also brought us a couple of ladies. Ariadne is one, his mistress, whose crown is now set among the host of stars, the other is Farmer Icarius' daughter. And the cream of the jest is still to come. The dog, Ariadne's dog, must be translated too. The poor child would never be happy in heaven without the sweet little pet. What can we call this but a drunken freak? So much for Dionysus. I now proceed. Zeus. Now, Momus, I see what you are coming to, but you will kindly leave Asclepius and Heracles alone. Asclepius is a physician, and restores the sick. He is more worth than many men. And Heracles is my own son, and purchased his immortality with many toils. So not one word against either of them. Mo very well, sir, as you wish, though I had something to say on that subject, too. You will excuse my remarking, at any rate, that they have something of a scorched appearance still. With reference to yourself, sir, a good deal might be said, if I could feel at liberty. Zeus. Oh, as regards myself, you are perfectly at liberty. What, then, I am an interloper too, am I? Mo worse than that, according to what they say in Crete, your tomb is there on view. Not that I believe them any more than I believe that Aegeum story, about your being a changeling. But there is one thing that I think ought to be made clear. You yourself, sir, have set us the example in loose conduct of this kind. It is you we have to thank, you and your terrestrial gallantries and your transformations for the present mixed state of society. We are quite uneasy about it. You will be caught, some day, and sacrificed as a bull. Or some goldsmith will try his hand upon our gold-transmuted sire, and we shall have nothing to show for it but a bracelet, a necklace, or a pair of earrings. The long and short of it is, that heaven is simply swarming with these demigods of yours. There is no other word for it. It tickles a man considerably when he suddenly finds Heracles promoted to deity, and Eurystheus, his taskmaster, dead and buried, his tomb within easy distance of his slave's temple. Or again when he observes in Thebes that Dionysus is a god, but that god's cousins, Pentheus, Actaeon, and Lurchus, only mortals, and poor devils at that. You see, sir, ever since you gave the outre to people of this sort, and turned your attention to the daughters of earth, all the rest have followed suit, and the scandalous part of it is, that the goddesses are just as bad as the gods. Of the cases of Anchises, Tithonus, Endymion, Iasion, and others, I need say nothing, they are familiar to every one, and it would be tedious to expatiate further. Zeus. Now I will have no reflections on Ganymede's antecedents. I shall be very angry with you, if you hurt the boy's feelings. Mo. Ah. And out of consideration for him I suppose I must also abstain from any reference to the eagle, which is now a god like the rest of us, perches upon the royal scepter, and may be expected at any moment to build his nest upon the head of majesty. Well, you must allow me Attis, Corybas, and Sabazius, by what contrivance, now, did they get here? And that mead there, Mithras, with the Candace and tiara? Why, the fellow cannot speak Greek, if you pledge him, he does not know what you mean. The consequence is, that Scythians and Goths, observing their success, snap their fingers at us, and distribute divinity and immortality right and left. That was how the slave Zamoxis's name slipped into our register. However, let that pass. But I should just like to ask that Egyptian there, the dog-faced gentleman in the linen suit 107, who he is, and whether he proposes to establish his divinity by barking. And will the piebald bull yonder 108, from Memphis, explain what use he has for a temple, an oracle, or a priest? As for the ibises and monkeys and goats and worse absurdities that are bundled in upon us, goodness knows how, from Egypt, I am ashamed to speak of them. Nor do I understand how you, gentlemen, can endure to see such creatures enjoying a prestige equal to or greater than your own, and you yourself, sir, must surely find ram's horns a great inconvenience. Zeus. Certainly, it is disgraceful the way these Egyptians go on. At the same time, Momus, there is an occult significance in most of these things, and it ill becomes you, who are not of the initiated, to ridicule them. M.O. Oh, come now, a god is one thing, and a person with a dog's head is another. I need no initiation to tell me that. Zeus. Well, that will do for the Egyptians. Time must be taken for the consideration of their case. Proceed to others. M.O. Trophonius and Amphilochus come next. The thought of the latter, in particular, causes my blood to boil. The father 109 is a matricide and an outcast, and the son, if you please, sets up for a prophet in Cilicia. And retails information usually incorrect to a believing public at the rate of twopence an oracle. That is how Apollo here has fallen into disrepute. It needs but a quack, and quacks are plentiful, a sprinkling of oil, and a garland or two, and an oracle may be had in these days wherever there is an altar or a stone pillar. Fever patients may now be cured either at Olympia by the statue of Polydamas the athlete, or in Thassos by that of Theagenes. Hector received sacrifice at Troy, Protesilaus just across the water on Chersonese. Ever since the number of gods has thus multiplied, perjury and temple robbery have been on the increase. In short, men do not care two straws about us, nor can I blame them. That is all I have to say on the subject of bastards and new importations. But I have also observed with considerable amusement the introduction of various strange names, denoting persons who neither have nor could conceivably have any existence among us. Show me this virtue of whom we hear so much. Show me nature, and destiny, and fortune, if they are anything more than unsubstantial names, the vain imaginings of some philosopher's empty head. Yet these flimsy personifications have so far gained upon the weak intelligences of mankind, that not a man will now sacrifice to us, knowing that though he should present us with a myriad of hecatombs, fortune will none the less work out that destiny which has been appointed for each man from the beginning. I should take it kindly of you, sir, if you would tell me whether you have ever seen virtue or fortune or destiny anywhere. I know that you must have heard of them often enough, from the philosophers, unless your ears are deaf enough to be proof against their bawlings. Much more might be said, but I forbear. I perceive that the public indignation has already risen to hissing point, especially in those quarters in which my plain truths have told home. In conclusion, sir, I have drawn up a bill dealing with this subject, which, with your permission, I shall now read. Zeus. Very well, some of your points are reasonable enough. We must put a check on these abuses, or they will get worse. M.O. On the 7th day of the month in the prytany of Zeus and the presidency of Poseidon Apollo in the chair, the following bill introduced by Sleep was read by Momus son of Night before a true and lawful meeting of the assembly whom fortune direct. Whereas numerous persons, both Greeks and barbarians, being in no way entitled to the franchise, have by means unknown procured their names to be enrolled on our register, filling the heavens with false gods, troubling our banquets with a tumultuous rout. Of miscellaneous polyglot humanity and causing a deficiency in the supplies of ambrosia and nectar whereby the price of the latter commodity owing to increased consumption has risen to £4 the half-pint. And whereas the said persons have presumptuously forced themselves into the places of genuine and old-established deities and in contravention of law and custom have further claimed precedence of the same deities upon the earth, it has seemed good to the Senate and people that an assembly be convened upon Olympus at or about the time of the winter solstice for the purpose of electing a commission of inquiry, the commissioners to be duly qualified gods 7 in number, of whom 3 to be appointed from the most ancient Senate of Cronus and the remaining 4 from the 12 gods, of whom Zeus to be 1, and the said commissioners shall before taking their seats swear by sticks according to the established form, and Hermes shall summon by proclamation all such as claim admission to the assembly to appear and bring with them sworn witnesses together with documentary proofs of their origin, and all such persons shall successively appear before the commissioners, and the commissioners, after examination of their claims, shall either declare them to be gods or dismiss them to their own tombs and family vaults, and if the commissioners subsequently discover in heaven any person so disqualified from entering, such person shall be thrown into Tartarus, and further each God shall follow his own profession and no other, and it shall not be lawful either for Athene to heal the sick or for Asclepius to deliver oracles or for Apollo to practice 3 professions at once, but only one, either prophecy or music or medicine, according as he shall select, and instructions shall be issued to philosophers forbidding them either to invent meaningless names or to talk nonsense about matters of which they know nothing, and if a temple and sacrificial honors have already been accorded to any disqualified person, his statue shall be thrown down, and that of Zeus or Hera or Athene or other god substituted in its place, and his city shall provide him with a tomb and set up a pillar in lieu of his altar, and against any person refusing to appear before the commissioners in accordance with the proclamation, judgment shall be given by default. That, gentlemen, is the bill. Zeus. And a very equitable one it is, Momus. All in favor of this bill hold up their hands. Or no, our opponents are sure to be in a majority. You may all go away now, and when Hermes makes the proclamation, every one must come, bringing with him complete particulars and proofs, with his father's and mother's names, his tribe and clan, and the reason and circumstances of his deification. And any of you who fail to produce your proofs will find it is no use having great temples on the earth, or passing there for gods, that will not help you with the commissioners. F.